Ding! To protect the continuation of excellent civilizations, the national survival game has officially begun. The survival rules are now being announced as follows. 1. 5 people will be randomly selected from each country on Blue Star to form a team, representing their country in the survival challenge. 2. The survival game will proceed with group stages, elimination rounds, and finals to select civilizations, and only the best civilizations can survive. 3. If all team members are killed, the team is eliminated, and their country will face 3 random natural disaster level punishments. 4. The entire survival process will be broadcast live to the entire world. The team members will be drawn soon. Countdown, 59 seconds. Dragon Country, the Yun Peak Scenic Area. Tour guide Lin Tao was holding a small flag, reciting the same old narration. Gentlemen, this is the famous immortal pointing the way scenic spot. After graduating from university, he had been working in this job, specifically welcoming Sunset Red tour groups. Day after day, year after year. He had long lost all passion for life. Suddenly, the voice of the national survival game rang in his mind. His explanation abruptly stopped, and the professional smile on Lin Tao's face instantly froze. National survival? Random natural disaster level punishments? Who is playing this prank? The voices of the surrounding tourists' doubts rose one after another. Lin Tao looked up at the sky, and a huge red countdown was flashing continuously. His instinct told him that this seemed not simple. Could it be that the scenes from web novels have come true? For some reason. He wasn't scared at all, but rather felt a bit excited. He hoped that the chosen one would quickly lead the Dragon Country's people to evolve. He never wanted to live like cattle or horses again. Shaolin, what's going on? What national survival game? Looking at the panicked old gentleman, Lin Tao, by professional habit, reassured them. Gentlemen, don't panic, it has nothing to do with us. Just watch the live broadcast later. Before he finished speaking. Buzz. A white light descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Lin Tao. Ding. Congratulations. You have been selected to represent Dragon Country in the national survival game. Group stage destination, Hunting Forest, teleportation starting. What the heck? Lin Tao's head exploded in a buzz. No way? A 1 in 260 million chance, and I got picked? He instinctively turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracted. It wasn't just him. Several old gentlemen in the tour group were also locked by the light beam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus me, exactly 5 people? What the heck, this prank is getting way too big. Lin Tao felt a chill run up his spine. Take the old gentleman to survive? Isn't this a group wipeout from the start? The curse was still stuck in his throat when the white light swallowed everything. The countdown hit 0. The system voice sounded again. All global survival teams have been formed. The group stage rules are as follows. 1. Teams will compete by continent. Survivors after 7 days will advance to the next round. 2. Killing prey earns points, which can be exchanged for supplies. 3. Players can freely attack other country teams. Killing them will earn points. 4. During the group stage, all groups will be broadcast live to the world in a single camera rotation. 5. To help everyone survive better, all players will soon awaken their talent skills. The rules have been announced, the live broadcast officially begins. The system voice ended, and all connected screens around the world were forcibly taken over. At this moment, all Blue Star inhabitants understood the seriousness of the situation. This was not a prank, it was a real national survival game that concerned the fate of their country. The voice echoed in every Dragon Country citizen's mind again. Your country has been assigned to the Asia group. This group has 47 teams, and during the group stage, your group's footage will be broadcast to you in rotation. Now, each country's teams will take turns making their appearances. All Dragon Country citizens stopped what they were doing and looked at the screens beside them. The screen flickered, and a primitive forest appeared in front of them. The tree canopy blocked the sun, and the air was filled with mist. Light filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled spots on the ground. Distant low growls echoed. A flash of white light appeared, and with the shimmer of a neon flag, 5 figures emerged from the teleportation array. The audience in Neon Country instantly erupted in excitement, flooding the screen with comments. Ah, it's the neon flag. It's our Neon Country's team. Our Neon Country is the first to appear? What does this mean? It means our Neon Country is the strongest in the group. Although we can't see their bodies and faces clearly, just by their build and silhouette, they look really strong. Samurai, go conquer everything. Soon, the halo faded. A middle-aged man in a kimono, wearing wooden sandals, appeared on the screen. Behind him, 4 young samurai, hands on their waist knives, exuded a chilling murderous aura. Gentlemen. The kimono-clad man spoke softly, the time for the jade to shatter has come. Hi. For voices answered in unison, the murderous aura thickened. Appearing team, Neon Country Representative Team. Initial team survival rating, B+. More comments flooded the screen, covering it entirely. What? Why does this person look so familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere. I remember now, it's Yagyu. Master Yagyu Munetoshi, and his 4 heavenly kings? Blessed by Amaterasu, the true sword master has appeared. Baka. I said being first means something, it means the light of Asia. The wooden sandals kick up dust, the samurai are unmatched. This aura, this murderous intent, I can feel it through the screen. B+? Too low. It should definitely be S. The spirit of Sengoku warriors has awakened. Let them experience the true Neon martial arts. Neon team will definitely win. Next, the double-headed eagle flag swept across. 5 burly figures appeared in the teleportation circle. The leading man, with a scruffy beard, leisurely pulled out a flask of vodka and gulped down half a bottle. Brothers, time to get to work. Let's show this forest who the boss is. Appearing team, Bear Country Representative Team. Initial team survival rating, a dash. The comments from Bear Country quickly filled the screen. Look at this attire, they look like Siberian hunters and loggers, they won't freeze even at minus 30 degrees, we've got this in the bag. What's going on, isn't Bear Country in the European group? Why are we in the Asian group now? Who cares about the group, for us, it doesn't matter where we are, we'll walk through it like bosses. Yura. Why are they A-rated? The hunters have a higher rating than our Neon Samurai? Ahem, Neon brothers upstairs, did you see what the bearded guy is carrying? What's that? Let me see. Holy crap? A double-barrel shotgun? What kind of international joke is this? At upstairs Neon brothers, and you still compare with the katana? They've upgraded to firearms. Why? The system is biased. Ban the cheating. I request the banning of firearms. Stop whining, chicken heads. Vodka and buckshot, man stops killing, bear stops killing bear. Yura. Asia's first, guaranteed. Then, the Taiji flag flickered. 5 warriors in camouflage combat uniforms from Kimchi country appeared. They were all strong and fully armed. As soon as they landed, they quickly scattered, back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Appearing team, Kimchi country representative team. Initial team survival rating, A+. Once the audience saw their outfits, the Kimchi country fans instantly went wild. Ah! Appa Sarangi. It's the 707 Special Forces. The elite forces of the universe country. Semida. Full tactical camouflage. Level 3 helmet? Wait. M4A1? MP5? And that thing on their back, could it be an AWM? What the heck, this gear, this would be enough for modern warfare. You tell me they're here to survive? The organizers must be their dads? Neon Samurai and Bear Country Hunters are instantly outdated. Hot weapons are the way to go. Long live the Kimchi team. Universe number 1. A plus is well deserved. It's over, why even play? Just hand out the awards. Kimchi country is going to dominate. The teams from various countries continued to appear. There were Sanda champions, mercenary killers. All of them made their citizens' blood boil with excitement, cheering in thunderous applause. Except for the Filipino monkey country, which had a C rating, all the others were rated B or above. Dragon country, highest command center. A military meeting was taking place here. The moment the system's voice sounded, the air froze. Everyone in the meeting turned grave, their faces extremely serious. Immediately activate the highest level response plan. The voice of Old Liu, sitting at the central seat, was calm. Mobilize all intelligence forces, analyze the source and rules of this system. The Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Defense, and the Emergency Management Department immediately established a joint task force. All information must be reported to me in the shortest time possible. On the big screen, the global live broadcast was forcibly connected. Special Forces, Hunter Brigade, Samurai Brigade. Teams from various countries appeared one by one, and the command center was filled with sharp intakes of breath. This is called random? Why are they all the elites of the elite? What about our team? Who are the people chosen for us? Minister of Defense Chen Zheng's gaze was fixed tightly on the big screen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Amidst the attention of all, the bright red flag finally appeared. The barrage from Longwa, Dragon Country, instantly filled the screen. Here it comes, here it comes. The grand finale. Hurry! Special Forces brother. Where is the king of soldiers? Heavenly spirits, reveal the Special Forces king. Come on. With the Army Day blessing, a Special Forces king isn't asking for too much, right? Chapter 2, Talent Awakening. The screen froze. A young man with a still youthful face was cautiously looking around. The live stream instantly lagged. What's going on? Did we walk into the wrong set, bro? This face. So young? A university volunteer? Wait. This person looks a bit familiar. Holy crap. Lin Tao? Is that really the kid from my neighbor's house? Holy crap. He's my elementary school classmate, the one who always got beat up at school. Done for, my heart's half cold, this is way too ordinary. Wait. There are people behind him. The white light completely dissipated. Behind Lin Tao, four bewildered old men were looking around the mysterious forest. Team entering, Longwei representative team. Team survival initial rating, F. Time seemed to freeze. The next second, Longwei's barrage exploded like a nuclear bomb. Fuck. F? I can't be seeing this right? Is the tour guide taking an elderly sunset tour group? System, I'm going to screw you up. Fuck. National survival. Global live broadcast. Natural disaster punishment. You gave us an elderly sightseeing tour group? My mentality is shattered. Big brother. This is national survival. I'm breaking apart. Is heaven trying to destroy Longwa? 1.3 billion people, and we get this? Damn it. That idiot tour guide Lin Tao. How the hell did you bring the elderly group into the game? Come out and apologize. Black curtain. Absolutely fucking black curtain. 1000% black curtain. Redraw. System, give me a redraw. Otherwise, I'm going to fight you. Brothers, get ready to pack up and run. Unlike the despairing audience from Longwa, other countries were only too happy to watch the chaos. Sima Masay. Really don't want to laugh, but pa. Longwa-san, are you here to perform the elderly sitcom Jungle Retirement Home? Please teach us. Ego F class. The lowest score in the universe has been born. Applaud. Sim-Ida. I'm really worried the old grandpa and grandma will cry from mosquito bites in the forest if they survive tonight's broadcast. I'll lose. Everyone. Did you see that? Survival of the fittest. The hope of East Asia, the lighthouse of civilization, who else but our great Neon? Trash players and F-class nations, a perfect match. Holy shit. 5 old people with an average age of 70 plus and a baby-faced tour guide? Against the jungle, beasts, and fully armed soldiers from other countries? This script, even the screenwriters wouldn't dare write it. Hurry up. The incredible odds. Longwa's elderly travel group, 10-minute total annihilation odds 1.5. Half an hour total annihilation 1.2. Survive an hour odds 10.0. There's also the which grandpa falls first fun option. Place your bets. Longwa's highest command center, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Bang. Old Lou's fist slammed into the mahogany conference table, causing the cups to tremble. Everyone's eyes turned toward the stern-faced leader. Within 3 minutes, pull up all the information on these 5 citizens. Yes. Technicians were frantically typing on the keyboard. Facial recognition complete. Citizen database syncing and comparison in progress. Data confirmed, information extraction complete. On the projection screen, 5 files rapidly unfolded. Lin Tao, 28 years old, occupation, Red Star Travel Agency tour guide. Zhang Jiangguo, 71 years old, identity, retired soldier, veteran of the self-defense counterattack war. Wang Chunshang, 73 years old, identity, retired, former zoo beastkeeper in Zhengzhou City. Li Weiguo, 72 years old, identity, retired, former senior carpenter at the Zhengzhou state-owned furniture factory. Sun Jiaxian, 72 years old, identity, retired, former professor of biology at Zhengzhou University, research field, botany. The command room was dead silent, with only the hum of electronic devices filling the air. After a moment, old Lu took a long breath. His gaze swept over everyone in the room before he spoke. Comrades. The reality is even more cruel than any of our worst predictions. For elderly people over 70, and a tour guide in their 20s. Looking at the data on paper, it seems we have no chance. He paused for a moment, and everyone in the meeting room felt a tightening in their chest. Suddenly, a gleam of light exploded in Lu's old eyes, filled with years of experience. But they are also citizens of the Dragon Nation, children of China nurtured by this vast land. Their veins flow with the blood of our Dragon Nation people. The backbone forged by 5,000 years of wind, frost, and rain is not so easily broken. Until the last moment, we will never give up. I command. Whoosh! The entire room of senior officers stood up in unison, their gazes burning with intensity. Lu's voice resonated throughout the hall. First, establish the National Survival Highest Strategic Command, with me as the commander. Second, mobilize the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, Special Forces, and Survival experts to form a National Intelligence Task Force. Watch the live broadcast 24 hours non-stop. Third, the families and relatives of the 5 comrades must be immediately escorted to the capital and provided the highest level of protection. After the orders were read, the national machinery began to operate efficiently. Lu sat in his seat, his gaze refocused on the young tour guide who was struggling to help the elderly man. Child, the motherland is watching you, 1.4 billion fellow citizens are watching you. In the hunting forest, somewhere unknown. Gray-white, thick fog slowly crawled through the forest. In the distance, the howls of unknown beasts could be heard, chilling and eerie. Lin Tao, dry-mouthed and tongue-tied, explained the situation for the 3rd time, and finally, the 4 elderly people understood the current situation. I think Shaolin is right. Professor Sun touched the leaves of the plant and stood up. The radiating veins and epidermal silica structure of the little fern completely defy Earth's plant classification. The old professor raised his head, his gaze behind his glasses serious. What Shaolin said is true. This is no longer Earth. Damn it. Then what the hell is this place? Grandpa Li slammed his walking stick down heavily. Grandpa Wang tightly gripped Lin Tao's arm, his lips trembling. Shaolin, can we go home? Looking at these elderly people who should be enjoying their golden years, Lin Tao bit his tongue hard. The pain instantly dispelled some of the fear. Suddenly being chosen to participate in this survival game, he was scared too. This place was full of danger, and one careless move could cost them their lives. But behind them was the life and death of 1.4 billion people, the fate of the Dragon Nation. He had deep feelings for this country, and thinking about it, a surge of passion rushed to the top of his head. Grandpas. Lin Tao suddenly raised his voice, scanning every elderly person. I'm scared too. Scared to die in this hellhole. But this is the national survival. What we carry is not just our own lives. Every action we take also concerns the life and death of 1.4 billion fellow citizens, and the fortune of the entire country. The country is watching us, 1.4 billion fellow citizens are watching us. Smack! Grandpa Zhang Jianguo slammed his walking stick hard into the ground. The weathered old face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. Well said. I've been through gunfire and rain, what's death to me? Scared of what? A solemn atmosphere quickly spread throughout the group. Yes. I'm already half buried in the ground. What the hell is there to be afraid of? Grandpa Li's eyes also reddened. Fight for it. For the children, for the country. Even the most steady Professor Sun silently clenched his fists. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical system voice sounded again. All teams have completed their appearances, now awakening the talents of each team member. Talent awakening begins now. The talent skill levels range from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. The higher the level, the lower the awakening probability. Talent awakening now begins. The live broadcast screen switched back to the Kimchi country. 5 Special Forces members radiated lights of varying strengths. At the same time, their talent names and effects appeared on the screen. Park Sun successfully awakened, A-level talent, Eagle Eye. Effect, after activation, it grants super distance dynamic vision. Jin Tianyu successfully awakened, B-level talent, Precision Shooting. Effect, significantly improves long-range weapon accuracy. Jin Lingxian successfully awakened, A-level talent, Battlefield First Aid. Effect, can perform emergency treatment on wounds, increasing teammates' health. Choi Wenshan successfully awakened, B-level talent, Master of Firearms. Effect, significantly improves proficiency and damage with firearms. Li Chenghua successfully awakened, C-level talent, Physical Enhancement. Effect, slightly improves basic physical qualities. Seeing the effects of the talents, the Kimchi country erupted in excitement. 2 A-level talents. Especially Eagle Eye, a divine skill. The god's perspective is already booked. Ha ha ha. Hell yeah. Precision Shooting and Master of Firearms. Who can stop this firepower configuration? Tremble, world. Lingxuan's A-level first aid is crucial. The survival rate increases greatly. Kimchi Simida, the strongest combination is born Simida. The first in the universe. The undisputed first in the universe. Other countries should surrender early. Our Kimchi country's warriors represent the best human genes. We naturally deserve the best talents, Simida. The camera shifted to the bear country. 5 burly men radiated lights of varying strengths. The leader, Ivanov, had the brightest red light surrounding him, and rough characters appeared before his eyes. Ivanov Andreevich successfully awakened, A-level talent, Fury. Effect, after activation, it massively increases strength and explosiveness for a short period, weakening pain sensation. Mikhail successfully awakened, B-level talent, Resilient Physique. Effect, significantly increases the speed of physical recovery. Sergei successfully awakened, B-level talent, Wilderness Intuition. Effect, slightly increases perception of potential dangers. Alexei successfully awakened, C-level talent, Precision Throwing. Effect, significantly improves accuracy with thrown weapons. Nikolai successfully awakened, D-level talent, Toxic Resistance. Effect, increases resistance to various toxins. Yura! Ivanov roared to the sky, like a giant bear. Bear country instantly fell into frenzy. Yura! Brother Andreevich's fury. The sole talent of the warrior nation. Crush all enemies. Halaseo. 2 B-level talents aren't bad either. Misha's tough and durable skin, Sergei's early warning radar, perfect for the battlefield. Precision throwing combined with fury rushing face to face, this is a battlefield rhythm custom made for us. Let the storm come even fiercer. This is the warrior with Slavic blood flowing through his veins. Calm down, comrades, what is this talent? The battle has just begun. Next is the cherry blossom country. Sitting on his knees, Yushin Munioshi radiated a chilling aura silently. Yushin Munioshi successfully awakened, A-level talent, Sword Heart Enlightenment. Effect, greatly enhances swordsmanship understanding and insight. Behind him, 4 young samurai also began to glow faintly. Sadokan successfully awakened, B-level talent, Shadow Escape. Effect, after activation, can briefly merge into shadows, enhancing stealth. Kobayashi Jiro successfully awakened, B-level talent, Gale Step. Effect, after activation, it allows a burst of short-distance sprinting. Yamamoto Eiichiro successfully awakened, C-level talent, Basic Swordsmanship Enhancement. Effect, significantly increases damage caused by sword-type weapons. Fujiwara Hao successfully awakened, C-level talent, Breath Control. Effect, merges the breath with the environment, slightly reducing presence. With the awakening complete, a murderous aura spread out. The people of Cherry Blossom Country were greatly inspired. Yoshi. Lord Muniyoshi's Sword Heart Enlightenment. The divine protection of Takamagara has descended. The first country. Sado-kun's Shadow Escape and Kobayashi-kun's Gale Step. The dream team of modern ninjas, with the enemy visible and us in the shadows, striking with a single, deadly blow. Basic swordsmanship enhancement is very useful, and Yamamoto-kun is truly the hope of our younger generation. The Empire is unmatched. The cherry blossoms are about to bloom in another world. Everyone, please look forward to the moment of decapitation. One by one, the national representatives awakened. Every time an A-level or B-level talent shines, it sparks the wild joy of the audience from that country, as if the mountains and seas themselves were roaring. Only Longwei is now covered in a heavy layer of gloom. It's our turn, I can't look. Goodbye, Mom, tonight I sail away. The flag of Longwood appeared, soft white light enveloping Lin Tao and the 4 elders. The light dissipated, and the results were revealed. Zhang Jianguo, B-level talent, Close Combat. Effect, mastery of a wide range of hand-to-hand combat techniques and force application methods. Wang Chuncheng, B-level talent, Animal Affinity. Effect, increases affinity with medium and small non-predatory wild animals. Li Weigui, B-level talent, Dexterity. Effect, increases the efficiency of handcrafting and repairs. Sun Jiaxiang, B-level talent, Plant Identification. Effect, automatically identifies plant species and their basic effects. Seeing the awakening beams better than expected, the bullet comments regain some confidence. What the hell? It seems the level is not bad? 4B levels, short for 4B? 4B Elder Team? Are they going to sing Sunset Red or perform a senior disco? What's the use of just looking at levels? Only one combat talent. The rest are all support. It's over, even my grandma says it's hopeless. Don't panic, don't panic. What about that young man? Look at Lin Tao. The light finally focused on Lin Tao. The screen clearly displayed. Lin Tao, due to unknown reasons, awakening failed. Boom. These 4 words exploded like thunder. The livestream bullet comments of Longwood completely went wild. Failure? What the hell? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Other people's young ones have A-level or S-level talents, and our only hope can't even complete the awakening? Unknown reasons? System, screw you. This is a conspiracy. Longwei is being targeted. Damn it. Our only labor force. Who will serve the elders now? Who will do the hard work? It's over. Completely over. My heart is stopping. Everyone stand up. Get ready to dine. Our only strong labor force finished. It's over, completely over. Prepare for the end of the world. Other countries burst into mocking laughter. Tuhaha. Awakening failed? Longhua, are you here to perform a tragicomedy? Aishia. So funny. That hope star fizzled out without even a spark? This is the quality of the world's factory? Baka. Longhua-san, hurry up and surrender. Ha. I suggest they just quit, save the resources for us. God. This is too cruel, but it's so damn funny. Longwei is finished, no doubt. I suggest they lie down and wait to die, save some energy, or pray that the dexterous one can build an Ark of Noah? Ha ha. Lin Tao stared hard at the glaring awakening failure label above his head, a cold sense of helplessness quickly spreading through his body. Failed? Am I not even as good as the old men? The bitter despair spread in his mouth. Ding. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang in the deepest part of his consciousness. Detection of the host bearing the weight of the Huaxia civilization's flame, the ancestors will descends. The only SSS-level talent skill, Heavenly Dao Simulation, has been activated. Lin Tao's body shook violently. Not only did he not fail, but he had an SSS-level talent? He held his breath, focusing all his willpower. A golden panel clearly appeared in the center of his vision. Name, Lin Tao. Talent, SSS-level Heavenly Dao Simulation. Effect, can consume own lifespan to simulate and upgrade the talents of selected targets. Remaining usable lifespan, 50 years and 6 days. The clear numbers, like the hourglass of life, counting down. Lin Tao's pupils contracted sharply. 50 years, is this my remaining life? If you've made it this far, big bros, remember to add this to your bookshelf, so you won't get lost when you go home. 2 chapters updated at 12 p.m. every day. As long as the Earth doesn't explode, the updates won't stop. New book data is very important. Chapter 4, Evolution, A-Class Fighting Master. So, I didn't fail to awaken, but instead, awakened an SSS-level talent? Lin Tao looked at the skill description. It seems that this requires sacrificing my lifespan to enhance my teammates? Forget it, let's try and see. His gaze swept over a few of his companions, and finally, Lin Tao's eyes stopped at Grandpa Zhang Jianguo. B-level talent, close combat. Without a doubt, this is the only talent in the team that can be converted into combat power. It's you. Lin Tao focused his mind, activating Heavenly Path Evolution. Target locked, Zhang Jianguo B-level close combat. A prompt box popped up. Please choose the lifespan to inject. 10 years? Starting with 10 years of lifespan? Lin Tao felt a sharp pain in his heart. A moment of time is as precious as gold, that's 10 years of time. I only have 50 years total. Using one means losing one. Wait. A nearly crazy thought suddenly struck Lin Tao's mind. Can my own Heavenly Path Evolution be evolved too? Let's try. Lin Tao reset the evolution target to himself, Lin Tao SSS-level Heavenly Path Evolution. Buzz. The familiar prompt box appeared again. Please choose the lifespan to inject. It really works. Lin Tao's heart was overwhelmed with joy. I really am a genius. Let's try 10 years first. His thoughts activated, and 10 years of lifespan were instantly stripped away. Ding. 10 years of lifespan injected successfully, evolving. Lin Tao's vision suddenly shifted. Year 1, you sit quietly in the sea of stars, day and night meditating on the principles of the heavenly path. The stars move, the galaxy shines brightly, yet the answers remain as elusive as smoke. Year 3, you abandon idle thoughts and focus on observing the world. Mountains, rivers, plants, ants, and dust all become the signs of your evolution, attempting to glimpse a corner of the heavenly path from the logic of all things. Year 7, a faint, almost imperceptible mysterious rhythm is captured by you. It feels like a clear spring flowing through your fingertips, but before you can rejoice, it vanishes without a trace, leaving only an empty void. Year 10, a huge sense of failure strikes you. You suddenly realize that this path is completely blocked, and all the previous insights were just wrong paths. Everything must start again. Ding. 10 years of evolution ended, evolution failed. The evolution ended. After reading the panel, Lin Tao felt darkness before his eyes. 10 years just gone like that? Not even a splash of water? Lin Tao gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe this. Let's try another 10 years. Another 10 years of lifespan were injected. Ding. 10 years of lifespan injected successfully, evolving. Year 1, you float between the cosmic chaos, desperately trying to analyze the operational laws of heavenly path evolution itself. Every evolution feels like shaking the stars, yet the laws are insurmountable. Year 3, you collapse into a tiny speck of dust, giving everything you have to seize the anchor point of the evolution. Every attempt feels like you're battling the entropy of the universe itself, and your consciousness is nearly torn apart by the flood of laws. Year 6, at the edge of despair, you encounter a giant bronze mirror that spans across the starry river. Countless versions of you are simultaneously calculating, and the torrent of information nearly bursts you apart. You try to force a merge, but the giant mirror shatters with a deafening roar. Year 8, the shock from the mirror's explosion throws you completely into the void. Who are you? Why are you here? For what purpose? Memories and identity slip away like sand from your consciousness. Year 10, just as your consciousness is about to extinguish entirely, a tiny golden light, smaller than a needle's tip, suddenly shines from the boundless darkness. You use your last remaining clarity and rush toward that golden light, disregarding everything else. Poof. In the real world, Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ding. Evolution ended. Evolution failed. Failed again? A sense of despair made his whole body cold. If I give up now, won't these 20 years of lifespan be wasted? But just now, I seem to have touched something. Damn it. Let's try another 10 years. Lin Tao, with a madness and determination, said, if I win, I'll lead everyone to fight through a bloody path. If I lose, we'll all disappear into dust. At least no one will be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ding. 10 years of lifespan injected successfully. Year 1, you crash into the golden light, like the first ray of light born when the universe first opened. You float and decompose in the sea of light. Year 3, you feel Lin Tao being erased. Past memories, knowledge, experiences, all are ruthlessly torn apart, dissolved, and crushed in the pure golden light, turning into the most fundamental particles in the universe. Year 6, the self has disappeared. Pain has disappeared. Doubt has disappeared. You are no longer Lin Tao, no longer an individual. You are light, you are existence itself, you are the operating law of evolution. Year 7, just as everything is about to merge into eternal nothingness, that endless golden light suddenly contracts inward. The ultimate law of heaven's evolution is branded into every trace of your origin at this very moment. Ding. Evolution successful. 3 years of lifespan returned. SSS-level heaven's evolution has unlocked a new skill, lifespan plunder. Effect, after the team kills any target containing the essence of life, it can plunder its original life force and convert it into the plunderer's lifespan. To live by killing, stealing life to continue. This is the first step of heaven's evolution into the endless abyss, and a greedy glance cast toward the eternal throne. It worked. Plunder lifespan, kill enemies to extend life? Lin Tao was ecstatic inside. This has become a perpetual motion machine, right? With plunder as a trump card, Lin Tao no longer had any concerns. A total of 50 years of lifespan, 27 years used by evolution, 23 years left. Uncle Zhang. Lin Tao's gaze once again locked sharply onto Zhang Jianguo. Now, it's your turn. Thoughts like lightning, heaven's evolution, instantly locked onto Zhang Jianguo B-class close combat. Inject 10 years of lifespan, evolution. Buzz. Old Zhang's body shook violently, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His consciousness couldn't even resist in time before being pulled into the evolution space. Year 1, Zhang Jianguo was in an arena. Countless versions of him were fighting enemies of countless shapes and numbers, life and death battles. The sound of punches tearing the air, bones cracking, and tendons breaking filled the air. Year 3, the scene changed abruptly. A perilous primordial jungle replaced the arena. He had to fight not only fierce enemies, but also the harsh environment. Year 6, Zhang Jianguo felt his flesh, bones burning, the excruciating pain of self-immolation strangely giving birth to volcanic eruption like terrifying power. With each struggle, that power grew more condensed, more violent. Year 8, countless scenes shattered like glass struck by a hammer, crashing violently. On the verge of consciousness collapse, Zhang Jianguo vaguely saw a giant door standing above a sea of blood and corpses. Year 9, all of the him who fell in battle gathered into a towering flood, carrying an indomitable will, continuously crashing against that closed gate. The concept of time had blurred. He didn't know how many thousands of times they had struck, just as his consciousness was about to completely collapse and vanish in an instant. Crack. A tiny but clear sound of breaking was heard. The giant door was finally forced open, creating a tiny gap. Light poured through the gap. Ding. Evolution successful. 1 year of lifespan returned. B-class close combat upgraded to A-class talent, combat master. Effect: mastery of various martial arts styles from the world's essence, with significant improvements in strength, speed, and reflexes, possessing grandmaster-level combat experience and near-instinctual combat intuition. Lin Tao was ecstatic. It worked! 9 years of lifespan turned Uncle Zhang's B-class talent into A-class. Chapter 5, Continue Evolution, S-class Combat Master. In the real world, a strange change occurred. Uncle Zhang's hunched back instantly straightened, and sharp cold rays shot out from his murky old eyes. This power is. Unbelievably, Uncle Zhang looked down at his wrinkled hands. He clenched his 5 fingers with force. Crack! Crack, crack! A series of popping sounds rang out like frying beans. A surge of powerful energy washed through every corner of his body. A forceful vitality of peak adulthood surged endlessly within him. The shocking transformation made Professor Sun beside him almost bulge his eyes out. Old Zhang? You've become young again? You're back. Your eyes. My God, it feels like you've suddenly become 20 years younger. Lin Tao looked at Zhang Jiangluo's drastic transformation, stunned. The old man's perception is truly incredible. It only took 9 years of lifespan to advance to A-level. But A-level still needs 1 dragging 4, it probably isn't enough. Looking at the remaining 14 years of lifespan, a wild thought surged in his mind. Since it's possible to steal life, then let's make it big. Make old Zhang even stronger, strong enough to truly protect everyone. Lin Tao's thoughts locked onto Zhang Jianguo again. Heaven's Path Simulation, locked on, Zhang Jianguo A-level martial arts master. Please select the lifespan to inject. If this time the simulation fails with 10 years of lifespan, the remaining 4 years wouldn't be enough to support even the minimum simulation. Recalling his homeland, a wave of grief and anger surged violently in his chest. Old man, the hope of Dragon Country, the lives of billions of fellow countrymen, all rely on you. Inject 14 years of lifespan. Let the simulation begin. 14 years of lifespan injected successfully, simulation begins. Zhang Jiangmo's body stiffened again, and his consciousness was pulled into the simulation space. Year 1, Zhang Jianguo felt every inch of his muscles being violently hammered by invisible immense force. The excruciating pain almost shattered his consciousness, but the old soldier's blood deep inside kept him holding on. Year 5, Zhang Jianguo was surrounded by countless twisted monsters. The monsters were not flesh and blood, but the embodiment of laws. His body began the most violent evolution under the instinctive death threat. Fixed moves and patterns were completely forgotten, and the body relied entirely on instinct to dodge. Year 9, even more terrifying pressure descended. Zhang Jianguo had to launch a deadly strike with perfect precision under the most extreme conditions. Strength, speed, accuracy, and the environment had to perfectly merge, even the slightest mistake meant destruction. Year 12, Zhang Jianguo found the only way to survive after billions of times on the edge of destruction. He finally understood the absolute control, gathering all his strength, speed, and will to launch a perfect strike at the ultimate bottleneck. Ding! 12 years of lifespan simulation completed. Returning the remaining 2 years of lifespan. A-level martial arts master has been upgraded to S-level talent, martial arts grandmaster. Effect: possesses supreme bare-handed martial arts mastery. Has the ultimate fighting instinct and martial artist spirit. Holds absolute suppression over low-level fighting techniques on the level of laws. Boom! An even more dazzling golden light completely engulfed old Zhang. Countless martial arts phantoms, flashes of swords and blades wildly collided and merged. The muscles were refined in the golden light, becoming sharp and tough as steel. The wrinkles on his face faded at a visible rate, and even the graying temples turned black and shiny again. Old Zhang slowly exhaled a breath. His breath condensed into a line, lingering without dispersing. He clearly stood still, yet gave off an overwhelming feeling, as if he could crush mountains and split mountains. Looking at the Zhang Jianguo, who now resembled a ferocious beast in human form, Lin Tao's tensed heartstrings finally relaxed slightly. As expected of an S-level talent. With old Zhang as this ultimate martial arts grandmaster, even dragging 1 to 4, it shouldn't be a problem. Old Zhang stopped and stood still, his breath slowly retreating. His gaze fell on Lin Tao, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. Little Lin? Your face. What's going on? Everyone finally noticed Lin Tao's condition was in the worst state. He looked pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone. Lin Tao forced a breath, managing to squeeze out a smile. This is the price of my talent, after it operates. The B-level martial arts talent that old Zhang awakened, just now, after being catalyzed by my talent, has evolved into the martial arts grandmaster. Talent evolution? Professor Sun immediately caught the core, little Lin. You can upgrade talent? This weak state of yours, is it the cost of such an upgrade? One sentence woke everyone from their trance. Old Zhang suddenly understood, looking at Lin Tao with a complex and grateful gaze. No wonder. I was wondering how I suddenly gained so much power. So it turns out. Little Lindsay. The price you paid is too much. Professor Sun looked at Lin Tao with expectation. Little Lin. Since you were able to enhance old Zhang's ability, does that mean, could we improve our talents too? Lin Tao looked at the remaining lifespan and shook his head bitterly. Before he could speak, the system's voice sounded. The entire team of the Philippine monkey country has been wiped out, 3 random disasters are being drawn. Hearing the system announcement, everyone was both shocked and frightened. What's going on? It hasn't been long, and Xiao Fei's whole team is gone? Chapter 6 F-level threat, Scaled Warthog. While Lin Tao was performing the upgrade ability for old Zhang, the team was live-streaming the Russian bear team. They were chopping wood with axes, preparing to build a simple shelter. Suddenly. A hawk. A violent roar echoed, and leaves scattered down. A dense thicket was violently pushed aside by a powerful force. A massive creature covered in rough scales suddenly appeared in their sight. 2 curved tusks, stained with filth, stuck out, and its crimson eyes locked onto the 5 people. A foul-smelling white mist sprayed from its nostrils. Its hind hooves frantically scraped the ground, kicking up dirt. Warning. F-level threat detected, Scaled Warthog. 100 points will be awarded for its kill. The system prompt just ended, and a string of furious Russian curses followed. Yura! Kill this damn pig! Bang! The muzzle of a gun flashed. Shotgun pellets roared out of the double-barreled shotgun and exploded in a spray of blood and flesh at the warthog's shoulder and neck. However, the excruciating pain did not stop it. Instead, it fueled its ferocity. The warthog's crimson eyes immediately locked onto the shooter, charging toward the group like a battering ram. Stop it! Captain Ivanov roared, his body suddenly swelling. Berserk power activated. He roared as he charged forward, grabbing hold of the tusks with both arms. Ugh! Ivanov's forehead veins bulged, but within half a second, the warthog threw him into the air. Put! He crashed into a tree trunk, spitting out blood, his face instantly turning pale. Nearby, Alexei grabbed a stone and smashed it on the pig's head. With a dull thud, the stone shattered, but the warthog's head only left a white mark. Nikolai tried to flank it but was swept off his feet by the pig's tail, stumbling to the ground. Cough, can't hold on. We can't take this. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Ivanov coughed up blood, and the remaining sense of reason overpowered the thirst for victory. The shotgun needed to be reloaded. At this rate, if they continued to fight, their team would be wiped out. The team quickly dove into the forest, fleeing the battlefield in a disorganized retreat. The warthog was relentless, roaring, and chasing after them. The screen was instantly filled with explosive comments. Holy crap! The Russian bears couldn't even handle this? This is F-level? What kind of interstellar joke is this? Ivanov activated berserk power and still got thrown like a ragdoll? He coughed up blood? Is this pig a baby Godzilla? God! The sound of those tusks charging made my couch shake even through the screen. This isn't a wild boar, it's a tank with life. A point-blank shotgun blast only scraped it? The armor is thicker than a bulletproof vest? Its defense is godlike. It's over. It's over. Nikolai got swept by the pig's tail. His leg looks like it's deformed? Non-combat losses are the deadliest. Yura! Brothers, run! Don't look back. Protect your lives. This is a bloodbath from the start. My heart aches for Ivan. The tough guy coughing up blood. The Russian bear team got completely knocked out. This difficulty is like hell. Even the Russian bears had to retreat strategically? If F-level is this vicious, S-level will destroy the world. How will other countries survive? Then, the screen switched to the Korean pickle country team. It seemed to be a deliberate arrangement by the system. They were facing, without a doubt, the same kind of warthog with a lethal presence. Captain Park Sung's activated his eagle eye ability and quickly gave instructions. Tianyu. Lock onto the pig's head. Attack its eyes. Got it. Sharpshooter Jean Tianyu responded promptly, his movements clean and efficient. Kneeling halfway on the ground. The high-precision sniper rifle in his hands was steady and steady. Through the high-magnification scope, the crosshairs firmly locked onto the area near the beast's eye socket, which was not fully covered by thick scales. Bang! The crisp sound of the sniper rifle rang out, and the bullet shot through the air. Clang! The bullet accurately hit the edge of the warthog's eye socket scales, and the powerful impact tore through the hard keratin and the tissue underneath, creating a bloody hole. Oh whoa! The giant beast, wounded in the eye, completely went berserk. Its crimson single eye locked onto the source of the gunshot, and its hind hooves wildly clawed at the earth. Like a runaway train, it charged toward the location where the pickle squad was hiding. Shit. We can't even kill it with this? Its defense is too insane. Beside him, Park Sungs couldn't help but curse aloud. Fire. Suppress it. Choi Wen-shan and Lee Sun-hwa reacted quickly, raising their automatic rifles and unleashing a storm of bullets. Dada 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 dada. The dense gunfire sounded like exploding beans. Countless bullets turned into a steel storm, fiercely sweeping across the warthog's chest and head along its charging path. The dark brown scales shattered, and blood erupted like a fountain from each wound. However, the smell of blood did not make it retreat. Instead, it was like pouring a bucket of boiling oil onto a blazing fire, completely igniting the beast's savage nature. Its charging speed actually increased, and the distance between them rapidly shortened. Fire with all your might. Suppress it. Suppress it. Find another chance to shoot its eye. Park Sung's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. The enemy before him was unimaginably tough. Ling Xian. Prepare the first aid kit. Stand by at any time. Behind the bushes, medic Lin Lingxian nervously stared at the battlefield ahead, her heart pounding. The beast's charge was nearly upon them, and the breath of death was closing in. The barrage atmosphere was extremely tense. Hiss. Even a sniper shot to the eye just injured it? The scales near the eyeball are this tough? Is this vital point fake? Damn it. Jin Tianyu is the ace sniper of Team 707. And he still can't take it down? Is this pig using a golden bell shield? Automatic rifle fire is like splashing water? It hardly stops it except for a little blood? Its charging speed is even faster? What monster body is this? It's over. The distance is too close now. The sniper has no chance for a second shot. The hiding spot is going to be exposed. Lin Lingxuan's hands are shaking. The medic is facing the charge. This sense of pressure is suffocating even through the screen. Please, don't lose anyone. The pickle strategy was executed so perfectly, but it's failing? The full firepower still can't suppress it? This F-class is a system bug. Quick. Move. Find cover. Don't try to withstand it. This pig doesn't even respond to firepower suppression. National sports competition. This is not a competition, it's a meat grinder. Just as billions of viewers around the world felt despair at the terrifying power of the F-level scaled warthog. A cold system announcement rang out, without warning. Global announcement. The Filipino team has lost all members and has become the first nation to be eliminated in this national sports competition. The national sports punishment mechanism has been activated. Random selection of 3 catastrophic punishments is underway. Punishment selection complete. National sports punishment manifested. 1. 9.0 magnitude catastrophic earthquake. Target area, Filipino Island Core geological fault line. 2. Supergiant 10-level tsunami. Triggered by the earthquake, striking the Filipino coastline and low-lying islands. 3. 12-level volcanic eruption. Target, Filipino dormant volcanic cluster. In the global live stream room, the screen was filled with frantic scrolling messages that suddenly fell silent for several seconds. Then, an incredible wave of comments erupted. All members are dead? The Philippines is gone? It's only been a few minutes since the start? Oh my god. We were still watching pigs fight, and now an entire country is gone? Punishment? 9.0 earthquake plus 10-level tsunami plus volcanic eruption? 3 disasters at once? The Filipino map is going to be erased? Save the people of the Philippines. What will they do? So losing the game equals national extinction? This is not a game, it's a civilization eradication plan. Who's next? Australia? White elephant? Or us? Help! Where are the contestants? Brothers from the Philippines, run! Run higher! If one of us can survive, it's worth it. This is not a competition, this is a selection arena for advanced civilizations. The weak don't even qualify to be spectators. The bear is bleeding, the Kimchi is suffering, the Philippines is being annihilated. Hell starts now. Is the national luck doomed from the start? This is not a competition. This is a judgment of fate. Chapter 7, One Strike, Instant Kill. 3 minutes ago. 5 young men from the Philippines, with lean bodies, tightly gripped rough mountain-cutting knives and sharpened wooden spears, muscles tensed. They were vigilantly confronting a warthog covered in armor like scales. Sweat dripped down their bronze-colored faces, and the stench in the air was suffocating. Captain Arroyo knew they couldn't keep this up. He took a deep breath. Brothers. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll count to 3. On 3, we go together. We'll take it down. All right. The team members responded, their voices barely holding a faint tremor. Arroyo arched his body, raising the edge of his mountain-cutting knife slightly. 1. 2. Sweat soaked his undershirt. 3. Go. Kill. A roar exploded, and Arroyo shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising his mountain-cutting knife with all his strength, aiming for the warthog's neck. However, just as the knife was swung, Arroyo's peripheral vision caught a scene that froze him like falling into an ice pit. Only he and another team member, Pacquiao, had rushed forward. The other 3 teammates, without hesitation, had turned and ran away. F***K. Traitors. A bunch of cowards. Arroyo's angry curse stuck in his throat. PFFF. The sharp tusks pierced through his chest like a hot knife through butter, with no resistance. Ugh. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. On the other side, Pacquiao, swinging his knife, saw Arroyo being killed instantly, his soul shattered. He turned to flee. But it was too late. The warthog's ferocious head swung violently, and Arroyo's lifeless body was tossed away like a rag. Its blood-soaked eyes locked onto the staggering Pacquiao. No! Don't come near! Pacquiao desperately swung his knife, trying to block. Boom! The massive body of the warthog crashed into him with the force of a battering ram. Pacquiao felt like he was struck by a train, his internal organs shifting. He slammed to the ground, still struggling to rise, when a giant hoof covered in hard scales smashed down with crushing force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clear. Pacquiao's chest collapsed instantly, his eyeballs bulging out under the immense pressure. Before he died, he futilely opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the blood-soaked mouth full of tusks. The tragedy didn't end, the killing feast had just begun. The 3 fleeing Filipino team members were like startled birds. One tripped on a twisted tree root and fell. Just as he was about to get up, the foul wind was upon him. Tusks ruthlessly tore through his throat, blood gushing out. Another, in panic, ran towards a large tree, trying to climb. A cold sensation suddenly gripped his calf. Tearing and pulling. The warthog yanked him off the tree trunk. The last one didn't manage to run far either. A muffled impact sounded from behind him. Then he felt a tremendous force smash into his waist, sending him toppling forward. His burning intestines spilled out onto the ground, and his consciousness sank into darkness amidst intense pain. The last shred of struggle faded. Global announcement sounded with a roar. Global announcement, the entire Philippine team has been wiped out. They are the first national team to be eliminated in this national survival competition. National punishment is now being enacted, random selection of 3 disaster-level punishments. Selection complete, 9.0 magnitude catastrophic earthquake. 10-level giant tsunami. 12-level volcanic eruption. In the real world, the Philippines. It was as if an invisible giant hand had violently shaken the entire island. The earth suddenly shook violently, groaning. The ground cracked like fragile glass, opening up deep, bottomless fissures, devouring everything along the way. Steel and iron skyscrapers collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust filling the sky. The disaster did not stop. On the sea level, a black water wall, reaching from the sky to the earth, formed fiercely with the force of a collapsing mountain. With a devastating howl, it slammed towards the long coastline of the Monkey Island nation. Ports, seaside towns, fishing villages. All instantly shattered before the violent waves. The sky also darkened at this moment. A volcano's crater erupted, spewing thick smoke into the sky, enveloping everything in scorching volcanic ash, as if the end of the world had come. Scalding lava roared out from the mountain's cracks. Everything it passed was burned, and lives were destroyed. The global live broadcast switched to the disaster coverage of the Monkey Island nation. Skyscrapers toppled like building blocks, monstrous waves ruthlessly washed over everything. The volcano's eruption tore apart the sky, and the lava devoured the earth. The once prosperous city turned into a pile of ruins, and lives perished in despair. This is the true hell on earth. The entire world's live stream seemed to be muted at this moment. Only the unparalleled scenes of destruction remained on the screen. The next second, the fear-filled comments instantly flooded all the live screens. Monkey Island Nation live stream. Ah. Mom. Help me. God. Why are you punishing us like this? Please, stop. It's over, it's all over, run for your life. Run to higher ground. The building collapsed. The building collapsed. My dad is still inside. Dad. Tsunami. The tsunami is here. A wave as high as 10 stories. No. Their country live stream. Holy Mary. This is the punishment for elimination? It's harsher than the Siberian winter. Yura can't get up. Ivan. You must not die. Drink. There's plenty of vodka. God bless Bear Country. We must not become the next. Fight with our fists. Kimchi Country livestream. 9.0 magnitude earthquake. 10-level tsunami. 12-level volcano? Is this the national extermination set? OMG. I saw people being swallowed by lava, just melted, the devil. This is the devil's game. Please. You must survive and come back. Sakura Country livestream. Is this the price of elimination? Master Yu Sheng. Please lead everyone to survive. Dragon Country livestream. Damn. The building, it crumbled like a biscuit. Where are the people? The ones running on the street just now? Were they swept away? Oh my god, the volcanic lava is coming down. It's smoking. It's burning. Grandpa Zhang. Lin Tao. Professor Sun. Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Li. Please. Please hold on. We don't want this. We don't want to see our country become like this. Our nation's survival, we can't afford to lose, we really can't afford to lose. Hunting Forest, Dragon Country Representative Team. The system announcement of the destruction of the Monkey Island nation sounded in their ears. Lin Tao's palm, holding the branch, couldn't stop sweating. Professor Sun Jiaxiang's face was serious as he scanned the dense, almost airy jungle. This means there is something in the forest that can instantly wipe out the whole team. Everyone, don't act rashly. Grandpa Zhang, who had been on high alert, suddenly lowered his voice, his body tensing like a bow. Bad. Something big is coming. It's making a lot of noise. The dense bushes ahead violently shook, as if slammed apart by a wild force. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Accompanied by a deep, chilling low growl. A massive beast covered in gray-black scales charged out. It was the same threat the other countries had encountered. F-level threat detected, scaled warthog. The warthog's fierce gaze locked onto the 5 of them, its hooves digging into the ground, ready to charge with a deadly impact. Fall back. Hide behind the trees. Grandpa Zhang's deep voice was like a calming anchor. He took a steady step forward, just in time to block the warthog's path to the others. The atmosphere around him suddenly changed, the fallen leaves around them swirling as if disturbed by an invisible force. Humph. The warthog suddenly surged forward, its hooves leaving the ground, charging like a small mountain with the stench of death and destruction. The thick tusks, like 2 deadly javelins, pierced straight into Grandpa Zhang's chest and abdomen. In that split second, like a lightning flash, Grandpa Zhang's left foot was driven like a steel spike, firmly wedged into the ground, while his right foot slid back half a step, and his body sank instantly into a horse stance. Facing the violent impact, he neither dodged nor avoided. With the tusks nearly upon him, his left hand shot out like lightning, reaching out before the attack even arrived. The movement seemed light, but it carried an incredible force. His 5 fingers, like agile snakes, gently flicked and tapped with deadly precision at the fragile root of the tusk on the right. Crack! A sharp, bone-cracking sound echoed. The spiraling force exploded instantly, and the trajectory of the tusk was forced off course. Grandpa Zhang's eyes flashed with fierce light. His right hand, coiled with power, transformed into a tiger's claw, the 5 fingers like steel hooks, gripping fiercely at the armored neck of the boar beneath its scales. Get up! A thunderous roar echoed. Grandpa Zhang's waist and stance merged as one, and his entire body exploded with a series of dense cracking sounds like beans frying. An unimaginable and immense force exploded from his body. The wild, charging beast, with its brute force, was actually lifted off the ground with a single arm. The massive beast's body soared through the air in an extremely violent and visually shocking arc. Boom! With a deafening sound, the boar's massive body was slammed against an ancient tree as wide as 2 people could embrace. Wood chips mixed with shattered scales and flesh flew in all directions like shrapnel from an exploding shell. Aoo! A shrill and distorted cry echoed through the forest, accompanied by the dull sound of shattered organs. The huge body slowly slid down the tree trunk, collapsing to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The back half of the boar was completely immobile, twitching violently. Blood foam, mixed with fragments of internal organs, constantly poured from its mouth and nose, its eyes already lifeless. Grandpa Zhang stepped forward and with a swift motion, slapped his right hand cleanly onto the boar's skull. Thud. A dull sound marked the complete end of its life. Ding. Team member Zhang Jianguo kills F-grade armored wild boar. Gains wild boar meat X5. Essence lifespan plunder successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 9 years. Current lifespan, 11 years 1 day 22 hours. A warm and immense surge of energy suddenly flooded into Lin Tao's heart, limbs, and bones. Ding! Congratulations, Dragon Country team completes the first kill. Global announcement will be made soon, would you like to remain anonymous? Hearing the system's announcement, the others were stunned. No way? A single blow? Ding! Congratulations on completing the first kill. Global announcement will be made soon, would you like to remain anonymous? The system prompt sounded again. People fear fame, pigs fear growing fat. In this perilous and dangerous misty forest, the threats are far more than the beasts in front of them. The principle of shooting the tallest bird is well understood by everyone. Only by hiding one's brilliance can one live a long life. Lin Tao and the others exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. Anonymous. Global announcement, congratulations * country representative team completes the first kill in the Misty Forest, F-grade threat, armored wild boar, points plus 100. First kill reward issued, basic survival pack X1. Basic survival pack, pure water X10, 500 milliliters per bottle, first aid kit X5. As the country completing the first kill, * country will receive a 10,000-fold national fortune manifestation reward. When the announcement sounded in global broadcasts, the whole world seemed to be paused. In the Misty Forest, the Kimchi country team was still fighting the wild boar. After several rounds of attrition, the wild boar was already covered in injuries. A little more time, and victory was right in front of them. At this moment, the first kill announcement suddenly rang out. Li Chenghua, who had been desperately suppressing the boar's charge, suddenly froze his finger on the trigger. Damn it! Cui Wenshan's face tightened, we're already strong enough. Could there be even more ruthless characters in this forest? Since the broadcast hadn't shown the Dragon Country team yet, the audience was just as confused. Country? Anonymous? System, are you kidding me? Are you playing with us? I swear, anonymous first kill? The biggest dark horse has appeared out of nowhere. Who would believe this script? Soga. The real strong ones hide in the shadows. This patience is chilling. Is there a more ruthless team in the forest than Pickles and Hairy Bears? The Misty Forest is too deep. Feeling guilty for stealing. Dare to do it but not to admit it. Absolutely used some despicable means that shouldn't be seen. Strongly demand the system for a thorough investigation. Lucky King picking up leaks? The pig injured by Hairy Bears was intercepted? This outrageous wealth is too absurd. Anonymous? Ha, just a coward hiding behind words. Wait until you meet a real strong enemy, let's see how you reveal your true self. Meanwhile, in the real world. In the capital of Dragon Country, at the intensive care unit of Xieha Hospital. The air is filled with the smell of disinfectant and despair. Next to bed number 3, the monitor screen shows a faint heartbeat curve rising and falling with difficulty. Every drop pulls at the hearts of the surrounding medical staff. Dr. Chen Hai, the attending physician, tiredly rubbed his dry brow, his eyes full of unhidden heaviness. He suddenly shook his head at the equally grave-looking chief physician beside him. Dr. Chen, old Mr. Zhang. The head nurse's voice trembled, filled with pity. This old scientist, who had made great contributions to Dragon Country, is now deep in a coma due to multi-organ failure, his vital signs as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Very pessimistic. Dr. Chen's voice was hoarse and dry, the functions of all organs are irreversibly declining, we have done our utmost. A heavy sense of helplessness pressed down on every medical staff member's heart. At this moment. Buzz. An indescribable, powerful, and warm surge of energy instantly filled the entire ICU. Ha! Dr. Chen suddenly looked up, the fatigue and oppression accumulated over the days were dispelled by half, his spirit lifted. Oh my God! The head nurse covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes locked on the monitor screen. On the screen, that almost straight line of heart rate began to climb robustly like a miracle. 60, 70, 80 finally stabilizing in a healthy range. And the old man's pale face miraculously showed a long-lost rosy glow. Look! Blood oxygen and blood pressure are rising. All indicators are getting better. The intern pointed at the jumping numbers on the screen, his voice trembling. This goes against medical logic. The experienced chief physician darted to the bedside, checking various connections and the patient's condition. Failure has stopped? No, this is simply reversing? In decades of practice, he had never seen such an astonishing sight. Even more shocking, this miracle is not an isolated case. In the entire ICU area, all critically ill patients struggling on the brink of life and death showed significant improvement in their vital signs at the same time. A miracle? No, this is a divine miracle. A divine miracle has descended. In the southwestern frontier, in a parched mountain village. Beside the well that has long been dry, a crowd of villagers with worried faces gathered. Under the blazing sun, the ground cracked. The old village chief squatted at the edge of the well, his rough fingers brushed over the dry cracked soil, letting out a heavy, despairing sigh. Oh heavens, if it doesn't rain soon, how can we survive this? Before his words fell, boom! A deep thunder echoed. The sky, which was clear moments ago, suddenly became overcast. Moments later, heavy rain poured down. It's raining! Finally, it's raining! The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes! The villagers ran about in celebration. The crops in the field are saved. The old village chief's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees on the scorching ground with a thud. Murky old tears rolled down his face, following the deep grooves. Similar events are crazily unfolding across the vast land of Dragon Country. At the highest command center of Dragon Country, the atmosphere was tense and busy. A serious-looking communications officer rushed into the command room, barely hiding his excitement. Report, Chief. Just received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Health. Nationwide, all registered critically ill patients have shown significant, illogical improvements in their vital signs 10 minutes ago. Preliminary statistics show that at least more than 10,000 critically ill patients have temporarily escaped life-threatening conditions. What? Oldley suddenly stood up from his seat. Collective improvement? More than 10,000 escaped from danger? Today's unbelievable news, one after another, challenges the limits of understanding. Immediately verify the absolute accuracy of the news source. Hurry! Yes. Oldley had just sat back down, not yet able to digest this earth-shattering news, when a rapid knock came once again. Another staff member almost burst in. Report, Chief. We have received an urgent report again. What is it? The Southwest and Northwest battle zones urgently report. Within the jurisdiction, hundreds of villages suffering from extreme water shortages almost simultaneously experienced heavy rain. Heavy rain? Oldley frowned tightly. At the same time? Yes, Chief. Oldley was lost in thought, his heart felt as if it had been violently struck by a giant hammer. Heavy rain, water, medical kits, the injured? Isn't this the content of the National Destiny Reward? He could no longer remain calm, suddenly standing up, his voice trembling without him even realizing it. An unimaginable thought appeared in the minds of the personnel at the highest command center. Could it be that the anonymous first kill was done by our Dragon Nation team? Chapter 9. Why are they so lucky? The highest command center of Dragon Nation. On the screen, reports from all over the country were still rolling rapidly. Clues converged and cross-verified, ultimately pointing to an almost dreamlike but thrilling conclusion. Report, Chief. The voice of the intelligence department head trembled. After analyzing all the phenomena, the probability that the anonymous first killer is our Dragon Nation representative team exceeds 99%. Oldley took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, although we do not know how they accomplished the first kill, since they chose to remain anonymous, we must cooperate with them to carry out this play. Orders. Yes. A uniform response echoed around. First, all specific reports about the manifestation of national destiny will be classified as the highest state secret. Anyone leaking without authorization will be charged with treason. Second, immediately activate Heaven's Net and all media control forces, steer public opinion. Make every effort to block and erase any information and speculation mentioning that Dragon Nation completed the first kill. The commands transformed into electric waves, and the state machine operated with the highest efficiency. Hunting Forest, Dragon Nation Team. Accompanied by flickering light, the first kill rewards, basic survival pack, appeared before everyone. 10 bottles of purified water and 5 medical kits quietly lay within. You have 100 points, and the point store has unlocked the exchange function for shelter. The shelter has only one exchange opportunity, please choose carefully. Lin Tao opened the store, the exchangeable shelter was clear at a glance. Simple wooden hut, 100 points. Provides basic wind and rain protection, wooden structure, very weak defense. Forest treehouse, 200 points. Built on a sturdy trunk, about 3 meters off the ground, can avoid some ground threats, open view. Stone castle, 500 points. Solid stone structure with basic defensive features, can withstand small beast attacks. War fortress, 1000 points. Solid composite structure with built-in simple defense facilities, can effectively resist threats. Old Wang looked at the pitiful number. 100 points seems to only be able to exchange for a wooden hut, at least it can block some wind and rain, better than nothing. Old Zhang said solemnly, Little Lin, what do you think we should exchange? Lin Tao's gaze swept over the points column, then fell onto the few elderly people beside him. Especially now with energy full and eager to try the S-level fighting master, Old Zhang. A bold idea instantly took shape. No wooden hut. 100 points can only get the weakest shelter, it has almost no defense. Right now, our biggest card is Old Zhang's S-level combat power. This is currently an unmatched advantage. In the early stage, we must maximize the use of this advantage window. Try to hunt as many F-level targets as possible, roll the big snowball, and completely widen the lead. Good. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. While this old man has strength, let's take down more beasts. Old Wang and Old Li exchanged glances. They were also convinced by this decisiveness and strategic vision. Professor Sun, please pay attention to signs of water sources and edible plant resources at all times. Uncle Zhang, you lead the way, please stay highly alert. Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, we follow closely behind, stay vigilant. The team quickly adjusted. The 5-person team maintained a close formation, cautiously delving into the depths of the primitive jungle. Not long after the Dragon Country team left the battlefield, the live broadcast signal of the Asian team switched again. The bright red star flag lit up. The scene unfolded, with Lin Tao and others cautiously making their way through the primitive jungle, their backs captured by global viewers. They showed clear signs of fatigue. But their clothing remained relatively intact, 5 people all safe. Everyone is alive? This is simply a miracle. How did they escape those monsters? Tears. Uncle Wang and Uncle Li are holding each other's hands, trembling. Please walk slowly. The guide's face is as white as paper. His steps are so unsteady it looks like he'll fall any moment. Hang in there, kid. Surviving is victory. Forget about points. Find a safe corner to hide. We'll wait for you to go home. Wait, Uncle Zhang's aura is fiercer than a soldier king. What the old man has been through? The comments from the pickled vegetable country. Oh my gosh. This luck is too unbelievable, right? Did they step into the forest on dog poop? Unharmed? Laughing to death. They must have been hiding in some cave, shivering, until they dared to show their faces. The old sightseeing group keeps performing. Waiting for the F-grade giant beast to appear, we'll see how they scream and cry for help. What's with the old man pretending to be a soldier king? No matter how straight he stands, he can't stop a pig's tusk from charging. Can't wait to see him get slapped in the face. The comments from the cherry blossom country. Stop. Old Zhang Jianguo, at the front of the team, suddenly halted with his foot firmly planted on the ground. He slightly turned his head and issued a deep warning, there's something. Be alert. Chapter 10, Has the Rabbit Become a Spirit? The team instantly entered the highest alert level. Lin Tao quickly took a step forward, instinctively protecting Professor Sun and Uncle Wang behind him. Uncle Zhang stood at the front, a master-level aura emanating from him, firmly locking onto the rustling bushes. The global live broadcast camera perfectly captured this tense moment. The comments exploded instantly. The Dragon Country audience felt their hearts leap to their throats. Countless eyes were glued to the violently shaking bushes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound grew closer, carrying a distinct rhythm of running. The bushes suddenly parted. The expected fangs and claws did not appear. What came into view were bundles of bouncing gray fur balls. A group of rabbits, slightly larger than house rabbits, with long ears and shiny fur. They stared with round, ruby-like eyes, curiously and cautiously examining the humans in front of them. Their little noses wrinkled slightly, making soft puffing sounds. The Dragon Country audience instantly felt as if they had returned from hell to heaven. The rabbit group seemed not too afraid of this sightseeing group, keeping their distance while observing. But when their gaze swept over Uncle Wang Chunsheng, the situation suddenly changed. A few bold rabbits twitched their noses and hesitated to come closer. Then, more rabbits seemed to smell some comforting scent, turning around and bouncing over to huddle at Uncle Wang's feet. The vigilance disappeared, replaced by unusual familiarity. A few daring ones even rubbed their fluffy little heads against Uncle Wang's pants. They made soft cooing sounds, as if being affectionate. Uncle Wang was also dumbfounded, looking at the warm little creatures huddled at his feet. Hey, what's up with these little things? Uncle Li stared, speechless. Chunsheng, why do they like you so much? Professor Sun's eyes sparkled. Wait. Chuanqing's talent is B-level animal affinity. Lin Tao's mind lit up. The effect is slightly reduces the natural hostility of small to medium-sized non-predatory wild animals. The key is, the effect seems to far exceed the description of slightly. Lin Tao looked at the group of rabbits, an idea popped into his mind. If he could completely tame these little guys. They are natural scouts and alarms. Even, potential granaries. More importantly, they can greatly reduce the risk of the team being ambushed. Old One, don't move. Relax. Lin Tao focused his mind, and the golden system panel appeared in his sight. Locking in. Please inject lifespan. 10 years. Running simulation. Lin Tao gritted his teeth and urged it on. Buzz. Year 1, Old Wang Chunsheng stands in the moonlit grassland, furry creatures surge in like a tide, affectionately surrounding him. The gentle rabbit herd transforms into specks of light, merging into his palm, the rhythm of the breathing plants clearly audible, tender shoots bursting forth where his fingertips touch. Year 3, the cruel whispers of the forest rumble in his ears. The shadows of wolf fangs, snake tongues, and bear claws tear apart the tranquility. Behind the animal's friendliness lurks a feral backlash. Fear envelopes old Wang Chunsheng, yet he instinctively spreads his arms, attempting to embrace that primal brutality. Year 5, old Wang Chunsheng's soul is torn into fragments, one part becomes a mother wolf nursing her cubs, another entangles into a giant python shedding its skin anew, another plunges into a buzzing swarm of bees. All living things seem to be parts of himself. Year 7, a crown woven from thorns grows and blooms from his head, vine-like roots penetrate deep into the earth. In the moment he opens his eyes, the pulse of the entire forest vibrates in sync with old Wang Chunsheng's chest. Ding! 10-year lifespan simulation ended. Returned with 3 years remaining. B-level animal affinity upgraded to A-level talent animal domestication. Effect: establish basic trust and closeness with small and medium-sized non-predatory wild animals and allow simple mental guidance, follow, alert, direction indication. In an instant, a soft glow rippled from old Wang's body. The rabbit herd seemingly received a prophecy, their sense of reliance surged, becoming even more docile. Old Wang instinctively tilted his ear, a look of incredible joy spreading across his face. Oh my! Heavenly Lord! It worked! Little Lin. He was nearly jumping with excitement, incredible. I seem to be able to hear their thoughts. No, I understand what they want. Old Wang pointed into the depths of the mist, there's water over there. Splashing sounds, and a few little ones are drinking. They say, the water is very clear, but it tastes a bit bland, not sweet enough. Great. Old Wang. Lin Tao's spirit lifted, as long as they could find a water source, they could find other beasts to seize their lifespan. Old Wang, see if you can get them to lead the way. A shocking scene unfolded. The rabbit herd just received the command. 7 or 8 frontline rabbits immediately raised their heads, unhesitatingly hopping and scattering into different directions of the bushes. The remaining rabbits closely encircled around old Wang, among them a few guard rabbits vigilantly raised their long ears, their heads turning like radar scanning their surroundings. The global live broadcast room exploded. The foreign networks were bursting with envy. Dragon Country Command Center. The suppression vanished, and ecstasy spread. Report. Comrade Wang Chunsheng's talent effect far exceeds expectations. Initial animal guidance achieved. The chief stood up excitedly, his gaze piercing. Quick, look at Comrade Lin Tao, why does he look so pale? In the hunting forest, watching the rabbit scouts disappearing into the mist and the surrounding rabbit guards, Lin Tao finally managed a difficult smile of relief. While the global audience expecting a show was left with endless envy. Why did they encounter deadly beasts while Dragon Country found life-saving rabbits? Chapter 11, various countries successively take down enemies. After the rotating camera swept through each team, the live broadcast once again focused on the Pickled Cabbage Country's battle team. The smoke had not yet dissipated, and shell casings covered the ground. Captain Park Sung-jae breathed heavily, the barrel of his M4A1 mildly hot, the gun still retaining the warmth of firing. Ahead, the F-level armored warty pig, riddled with bullet holes, finally fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The cold system announcement echoed, but there was no subsequent National Fortune Reward report. Park Sung-jae's face was as dark as water, extremely dissatisfied with the lack of extra rewards. He quickly opened the virtual panel of the shop, and currently only the shelter category could be exchanged. Captain, should we exchange? Or find a place to settle? Jean Lingxian was quickly bandaging the arm injury of Cui Wenshan, asking without looking up. Park Ching's gaze swept quickly over the dazzling list, then glanced at the ammunition-depleted guns in the hands of the team members. He knew very well that the consumption from continuous battles could not be ignored. Exchange for a simple wooden hut. He ordered decisively, we need a safe spot to rest and recover. 100 points, exchange immediately. A flash of white light appeared, and a crude wooden hut, built from rough logs and barely large enough for 5 people, materialized in the clearing in the forest. Though its defenses were minimal, it at least provided a roof over their heads. Worn out, the team members from the Pickled Vegetable Country filed into the shabby wooden hut one after another. The scene shifted to the team from the Fur Bear Country. The Fur Bear squad was gathered in a clearing, digging desperately into the ground. Team leader Ivanov had a new bruise from battle on his face, shouting in a deep, powerful voice, "Brothers, dig deeper. Let it fall in and don't let it come out." They abandoned their strategy of direct confrontation with the monster and began to carefully set traps. The bottom of the pit was densely packed with sharpened hardwood stakes, while the pit entrance was expertly camouflaged with flexible branches and thick fallen leaves. After setting up the traps, Ivanov let out a wild roar, instantly entering a frenzied state and turning into a human cannonball charging into the forest. Before long, an angry F-grade tusked wild boar was successfully enraged and charged back after him. Boom! Accompanied by the dull sound of impact and the cracking sound of broken stakes, the wild boar crashed heavily into the trap, followed by a painful wail from the depths. The team members above showed no mercy, leaning over to unleash a barrage of attacks on the struggling figure at the bottom of the pit. Moments later, the cold kill notification sound rang out. Likewise, there was no additional national luck reward announcement. Ivanov, however, was unfazed, wiping the sweat from his face and laughing heartily. Hooray! Points are what matters. The scene shifted to the Cherry Blossom Nation representative team. On a green stone, Master Yagyu Sojo sat cross-legged, his breath calm as water. 4 elite disciples stood solemnly at each corner, vigilantly guarding all directions. Master, there seems to be a metallic flash among the treetops ahead? Sato-kan whispered, reporting to the seated Yagyu Sojo. Yagyu Sojo slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them, and said softly, "Go check it out." Yes. Sato-kan moved in response, his figure silently blending into the interplay of light and shadow in the forest. Before long, he returned to the team, holding a bronze treasure chest covered in mysterious patterns. As Yagyu Sojo's wrinkled hand gently brushed over the chest. With a soft click, the lid popped open by itself. In the soft glow, a uniquely textured beastskin scroll lay quietly inside. Yagyu Sojo picked up the scroll, a hint of satisfaction unable to be suppressed in his eyes. Everyone, this is the favor of Amaterasu. He slowly rose, unfurling the scroll unhurriedly and pinching it with 2 fingers. A surge of green light poured into his body in an instant. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the nearby jungle. An F-grade scaled wild boar, attracted by the anomaly, charged violently toward the team's location. The 4 disciples' faces changed drastically, drawing their long knives in an instant, tips pointed at the approaching giant beast, bracing for impact. The scaled wild boar charged in like an out-of-control heavy truck, with a force that seemed ready to crush everything within 10 meters of Yagyu Sojo. The old sword master's eyes shone with a fierce light. Although he held no sword, he used his palm as a blade, meeting the rushing wind head-on, striking decisively in the air. Swift wind slash. Buzz. The air was instantly torn apart by invisible power. A crescent-shaped pale green wind blade formed abruptly, slicing through the air at an imperceptibly high speed. Let out a piercing, shrill scream. The air blade rushed like thunder, cutting through the stout and tough neck of the steel-maned wild boar with precision. Put. The huge pig's head flew up in response, blood gushing from the severed neck like a crimson fountain. The massive headless corpse thudded heavily to the ground. One sword beheading, clean and neat. The Neon Nation, with an unexpectedly powerful skill, completed the kill easily at a very low cost. The live broadcast quickly flashed past several national teams at the edge of the forest. Most of them moved forward carefully in a state of panic and unease. The brutal demise of the Fey Monkey Nation was ringing alarm bells in their fragile nerves. These teams had one clear goal: survival, just survival. Seeking points and kills? That was a luxury. Some teams huddled in barely found narrow natural caves, praying for safety. They only hoped to survive these nightmare-like 7 days. When the camera finally cut back to the Dragon Nation's live room, the scene before the global audience made everyone hold their breath at once. A giant python, exhaling a stench, surged down with lightning speed, ready to bite at the core of the team, Grandfather Wang and Lin Tao. At the same time, in the center of the screen, a glaring red warning box popped up quickly. The sudden threat made the Dragon Nation audience's skin crawl. Snake. Such a big snake. Oh my. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The Dragon Nation is in danger. Little Rabbit. Can Little Rabbit hold on? It's over. Grandfather Wang and Lin Tao, dodge. Quick, get out of the way. The Kimchi Nation audience's bullet screen. The Cherry Blossom Nation audience's bullet screen. The audience from other Asian countries' bullet screen. Chapter 12, Instant Kill Again. 3 minutes ago. In the hunting forest, the Dragon Nation team. Grandfather Zhang led the way steadily at the front of the team. Grandfather Wan walked briskly, occasionally listening with a smile on his face. Hey, there's a little squirrel on that treetop complaining, saying we're making too much noise, scaring it while hiding pine nuts. Oh. This little rabbit is pretty bold, seems it thinks we're not the bad guys. Hey. Old Wang, that's a good one. Grandfather Li watched from the side, expressing surprise. The team progressed cautiously along the sound of water, guided by Grandfather Wang and the temporary rabbit sentinel. The surrounding mist grew thicker, visibility suddenly shrinking to less than 10 meters. Only the safety signals relayed by Grandfather Wang made everyone's taut nerves ease slightly. Suddenly, the relaxed smile on Grandfather Wang's face instantly froze, transforming into extreme terror. His voice sharpened. Not good. There's a big fellow. The little rabbit is scared to death. Run. Run fast. It's coming. Up there. Hiss. A strange hiss tore through the air as the dense treetops exploded. A giant python, covered in metallic shiny scales, surged down towards Grandfather Wang and Lin Tao in the center of the team, bringing a stench with it. On the triangular snake head, cold vertical pupils flickered with a cruel, bloodthirsty light. From its open mouth, curved poisonous fangs shot out with a ghostly blue light. A scarlet system warning instantly dominated the screen. Everyone's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand at that moment. The Dragon Nation's bullet screen was quickly drowned in despair. The international bullet screen turned into a wave of gloating. At the critical moment, Lin Tao glanced at the floating live broadcast eye, indicating that the live footage was now trained on them. But under the pressing situation, they could no longer hide. So, Lin Tao helplessly sighed, "Grandfather Zhang, it seems we can't hide anymore, show them a skill." Standing at the side front, Grandfather Zhang let out a soft hum. With his left foot planted firmly in the ground like an old tree's roots, his right foot took a diagonal half-step, and his waist twisted abruptly. The air around him seemed to be drawn in an instant, creating an invisible vortex. His left hand casually swept upwards like brushing spider silk. The movement appeared light and breezy, devoid of any sense of tension. However, an overwhelmingly dominant invisible force. Like a launched electromagnetic cannonball, it shot out into the air. It struck precisely at the critical 7-inch spot where the giant python's jaw met its neck. Boom! A dull sound like thunder made all observers' hearts stop. The giant python, diving down with overwhelming force, seemed to be struck by an invisible, massive hammer. The metallic, hard scales immediately twisted and collapsed at the point of contact, cracking inch by inch. The enormous snake's head suddenly bent back at an almost unnatural angle. The vertebrae broke with a jaw-clenching sound. The cold vertical pupils instantly dimmed, becoming empty and lifeless. The massive snake body seemed to lose all its bones in an instant, crashing down from midair onto the forest's decayed soil, stirring up dead branches and leaves, never to make a sound again. Ding! Congratulations on killing F-level threat, iron-scaled poison python, points plus 100. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 iron scale plates, 1 python skin, 1 snake muscle. 1-hit kill. Once again, a clean, shocking 1-hit kill. From the giant python's sudden attack to its limp and dead body, the entire process was less than 2 seconds. Old Zhang slowly withdrew his hand, as if he was merely brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve. The master's presence was restrained, his face showed no sadness or joy, and he cast a calm glance at the giant python's corpse on the ground. In the live broadcast room, silence. Absolute silence. The next second, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room exploded. The screen was instantly swallowed by a volcanic eruption of bullet comments. International bullet comments were chaotic with disbelief and frantic questioning. Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. When the iron-scaled poison python's massive mouth, glinting with metallic sheen, bit down in a bloody gust, the air in the command center froze, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Several young advisors even instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the anticipated tragedy. However, the expected horror did not appear. In the footage, the old soldier Zhang Jianguo, previously regarded as youth returning, with keen eyes, raised his hand in a near-artistic manner, waving his sleeve. Then came the earth-shattering remote strike. Boom! The dull sound echoed through the audio system in the solemn command hall, accompanied by the image of the giant python's head snapping at an odd angle and its massive body crashing to the ground. Silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire command center, lasting for a full 3 seconds. Wow! The next moment, it burst forth like a long-dormant volcano. My God! Defense Minister Chen Zhang suddenly jumped from his seat, his broad palm slapping heavily on the mahogany table, making the teacups buzz. His eyes widened, staring intently at the calm figure of Zhang Jianguo standing with his hand withdrawn on the screen. Remote chi? This is the legendary inner family boxing force? Comrade Zhang, he. Incredible! It completely defies the laws of physics. Academy of Sciences President, academician Li Genoa, exclaimed in disbelief, his glasses slipping down to his nose. He almost lunged towards the big screen, pointing at the slow-motion footage of the giant python's scales warping and cracking. The explosive power far exceeds human limits. The energy transfer efficiency acting on a point. This is simply a miracle of human potential development. 1-hit kill. And it's the F-level threat iron-scaled poison python. The intelligence analysis head's voice trembled with excitement. Chief. Comrade Zhang Jianguo's combat power is incalculable. The highest leader, Elder Lu, an old man who remained unmoved even when a mountain collapsed before him, could hardly conceal his surging emotions at this moment. He stood up slowly, his deep gaze fixed tightly on the figure in the center of the screen. Good. What a Zhang Jianguo. What a great old hero. Elder Lu's voice was steady but held uncontrollable excitement and a hint of choked emotion. Who says heroes grow old? Who says old soldiers are dull? This is the backbone of our Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. This is the profound foundation of our magnificent Huaxia. Inside the command center, the previous heavy tension was replaced by exhilarating joy as if they had survived a catastrophe. Zhang Jiangwo's earth-shattering blow. Not only did he slay the giant python in seconds, but it was also like a thunderclap that broke the darkness, instantly dispelling the gloom that hung over Dragon Country. Zhang Jiangwo, the hidden Master Zhang, instantly became the unquestionable national idol in the hearts of 1.4 billion people in Dragon Country. The social media platforms were flooded with excitement. Dolu, Kuaiji, Bovideo, and other platforms were instantly swept by trending searches. The real-time hot list's top 10 was completely dominated by hashtag Master Zhang second slay Z-class giant python hashtag. Countless content creators transformed into editing wizards, repeatedly slowing down that less than 2 seconds but historic fatal strike. Frame-by-frame analysis of the forced trajectory and the shattered scales. A 360-degree panoramic revival of the master's style. The background music ranged from the vigorous beats of A Man Should Be Strong to the inspiring shouts of loyalty to the country, even altered to an electronic version of The Moon Over a Fountain. The comments section was completely taken over. High energy ahead. Non-combat personnel, please evacuate. Master, please take my knee, now shattered. Light of national martial arts. Eastern fantasy shining into reality. You, Master, will always be you, Master. Voice break. Likes, shares, and comments surged crazily, instantly breaking millions, tens of millions. Master Zhang's expressions were rapidly turned into memes, sweeping across all social media. The vigilant pre-battle squinting image, high energy reaction ahead. The instant strike image, this palm/strike honed over 20 years, can you handle it? /physical purging, professional certification.jpg. The compost battle dusting off image, basic moves, no 6/all done, time to walk the birds.home.jpg. Seeing Lin Tao suck snake poison and frown image, young people do not speak of martial virtue /star absorbing technique. Evil ways. These Master Zhang meme images became hard currency in online communication. Without using one, it felt awkward to say you were surfing the internet. Text community. Weibo, Zhihu, Tiaba hot searches exploded in place. Hashtag Zhang Jiangguo second slay Z-class giant python hashtag, explosion. Hashtag you, Master, will always be you, Master hashtag, boiling. Hashtag Master of National Martial Arts real life teaching hashtag, boiling. Hashtag Dragon Country representative team hidden genius surfaces hashtag, boiling. Hashtag who is Master Zhang? Seeking roots across the internet hashtag, boiling. Dragon Country National Television, primetime evening. The host's expression was solemn. Now for an important breaking news. The screen switched, showing Master Zhang's stunning strike, as the giant python crashed to the ground. The screen then cut back to the anchor desk. Faced with the sudden lethal F-class threat of an iron-scaled poisonous python in the hunting forest, Comrade Zhang Jiangguo remained fearless, calmly responded, and with extraordinary skill beyond common comprehension, instantly resolved the crisis and successfully protected his teammates' safety, fully demonstrating the powerful potential, extraordinary courage, and firm belief in protecting comrades that our people possess in moments of danger. More exciting plot is about to unfold. Brothers seeing this, please give little brother a good review, wishing brothers to become rich immediately. Chapter 13, Deduction, A-class talent, divine craftsmanship. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a surge of profound life source energy rushed into Lin Tao's body. Lin Tao couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. His pale face quickly flushed with a hint of red, and his originally dull eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The long-lost sense of power began to surge, filling his whole being. Ha! He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and he felt completely refreshed. Little Lin. Are you okay? Master Zhang's gaze never left Lin Tao, and he immediately noticed the tremendous change in him. Master Zhang, I'm fine now. I've recovered. Lin Tao's voice was loud and strong, his gaze sweeping over the few trophies emitting a faint glow beside the python's body. Look, this beast dropped something. These are good things. Master Zhang's gaze also fell on those materials, but unfortunately, I don't know how to use them. Beside them, elderly Wei was seen to have discovered a rare treasure, his calloused hands caressing the iron scales and python skin. My goodness. This scale is harder than fine steel. And this skin. It's incredibly flexible. He raised his head, his eyes shining with the unique light of an old craftsman. If only I had the right tools to hammer and forge it, surely I could fashion a high-quality armor for protection. Armor? Lin Tao, as if enlightened, suddenly patted his thigh and stood up. Of course. Li Grandpa possesses the B-level talent of handy skills. Now with ample lifespan, let's push it for 10 years and see what effects it brings. His mind instantly locked onto the heavenly Dao simulation ability deep within his consciousness. Activate, target. Inject lifespan, 10 years. First year, Li Weiguo's consciousness sank into the endless workshop. Each resonant clang of the hammer striking the scale seemed to shake space, as the remnants of the Luban book flickered and vanished within the scale's veins. Second year, the workshop transformed into a hellish furnace. Li Weiguo's fingers burst open, bloody and mangled, yet with iron will, he melded the violent spirit of the materials, painfully torn by their fury. Fourth year, visions of ancient battlefields filled with corpses suddenly descended. Li Weiguo knelt, using a broken spear to repair the damaged armor. A thunderbolt struck down, bringing with it the light of ancient wisdom. Tiangong Kaiwu emerged in a flash. Fifth year, thousands of golden threads erupted from ancient texts. The golden threads, as if alive, entwined around the scales, snake tendons, and snakeskins, weaving and merging on their own. In that instant, Li Weiguo felt enlightened. All things have spirits. The coldness of the scales formed the basis of defense, the flexibility of the tendons became the soul of cushioning, and the elasticity of the skin constituted the lining. A piece of soft armor, flowing with a deep dark light, took shape amidst the golden glow. Simulation complete. Li Weiguo's talent successfully upgraded. 5 years of remaining lifespan returned. System notification. A colossal wave surged in Lin Tao's heart. It worked. It actually only took 5 years. Grandpa Zhang's martial arts are impressive, and Li Grandpa's comprehension truly unfathomable. As the golden light faded, the once age-marked hands of Li Weiguo now subtly flowed with a restrained metallic sheen. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, as his trembling hand reached once more towards the materials on the ground. The moment his fingertips touched the iron scales and python skin, a massive flow of information surged into his mind. Ding! Detected viable materials: iron scale armor pieces, 10, complete python skin, 1, tough snake tendon, 1. Equipment possibility simulation in progress. Analysis complete. Generated blueprints as follows. Weapon blueprint: snake scale crossbow, white. Requirements: 10 iron scale armor pieces plus 1 tough snake tendon. Armor blueprint: snake scale soft armor, white. Requirements: 10 iron scale armor pieces plus 1 complete python skin. Little Lin. Did you see? We have the blueprints. Let's see which one we should make first. Grandpa Li's voice was excited, full of a child's joy at receiving a beloved toy. Lin Tao's gaze swept across the system blueprints and the materials on the ground. Right now, our team's offensive capabilities rely solely on Grandpa Zhang. The pressure is too much. We urgently need to add another ranged firepower option. Let's make this crossbow. Ah, great. It's settled then. Look at the old man's skills. Li Weiguo's grand spirit surged forth, his laughter echoing loudly in the forest. Before his voice faded, golden light suddenly erupted from his hands. The iron-hard scales became as pliable as dough at his fingertips. 10 fingers moved like lightning, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Trim, strike, stack, press, so a pure craft spirit flowed through his actions. In less than a moment, a crossbow had taken shape. Ding! Successfully crafted white equipment, snake-scale crossbow. Hiss! Everyone's gaze was immediately captured, all inhaling sharply. Lin Tao stepped forward, lifting this heavy battle crossbow. The white glow flowed endlessly across the crossbow's body, and the detailed information of the equipment appeared clearly in front of him. Equipment name: snake-scale crossbow. Quality: white. Crafted by Li Weiguo. Effective range: 150 meters. Effect: poison arrows. Upon hitting the target, the arrows will inject scale poison, causing continuous damage. Lin Tao held the cold crossbow, feeling the murderous power within, a chill creeping up his spine. Grandpa Zhang's bare-handed explosions were earth-shattering, but this was a weapon that could deliver continued ranged output. And that scale poison, how terrifying will the continuous damage stack up? This is simply a beginner's divine artifact. He looked at Li Weiguo, who seemed 10 years younger at that moment, and with a radiant face, old man Li was deeply moved, like rivers surging in his heart. Indeed, the young do not recognize the greatness of the elderly. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. This old man's skills, honed over half a lifetime, unexpectedly open up again here. It's all worthwhile. Li Weiguo stroked the snake-scale crossbow he had personally crafted, his chest heaving violently. The heroic aspirations buried by time reignited at this moment, like raging flames burning bright. With the snake-scale crossbow in hand, every team member's eyes sparked with fighting spirit, confidence soaring. Communication expert old man Wang squatted down again to have a spiritual exchange with the rabbit group. Soon, a few bold fat rabbits leaped into the thicket ahead, acting as guides. The team reorganized their gear, their spirits visibly lifted. With the sharpness of having just secured a powerful weapon, they steadily advanced deeper into the primitive forest. As they went deeper, the air became increasingly thick and heavy with moisture. The rich scent of decaying leaves and soil began to mix with a more prominent fishy smell of water. The sound of rushing water roared closer, clear and distinct. The last ray of sunset was swallowed by dusk. Finally, after pushing aside a patch of wet ferns, a wide opening appeared ahead. A stream about 7 or 8 meters wide lay right before them. The water flowed wildly, crashing against the smooth, egg-like boulders on both shores. In the thin glow cast by the last rays of sunset, it shattered into countless dazzling golden scales. They found it, the precious source of life. However, in the next second, joy instantly froze. Hiss! Professor Sun gasped sharply. Lin Tao's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. Old Man Zhang's muscles tensed up, an invisible aura of mastery spreading out. Just 50 meters downstream, 3 gigantic creatures, as big as small trucks, lay lazily on the pebble beach. Dark green armored scales covered their bodies, glimmering with a rock-like cold hardness. Their tails, thick like giant logs, dragged on the ground, like siege hammers ready to destroy everything. Their slightly open, monstrous mouths revealed jagged, bone-white teeth that chilled the spine. Half open, cold vertical pupils silently scanned the surface of the stream, exuding an ancient ferocity that could freeze one's marrow. One of the creatures had bloodstains at the corner of its mouth, remnants of a few blood-soaked feathers and shredded fur scattered about. Chapter 14, Deduction, S-Class Talent, The Way of Beast Mastery. Looking at the Scarlet System warning sign, Lin Tao's heart sank to the bottom. E-Class crocodiles, and 3 of them. Going head-to-head was absolutely a guaranteed death. Even Old Man Zhang, a master of combat, would face immense danger against 3 E-Class beasts with incredible defenses. Wisdom must win. Old Man Wang. Lin Tao lowered his voice, try to see if you can send the rabbits to distract one. Old Man Wang's face turned pale, but a fierce determination sparkled deep in his eyes, and he nodded vigorously. He closed his eyes and focused hard, sending his mental threads toward the agitated rabbits around him. Soon, the sturdiest rabbit, carrying a resolute sorrow, hopped hesitantly toward the 3 dark green mountains downstream. Everyone's heart instantly leaped into their throats. Old Man Zhang held his breath, like a bow drawn tight, ready to release. The rabbit cautiously stopped about 10 meters away from the crocodiles. It kicked the ground hard, making a rustling sound. Of the 3 giant crocodiles, 2 lazily lifted their heavy eyelids, their cold vertical pupils dismissively scanning the rabbit, as if looking at a speck of dust, before slowly closing again. Suddenly, the largest of the 3 crocodiles, with dark red blood crusted at the corner of its mouth, twitched its nostrils. The scarlet tongue shot out like lightning, greedily catching the fresh scent wafting through the air. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The massive body erupted with a terrifying speed completely contrary to its size. Like a dark green thunder, carrying the scent of blood. The beast lunged out. Worse yet, the other 2 giant crocodiles, initially showing disdain, switched from lazy to furious mode in an instant, charging forward together. The 3 monstrous killers seemed to act as one, united in purpose. Not good. Lin Tao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. The 3 giant crocodiles were like 3 efficient killing machines, almost simultaneously rushing to the spot where the rabbit was. Their huge jaws opened wide, and their razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly in the sunset. Puff! Crack! Hiss! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. The rabbit did not even have time to let out a complete cry of sorrow, and in an instant, it was reduced to a spray of blood in chunks under 3 devastating forces. Only a few disheveled tufts of rabbit fur and a puddle of glaring blood rapidly soaking into the earth remained. The 3 giant crocodiles licked their blood-stained lips with lingering satisfaction, their cold-slit pupils scanning the surroundings. Their eyes sparkled with a ferocious hunger after feeding, searching for the next offering. The plan was completely ruined. Damn it! Lin Tao slammed his fist hard into his thigh. The crocodiles possess strength, speed, defense, and especially a cooperative hunting instinct. The idea of using the rabbit to divide the enemy seemed utterly naive and laughable. He quickly scanned his status bar. Remaining lifespan, 10 years and 1 day. 10 years? Lin Tao sighed, was he about to be squeezed dry again? I must immediately strengthen a talent. This is the only way out. 10 years, just the right opportunity. Uncle Li Weigua? Though insightful, his equipment creation potential was enormous. But the materials? Without suitable materials, even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Uncle Zhang? Already an S-level combat master, the hope of advancing to SSS was as faint as stardust. The odds were too low. In the end, his gaze fell upon Uncle Wang. The old man was trembling in pain from the rabbit's tragic death. It's you! Run the simulation. 10 years of lifespan successfully injected, simulation begins. Year 1, countless animal cries exploded in his ears. Wang Chunqing curled up in the mud, covering his ears tightly, tears mixing with the foul-smelling muck. Stop crying, please stop. Year 3, the swamp boiled, the shadow of the 3 armored giant crocodiles rose from the mire. The tail of the crocodile swept through, shattering consciousness. In the agony he heard Lin Tao shout, Uncle Wang. They are not enemies, they are nature's blades. Year 5, his left side surrounded by gentle rabbit herds, but his right side covered in crocodile scales. 2 forces fiercely tore at his soul, coexist or conquer? This roar from Li Weigua echoed through space and time. Chun Shang. Remember the tiger you raised? The teeth of a beast can protect its cubs too. Year 7, Wang Chunqing trembled as he reached into his chest, pulling out a beating heart of nature. The rabbit herds transformed into golden light, mending the cracks, but the crocodile scales suddenly sprouted barbs. In bloody chaos, Professor Sun Sai echoed, all things have spirit, spirit is in balance. Year 9, where blood dripped, the swamp bloomed with blood-red roses. Vines entangled the crocodile's jaws, and the rabbit herd leaped onto the crocodile's back, gently rubbing against it. Wang Chunqing stood atop the throne of roses, fingertips tapping lightly, quiet. The giant crocodile fell to the ground with a crash, its fierce gaze turning into gentle ripples. Simulation successful. A-tier talent upgraded to S-tier talent. Chapter 15, Bitter Battle. Looking at the talent description, Lin Tao's eyes brightened. Enforced mental link, subdue E-tier, and below large wild beasts. The 3 armored giant crocodiles before him were the perfect targets. If he could successfully control one of them, even the weakest one, the situation would turn around in an instant. Moreover, if bound as a mount, they would also gain a powerful meat shield and attack point. This felt like divine assistance. At that very moment, Uncle Wang's body suddenly stiffened. The air around him seemed to twist, and a tremendous wave of mental energy surged forth. Countless fragments of knowledge about life links and mental control rushed into his mind like a tide. Ugh! Uncle Wang let out a suppressed groan of pain, beads of sweat instantly covering his forehead. After a moment, he finally mastered all the skills. The gaze was firmly locked onto the largest giant crocodile leader. An invisible mental connection was instantly established. Roar! The enormous body of the giant crocodile leader suddenly froze. In its cold vertical pupils, intense struggle and confusion appeared for the first time. A will attempting to forcibly dominate it pressed down hard. However, at the moment the mental connection was established, a consciousness filled with primitive killing desire fiercely rebounded towards Old Master Wang's mind. Ah! Old Master Wang let out a sharp low cry, his body shaking violently, his face instantly pale as paper. The will of the giant crocodile leader was far more brutal than he had imagined. In the cold vertical pupils, confusion and struggle quickly faded, replaced by furious rage. As the ruler of the waters, how could it tolerate such defilement? It wanted to tear the tiny creature invading its will into pieces. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, with the giant crocodile leader's massive body charging towards the fern thicket where Old Master Wang hid, like an out-of-control steel war chariot. The ground trembled violently under its heavy footsteps. The other 2 giant crocodiles sensed the leader's fury and followed without hesitation. 3 breaths of death instantly locked onto the Dragon Kingdom team. Chun Shan. Old Master Li's eyes were bloodshot. Protect Shaolin. Old Master Zhang roared, his master aura erupted like a mountain, standing solidly in front of the team. Facing the 3 charging beasts, his eyes showed no fear, only boiling battle intent. With fists tightly clenched, muscles bulging, he prepared to welcome the most brutal collision. Lin Tao's heart sank to the bottom. Old Master Wang bit down hard on his lip, blood oozing out. Beast taming failure? Backlash? No. Absolutely impossible. Under the intense mental shock, he felt as if his head was going to explode, his vision blurred. Quiet for me. The mental link emitted a silent roar, carrying the forced pressure of the S-rank talent, Beast Taming Path. Like an invisible giant hammer, it struck down heavily towards the chaotic and violent core of the giant crocodile leader's consciousness. Buzz! The charging giant crocodile leader stumbled, as if hit by an invisible giant fist. The momentum of its charge came to an abrupt halt. Its giant head shook left and right in pain, the hard scales crashing against the rocks by the stream, producing a heavy rumble. In its vertical pupils, rage was once again replaced by confusion. Succeeded? No. It was a stalemate. Old Master Wang's spirit was like a bowstring pulled to the limit, ready to snap at any moment. He felt he was controlling a wildly struggling savage beast, and with the slightest mistake, his soul would be torn apart. Quick, act! He used the last bit of strength, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. It can't move for now, the other 2, it's up to you. An opportunity. In a flash, Lin Tao instantly understood the battle chance Old Master Wang had risked his life for. Old Master Zhang. The one on the left. Old Master Li, cover with the crossbow. Lin Tao's commands were shouted out like rapid-fire bullets. Roar! The other two giant crocodiles didn't care about the leader's unusual condition, their eyes only on the prey within reach. The one on the left, with the fastest speed, opened its bloody maw, the foul wind blowing over, charging like a black lightning bolt straight at Old Master Zhang, who stood in front. Beast! Looking for death. Old Master Zhang's eyes brightened with intense light. Facing the giant maw capable of crushing iron, he did not retreat but advanced. His left foot stomped the ground hard, his figure sliding like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the deadly bite, while his right palm struck down like a mountain-splitting axe. Concentrating all his S-rank master strength, he accurately struck at the relatively weak junction of the giant crocodile's neck and shoulder. Bang! Crockle! The sound of bones cracking exploded. The giant crocodile's charge was forcibly interrupted. Its massive body was flung into the air by overwhelming force, crashing hard onto the ground with a painful howl. Its thick neck twisted into a strange angle, with the cervical vertebrae suffering severe injury. However, the attack from the giant crocodile on the right had already followed. A massive body like a moving city wall, a strong and powerful giant tail tears through the air. With the terrifying power that sweeps through armies, it strikes towards the newly emerging Elder Zhang. Old Zhang! Elder Li shouted in alarm. Almost simultaneously, Elder Li, who had been ready to go, made his move. Whoosh! 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 5 cold darts, like venomous snakes flicking their tongues, drew a deadly arc in the dim light. With the A-level talent of divine craftsmanship, his control over weapons reached an unimaginable level. 2 snake-scale darts were precisely shot towards the cold, bloodthirsty eyes of the giant crocodile on the right. The other 3 were shot cunningly and fiercely towards its relatively weak belly and the seams of its side ribs. Puff! Puff! Roar! The right eye of the giant crocodile on the right was directly pierced by 1 dart. The sweeping giant tail lost control and crashed onto the pebble beach by the creek, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Though the other darts failed to completely break through the heavy belly armor, they had deeply embedded themselves in the scales, cutting open flesh, and blood instantly gushed out. But the life force of the E-level beast was astonishingly strong. The blinding pain of losing its eye ignited its wildness completely. It suddenly turned its head, its intact left eye firmly locking onto Elder Li, who had fired the crossbow. Its massive jaws opened wide, filled with a thick smell of blood, and it lunged forward without hesitation. Old Li! Elder Zhang just steadied himself, and saw this, his heart bursting with pain. Come on! Beast! Elder Li, undaunted, gripped the remaining mountain stick tightly, ready to fight to the death. At this critical moment, roar! An even more violent roar erupted from behind. The giant crocodile leader, previously controlled by Elder Wang, finally turned its target under the forced control of the mental link. Its eyes no longer held any confusion, only the violent desire to kill the offender. The massive body erupted with terrifying speed. The giant crocodile leader charged like a crazed heavy bulldozer, violently colliding with the right-side giant crocodile lunging towards Elder Li. Boom! The 2 beasts, combined weighing over 10 tons, crashed fiercely together. The right-side giant crocodile was flipped over, its belly exposed, revealing its vulnerable underbelly. The giant crocodile leader showed no mercy, its massive jaws opened wide, sharp teeth coming down hard. Puff! Blood gushed like a fountain into the sky, and internal organs splattered instantly. Roar, The right-side giant crocodile let out a final, low, desperate moan, struggled a few times, and quickly fell limp. Meanwhile, the left-side giant crocodile, which Elder Zhang had severed at the neck, also finally breathed its last. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The creek water had turned a shocking crimson. Elder Zhang was panting, his breath slightly unsteady. The sudden burst of full strength had obviously taken a toll. The aura of the master gradually dissipated. Elder Li directly slumped to the ground, panting heavily, the hand gripping the mountain stick still trembling slightly. Professor Sun tightly supported the nearly exhausted Elder Wang. Elder Wang was soaked in cold sweat, but a persistent smile of relief hung at the corner of his mouth. He succeeded, he truly did it. Lin Tao glanced at the system prompt bar in his view. Killed 2 E-level crocodiles, 31 years of lifespan gained. An immense pure life force surged through his limbs, instantly dispelling previous fatigue and tension. His body was once again filled with explosive power. Elder Wang, how are you? Lin Tao hurriedly approached, asking with concern. I'm fine, just very tired. Elder Wang smiled weakly, this big guy will be ours from now on. Elder Wang, you've done a great job. Please rest well. Lin Tao's gaze fell on the score bar. 1,000 points. Enough to exchange for the highest level shelter. Chapter 16 The First Night. The hunting forest, night falls. The system prompt sound echoed. The first day of the group match has ended. Current survival team in this group, 46-47. The global live stream camera turns again, overlooking the teams from various countries struggling in the forest to survive. Neon Nation representative team. The camera focuses on a sheltered valley in the mountains. 3 meters off the ground, between the branches of a tree, hangs a delicately structured treehouse. Below, a bonfire burns brightly, crackling with sound. Master Yagyu Munenori sits cross-legged in front of the bonfire, a samurai sword resting across his lap. He is quietly and attentively wiping the blade with a piece of delicate and flexible deerskin, over and over again. 4 young samurai sit around the flames, their blades reflecting the dancing firelight. Chunks of freshly hunted game sizzle on the bonfire. As they crackle, fragrant oil drips onto the fire, filling the camp with a rich meat aroma. Though exhaustion is etched on their faces, the young samurai remain alert, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. In the endless inkblack, unknown threats lie in wait. But at this moment, in this small space, they can catch their breath. The bullet comments flood in. Country S. Isn't that a treehouse worth 300 points to redeem? What does this mean? They must have killed at least 2 F-grade beasts. 300-point treehouse. Master Yagyu's leadership is indeed steady as a rock. With Master Yagyu in command, the discipline of the disciples is strict, embodying the presence of strong warriors. Treehouse plus bonfire plus food, it's secure. I must say, in terms of organization, Neon truly stands out. The scene switches to the Pickled Cabbage Nation representative team. A crude simple wooden house built of rough logs and rocks appears in view. Though the wooden house is structurally simple and drafty on all sides, it barely provides the most basic 4 walls and a roof. Inside the wooden house, team leader Park Sungjae is focusing, activating his eagle eye ability to scan the outside world. Kim Tae-yu quietly sits in a corner, diligently maintaining his prized sniper rifle. The other 3 team members busily work by a small bonfire outside the house. Ah, this wooden house is more rickety than my dog's house. Appas, hard work. Safety first. Do you know about hiding your strength? Who said points must be spent? What good is a simple wooden house? An E-grade monster could kick it away. Park's eagle eye activated night vision? I've reported cheating. Kim Tae-yu treats his gun like a wife, the sniper's dedication. Saving points for a coffin? A warning if an E-grade monster stomps it down. What do you know upstairs? Pickled Cabbage Team's 6th strategy. They're holding back big moves. The camera shifts again to the Bear Nation representative team. A relatively open clearing in the forest. There are no houses here, only a huge bonfire burning fiercely. The blazing flames illuminate almost half the clearing as if it were daylight. In the center of the firelight, Ivanov Andreevich takes a hearty swig of vodka, his face expressing delight. Next to the bonfire, a whole large game animal, cleaned and prepared, is set up on sturdy branches, roasting over the flames. Tempting fat drips down, spreading the scent of meat throughout the air. Mikhail and Sergei devour it hungrily, their mouths glistening with grease. Alexei and Nikolai tear into chunks of meat, laughing and chatting in loud voices. This place feels less like a survival arena full of crises, and more like a grand hunting bonfire feast in the Siberian wilderness. The bullet comments explode. Do they not have F-grade points? Where's the house? Did they trade it for vodka? Hooray! That's right. With meat and wine, what beasts do we fear? With furious blood and wild instincts, if a beast dares to come, it will be torn apart as a snack. Hardcore reasoning capabilities. But isn't it cold sleeping on the ground? While others focus on survival, they feast. Bear Nation is broadcasting cuisine live. The camera tone suddenly darkens. The White Elephant Nation representative team. The scene captures a narrow, damp tree hole. The 5 members of the White Elephant Nation squeeze inside, like sardines. Every exposed bit of their skin is covered in countless itchy mosquito bites. One person's face was swollen like a steamed bun, with lips flipped outward, making it almost unrecognizable. They kept waving their soaked clothes, trying in vain to drive away the ever-present flying insects. The harsh environment was a more cruel torment than any beast. The comments were filled with pity. Oh my god, so tragic, the face. Help! I'm getting anxiety from this thick crowd. These mosquito bites are denser than my acne. His face is swollen like a steamed bun, can his teammates even recognize him? Godly cow protect. Please help them. Damn these mosquitoes. They're scarier than wild beasts. Just seeing it makes my whole body itch, a real reflection of the cruelty of survival. Sigh, without prior preparation and with no strong talent, it's really hard to move forward. Finally, the global live broadcast switched to the stream beside the Dragon Country team's outpost. As the picture became clear, all the viewers holding their breath. What the hell? What the hell is this? A war fortress? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Oh my gosh. Is this fortress the system's favorite child? Stone walls with battlements? And heavy metal doors? Moats? How many points did this take? System. Check the back end quickly. This bug is too ridiculous. How could anyone gather 1,000 points on the first day? Holy sh*t. Growing crops? I'm impressed. While others are struggling to survive, they are already forming a farming civilization settlement? A majestic composite stone war fortress stood by the stream. The walls, nearly 4 meters high, had clear battlements and numerous lookout and shooting holes. The entrance featured 2 heavy metal doors, tightly shut as if guarding the jaws of a giant beast. Surrounding the fortress, there was even a shallow moat. Even more shocking was that the internal structure of the fortress was clearly visible, with bright, soft lighting illuminating the interior space like daylight. Suddenly, a shadow moved in the open space in front of the fortress gates. As the camera zoomed in, everyone could see clearly. A giant armored crocodile with a mouth full of fangs. Damn, gave me a shock. E-class threat? Holy sh*t. This is the first time I've seen an E-class threat. This size, this armor, the oppressive feeling is too strong. It's scarier than that rhino this morning. The armored crocodile is blocking the door. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Country team must be dumbfounded. No matter how strong the fortress, if you can't get out, it's useless. Laughing to death. Crocodile, heard you maxed out your defense points? Good, I'll just squat at the door, I won't go in, and you can't come out. Dragon Country brothers, don't hide in your stone shell, come out and fight it. Plenty of vodka for you. Crocodile, heard your defense is 99 plus? Coincidentally, mine's also 99 plus. Crocodile, open the door, the delivery is here. Chapter 17, The Fierce Little Ant Nation. The camera continued to pivot in the dark forest, skimming past one team after another. The moonlight was shredded by the dense canopy, barely outlining the massive rocks. The air was filled with the damp scent of decaying leaves. Most teams, like the White Elephant Nation, chose the most primitive survival instinct, hiding. They curled up in the twisted roots of trees, crevices in the rocks, or simply deep within the dense shrubs. Like frightened moles, they dared not make a sound. Firelight? That was a luxurious and deadly temptation, attracting predators lurking in the dark. Whether monsters or kind. They only hoped this long 7-day nightmare could end quietly, even if it meant every second felt like being submerged in ice water. Some teams had unfortunately already paid the bloody price. The picture swept past a shadowy corner, where a young team member lay on the ground. His chest wrapped in cloth was soaked with the continuously oozing dark blood. His breath was weak and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by a wheeze from his punctured lung. Each exhale seemed to exhaust his last strength, the light of life rapidly fading from his eyes. Surrounded by teammates, they stared blankly into the endless darkness. There was no sadness on their faces, only a numbness that had been completely hollowed out by despair. As if they had already accepted the fact that the Grim Reaper was about to arrive. Sigh, they are all poor people struggling on the edge of elimination, they are so exhausted, they can barely struggle anymore. Make a fire? That's seeking death. The light from the fire is a live target, attracting monsters or, even more terrifying things. The injured person, their pupils are already dilated, they won't make it through this long night. This is the reality of most teams, cruel and real enough to suffocate you. Pray, let's hope they can make it through this night, although the hope is slim. Suddenly, the scene changes. Several figures are crawling extremely slowly in a low posture through the slippery grass. Their movements are smooth and professional, every shift precise and silent. Only occasionally does a drop of dew fall from the leaves, landing on their mud-covered faces or necks, bringing a barely noticeable coolness. Which country's team is this? Damn! Is this ant country? What are they doing? Why aren't they hiding somewhere at night, instead of crawling like bugs on the ground? Country bumpkins. This posture, it's a special forces crawl. The movements are too standard. The camera, filled with the curiosity and suspicion of the audience, slowly pushes forward. The Ant Country team members, under the cover of dense vegetation, have formed a subtle encirclement. At the center of the encirclement, there is the tree hollow where the White Elephant Country team had previously hidden. The entrance to the tree hollow is narrow, just enough for one person to barely squeeze in. Inside the tree hollow, the weary group remains unaware of the impending disaster. The captain of the Ant Country team, Cohen, a bald man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, lurks at the forefront of the encirclement. His cold gaze locks onto the dark entrance without a hint of hesitation. He slowly raises his hand, covered in mud, and gives a clear hand signal in the shadow. All the team members stop moving instantly, as if they were pressed on the pause button. Even the viewers seem to hold their breath. The entire area is filled only with the sound of wind brushing through fern leaves, and the faint noise from within the tree hollow. A bloodthirsty cold glint flashes in Cohen's eyes. He swiftly makes a series of quick and deadly hand signals. 3, 2, 1. Action. The team members on both sides of the tree hollow leap out of the ferns like leaping cheetahs. Their movements are as fast as lightning, without a moment's hesitation. One of them, with lightning speed, shoves a large piece of waterlogged, rotten cloth into the entrance of the hollow. The cloth carries a nauseating smell of decay, blocking the only life passage of the White Elephant Country team. What? Cough. What's blocking it? Enemy attack. Inside the hollow, there is immediately a terrified scream, intense coughing, and frantic banging noises. The sound is muffled by the cloth, like a dying struggle sealed in a coffin. At the same time, several other Ant Country team members, holding rough wooden spears, stab fiercely. Puff. 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 Heart-wrenching, miserable screams echo from within the hollow, reverberating in the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. 4 points. Not a single one left. Cohen growls lowly, then leaps out from his hiding place, like a beast pouncing on its prey. He doesn't use a wooden spear, instead clenching his fists tightly. As he gathers his strength, his fists begin to glow with a strange pale red light. He sinks into a stance, his fists like two heavy hammers, and with a wave of searing heat, he strikes down hard on the cloth blocking the entrance. Talent activated, B-level shockwave impact. Boom! A visible shockwave ripples through the cloth, violently transmitting into the narrow tree hollow. The massive ancient tree seems to tremble, a few dead leaves falling from it. Hiss. It's a power-type talent. Directly attacking the inside? So brutal. Blocking the door and stabbing to the death. This is about wiping them out. The wooden spikes in the hands of the Ant Country team members continue relentlessly, stabbing into every possible hiding spot inside the hollow. Each time they thrust and pull back, dark sticky liquid splashes out. Cohen's eyes showed no signs of fluctuation. He growled again, his fists glowing redder. Once again, two heavy shock waves slammed down fiercely. Boom! Boom! Each impact made the tree wholly emit groans of unbearable burden. The struggles and cries inside quickly weakened and disappeared. The crazy stabbing sounds gradually came to a halt. The world seemed to be pressed on mute. Inside and outside the tree hole, there was a dead silence. Only through the gap of the torn cloth that blocked the hole, thick blood, as syrup-like, gushed out. It flowed down the rough bark, glimmering with a dark red sheen under the moonlight. The system notification sound broke this suffocating silence. Congratulations to Little Ant Nation player Cohen for killing White Elephant Nation player Rajiv Singh, earning 200 points. Congratulations to Little Ant Nation player Douglas for killing White Elephant Nation player Narendra, earning 200 points. 5 consecutive kill announcements crashed heavily into the hearts of all viewers. The entire live stream's comments section instantly exploded. Countless exclamation marks, question marks, and words of fear and anger surged out like a flood. What the hell? Did they really kill someone? Directly kill someone? Are the rules allowed? 200 points. 200 points per head. Killing a level F monster is only 100 points. This is so much easier than hunting monsters. It's over. The rules didn't say we couldn't kill other teams. Once this door is opened, it's going to be chaos. The hunting ground has turned into a slaughterhouse. This is too brutal. It's outright slaughter. Killing in the hole, no chance to fight back. The real-life battle royale has begun. Weak teams now not only have to defend against monsters but also hunters. Little Ant Nation is so insidious. So ruthless. But these points are really sweet. They're going to take off with this. Little Ant Nation's live stream room. Great job. Captain Cohen. Clean and efficient. This is the spirit of our little ant warriors. Take the initiative. The jungle law should be like this. For survival, 4 points, for our country. Well done. Natural selection is justified. 200 points per person. What a deal. Clear out the weak teams and reduce competition. A wise move. Let them see our strength. Jungle law, only the strong survive. Long live Little Ant Nation. White Elephant Nation's live stream room. No. My brother. Rajiv. Narendra. God, Mother Ganges, why is this happening? Divine punishment. Is this divine punishment? What did we do wrong? Who will be next? Who will it be? Can we survive tonight? Devils. Little Ant Nation are devils. Chapter 18 National Fortune Maxim. The live broadcast switched off, announcing the end of the first day's rotating stream. But the audience in the entire Asian group was still immersed in the brutality of Little Ant Nation. Suddenly, the cold system notification sound rang again. Upon hearing the news, the world was in an uproar. This was not only an opportunity to convey information but also the only channel connecting reality with the hunting forest. Every nation's highest decision-making body fell into unprecedented tension. These 50 short words would determine the life and death of the team and decide the fate of the entire country. In Pickle Nation's Emergency Response Center. Our players have guns and A-level talents. Yet they are still huddled in that broken wooden house. Defense Minister Park Jong-tae's temples throbbed, his fist slammed on the command desk. Look at Dragon Nation. A bunch of old men have moved into war fortresses. 1,000 points, how did they do it? Minister, calm down. The intelligence chief quickly pulled up data. The system rules allow attacking foreign teams, and killing earns 200 points. Little Ant Nation has already tasted the sweetness. We must convey this information to our players. A glint of ferocity flashed in Park Jong-tae's eyes. That's right. Killing monsters is too inefficient and risky. Killing people is the shortcut. 200 points per person, 5 people is 1,000 points. Enough for us to exchange for a real war fortress, or even better equipment. We must let our players understand this. The president frowned, struggling between kindness and the cruel reality. But, is this too? Mr. President. Park Jong-tae nearly roared, interrupting, for 60 million citizens. For the future of Kimchi Nation. We have no choice. Hesitation will only lead to following in the footsteps of White Elephant Nation. The president closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, suddenly opened them wide. Send the mantra, order them to take the initiative to attack, hunt the weak teams. Establish early advantages as soon as possible. Ant Nation, Wartime Cabinet. Well done, Cohen. The Prime Minister slammed the table hard, his face filled with undisguised excitement. 1,000 points. What a bargain. It's 100 times easier than fighting those damned E-class monsters. Mr. Prime Minister, the security advisor's eyes gleamed with a snake-like light. White Elephant Nation is just the beginning. The Asian group has many weak teams left. To consolidate our advantage, we must continue to hunt. That's right. The Prime Minister's gaze swept across the screen showing the Dragon Nation fortress, and his lips curled into a cruel arc. Send a message to Cohen and them, the hunt continues. Leave out any concerns. Neon Nation, the Prime Minister's residence. Master Yagyu Munenori was sitting cross-legged, his image frozen in the center of the screen. That tranquility and strength made all the officials feel at ease. Master Yagyu's power is unfathomable, the Gale Slash is incredibly powerful. An advisor from an old-style samurai family bowed and said, Mr. Prime Minister, our advantage comes from opening the treasure chest and gaining skill books. We should have our team members increase their search efforts, continue looking for treasure chests. I second that. The intelligence analysis officer nodded, improving our own strength is the top priority. The Prime Minister pondered for a moment, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Good. Send the mantra, look for other treasure chest clues, to gain bigger opportunities. Bear Nation, the Kremlin. Ivanov was drinking vodka, surrounded by team members feasting around a campfire, adding a rough laughter to the somewhat dull meeting room. Ha ha ha. Our cubs have a good mindset. The defense minister grinned widely, they have meat to eat, wine to drink, and the traps are well dug. Much better than those who are curled up in shells trembling. Minister, Kimchi Nation and Ant Nation are engaging in hunting, a general frowned, should we also? Hunting, a military zone general scoffed, pointing at the screen, look at our guys. Do they look like the type to sneak around? Facing head-on is our style. Tell Ivan, face it head-on, don't act like a woman. Yura. Simple, direct, full of power. This is the creed of the Bear Nation. Dragon Nation's highest command center. The screen displayed messages coming from the internal line. Kimchi Nations take the initiative to attack, hunt weak teams, establish early advantages as soon as possible, and Ant Nation's barebones the hunt continues. Leave out any concerns mantras. It's in chaos, all in chaos. The intelligence analysis officer heavily pointed at the fortress, Chief. Under the hunter strategies of Kimchi Nation and Ant Nation, our fortress is a giant target in the night. They will pounce on us like sharks sensing blood. And that damned crocodile. The strategy group leader suddenly stood up, pointing at the shadow outside the fortress door radiating a dangerous aura. It's blocking the only exit. Our team members are completely trapped inside. No matter how solid the fortress, it's still an isolated island. Once attacked from a distance by a prepared team or surrounded by monsters, they won't even have a chance to rush out and counterattack. It's a steel cage. Chief. We must make them aware of the danger. Otherwise. The defense minister Qin Zhang's voice was heavy like iron, the unspoken words hung in the air, but everyone understood. Otherwise, the fortress would be their grave. Old Lu's gaze was like a hawk, sweeping across every anxious face. We must maximize the transmission of information. Literary expert group. Immediately use the most concise, powerful language to encompass the key information. Old Lu issued the order. Several savvy members of the literary expert group began to rapidly strike the virtual keyboard, sentences quickly forming. Pondering. After a moment, the experts unanimously agreed, and the text was compiled. Good. Lu Lao's eyes burst with unprecedented light. Send it. Send it immediately. Buzz. The command transformed into invisible waves, instantly crossing the barriers of time and space, shooting towards the cruel forest. In the hunting forest, the Long Kingdom team had just settled down not long ago. A cold system notification abruptly broke the short tranquility. National fortune proverb? Instant message? Lin Tao's brows furrowed tightly. This was the only communication bridge between the country and them. Everyone, gather around. The country must have the most important information for us. Old Zhang immediately jumped down from the top of the fortress. Old Wang forced himself to sit up straight. Old Li put down the stone pot in his hands, and Professor Sun pushed aside the plant specimens. The five of them exchanged glances, holding their breath, concentrating all their energy on the words that might appear before them. Not just them, all surviving contestants worldwide received the same notification. A few lines of bright red text appeared in the central view of Lin Tao and the others. Fortress attracts strong enemies, vicious crocodiles lock life. Pickle gun is deadly, and kills earn points. Treasure chests contain opportunities, search quickly. Chapter 19, The Calm Before the Storm. In the hunting forest, at the Pickle Kingdom representative team's camp. The proverb from the motherland entered the team members' eyes: take the initiative, hunt the weak team. Kill one person for 200 points. Quickly build an early advantage. Jean Tianyu paused while wiping his sniper rifle, frowning. Captain, is it too brutal? Shut up. Park Qingze interrupted sharply, pointing at the text. Look at those points. One person is 200. Kill 5, and that's 1,000 points. Are we going to hide in this broken wooden house waiting for divine punishment? Or do you expect that gun of yours to poke those copper-skinned iron-boned E-level monsters? He suddenly stood up. Jin Lingxian, count the ammunition. Cui Wunshan, Li Chenghua, check the equipment. We'll set off as soon as the sun rises. In the shortest time, grab the most points. This is an order. Jean Tianyu looked at the desire in his teammate's eyes, lowered his head helplessly, and pulled the trigger cloth back and forth more forcefully. The country is supreme. He had no choice. The Little Ant Kingdom representative team, beside the bloody tree hole. Kern was skillfully searching for anything useful from the corpse of a white elephant team member. The motherland's proverb appeared. Prey will not run out. Continue to hunt. You are the light of the nation. Kern's movements showed no hesitation, and a cold smile even curved at the corner of his mouth. The order has come. He shook off the blood from his fingers, his voice calm. Continue hunting. His gaze swept over the figures standing in the shadows, each pair of eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light. It seems everyone knows what to do. Kern's fingers accurately pointed deep into the forest. The little trouble just now might attract unnecessary flies. Move. Eliminate all obstacles, carve a bloody path for the little ants. The team members silently nodded, holding their breath, disappearing into the thick darkness. In the Neon Kingdom representative team, at the treehouse campsite. Master Yagyu Zongjing slowly lifted his eyelids. The proverb in his view was concise yet profound. Seek the treasure chest, seize the heavenly secrets. His bony fingers brushed over the cold, water-like scabbard of his katana resting on his lap, a hint of realization flickering in his calm eyes. The country had placed the heavy responsibility of continuing good fortune on the unknown opportunities of the treasure chests. Gentlemen. Yagyu Zongjing's voice was deep and penetrating. The motherland indicates that the source of power lies in the mysteries of the treasure chests. Sato Ken and the other three instantly stood up like drawn blades, standing tall and serious. Sato, Kobayashi. Yagyu Zongjing's gaze locked on the two people in the team with the swiftest movement and the softest breath. Center the camp and make 100 zhang radius, exhaust all efforts to expand the search radius. Focus on examining energy dispersion points and terrain anomalies. He turned his gaze to the other two, Yamamoto, Fujiwara, guard the two wings and block prying eyes. Hi. The four responded like thunder, their eyes filled with an extreme desire for greater power. In the Bear Nation representative team, at the campfire site. Ivanov had just downed a huge gulp of life water. A line of wisdom suddenly jumped into view. Face it head on. Don't be a coward. Hooray. Puff. Vodka mixed with saliva turned into a silver arrow, accurately sprayed into the core of the campfire. The fire boom erupted in a dazzling blaze, illuminating Ivanov's bear-like face, which shifted from shock to ecstasy. Ha! 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 He burst out laughing, shaking the leaves from the trees. Did you hear that? My brothers. The motherland has sent a congratulatory message. Face it head-on. Don't be a coward. Hooray! Mikhail, Sergei, and others were first stunned, then erupted into a frenzy of roars and whistles that could topple the treetops. Hooray! Hooray! That's how it should be. What kind of warrior is timid like a woman? Fight! Fight him! Let this forest remember who the real king of the jungle is. Ivanov's tower-like body cast a huge shadow in the dancing firelight as he suddenly raised the empty bottle. The motherland trusts our iron fists. Trusts our traps. Then let those filthy monsters taste the fury of the Siberian bear. Tomorrow. Dig deeper trenches. Find fiercer opponents. Drink hotter vodka. Face it head-on. Hooray! Hooray! The campfire was ignited by the fervent battle spirit. Every member of the bear squad had boiling blood. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's fortress. In the pin-drop silence, 5 gazes were locked firmly on the wisdom in the center of their vision. Fortress attracts strong enemies, evil crocodiles lock the life. Pickle guns are lethal, ants kill for points. Treasure chests hold opportunities, seek swiftly. Lin Tao was instantly dumbfounded. This ancient text? A hint of embarrassment swept across his face as he instinctively touched the back of his head. My language skills aren't great, gentlemen, what does this mean? Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, and Uncle Wang exchanged knowing glances and turned to Professor Sun in unison. Professor Sun silently stepped forward and adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Let me explain for everyone. Fortress attracts strong enemies, evil crocodiles lock the life. Professor Sun paused. The motherland is reminding us that our solid fortress is too conspicuous, easily attracting strong enemies with ill intentions. As for the evil crocodile at the door. A hint of helpless laughter appeared on Professor Sun's face. Puff. Looks like the country still doesn't know that old Wang has already reformed that crocodile, thinking we're trapped, facing the deadly danger of a beast at the door. After listening to Professor Sun's explanation, the group felt slightly relieved. Uncle Zhang still had doubts. Strong enemies? Ferocious beasts in the forest? According to reason, the bigger the fortress, the safer it should be, right? Professor Sun shook his head slightly. No, old Zhang, I'm afraid it refers to more than just wild beasts. The strong enemies mentioned here are almost certainly teams from other participating countries. Lin Tao suddenly awakened. So, teams have already started hunting each other? That's why the country warned us like this. This deduction instantly tightened the air inside the fortress. Professor Sun nodded heavily and continued to explain. Pickle guns are lethal, ants kill for points. Pickle clearly refers to Pickle Country. Ant, without a doubt, must be Little Ant Country. Professor Sun's gaze became incredibly sharp. The warning says that Pickle Country has firearms, and they are the most lethal threat. And Little Ant Country, they might have already started acting, hunting others to seize points. Guns? Uncle Li couldn't help but exclaim, then looked incredulously at the hiking stick in his hand. Oh my god. I brought my hiking stick in, could there really be guns? If that's the case, the Pickle team is likely all elite armed forces. Police agents, or even professional soldiers. The relaxation on Uncle Zhang's face completely disappeared. A massive sense of crisis weighed heavily on each person's heart. Treasure chests hold opportunities, seek swiftly. Professor Sun's voice broke the tension. Emphasizing that the treasure chest contains important opportunities or powerful resources, it must be searched for at all costs as soon as possible. As Professor Sun's words fell, the air in the fortress seemed to freeze. Uncle Li stood up. Standing before the thick 3-inch alloy gate. Old hands lay upon the cold metal, worry shadowing the eyes even more. The fortress is strong, but if the enemy has firearms, then it's hard to say. Lin Tao took a deep breath, forcefully pushing back the rising anxiety within. We can't just sit here and wait. His voice was resolute, eyes sharp like drawn blades. Grandpa Zhang. He looked at the old soldier. You have worked hard, tonight the fortress high ground must always have someone. Rest assured. Old man like me won't take a break tonight. Grandpa Li. Lin Tao turned to the old carpenter. Please think hard about whether you can make some simple traps with the materials we have. Sure. Leave it to me. Li Weiguo's eyes sparkled, his mind racing to sketch out plans. Grandpa Wang, hide the crocodile, this is our most important trump card. Okay. Grandpa Wang weakly nodded. Professor Sun, please be sure to stay alert, our brains need you to be awake at all times. Don't worry. Professor Sun solemnly promised. With arrangements complete, Lin Tao focused his thoughts, opening his talent panel. Remaining lifespan, 31 years. Want to hunt us? He slowly scanned the 4 elderly figures in the fortress, though aged, their spines remained straight. Then come and try. Let's see whether your fire sticks are harder. Or if our Sunset Red travel group has tougher bones. Chapter 20, Continue Simulating, Unlock New Skill, Talent Copy. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao leaned against the stone wall. He closed his eyes, starting to sort through the cards he could play. Grandpa Zhang, undoubtedly the trump card. His close combat capability is off the charts, able to face and even instant-kill E-level giant beasts. Though one man can take on 1,000, he is, after all, flesh and blood. Overall, he counts as one complete core combat force. Grandpa Wang is a huge crocodile, a strong physical output and meat shield. Especially useful in wild external battles and defensive wars. But Grandpa Wang himself is weak and needs protection. The giant crocodile is not invincible, facing high-penetration attacks or stronger monsters is still risky. On the whole, he also counts as one complete core combat force. Grandpa Li is the core of logistics support and equipment manufacturing, with endless potential. The snake-scale crossbow provides valuable long-range fire support in terms of range and toxicity, crucial in emergencies or to finish off foes. But its power seems insufficient against E-level or higher enemies, and the snake-scale stabs are limited. He barely counts as half a combat force. Professor Sun, capable of identifying water, food, medicine, and even poisons, is of great value. However, he has almost no fighting capacity in direct combat. Lastly, it's Lin Tao himself. Though he can strengthen teammates, his own combat power is nearly zero. Adding it all up, the team only has 2.5 effective combat powers. Lin Tao's heart sank little by little. Facing a team with firearms and possibly powerful talents, this little strength is hardly enough. His gaze fell on the golden talent panel in view. 31 years, how to choose? Lin Tao stared at the number in the lifespan column, deep in thought. Enhance Grandpa Zhang? The key is that Grandpa Zhang is already strong enough. 2 fists can't match 4 hands, what we lack now is numbers. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto his own talent. SSS-level Heavenly Path Simulation. This gives him the core ability to change everything. Is there still room for exploration? Last time the simulation unlocked, lifespan plunder, or real lifeline. So now. Let's do it again. I'm all in. A flash of determination crossed Lin Tao's eyes. Focusing his mind, he locked onto his talent. Locking in. Inject 10 years. The familiar simulated space unfolded. Calm, he forced himself to take deep breaths. 20 years remaining. Retreat? Not an option. In this man-eating forest, without power, it's a dead end. Damn it! You can't have the lamb without putting the wolves in the pen. A fierce determination surged in his heart. If 10 years is not enough, then let's go all in. All remaining 19 years, put them all on the line. With a reckless and desperate thought, he urged again. Locking in. The simulated space roared with sudden changes. I did it! Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes. The intense pain in his soul made his vision go dark, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Ecstasy instantly drowned out all discomfort. Talent replication. Looking at the skill description, an indescribable excitement swept through his entire body. This was truly a tailor-made skill to break through obstacles. Uncle Zhang's punches, Uncle Wang's beast mastery, even the powerful talents of enemies he might meet in the future. As long as he made contact, there was a possibility they could become his own. Replicate. I must replicate it immediately. Lin Tao could not wait, his gaze instantly locked onto the 2 strongest sources of combat power inside the fortress, Zhang Jianguo and Wang Chunsheng. He took a deep breath and walked towards Uncle Zhang, who was on guard at the door. Uncle Zhang, could you come over here? I have an idea that needs your cooperation to try. Lin Tao tried his best to keep his voice calm. Uncle Zhang's sharp gaze swept over Lin Tao's pale and frightening face and his slightly trembling body, his brows furrowing tightly. Xiaolinzi, why do you look so bad? Did you force that ability again? Nonsense. His tone carried both admonishment and concern of an elder. It's nothing, uncle. I'm just a bit tired. Lin Tao forced a smile. Come on, just give me your hand for a few seconds. Although Uncle Zhang was confused, he had absolute trust in Lin Tao. He did not hesitate to extend his calloused hand. Lin Tao took a deep breath, also extending his hand, and firmly grasped Uncle Zhang's palm. Talent replication activated. Target locked, Zhang Jianguo S-level martial arts master. In an instant, a vast torrent of martial will surge through their hands, flooding into Lin Tao's body. Ugh! Lin Tao let out a groan, feeling every bone and muscle in his body shaking wildly. It felt as though countless invisible hammers were simultaneously pounding and reshaping his body. Countless images of battles, techniques for exerting strength, and fragments of life-and-death combat experiences rushed into his mind like a violent tide. That was the terrifying foundation of an S-level martial arts master. Lin Tao felt like a piece of raw iron, being forcibly shoved into a furnace and hammered into a strange shape. He gritted his teeth, his gums bleeding, enduring this inhuman impact. 3 seconds. It felt as long as a century. Just when Lin Tao was about to collapse, the replication was complete. The raging torrent instantly calmed down, settling into a gentle yet powerful force within his limbs and bones. Ding! Replication successful. Gain talent, S-level martial arts master. Lin Tao released his hand, staggering a step before steadying himself. He looked down at his hands. Even though they didn't appear different, he felt an unprecedented power within them. A feeling of absolute control over his body, and a keen instinct for combat, crystal clear. This is... Uncle Jean was also stunned. At that moment of contact, he seemed to feel that some part of his origin had been gently touched. Although unharmed, the sensation was extremely strange. Looking back at Lin Tao, although still weak, there was a familiar spark deep in his eyes. It worked, Uncle Jean. Lin Tao grinned widely. I feel amazing. You continue to be on guard. I'm going to check on Uncle Wang. He turned around, a hint of impatience in his steps as he walked towards Uncle Wang Chunsheng, who was resting in the corner. Uncle Wang, sorry to disturb your rest, but I need your help as well. Just a handshake will do. Lin Tao lowered his voice. Uncle Wang wearily opened his eyes, looked at Lin Tao, and although confused, he nodded in trust and extended his somewhat slender hand. Lin Tao gently grasped Uncle Wang's hand. This time, he locked his mind on Wang Chunsheng S-level beast mastery. Replication activated. In stark contrast to the violent torrent of martial will from Uncle Zhang, what surged into Lin Tao's consciousness was a vast, gentle yet extremely resilient mental power. This mental power was filled with an understanding of all beings, a desire for communication, and a dominating will to forcibly control. Countless blurry and strange emotional fluctuations of beasts, ways to construct spiritual connections, techniques for soothing and intimidating. Like a gentle stream, it profoundly merged into Lin Tao's spiritual world. He felt as if he was instantly placed in a strange space woven by the whispers of countless creatures, able to sense the gigantic, cold thought of submission from the armored crocodile outside the door, and even vaguely perceive the emotional fragments of smaller beings further away in the forest. This spiritual imprint also brought a shock, but it leaned more towards a soul-level pain and information overload. Lin Tao steadied his mind and silently endured. 3 seconds later. Ding! Copy successful. Gain talent, S-class beast control path. Lin Tao released his hand and let out a gentle sigh. The spiritual world seemed to have expanded, adding an indescribable dimension of perception. He instinctively looked towards the fortress gate, effortlessly sensing the presence of the armored giant crocodile outside, and even vaguely transmitted a calming thought. The enormous body of the crocodile seemed to move slightly, conveying a hint of submissive feedback. Shaolin, you. Grandpa Wang's eyes were filled with shock. He also felt that strange touch during their earlier contact. What startled him even more was Lin Tao's look towards the door and the breath that radiated from him, which was of the same origin as his beast control path. I also made it, Grandpa Wang. Lin Tao's smile grew more radiant, filled with the excitement of having power. You should rest well and recover your mental strength quickly. Next, just watch us. Lin Tao clenched his fist, the joints cracking softly, his eyes burning with cold battle intent. With 2 S-class talents in hand. The guns of the pickled cabbage country? The hunting of little ants? Bring it on. Let's see who hunts whom. Chapter 21, Point Store. In the late night, Lin Tao gently patted Grandpa Zhang Jiangwo's shoulder, who was on guard at the lookout on top of the fortress. Grandpa Zhang, you should rest for a bit, I'll keep watch for the second half of the night. Grandpa Zhang, with eyes sharp as an eagle weathered by the storms of time, looked at Lin Tao. Shaolin, is your body okay? You still look a bit pale. I'm fine, I've recovered quite a bit, I can hold on. Lin Tao smiled, his smile filled with a bit of confidence. Also, I'm not who I was before. You should go rest and regain your strength, there might be a tough battle tomorrow. Grandpa Zhang nodded, not declining. He smoothly turned over and let Lin Tao take his position. Grandpa Zhang relaxed, and his breathing quickly became long and deep. Lin Tao stood at the lookout, feeling the unique dampness and chill of the forest night. He focused his mind, as the keen perception brought by the S-class combat master spread like an invisible radar, clearly distinguishing every rustle within dozens of meters around him. At the same time, the connection from the S-class beast control path allowed him to clearly sense the state of the armored giant crocodile iron armor outside the door. It lay beside the door, its cold vertical pupils scanning the darkness with caution, conveying a sense of stability and submission. The night passed without a word, only occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of unknown beasts and the hoots of night owls, alongside the deep or shallow breaths of several elderly people inside the fortress. Lin Tao's spirit was highly focused, experiencing the perfect control of every inch of his muscles under the guidance of the combat master. Time flowed in the tense silence, and the eastern horizon finally showed a hint of dawn. The cold system notification tone suddenly exploded in the minds of all contestants without warning. Second day of the group matches, live broadcast begins. As of now, the number of surviving teams in this group, 39/47. The list of teams eliminated on the first night is announced. 1. Representative team of Siam. 2. Representative team of the Tin Country. 3. Representative team of Nepal. 4. Representative team of Cambodia. 5. Representative team of Laos. 6. Representative team of Vietnam. 7. Representative team of East Timor. At the moment the list was read, the global livestream chat exploded. In the live streams of the 7 countries mentioned, angry curses and cries of despair filled the screens instantly. Little Ant War Ryu ancestor. However, the cold system tone showed no fluctuations at all. Like the pronouncement of death. All representatives of the 7 countries have fallen. The punishment of national fate is activated immediately. Random selection of 3 disaster-level punishments in progress. Selection complete. Punishment materialized. The live broadcast abruptly switched, and the 7 countries instantly fell into a hell of natural disasters and human calamities. Raging storms tore apart coastal cities, unknown plagues spread among crowded people, cities lost their order with raging fires, and atrocities ran rampant. Fear quickly spread in the hearts of the citizens of all surviving countries. Punishment concluded. The system's voice was emotionless, as if it had merely crushed a few ants. The countries that survive to this day are all resilient armies. To help you better cope with future challenges, we award all current surviving teams a bonus of 500 points. Meanwhile, the points exchange shop has undergone its first significant update. All contestants are encouraged to quickly use their points to enhance their strength. The road to survival is one where you either progress or regress. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tao opened the points shop. The exchange bar, which could only redeem shelters before, has now changed. 3 slots appeared on the interface. Each slot held a floating shadow of an item. The name, effect, and the required points for exchange were labeled below. In the lower right corner, a prominent refresh button flashed red, with a note stating refresh requires 100 points. The people in the fortress were awakened by this voice. Grandpa Zhang instantly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. Grandpa Li rubbed his eyes and sat up, while Professor Sun adjusted his glasses. Although Grandpa Wang was still somewhat weak, he also struggled to sit up straight. All eyes were focused on Lin Tao. Lin Tao took a deep breath and quickly scanned the 3 slots. Slot 1. Item, rapid fire shotgun. Level, green. Effect, powerful close-range lethality, equipped with a 7-round magazine. Comes with 10 armor-piercing shells, high penetration, and 20 buckshot, high range. Exchange points, 500. Slot 2. Item, composite bulletproof vest. Level, white. Effect, significantly improves defense for vital chest and abdomen areas, effectively resisting medium and small caliber bullets or stabs from sharp objects and impacts from blunt objects. Exchange points, 200. Slot 3. Item, portable recon totem. Level, green. Effect, after being placed, it can create an invisible reconnaissance field with a radius of 100 meters, lasting 76 hours. Any moving creatures approaching the range will send a mental alarm to the placer. Exchange points, 400. Hiss. Grandpa Li inhaled sharply, his eyes fixated on the shotgun. Wow, there really is a gun. And it comes with 2 types of bullets? But 500 points, that's really expensive. Grandpa Zhang frowned tightly, looking at the bulletproof vest. This thing, can it stop bullets? 200 points, that's not cheap. Professor Sun was attracted by the reconnaissance totem warning device? 100-meter radius? Great item. This can greatly reduce the risk of being ambushed. 400 points, worth that price. Grandpa Wang looked at the high prices. We currently only have a total of 500 points, so we can only exchange for 1 item. Just as the people of the Dragon Country were excitedly discussing exchange strategies, the live broadcast officially began the second day's stream. The Bear Country representative team. At this moment, they were also gathered together, pointing at the exchange panel and discussing the exchange strategy. The screen advanced. The 3 items in the slots gradually became clear. Slot 1. Item, first aid kit. Level, white. Effect, after use, it can immediately stabilize injuries and continuously restore health. Exchange points, 250. Slot 2. Item, high explosive grenade. Level, white. Effect, a powerful explosive, with a killing radius of 15 meters. Exchange points, 200. Slot 3. Item, anti-beast landmine. Level, green. Effect, pressure-triggered explosive device, with massive damage effect on beasts of E level and below. Exchange points, 400. The comments exploded instantly. What the? Is the attribute of the first aid kit so insane? Isn't this like having an extra life? The items are good, but the key point is that the points are too expensive, right? 500 points aren't enough. We can only exchange for one item, it's so hard to choose. As the screen advanced, the balance of points gradually became clear on the screen. Maoxiong country points, 600. The audience was completely stunned. What? Wasn't it supposed to be 500 points, why is it 600? Ha. I remember now, we Maoxiong didn't exchange for the shelter yesterday, saved 100 points. Oh yeah. So foresight. It's only 100 more, but it means we can directly claim the items in the last 2 boxes. Claim it. Claim it. The live camera shook and switched to the Kimchi country representative team. A few team members looked like they had stayed up all night, their expressions were tired. Except for the captain being on guard, everyone else was surprisingly resting on the ground. What? Did our team just come back from hunting? Why do they look so exhausted? As the camera zoomed in, the panel in front of the captain gradually became clear. The background color of the boxes was exceptionally bright, it was actually 2 blue and 1 green. What the hell? 2 blue items and 1 green item, all good stuff. How is Kimchi country so lucky? When the audience saw the points balance in the lower right corner, they finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Kimchi country points, 2,600. The barrage quickly reacted. What the hell? 2,600 points? I didn't see it wrong, right? Didn't Kimchi country not save points yesterday? How come they have so many points so early in the morning? What the hell? Could it be that besides the little ant, there's Kimchi country's contribution in Group 7? Beast. How many people did this kill? Chapter 22 Lin Tao's guess. The live camera switched, and the floating exchange panel of Kimchi country clearly displayed the item details. Box 1. Item, Bug Clan Sniper Rifle. Level, blue. Effect, a precise killing tool using Bug Clan technology, comes with 5 armor-piercing bullets and 3 high-explosive bullets. Exchange points, 1,200. Box 2. Item, Tactical Command Map. Level, blue. Effect, after activation, scans the terrain and all life signs within a radius of 500 meters in real time, information shared with teammates. Exchange points, 800. Box 3. Item, Group Swift Potion. Level, green. Effect, after drinking, the entire team's movement speed and attack speed increase by 30%, lasting 30 minutes. After clearly seeing the item details, the audience of Kimchi country was in a frenzy. Park Ching's sharp gaze swept back and forth between the sniper rifle and the map panel. Captain? Jean Lingshuan's voice carried a hint of urgency and expectation. Park Ching's eyes focused, without a trace of hesitation, sniper rifle and command map. Exchange immediately. Yes. Jean Lingshuan's delicate finger tapped the panel lightly. 2 soft yet powerful rays of white light lit up in succession. A heavy sniper rifle covered in patterns appeared out of thin air. Jean Tianyu's fingers caressed the cold, smooth barrel and scope with obsession, his eyes ignited with flames. At the same time, a palm-sized precision tablet appeared in Park Ching's open palm. He immediately pressed the activation key, and countless tiny beams of light intertwined, quickly constructing a translucent 3D sand table in mid-air. The mountains, rivers, trees, and streams within a radius of 500 meters were clearly visible. Several glaring red light spots moved within it. And in the northeastern direction, a faint blue energy light spot was continuously pulsing. What about the potion? Jean Tianyu's gaze swept over the remaining 500 points on the panel. The group speed potion will be very useful in a critical moment. He was somewhat puzzled, the points were clearly enough to exchange. Park Ching's gaze did not leave the blue light spot on the map, points are precious. Vision is our eyes, the sniper rifle is our fangs, with these 2, we can tear apart most enemies. Speed? You only need speed to escape. It's better to save the points for future preparations. He raised his hand sharply, pointing towards the direction of the light spot. Jean Tianyu, familiarize yourself with the new gun's performance as quickly as possible. Others, organize your equipment. The map shows energy fluctuations in the northeastern direction, likely a high-value treasure chest, or a team waiting to be harvested. The scene suddenly shifted, cutting to the depths of the dense forest where Little Ant Country was hiding. Captain Cohen was staring intently at his exchange panel, his face flickering with an excited grimace. The items on the screen made the global audience gasp. Grid 1. Item, Shadow Cloak. Level, Purple. Effect, wearing it significantly enhances stealth, greatly reduces one's presence, and when standing still, nearly completely hides in the shadows. Exchange points, 1800. Grid 2. Item, High-frequency vibrating dagger. Level, Blue. Effect, a close combat weapon. The blade vibrates at high frequency, easily tearing through metal armor, causing terrifying internal injuries, and it also has significant erosion capabilities against energy shields. Exchange points, 1000. Grid 3. Item, Powerful Paralysis Trap. Level, Green. Effect, deploys an invisible trap that explodes into a powerful paralysis gas upon triggering, covering a 10-meter radius. Exchange points, 300. I could feel the chill from the daggers buzzing even through the screen. Close combat is unbeatable. Then, a line of small text appeared in the bottom right corner of the global live broadcast. Little Ant Country current points, 3000. In that moment, the world seemed to press the mute button. The next second, comments flooded in like a tsunami, filled with fear and anger. Per person 200 points. 3000 points means a total of 15 lives. One night? How many people did they slaughter? Cohen stuck out his crimson tongue and licked his cracked lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. Exchange everything. Not a single piece left. The black shadow cloak automatically wrapped around his entire body like a liquid, his outline instantly became blurry, as if completely merging with the darkness of the forest. The high-frequency vibrating dagger fell into his palm, buzzing. A deep yet piercing high-frequency vibration sounded, and the air seemed to twist around the blade. Hee hee hee. Cohen's chilling laughter echoed in the forest, little bugs. He became like a shadow immersed in darkness, the hunt has just begun. His teammates spread out like ghosts, silently disappearing into the shadowy forest. The camera switched to the sturdy yet somewhat dull fortress inside Dragon Country. The air was heavy, the mere 500 points weighed like a boulder on everyone's heart. Let's exchange for a scouting totem. Professor Sun pointed at the 400-point totem on the panel. This is the only eye that can give us a warning. Without it, even a team with just a gun sneaking to the door will be completely unaware. We would be like meat on the chopping block. Exactly. The eye is the most important. Old Man Li slapped his knee heavily to show his support. Old Man Zhang nodded vigorously. Lin Tao's gaze swept over the meager 500 points, his teeth clenched. All right. Let's exchange for the totem. A flash of white light appeared, and a stone totem column engraved with ancient mysterious runes thudded down onto the floor, its surface shimmering with faint spiritual light. Suddenly, in the live broadcast screen, Lin Tao stood up. Looking at the remaining 100 points in the score bar, his gaze shifted again to the refresh button in the bottom right corner of the store. Lin Tao's strange behavior made audiences from neighboring countries instantly alert. What is he going to do? He can't be thinking of refreshing those last 100 points, can he? You upstairs, what a terrifying joke. Do you know how hard it is to get 100 points? That requires killing an F-grade beast. The next second, Lin Tao directly clicked on the refresh page. Even a few of the old men were stunned, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. The audience from Dragon Country was completely enraged. 100 points disappeared, and the shop interface blurred and transformed. 3 new items appeared. Grid 1. Item, Coarse Bandage. Level, White. Effect, restores a small amount of health every second, lasting 10 seconds. Exchange points, 80. Grid 2. Item, Simple Trap. Level, White. Effect, causes 30 damage to the triggerer and slows them down by 50%, lasting 3 seconds. Exchange points, 100. Grid 3. Item, High Performance Energy Bar. Level, White. Effect, quickly restores stamina and slightly replenishes spirit. Exchange points, 50. 3 pieces of white gear appeared, causing the audience from Dragon Country to explode with frustration. Foreign audiences were all laughing and enjoying the show. Looking at the 3 white items and then at the stunned old men. Lin Tao, however, had an excited face. Grandpas, this spending of points is worth it. Chapter 23, United Assault. Inside the fortress, the air seemed to be frozen. Several elders stared at the 3 newly refreshed white items, then looked at Lin Tao's uncontrollable excitement, momentarily confused. Little Lin, do you think these 100 points were worth spending? Grandpa Li gasped in pain, but this can only be exchanged for killing an F-level threat. Elder Zhang frowned, examining Lin Tao. Kid, did you figure something out? Professor Sun pushed up his glasses without speaking, his gaze thoughtful. Lin Tao took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement inside. Gentlemen, I guessed right. The quality of the items refreshed in the shop is directly related to how many points we have left when we exchange. We only had 100 points left just now, and what was refreshed? All white trash gear. But when we refreshed for the first time, we had 500 points. What came out? 2 pieces of green gear. Lin Tao became more excited. This means that the fewer points we have, the lower the refresh limit, and the chance of good items appearing becomes smaller. In contrast, if we save up a lot of points and keep the remaining points at a high level, then the next refresh will greatly increase the probability of good items showing up. We might even see blue gear, purple gear, or even more rare treasures. This conclusion was like thunder, exploding in the minds of the elders. Hiss. Professor Sun inhaled sharply, instantly understanding the logic. So that's it. We should stockpile points. Then refresh, and good equipment will come out. Goodness. Elder Zhang's gaze was sharp as a blade. So, if we want to get the really good stuff, we can't spend all our points at once like yesterday, right? We need to save? Exactly. Lin Tao nodded firmly. So, this 100 points was worth it. It made us see the rules clearly. Now, our goal is very clear. Hunt monsters, earn points. Once we save enough points, we refresh to get stronger gear. After hearing Lin Tao's analysis, the global livestream chat exploded instantly. Other countries, however, remained non-committal. Ding, the Dragon Kingdom livestream ended, and the camera turned off. Without the constraints of the camera, Lin Tao stood up to stretch his limbs, feeling the power of an S-level martial arts master surging within him, along with the mental awareness brought by the S-level beast taming path. There's ironclad on guard at the entrance, and a reconnaissance totem covers 100 meters. The fortress is temporarily safe. Lin Tao flexed his wrists and looked at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, are you warmed up? It's time to work. Elder Zhang grinned, a steel-like killing intent filling the air. I'm itching to move. Let's go, little Lin. Let me see how capable you are with your stolen skills. Before the two exited, Lin Tao anxiously instructed Grandpa Wang Chunsheng. Grandpa Wang, make sure to stay in contact with Ironclad at all times. With his current battle power, there shouldn't be any threats for now. Don't worry. Professor Sun also nodded seriously. We'll guard the home, you can rest assured. Hunting in the forest, in the morning, the thin mist had not yet dissipated, and visibility was low. The alloy door silently opened a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to pass. Lin Tao was the first to slip out, his movements several times more agile and smooth than before. The control, balance, and instinctive danger prediction brought by being an S-level martial arts master allowed him to land silently, like a nimble cat. Elder Zhang followed closely behind, his movements light as a feather, his breath contained like a rock. Outside, the armored giant crocodile Ironclad, measuring over 7 meters in length, lay in the shadows. Its cold vertical pupils glanced at the two, conveying a mixed message of docility and vigilance. Lin Tao had a thought, transmitting an order: stand guard and be ready to assist if there are any movements. Ironclad emitted a nearly inaudible low growl, as if responding. The two did not immediately venture deep into the jungle but carefully explored along the fortress perimeter. The morning forest was unusually quiet, with only the occasional birdsong and the rustling of leaves blown by the wind. After walking for about 100 meters, they found nothing except for a few startled little animals. Strange, Uncle Jean lowered his voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dense bushes. Yesterday there were so many big ones by the creek, why is it so quiet around here today? Lin Tao was also puzzled. He tried to concentrate, extending the S-rank beast master perception ability around him. At first, he only sensed the vigilance of rodents in the bushes, the laziness of birds on the treetops, and the wriggling of insects underground. These subtle emotional fragments were like background noise. He furrowed his brows, his mental tentacles spreading slowly and steadily like invisible ripples reaching further away. Suddenly, about 70 or 80 meters to the left front, beneath a patch of dense ferns, he caught a thought filled with hunger and a hint of violence. There's something. Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes, pointing in that direction, his voice tinged with excitement. 10 o'clock, about 70 or 80 meters. The feeling, not very strong, seems like an F-rank predator. Very hungry, very restless. Uncle Zhang's eyes sparkled. Oh? Your feelings are quite keen, huh? Let's go check it out. It's time to practice. The two immediately lightened their steps, like hunters merging into the environment, stealthily approaching the target area. Lin Tao's newly acquired master fighting instincts made each step land on the least noisy spot, his body naturally using the terrain for cover. Soon, they approached the patch of ferns. Through the layers of huge leaves, they could hear heavy breathing and the sound of claws scratching the soil from within. Uncle Zhang gave Lin Tao a look, signaling him to take action. He himself took a step sideways, occupying a position where he could support at any time while observing the overall situation. Lin Tao took a deep breath, a fighting spirit rising in his eyes. This was his first real battle since gaining power. Although the opponent was only F rank, he had to go all out. He did not charge recklessly but concentrated his mental power, trying to lock onto the blurry source point of thought beneath the fern leaves. The S-rank Beast Master Way brought not only perception but also a faint sense of intimidation and interference. A mental shock carried with intimidation struck like an invisible needle, piercing fiercely towards that hungry and restless core of consciousness. Whoa! Beneath the fern leaves, a roar of surprise and anger erupted suddenly. A badger, with sharp bony spines on its back, startled and burst out. The sudden mental stimulation triggered its viciousness, its small, red eyes instantly locked onto Lin Tao, who was exposed. With a kick of its hind legs, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and pounced towards him with incredible speed. Come at me. Lin Tao did not retreat but advanced. The S-rank master fighter instincts took over his body in an instant. His left foot pivoted as his body glided right like a ghost, his movement smooth and natural, perfectly avoiding the badger's snapping jaws. At the same time, his coiled right fist charged forward like a bullet, smashing into the relatively weak point where the badger's neck met its shoulder. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound accompanied by the clear sound of bone cracking echoed. The fierce badger barely let out a half-hearted scream before being struck by this master-level power punch, sending it flying sideways into the air. It crashed hard against a sturdy tree trunk and slid softly to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. A prompt sound echoed as the entire process was as fast as lightning. From when the badger pounced to its death, it only took 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Tao slowly withdrew his fist, looking at his hand with an expression of disbelief and extreme excitement on his face. This is the power of an S-rank master fighter, it's so strong. Good boy. Uncle Zhang watched closely, a look of appreciation bursting in his eyes. This punch, the timing, angle, and force were all perfectly grasped. Clean and crisp. You've really stolen the essence of my kung fu. Ha ha. He stepped forward and patted Lin Tao's shoulder. The force was not small, knocking Lin Tao off balance, but more so was the satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This is how to deal with F-level things from now on. Time and effort saved. Lin Tao laughed lightly, rubbed his sore shoulder, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. He looked at the system notification of 100 points credited, boosting his confidence. Grandpa Zhang, this is just the beginning. Let's go, the next one. The two exchanged smiles, their fighting spirit high, and their figures once again vanished into the depths of the forest shrouded in morning mist. Chapter 24, Silver Treasure Chest, D-Level Guardian Beast. With the opening of the grid shop and the issuance of 500 reward points, the nearly collapsing team finally ignited a glimmer of hope. In a damp hollow, the representative team of the Tin Country. A survival team composed of climbers exchanged for a combined bulletproof vest, 200 points, a simple hunting crossbow, 200 points, and several rough bandages, 100 points. It's a dead end anyway, we can't hide anymore. Crossbow shooters suppress, everyone follow me, focus on the lone small F-level monsters. They set their sights on a rockskin burrowing beast, F-level, that was gnawing on tree roots. The bulletproof vest tanked one charge from the burrowing beast, and the crossbow bolt precisely hit its relatively weak abdomen. In the end, they took the first kill without any danger. Points plus 100, the team members embraced and cried. On the rocky beach downstream of the stream, the representative team of the Lai Country. After discussion, the team exchanged 4 anti-beast landmines, 400 points, and a first aid kit, 100 points. They carefully set up the landmines. Captain, there's a raging bull, F-level, over there. Lure it over, lure it over. They successfully led the bull into the minefield. Boom! The deafening sound shook the valley, the bull was blown to a pulp. The first round of live streaming ended, and the screen rotated back to the Kimchi Country. The live camera focused on the Kimchi Country team. Park Sungs held the tactical command map, his sharp eyes scanning the miniature sand table floating in midair. The light point representing the blue energy source was less than 50 meters ahead. Right ahead, stay alert. Park Sungs lowered his voice and made a gesture. Jin Tianyu held the heavy, insectoid sniper rifle in his hands, the barrel slightly raised. Jin Lingxian followed closely beside Park Sungs, while Cui Wenshan and Li Chenghua warily spread out on either side, pointing their guns toward potentially threatening directions. The few of them held their breath, like experienced leopards, silently and swiftly approaching the target area. Pushing aside the last few large leaves, a treasure chest radiating a soft silver light quietly lay on the damp mossy ground. The chest's surface shimmered with wave-like patterns, exquisite and clearly hiding something good inside. Treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. Li Chenghua couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively wanting to step forward to grab it. Cui Wenshan's breathing became heavy as well, his face full of excitement. Just as Li Chenghua raised his foot. Don't move. Park Sung's voice was filled with unprecedented shock and sternness. His eyes fixed firmly on the shadowed area behind the treasure chest. On the map, right next to the light point representing the blue treasure chest, a glaring deep red light point suddenly appeared. Almost simultaneously with Park Sung's shout, 2 points of bright red light suddenly lit up. Following this, a massive outline slowly emerged from the shadows. A terrifying creature that was indescribable. It resembled a hybrid of a mantis and a lizard, standing over 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. Its entire body was covered not in scales, but in a chitinous shell shimmering with a metallic sheen. Curved bone spikes extended from its joints. Most chilling were its disproportionately large forelimbs, akin to 2 black curved blades with serrations, gently rubbing against each other. Warning! D-level threat detected, Shadow Claw Beast. The cold system prompt sounded, making even the viewers in front of the screen hold their breath. The air seemed to freeze, the heavy pressure making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, the Shadow Claw Beast did not attack, only coldly surveying its prey with its pair of crimson compound eyes. Park Sung-jae's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his back already soaked. The deep red D-level mark on the map burned into his vision like a brand. Just give up like this? That's a silver treasure chest, which likely hides treasures that could greatly boost their power. Whether the Pickle Country could survive the brutal competition to come, or even reach the top, this chest is the key. He would never be willing to just escape in defeat. But the threat level of D, the murderous intent that exploded a moment ago, made his soul tremble. Park Sung-jae took a deep breath, a glint of fierce resolve and gambler's determination flashed in his eyes. Jin Tianyu. Here. Use armor-piercing rounds. Fire 1 shot to test its defenses, just 1 shot. Park Sung-jae spoke extremely quickly. Everyone else, be ready to retreat at any time. If it shows any signs of angry surge, don't hesitate, run immediately according to the planned route. Understood. The team members replied nervously, their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. Choi Woon-san and Lee Song-hwa lowered their gun barrels slightly, ready to fire to cover the retreat. Jean Ling-xian had already gripped the first aid kit tightly, her face pale. Jin Tianyu held his breath, his fingers steady on the trigger. With the eagle eye talent fully activated, the cold compound eye of the Shadow Terror Claw Beast was infinitely magnified in the scope. He slowly adjusted his breathing, his heartbeat calming down, as if the world only consisted of the target and the gun in his hand. Bang! A muffled yet piercing gunshot suddenly ripped through the silence of the forest. The gun's muzzle spat out blue energy flames. The specially made armor-piercing round, accompanied by a sharp screech, turned into a streak of light heading for the Shadow Terror Claw Beast's right eye. The moment the gun fired, the Terror Claw Beast reacted instantly, instinctively blocking with its knife-like arm. Clang! The armor-piercing round hit, but it didn't penetrate as expected. The powerful armor-piercing round was precisely blocked by the Terror Claw Beast's serrated knife arm. A spray of sparks erupted at the point of impact. A clear white dent appeared on the claw shell of the Terror Claw Beast that was hit. After being attacked, its crimson compound eye on its head fixed firmly on Jin Tianyu, who had fired. A fierce aura, seemingly from the depths of hell, erupted violently. Chapter 25, Instant Death for 2. Retreat. Lee Song-hwa's eyes widened with fury, locking onto the gigantic creature ahead that brought the shadow of death. He pulled the trigger hard, and the muzzle instantly spurted a blazing tongue of fire. Bullets rained down like a storm, screaming as they tore through the air toward the body of the Terror Claw Beast. However, the metallic storm that could tear flesh shattered against the beast's armored body, only sparking fleeting embers. Clink, clink. The armor only bore shallow white marks, without even a hint of cracks. Lee Song-hwa's heart sank into icy depths. Run! Park Sung-jae's heart shattered, the coldness brought by the adrenaline rush sweeping over his entire body. He knew better than anyone that facing such a terrifying existence beyond common sense, any hesitation or delay equated to suicide. He suddenly turned sideways, grabbing Jin Tianyu, who was momentarily frozen in fear. His arm burst with incredible strength, nearly crushing Jin Tianyu's arm. Jin Tianyu. Run! Run fast! Jin Tianyu was startled awake by this rough pull, the fear of death instantly overwhelming all reason. Survival instinct erupted, and he let out a discordant scream, scrambling to keep up, nearly being dragged by Park Sung-jae as he rushed backward. The rotting leaves and dry branches crunched loudly underfoot. Lee Song-hwa continued to futilely pull the trigger, trying to attract the attention of the Terror Claw Beast with continuous fire, buying his teammates even a second of extra time, as he stumbled backward. However, this annoying tickling thoroughly enraged the top predator. Its enormous arm, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, slightly lifted, and its massive body turned with a terrifying speed that seemed inconsistent with its size. The blade-like arm tore through the air, unleashing a suffocating, bloody wind. It transformed into a silver arc, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, sweeping outwards. Be careful! Jin Lingxuan's scream shattered the air, but was instantly swallowed by the merciless sound of the deadly strike. Li Chenghua suddenly felt a chill at his waist, as if an icy blade had sliced through. Then, he instinctively lowered his head, and the sight that met his eyes left his mind blank. His left arm, along with a part of his waist, had been brutally severed by that terrifying blade. Severed limbs and fragments of organs mixed with boiling blood, splattering like a fountain on the surrounding trees and ground. A strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Ugh! A cry, not quite human, rang out, then abruptly stopped. His shattered body crashed to the ground. Park Ching's heart sank into a bottomless abyss. He didn't even dare to glance back at the hellish scene. All he could do was cling desperately to the almost limp Jin Tianyu, using all his strength to run forward madly. He regretted that his parents hadn't given him 2 more legs. Every step felt like it was on the edge of despair. Jin Lingxuan's face was devoid of color, her lips trembling. Tears mixed with sweat flowed down like beads from a broken string. She forced herself not to listen to the chilling sounds of chewing and the cracking of bones behind them. Without a doubt, that was the fearsome beast enjoying its fresh prey, the corpses of Li Changhua and Wenshan. Park Chingze, Jin Tianyu, and Jin Lingxian, covered in blood and deep-rooted terror, scrambled and crawled into the depths of the dense forest. Only the blood-red battlefield remained behind them. Meanwhile, in another part of the hunting forest, Lin Tao and Zhang Jianguo moved like 2 phantoms merging with the environment, rapidly traversing the ancient, towering trees of the primeval forest. Their movements were swift and precise, avoiding dry branches with every step. The continuous battles had forged their cooperation, creating a kind of rhythm. Zhang Jianguo remained in his fierce and unmatched stance. He absorbed much of the firepower with his powerful physical strength and superb combat skills, creating opportunities for Lin Tao. At this moment, he focused solely on the battle, each punch and kick carrying the force to break stones. Lin Tao moved like the deadliest snake, gliding in from the side. The S-level fighting master had granted him a sharp perception, allowing him to capture fleeting combat opportunities. At times, like a specter, he would dart in, using precise and fierce joint techniques to quickly dismantle the enemy's resistance. At other times, like a clever monkey, he would retreat, dodging deadly lunges. The dagger in his hand sparkled with cold light, each swing aimed directly at vital points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed F-level threat armored warthog, points plus 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed E-level threat swamp poison lizard, points plus 300. The cold system prompts echoed in their minds, recording their achievements. With each kill report, the numbers representing points steadily climbed. At the same time, unknowingly, they were also advancing deeper into the forest. Zhang Dage, how do you feel? Can you hold on? Lin Tao paused briefly behind a relatively safe tree trunk and whispered, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Thrilling. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dage wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead, his chest slightly heaving. But his gaze was sharp as an eagle, sparkling with excitement. It's been a long time since I've been so active. This place has enough energy. Even the rust in my bones is moving. With the 300 points from this giant lizard, we now have a total of 2,400 points. Lin Tao quickly calculated, a trace of excitement spreading across his face. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Almost at the same moment, Grandpa Zhang also stopped abruptly. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, his gaze sweeping toward the dark depths of the jungle ahead. A strong wave of energy spread from about 200 meters in front. This wave was not a physical shock, but more like a ripple on a spiritual level. Especially Lin Tao, who possessed the sharp perception of an S-level fighting master and a special spiritual resonance of an S-level beast master. The wave of energy stirred up a storm in his mind that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Very strong. Grandpa Zhang's voice was low and serious, filled with unprecedented vigilance. Stronger than any beast we've encountered before. This aura, something's not right. Yet Lin Tao's eyes, after the initial shock, quickly replaced with intense excitement and curiosity. This wave of energy was powerful, but it was not pure malice or killing intent, rather, it contained a kind of indescribable attraction. Go! Let's take a look. He decisively commanded, his voice carrying a barely noticeable thrill. The two immediately concealed all their outward aura, moving as quietly as possible toward the source of the energy wave. Every step was cautious, avoiding any obstacles that might make noise. The air around them seemed to thicken because of this energy, and the light appeared to subtly distort. The closer they got, the stronger the energy wave became. Finally, after brushing aside a clump of ferns, the scene before them opened up. In the center of the clearing, an object floated quietly. It was a treasure chest. It shimmered with a soft silver glow, as if made of solidified liquid moonlight. It had no support and defied gravity, floating about half a meter above the ground. The surface of the chest was engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, radiating a faint but undeniable halo of energy. Lin Tao felt his breath momentarily stop, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He fixed his eyes on the floating silver treasure chest. A thought exploded in his mind like thunder. Could this be the treasure hinted at by the country, containing opportunities? At the same time, the live stream room of the pickled vegetable country fell into dead silence. This silence lasted less than 2 seconds before being completely ignited. Even the comments from other countries were shocked by the D-level threat. Chapter 26, The Treasure Chest Was Stolen? In the clearing of the forest, the silver-glowing treasure chest floated quietly, emanating a chilling energy wave. Lin Tao and Zhang Jiangguo exchanged glances, both seeing joy and seriousness in each other's eyes. Be careful, Xiaolin. Grandpa Zhang's masterful aura silently spread, vigilant of their surroundings. Lin Tao nodded, holding his breath as he slowly reached out his hand. The tips of his fingers finally brushed against the cold metal surface. Buzz! The surface of the chest suddenly accelerated with flowing light, a gentle yet massive energy surged into their bodies through their arms. A prompt box popped up in their line of sight. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained secret silver treasure chest. Just as I guessed, this is the treasure. Lin Tao felt ecstatic in his heart. However, that joy lasted less than half a second. Roar! A roar filled with furious killing intent exploded like thunder from a distance. Grandpa Zhang's face changed dramatically as he raised his head. The master-level perception instantly locked onto the source of the threat. A black lightning tore through the air, rushing toward them at an almost imperceptible speed. It was the D-level threat that had just severely injured the pickled vegetable team, the Shadow Terror Claw Beast. Run! Grandpa Zhang's shout was like a thunderclap, instantly snapping Lin Tao out of his shock. The pressure from the D-level creature was overwhelming, far more terrifying than any monster they had encountered before. Lin Tao didn't even have time to think. His body, driven by the instinct to survive. The fastest reaction was made. Catch! With a thought, he picked up the silver treasure chest, his leg muscles tensed, and like an arrow released from a bow, he shot towards the direction of the fortress. Old Zhang's movements were not the least bit slow, even quicker by a step. He did not choose the exact same direction as Lin Tao, but sidestepped, his fists tightly clenched. The master's aura erupted explosively, a force so solid it seemed real, crashing into a towering ancient tree on the path of the attacking behemoth. Boom! The tree, large enough for 2 people to embrace, shook violently, leaves flying everywhere. Although it did not fall, it created a temporary visual and path obstruction. Taking advantage of the recoil, old Zhang quickly retreated towards the general direction that Lin Tao had escaped. His speed was not at all inferior to the strong and young Lin Tao. Beast! The treasure chest belongs to your Grandpa Zhang. Come and take it if you can. Old Zhang's roar was filled with deliberate provocation, trying to attract the behemoth's attention more towards himself. The behemoth's blade-like arms easily tore apart the obstructing branches and tree debris. Indeed, old Zhang's provocation thoroughly enraged it, and its scarlet compound eyes locked onto old Zhang as it chased with even greater fury. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tao and old Zhang were like 2 shadows flying low, running for their lives through the dense, dimly lit primeval forest. The wind cut across their faces like knives, and their lungs burned painfully. But neither dared to slow down at all. The feeling of pressure from behind was getting closer and closer. The speed of the D-level creature far exceeded their estimates. Split up! Run in arcs! Distract it! Old Zhang, with rich experience, yelled while sprinting. At the same time, he kicked hard at a small tree the size of a bowl, snapping the trunk which fell with wind sounds towards the path of the behemoth's pursuit. Lin Tao understood immediately, altering his direction in an instant, no longer running in a straight line, but tracing a large arc. Utilizing the complex terrain and dense vegetation for zigzag maneuvers. The behemoth's massive body could not turn quickly enough in the high-speed chase, sweeping its blade arms to chop the fallen trees into pieces, but its speed inevitably slowed slightly. It let out an even angrier roar, its compound eyes spinning wildly, seemingly trying to determine which one to chase. Iron armor. Assist. Fortress direction. Lin Tao roared wildly in his mind, sending a strong sense of crisis and location information to the armored giant croc iron armor that guarded the fortress gate through the S-level beast master path link. He didn't dare look back, desperately pushing every bit of potential in his body. At the same time, the live stream shifted, the camera focusing inside the Dragon Country fortress. Under soft lighting, the scene in the fortress hall was clearly visible. Professor Sun Jiaxian leaned against the wall, eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed. Old Wang Chunsheng was directly lying on the ground, his face still a bit pale. Old Li Weiguo was sitting on the ground leaning against the wall, his head drooping, making even sounds of snoring, appearing extremely exhausted and deeply asleep. The fortress was silent, only the snoring of Old Li and the slightly hurried breathing of Old Wang could be heard. Dragon Country live chat bullet screen. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from outside the fortress. Old Li! Open the door! Lin Tao's hoarse roar pierced through the heavy alloy door. Inside the fortress, old Li Wei was suddenly jolted awake, his snoring coming to an abrupt halt. It's Shaolin outside. Professor Sun's voice was tense. The alloy door slid open a crack, old Li darted out, just in time to see two figures like stray dogs chased by hell, rushing towards the fortress. And barely 20 meters behind them, there was a terrifying dark shadow. The shadow resembled a fusion of a giant mantis and a lizard, a massive body over 3 meters tall covered in dark chitinous armor. Razor-like bone spikes protruded at the joints, and its forelimbs were like two giant serrated blades. Hiss! Everyone inside and outside the fortress gasped in cold breath. The global live broadcast barrage exploded instantly. Today, my little brother worked at the factory twisting screws until 10 o'clock, and then took another 2 hours to finish writing. Today, my little brother dared to shamelessly ask the big brothers for a free gift, thanks. Chapter 27, The Armored Savior. Seeing Lin Tao and Zhang Jianguo were only a few meters away from the fortress gate. The alloy gate had already opened a crack under Grandpa Li's control. Hope was right before them. At a critical moment, a glint of cunning flashed in the compound eyes of the shadow terror claw beast. Its body suddenly paused, the shell-covered chest heaving violently, seemingly accumulating energy. Roar! A piercing high-frequency shriek suddenly erupted. The shriek carried a strong mental shock, violently smashing towards Lin Tao and Zhang Jianguo, who were desperately running. Dragon Country Audience Barrage. Kimchi Country Audience Barrage. Lin Tao felt like his head was struck hard by a heavy hammer, instantly fading to black. An intense dizziness and nausea surged over him, twisting his running movements. His feet stumbled, almost causing him to fall. The secret silver treasure chest in his hands nearly slipped away. Zhang Jianguo's situation was even worse. He was the first to bear the brunt, to cover Lin Tao and disrupt the terror claw beast. He was closer. The terrifying soundwave impact and mental shock made this old master grunt painfully, as if struck by lightning. Even though he forcibly steadied his body with immense willpower and master-level instincts. His movements clearly slowed for a moment, and the protective energy around him showed a hint of chaos. In that brief moment of delay, it was enough for a D-grade terror claw beast. It moved like a ghost, its terrifying serrated arm transforming into a black arc, precisely slicing towards Zhang Jianguo's waist. This strike was as quick as lightning, vicious and cunning. Grandpa Zhang! Lin Tao's eyes went wide with rage, screaming loudly. Grandpa Zhang's pupils suddenly constricted. At the moment of life and death, all his lifelong martial arts essence exploded. He suddenly twisted his waist and sank his hips, forcing his body to lean back at an unbelievable angle, trying to avoid the fatal blow at the smallest cost. At the same time, his fists crossed before his chest, gathering all his remaining internal strength to clash against that deadly blade. Iron Mountain stance well. Clang. A deafening sound of metal clashing resounded. Grandpa Zhang's arms blocked the knife strike like iron gates. The terrifying force rushed in like a mountain flood. Even with Grandpa Zhang's S-grade master physique and unloading techniques, it could not be completely neutralized. Puff! Blood gushed out of Grandpa Zhang's mouth like a fountain. His body was like a kite with a broken string, violently knocked away. After a dull crash, Grandpa Zhang fell to the ground. Old Zhang! Inside the fortress, Professor Sun and Wang Chunxing simultaneously let out horrified cries. After severely injuring Zhang Jianguo, the shadow terror claw beast's red compound eyes revealed a cruel satisfaction. It did not even glance at the fallen Grandpa Zhang, instantly locking its sights on Lin Tao, who was close by. The knife arm raised again, bringing a sense of destruction as it chopped down. Lin Tao watched the rapidly enlarging shadow of death, feeling the absolute oppression from the D-grade beast. His heart turned cold. There was no way to dodge. No way to block. In this moment of despair. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from behind. It was armored. This armored giant crocodile, tamed by Grandpa Wan using S-grade beast taming skills, charged forward with a violent momentum, crashing fiercely into the shadow terror claw beast. Inside the fortress, Grandpa Wang Chunshang closed his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling violently. He was giving the ultimate command to Armored through their mental link: at all costs, protect Lin Tao. Armored's timing for the charge was absolutely perfect, just as the terror claw beast's knife arm swung towards Lin Tao. The terror claw beast obviously did not expect this lower-level food chain reptile to dare to attack it, even less that it could be so fast. Boom! Like two small mountains colliding. The weight of the armored beast, thousands of kilograms, combined with its sprinting momentum, collided fiercely against the side rib of the terror claw beast. Even with the terror claw beast's D-class defense, this sudden and brutal impact, fueled by all of Wang's spirit power, sent it staggering. The blade's trajectory, aiming at Lin Tao, was forced off course. Hiss roar! The terror claw beast cried out in pain, letting out a furious screech. Lin Tao! Hurry inside! Grandpa Li's angry roar was like thunder. He suddenly leaned out halfway, grabbing Lin Tao, who was momentarily dazed from the impact, and with all his might, pulled him towards the door. The armored beast's self-sacrifice bought Lin Tao a precious half-second, allowing Grandpa Li to successfully drag him into the inside of the fortress door. Lin Tao, ignoring the turmoil in his blood, threw the mithril treasure chest deep into the fortress and roared, "Shut the door! Quickly, shut the door!" Grandpa Li reacted extremely quickly, slamming the door button down. The heavy alloy door let out a loud grinding sound as it began to close rapidly. Outside the fortress, the Shadow Terror Claw beast utterly went berserk. The sounds of crashing and tearing continued, shaking the whole fortress slightly. Screams of agony echoed in the air. The armored beast let out a final, weak wail and then fell silent. Grandpa Wang Chunxing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, weakly murmuring, "The armored beast is gone. I can't feel it anymore." The others had no time to mourn. The Shadow Terror Claw beast launched another assault on the door. Bang! Crack! The shrill sound of metal exploding rang out. The hard alloy door was slashed open, leaving a gruesome, huge gash. Sparks flew, and metal debris scattered everywhere. The entire door shook violently as a sinister crack appeared. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao looked at the crack and then at the severely injured, unconscious Grandpa Zhang, and the mentally exhausted Grandpa Wang. With pale faces, Professor Sun and Grandpa Li were overwhelmed by an unprecedented feeling of despair. Could it be, really the end? Outside the fortress, the crashing sounds of the Terror Claw beast became even more frantic. The crack continued to expand slowly under the relentless assault. Chapter 28, The Simulation, SS-Class King of Beasts. Just as the serrated blade arm was about to completely tear the alloy door apart, the live broadcast feed was forcefully switched. A cold system prompt sound echoed. The global live chat exploded instantly. Damn! Switching the camera? System, go to hell. The door is about to break. Don't switch. Grandpa Zhang is still lying there. The door is going to shatter. Please. It's over, the last image is the door cracking woo-woo. Yura, what a pity, can't see that monster gets smashed in the face with vodka, the door definitely can't hold. This camera switch, it's like stabbing a knife into the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom people. It has to be intentional. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Silence enveloped the vast command hall. The last frozen image on the screen was the alloy door, driven by the Terror Claw beast's frenzied attack, constantly sparking and the gash grotesquely widening, along with the desperate faces of Lin Tao and the others behind the door. Clang! The Minister of Defense, Chen Zhang, slammed his fist heavily on the console, instantly leaving a clear dent in the alloy surface. This iron-blooded soldier had red eyes, clenching his jaw tightly. Damn it! Damn system! Chief! The voice of the intelligence analyst trembled with tears. The fortress door is about to exceed its limit. Comrade Zhang Jianguo is severely injured and unconscious, Comrade Wang Chunxing has severely exhausted his mental power, and Lin Tao they. Lao Lu sat upright in the main seat, like a stone statue. His hand resting on the armrest trembled slightly. His weathered face was tense. Only his deep-set eyes, like a bottomless abyss, were fixed unblinkingly on the ever-widening crack. Be sure to prepare extreme emergency plans immediately. Lao Lu's voice was low and hoarse, each word seemed to be forced out from his chest with great difficulty. Disaster can happen at any moment, we must let as many people survive as possible. A wave of immense sorrow and helplessness weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. They held the power of a great nation and possessed the most advanced technology, yet at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the fate of the entire country faced final judgment behind that ever-expanding crack. Time seemed to freeze in the spreading gash. Inside the fortress, the piercing sound of tearing metal was like the sinister laugh of death, continuously assaulting their eardrums. The impacts outside the door were like a heavy hammer, each blow causing the entire fortress to shake violently. The crack on the alloy door spread like a crazy spiderweb, the cold intent to kill seeping through the gaps. Zhang Jianguo lay in the corner, his face pale as paper, his breath weak, each cough bringing forth blood foam. Wang Chunxing was mentally exhausted, his face gray, hardly able to sit up straight. Uncle Li Weigua stared fixedly at the doorway, gripping a sharpened wooden stick tightly, though his arm trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tao's heart sank to the bottom. No, it can't end like this. A nearly insane thought exploded in his mind. Talent. There's still talent. His gaze locked onto the golden panel deep in his consciousness, remaining lifespan, 83 years, 1 day, 22 hours. This was his final trump card, and his only hope. His focus instantly shifted to Uncle Wang Chunxing. S-Class Beast Mastery, if it can level up to SSS Class, as long as I can contract the D-Class Shadowclaw Beast, even if just for temporary control, everything still holds hope. There was no time to hesitate, the monster outside could break through the door at any moment. Run the simulation. Give me the simulation. With a desperate madness, his mind locked on, target. 10 years. Simulate. Buzz. The familiar simulation space unfolded. Again. 10 years. Lin Tao's eyes turned red, injecting lifespan again. Still not enough. Lin Tao looked at the failed prompt again, glancing at the panel, remaining lifespan, 63 years, 1 day, 22 hours. The banging outside grew more frequent, the crack large enough for a knife arm to stretch through. 63 years, not enough. Far from enough to cross that chasm. He realized that if he continued the simulation step by step, he absolutely couldn't succeed before the door was completely breached. The crack was widening, the countdown to death roaring in his ears. Looking at the glaring 63 years in his balance, he glanced at his life and death allies beside him and at the terrifying shadow outside the door. A mixture of despair, unwillingness, and final madness exploded in his chest. Damn it! Bet everything. Either live or die. All in. With a determination of burning bridges and pulling off the last gamble, he slammed the simulation button for the third time. Locked on. Break for me now. Boom. In the real world, inside the fortress. Uncle Wang Chunqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. His originally gray complexion instantly turned flushed, his emaciated body trembling violently, as if experiencing unimaginable pain in baptism. An ancient and terrifying force of spirit erupted uncontrollably from his withered body. Even the shadow claw beast attacking wildly outside paused its movement abruptly. Deep in Wang Chunqing's pupils, there seemed to be countless phantom beasts swirling in a frenzied dance. A brand new title appeared on Lin Tao's simulation panel. Success. A moment when everything hung by a thread. Lin Tao hurriedly looked at Wang Chunqing and shouted, "Uncle Wang! Outside! Contract it!" Almost as soon as Lin Tao shouted, Wang Chunqing's eyes locked onto the terrifying shadow outside. A mighty psychological force containing absolute dominion crashed into the core consciousness of the dark shadowclaw beast like an invisible divine shackles. Submit. Outside, the enormous serrated arm poised to deliver the final blow suddenly froze in midair. The massive body of the shadowclaw beast began to tremble violently. In its crimson compound eyes, violence, killing, greed. Various negative emotions boiled like scalding water. Soon, an absolute fear stemming from the soul's imprint quickly drowned all its resistance. The head covered with a dark shell slowly drooped under everyone's incredulous gaze. The crimson compound eyes dimmed rapidly, finally settling into a grayish white. Inside the door, Wang Chunqing swayed and fell back softly, caught by the quick-handed Professor Sunday. Outside the door, the once ferocious D-class giant beast now turned into a docile guard dog, quietly crouching outside the broken ally gate. Lin Tao looked at the panel showing only 2 years of lifespan left and let out a long, murky breath. The crisis was temporarily resolved. I didn't expect this treasure chest to have such a powerful guardian beast. Let's see what is inside this treasure chest. Chapter 29, The Turnaround in Desperation. Lin Tao walked up to the treasure chest, took a deep breath, and reached out his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the treasure chest, a gentle energy surged into his body. Buzz. The treasure chest radiated silver light and automatically popped open its lid. The soft light illuminated the tense and expectant faces of everyone in the fortress. Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Country representative team for successfully opening the secret silver treasure chest. Accompanied by the system notification sound, 3 items lay quietly inside the treasure chest. Fortress Core, Purple, Special Building Module. Integrating this core into the War Fortress can activate energy shields and automatic repair functions. National Physical Enhancement Potion, Blue. After use, the physical strength of all citizens in the respective country increases by 20%. Skill Book, Healing Beam, Blue. After use, the skill Healing Beam can be learned, quickly restoring the target's health and mental strength. A Purple Core, Enhancement Potions, and a Healing Skill. So many good things, no wonder there's such a powerful guardian beast. Looking at the items in the package, Lin Tao fell into deep thought. In the current group, Grandpa Zhang has the highest melee strength, Grandpa Wang is on the path of beast mastery, and Grandpa Li can develop into long-range attacks. Only Professor Sun is currently in a semi-transparent state. Thinking of this, Lin Tao decided to give the skill book to Professor Sun for use. Everyone in the team must play a role, so that they can go further. Professor Sun. Thinking of this, Lin Tao shoved the skill book into Professor Sun Jiaxiang's hands. You learn this. Master it and use it as soon as possible to help Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Wang recover. Professor Sun held the skill book, his fingers trembling slightly. After spending these days together, he had always felt like a burden in the team. Fighting, beast mastery, and forging were all unrelated to him, he could only identify plants. At this moment, such an important healing ability was entrusted to him, and a sense of unprecedented responsibility in being needed made him deeply moved. Okay. Leave it to me. Determination erupted in Professor Sun's eyes, no longer any hesitation or refusal. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his spirit, and opened the book. The strange runes on the pages seemed to come alive, transforming into golden streams of light that flowed into his forehead. Professor Sun closed his eyes and focused for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, there was a softer glow in his gaze. He walked over to the pale-faced Zhang Jianguo, placing his hands hovering above his chest, palms glowing with pure golden white light. Healing beam. A warm and gentle golden beam shot out from his palm, accurately enveloping Grandpa Zhang's body. Within the beam, the hideous wound on Grandpa Zhang's chest closed at a visible speed, and the broken ribs made faint crack sounds as they began to realign and heal. His grayish complexion quickly returned to a healthy red, and his rapid breathing became calm and steady. Next, Professor Sun shifted the beam towards Grandpa Wang Chunsheng, who was severely mentally exhausted. The warm light showered down on Grandpa Wang like a sweet rain, easing his tightly furrowed brow. His once faltering spirit was nourished like parched land receiving rain. Quickly filled up. The mental link with the D-level battle beast shadow of the new contract also became more stable and clear under this healing light. In just a few minutes, the two severely injured core forces miraculously recovered to their peak condition under the control of Professor Sun's newly mastered healing beam. Old Sun, you are amazing. Grandpa Zhang sat up, patting Professor Sun's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of gratitude and amazement. Grandpa Wang also stood up energetically, looking at Professor Sun with unprecedented respect. Professor Sun, thank you for your great kindness. Lin Tao let out a long breath, his worried heart finally feeling much lighter. He picked up the floating fortress core, purple, and walked to the fortress control center. Following the information flow transmitted from the core, he pressed the purple crystal into the core slot on the console. Buzz! The entire fortress shook violently. The purple energy flow spread instantly through every inch of the fortress's metal structure like blood vessels. The damaged alloy gate was repaired and strengthened by the flowing purple liquid metal. Not only was it restored to its original state, but the surface was also covered with a layer of dark purple crystalline layer that flowed with energy. The silhouette of the fortress became more angular, filled with a sense of technology. The most astonishing change occurred on the outer perimeter of the fortress. A layer of energy shield glowing with a faint purple halo slowly rose, enveloping the entire fortress and exuding a powerful defensive aura. War Fortress has unlocked the basic energy shield. War Fortress has unlocked the automatic repair system. The upgrade was complete, and the fortress was renewed. Finally, Lin Tao picked up the National Body Enhancement Potion, blue, that shimmered with starlight. He looked towards the few elderly people inside the fortress who were regaining their strength, as if seeing through the fortress to the 1.4 billion anxious compatriots behind the screen. Motherland, compatriots. Lin Tao whispered to himself, pressing the injection button of the potion without hesitation. The blue potion transformed into a flowing light, dissipating into the air. Long Kingdom, Top Command Center. Old Lu and a group of high-ranking generals stared intently at the last frozen image on the screen, the gap in the alloy gate that was cracking and expanding under the claws of the Fearclaw beast. We can't wait any longer. Activate the highest stage of the ARC plan. Old Lu's voice was hoarse yet exceptionally firm. At all costs, preserve the flame of civilization. Order all emergency troops to enter the final defense status. Prepare to face the natural disaster. With the order given, the entire national machinery operated quickly amid the grief. Information was toughly transmitted to the grassroots through various channels. At a remote frontier outpost, young soldiers tightened their grip on their steel rifles, giving one last look toward their hometown, their expressions solemn. They stood tall with their spines straight, ready to face the earthquake that could tear the earth apart or the flood that could drown everything with their flesh and blood. In the hospital ICU, an old man looked at the gloomy sky outside, gently holding his old partner's hand. Doctors and nurses fought back tears, holding their posts, preparing to handle the final chaos. In the city square, the crowd gathered, silent and oppressive. Some embraced and cried, some knelt and prayed, others stared blankly at the sky. Parents held their children tightly, couples clasped hands tightly, feeling each other's final body warmth. The air was filled with the sadness of farewell and the fear of the unknown disaster. On online platforms, everything was dim. People's last messages were everywhere. Goodbye, my motherland. In the next life, I will still be a citizen of Long Kingdom. Grandpa Zhang, Lin Tao, Professor Sun, safe travels. May the next life be free from disasters. Time passed second by second, each second felt as long as a year. Everyone was waiting for that lightning that would tear the sky, waiting for that rumble that would shake the earth, waiting for the arrival of the catastrophe. Suddenly, gentle and pure milky white beams of light softly penetrated the clouds. They precisely covered every citizen on the land of Long Kingdom. Whether it is the residents of bustling cities or villagers from remote mountain hamlets, whether it is a baby in swaddling clothes or an elderly person in their twilight years, none are left out. It's here. The divine punishment has finally arrived. Someone closed their eyes, waiting for the end. Is this guiding us to heaven? Someone mumbled to themselves. Mom! The child tightly clutched their mother. However, the expected pain and destruction did not occur. The people enveloped in the beam felt only a powerful and gentle life energy. The energy surged like warm spring water, flowing into every limb and bone, washing through every cell of the body. Fatigue vanished, and hidden ailments eased. Strength increased, and even spirits lifted. What is happening? The soldiers at the border outpost were astonished to find their sore backs from long hours of standing had become incredibly relaxed. Their vision seemed clearer, and even breathing felt much smoother. An elderly person in the ICU suddenly sat up, incredulously looking at their withered but visibly stronger arms. The various life signs displayed on the machine's miraculous jumped to healthy levels. The people embracing in the square were stunned, feeling the vibrant life flowing through each other's bodies. Tears dried on their faces, yet their eyes were filled with utmost astonishment and confusion. At that moment, a cold and grand system notification echoed in every citizen's mind in the Dragon Country. It also reverberated in the silent hall of the highest command center. Global announcement: Dragon Country's representative team successfully used the National Body Enhancement Potion, Blue. Effect: all citizens of Dragon Country permanently enhanced their basic physical fitness by 20%. Disease resistance, environmental adaptability, basic strength, endurance, recovery, and other comprehensive physical qualities achieved total enhancement. Enhancement completed. The beam slowly dissipated. What remained was not ruins or corpses, but a nation reborn. The land of Dragon Country fell into an unprecedented silence. Then. Whoa! It's not a disaster. It's not punishment. It's enhancement. It's body enhancement. A young soldier at the outpost cried out with excitement, jumping up and crazily waving his arms at the sky. I'm alive. I'm truly alive. My illness is gone. In the hospital, shouts of joy from the survivors and unbelievable cheers erupted. In the square, people joyously celebrated. Long live the motherland. Long live the Dragon Country representative team. Grandpa Zhang. Lin Tao. Professor Sun. Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Li. You did it. 20%. My heavens. I feel like I could take down a cow. This is a miracle. No. This is a miracle our heroes earned with their lives. In the highest command center, old Lu suddenly stood up from his seat. This elder, who remained calm even when mountains collapsed before him, was now trembling violently all over. How is this possible? How did they do it? Chapter 30, The Feeling of Easy Gain. Inside the fortress, everyone had fully recovered to their peak state. Outside, powerful D-grade terror claws guarded them, temporarily averting crisis. Lin Tao checked the time, it was already past 12 o'clock. So he gathered everyone together, discussing the afternoon's plans while eating barbecue. Uncle Wang Chunxing tried to communicate with Little Black, issuing the command to guard the surroundings of the fortress. Suddenly, a chaotic and bloody memory fragment surged into his mind. Hiss. Uncle Wang suddenly held his forehead, his face instantly turning extremely grim. Old Wang? What's wrong? Professor Sun immediately inquired with concern. The memory, it's Little Black's memory. It just fought another team recently. Those people had sticks that could spit fire and make loud noises. Little Black took down 2 guns? Lin Tao and Grandpa Zhang exchanged glances, both seeing unprecedented seriousness in each other's eyes. They simultaneously remembered the warning from the national maxim, Cabbage Team's gunfire is the deadliest. It must be the Cabbage Team. Lin Tao said solemnly, Little Black must have taken down their team members. No wonder there were no Cabbage Team members near that treasure chest, they were driven back by Little Black. And 2 more are dead. But they have guns, and 3 are still alive. And they must be nearby. And they know we took the treasure. A chill instantly enveloped the fortress. A well-equipped, hate-filled, and highly talented human enemy is close by. Old Zhang's eyes turned sharply. Guns, these things are too dangerous. Especially when they're prepared and accurate. Our fortress has upgraded the shields, but how long can we withstand bullets? Moreover, we are in the light, and they are in the dark. That's right, Lin Tao nodded, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves plotting. We must treat them as our biggest threat. The atmosphere in the fortress tightened again. Right now, the most urgent thing is to strengthen our power. Lin Tao said to old Zhang, Oldly, this is what old Zhang and I hunted and collected this morning. Take a look, can we quickly make something useful? Lin Tao dumped a few items from his tactical backpack, several sharp, sturdy bone spikes, a few pieces of hard carapace with slime on them, and several fangs shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Old Li Weiguo's eyes lit up, immediately rushing forward. The A-level talent master craftsman activated, fingers swiftly brushing over the materials, his face revealing an excited expression. Good materials. Truly good materials. These bone spikes, extremely high hardness, strong toughness, are better than ordinary metals for making arrowheads or daggers. This carapace, TSK, natural arc, with a soft membrane on the inner layer, after a bit of processing, it would make excellent heart guards or bracers. These fangs, the essence is all inside, refine them, coat them on weapons, and they will definitely strike with deadly force. Old Li immediately entered a busy state. Old Wang, Lin Tao quietly said while helping Old Li pass tools, the Kimchi team must be lurking nearby. We can't just sit and wait, but we also can't rashly go out and become their target. I have an idea. He looked at Wang Chunxing, let's not go out for now. Let Little Black go hunting. It will not only gain us points but can also scout information about the Kimchi team. With Little Black's current strength, it should be invincible for now. Old Wang's eyes opened, a glint flashing in them. Good idea. I was just thinking about how much I could coordinate with Little Black. He closed his eyes again, concentrating all his energy. Moments later, Little Black outside suddenly moved. The massive figure blended into the shadows and silently dashed into the depths of the dense forest. Old Wang frowned slightly, as if trying to capture the vague information transmitted back by Little Black. About 10 minutes later. Suddenly, a cold system notification echoed in Lin Tao's mind. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black, shadow-grasping beast, successfully slain F-level threat, steel-maned wild boar. Points plus 300. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunxing, battle beast coordination, killed F-level steel-maned wild boar, essence lifespan plunder successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 12 years. Current lifespan, 14 years, 1 day, 22 hours. Lin Tao was stunned for a moment, then nearly jumped up in excitement. Wow, I didn't expect my lifespan plunder talent would work on it too. This was simply an unexpected joy. As long as Little Black was hunting, Lin Tao's lifespan would continuously increase. What's more, a D-level battle beast's hunting efficiency far exceeded that of humans. Group match live rotation, Dragon Country representative team. After the cold notification, all global live broadcast images once again focused on the Dragon Country's war fortress. The camera slowly scanned. Old Zhang Jianguo was sitting cross-legged in a corner, eyes closed in meditation, breathing long, his face slightly pale but no longer in serious condition, and a faint sharp aura seemed to linger around him. Old Wang Chunxing was sitting against the wall, eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed, as if concentrating on sensing something. Professor Sun Jiashan leaned nearby, fiddling with a few plant leaves, seemingly studying them. Old Li Weiguo was busy crafting something. Lin Tao sat beside Old Li. One leg bent, one leg stretched out. The eyes were vacant, the face wearing a hint of calm, even a bit of boredom. After a brief silence, the global live broadcast room completely exploded. Dragon Nation live room. Other countries' bullet screens. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao's vacant gaze swept across the ceiling, a faint smile on his lips. Xiao Hei's killing efficiency was too high, the kill reports in his ears had never stopped. Even lying there without moving, his points and lifespan kept increasing. This feeling of earning money while lying down was just too wonderful. Chapter 31, Dragon Nation's Average Millionaires. As the last ray of light was swallowed by the blood-colored clouds, the second night of the hunting forest suddenly fell. The system announcement resonated in every player's mind, also appearing on the global live screen. Group stage second night has arrived. Current number of surviving teams, 28. The bullet screens instantly boiled over like boiling water thrown into hot oil. What? 11 teams gone again? Wasn't it 39 this morning? Damn. What happened? 1/3 evaporated without a sound? Damn. It's only the second day of the group stage. Hell mode isn't even this brutal. Exciting. The real death sieve has started. The weak can't even survive the night. What exactly happened? Did the little ant nation strike again? Panic spread globally. Just as the echoes of this death announcement faded, golden text of a second announcement emerged. Based on the total points earned by each country's team on the second day, the National Fortune Wealth Reward is about to be distributed. Note, the reward wealth will increase the corresponding value of gold in the national treasury, with no inflation impact. The bullet screen's direction shifted instantly. It's here. The legendary cash ability has arrived. No inflation impact. Highlight this. Truly printing money out of thin air. The system directly deposits money into every citizen's account. Quick announcement. Let me see who is the national hero today and who is dragging down the team. Average wealth skyrocketing. Front row snacks and drinks ready, waiting for the results. The first step to financial freedom depends on tonight. Go, my representative team. The announcement was swift, with the list revealing starting from 5th place, row by row. 5th place, Land Down Under. Points, 2,800. Reward, average wealth increase of 50,000 yuan for citizens. The bullet screen was instantly flooded with the Land Down Under's flag and exclamations. Land Down Under people, sitting at home, money falls from the sky. Thanks to the wilderness boss for carrying us. 50,000. That's enough for the brothers to enjoy a few top-notch barbecue lobster dinners. Awesome. 2,800 points? Weren't they still searching for water yesterday? How is their efficiency so high? 5th place already has this many points? The teams ahead must have made a fortune. So envious, the Land Down Under brothers can pop champagne tonight. The reveal continued. 4th place, Bear Country. Points, 3,100. Reward, average wealth increase of 100,000 yuan for citizens. Bear Country's bullet screen was instantly bombarded with Eura and vodka emojis. Eura. Average of 100,000 rubles. Unlimited vodka. Drink until dawn. 100,000. We've struck it rich. The Bear Cubs really delivered. All those traps paid off. 3,100 points. It's no surprise they are the fighting nation, their trap efficiency is top-notch. Our northern neighbor is laughing hard, with 100,000, how much black bread and cured meat can they buy? The power of the bear. Long live Eura. 3rd place, Kimchi Republic. Points, 3,300. Reward, average wealth increase of 200,000 yuan for citizens. The bullet screen area of Kimchi Republic exploded with a massive amount of question marks. What the hell? 3,300 points? Didn't we only have 3 people left? Never seen this before. 3 people under the pressure of reduced numbers can still rank 3rd? Coach Park and Jean Appa are killing it? A thin camel is bigger than a horse. An outbreak in desperation. This is 20,000 per person, Smita. Although there are only 3 left, the points per person efficiency is off the charts. Citizens not participating at home kneel in gratitude. What on earth did they do? Did they steal resources from other teams? Or did they find hidden points? The screen flickered, and the list reached the most breath-holding position of the runner-up. 2nd place, Little Ant Nation. Points, 4,800. Reward, average wealth increase of 500,000 yuan for citizens. The global bullet screen went completely crazy, as if ignited by this number. What the hell? 4,800 points? 500,000? 500,000. Oh my god. That's enough to buy a small apartment outright in our place. Instant success. Is the Little Ant country really this powerful? This point gap must be leading, right? 1,500 points more than 3rd place? Captain Cohen and his invisibility cloak. Truly the king of hunters born for the night. 2nd place is already at 4,800 points? Then 1st place, hiss, can't even imagine. Quick. 1st place. Don't keep us in suspense. My heart is about to jump out. The entire live broadcast seemed to be pressed on pause, all the noise instantly frozen. In the background, a dense drumbeat sounded. 1st place, Dragon Country. Points, 8,800. Reward, national average wealth increases by 1 million yuan. Silence. 8,800? Am I seeing things? Is the system bugged? What kind of galaxy joke is this? What did they do? Did they rob the forest bank? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Didn't the broadcast show all 5 of them resting in the fortress, even leisurely cooking soup? Attached with a screenshot of Dragon Country team lying flat. They're cheating. Officials. GM. Come out and explain. This data is totally unreasonable. 8,800 points? 2nd place has 4,800, 3rd has 3,300. Where did you steal these 8,800 points from a high-dimensional space? 1 million per person? Dragon Country has 1.4 billion people, 1 million per person? Is this directly making the national GDP spiral and skyrocket, instantly turning into a developed country ceiling? What earth-shattering event did they do? There must be some super event we didn't see that can overturn our understanding. Report. We must unite to report. This data is too outrageous. Did they lie flat for a day and break the score? Is that soup made from points? I'm so jealous. I admit I'm turning into a lemon spirit. 1 million, oh 1 million. The Dragon Country audience was also in shock. What the hell? Mom! Wake up! Your son/daughter just became a millionaire. Wait. We have 1.4 billion people. Each one miraculously has an extra million in their accounts? This is achieving basic wealth freedom? What on earth happened? Didn't Uncle Zhang and the others just rest? How did they get 8,800 points? No matter. Brothers. Let's go all in. I'll book the barbecue stand tonight. Unlimited crayfish. Mom. I want to buy a Xiaomi Note 7. Wah, I originally thought we would face a disaster tonight, but it turned out to be a rain of wealth pouring down on us. Ha, wishing everyone can save up $1 million soon. Here's a little benefit for everyone, let's celebrate together. ZFB command red envelope, an extra $1 million in the account. Chapter 32, Buy It All. The glow of the group stage day 2 National Fortune Wealth Manifestation ranking slowly faded from the sight of every surviving contestant. In the hiding place of the little ant country, Captain Cohen's twisted smile instantly froze, replaced by a blade-like coldness. The shadow cloak he wore moved on its own in the wind, emitting a faint hissing sound. 8,800 points? Dragon Country? His voice was like a venomous snake, filled with a bone-chilling chill. Their points are more than us killing 15 people? He suddenly tightened his grip on the high-frequency vibrating dagger, the eerie blue blade emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Dragon Country team, priority raised to the highest. Find an opportunity, no matter the cost, prioritize elimination. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes flickered with even more dangerous cold light. Temporary stronghold of Kimchi Country. Park Sung-jo stared at the glaring first place, Dragon Country. 8,800 points, on the list. And his own team's 3,300 points, which was left far behind, with a ghastly pale face. On the tactical command map in his hand, the location representing the Dragon Country fortress seemed like a huge mocking symbol. Damn it! Jin Tianyu growled, the sniper rifle's scope locked tightly onto the direction of the Dragon Country fortress. They stole our treasure chest, killed Wanshan and Changhua, and now they're crawling over us with this strange method? This is absolutely humiliating. Park Sung-jo took a deep breath, suppressing the roiling murderous intent. They were definitely not as simple as they seemed. Ling Xian, keep a close eye on the map. Report immediately if there's any sign of a Dragon Country team member. Tian Yu, get your armor-piercing rounds and explosives ready. Tomorrow, we will not give them any chance. In the Neon Country treehouse camp, Master Lu Shangzongjing couldn't hide his shock on his face. Dragon Country actually ranks first? Lu Shangzongjing slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, deep doubts appeared in his calm gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Country team has become the biggest variable. Its foundation and secret techniques are unfathomable. From now on, if encountered, we must be extremely cautious, plan carefully, and if necessary, we can strike first. A storm of killing intent targeting Dragon Country quietly gathered in the dark night of the hunting forest. Inside Dragon Country's fortress, Lin Tao looked at the view of the shining first place, Dragon Country. Points, 8,800, and the breath-stealing national average wealth increased by 1 million yuan. His face did not show joy but instead revealed a heavy wry smile. Fame brings trouble, just like pigs fear growing fat. He muttered softly, his voice particularly clear in the silent fortress, this first place is too hot to sit on. Old Zhang had just finished adjusting his breath and opened his eyes at the sound. Too much attention brings disaster. That group of pickled cabbage kids must be going crazy after suffering great losses. And that little ant, very cunning. Yes, Lin Tao nodded, his brow furrowed tightly. They must see us as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate us as soon as possible. We have exposed too much and taken this hotly contested first place. It will be difficult to keep a low profile from now on. At that moment, an excited low shout came from Grandpa Li's side. It worked. Everyone come and take a look. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. They saw Grandpa Li holding two items that emitted a faint glow. The first item. Poison Fang Dagger, green. Attributes, attack power 150 to 220. Special effect, paralysis, 10% chance to cause stiffness effect. Description, made from various powerful materials, incorporating the hardness of crocodile teeth and the paralysis properties of badger fangs. The second item. Bone Spike Scale Vest, green. Attributes, greatly enhances chest and abdomen defense, effectively resists small to medium caliber bullets, piercing from sharp objects, blunt force impact, and has a certain reduction effect on energy attacks. Special effect, reflective damage, melee attackers hitting the vest-covered area will receive slight counter damage. Looking at the two glowing green pieces of equipment, the atmosphere in the fortress became more uplifting. Goodness! Old Li, your craftsmanship is outstanding. Old Zhang picked up the poison Fang dagger, feeling its weight in the chill within. Grandpa Li, you are amazing. You've even made green equipment. Lin Tao praised sincerely. These two pieces of special effect equipment would undoubtedly greatly enhance the team's combat power once again. Lin Tao quickly made arrangements based on the current situation and equipment. Grandpa Zhang would charge into battle, facing enemies head-on, undoubtedly needing the vest and dagger the most. Everyone, professors. Lin Tao summarized with a serious expression, right now, we don't know how many eyes are watching us from outside. We took first place and became the target. From now on, every step must be taken with extreme caution. All eyes focused on Lin Tao. He took a deep breath and used his will to bring up the point store panel. In the upper right corner, the number 8800 emitted an alluring yet heavy glow. The refresh button in the bottom right glowed a strange red light. Everyone, Lin Tao's voice carried a hint of resolve, the fortress is our base, but we cannot sit idly by. We need stronger power and stronger equipment to face future crises. Now we hold 8,800 points, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Li, and Professor Sun all nodded seriously, their eyes filled with trust and anticipation. On the journey so far, Lin Tao's decisions, though sometimes risky, had never disappointed them. Good. Lin Tao no longer hesitated, with a resolute focus, he fiercely clicked on the refresh button. Ding! Consumed 100 points for refresh. Remaining points, 8,700. The shop interface instantly twisted. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The light gradually faded, and 3 new item slots appeared clearly. Slot 1. Item, Spatial Jump Beacon. Quality, Red. Effect, after placing and activating, it can perform spatial jumps within a radius of 5 kilometers. Usable per day, 10 times. Exchange points, 4,000. Slot 2. Item, Mental Power Amplification Crystal. Quality, Purple. Effect, significantly enhances the wearer's mental power strength and recovery speed. Especially effective for mental talent. Exchange points, 2,500. Slot 3. Item, Mini Energy Shield Generator. Quality, Purple. Effect, generates a mini personal energy shield that lasts for 60 seconds, capable of withstanding one C-level intensity attack or multiple D-level intensity attacks. Recharge time, 2 hours. Exchange points, 2,000. Hiss. A gasp echoed throughout the fortress. 1 red, 2 purple. Ultra-long distance transmission, a life-saving artifact at critical moments. Mental Power Amplification Crystal, a blessing for Grandpa Wang and Professor Sun. Personal Shield, a lifeline at critical moments. Lin Tao's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. Buy. Buy them all. Chapter 33, The Vine Speaker. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the fortress, it was silent, only the faint snoring of Grandpa Li Weigua echoed. Professor Sun and Grandpa Wang Chunsheng leaned against each other and had long fallen into deep sleep. Grandpa Zhang Jiangguo was sitting cross-legged, also in a deep resting state. Only Lin Tao lay on the stone floor, his eyes wide open, wide awake. His consciousness was exceptionally clear, and the cold system prompt sound echoed every 10 to 20 minutes. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black successfully killed an F-level threat, steel-haired wild boar. Points plus 100. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, battle beast coordination, killed F-level steel-haired wild boar, source lifespan plunder successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 10 years. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black successfully killed an F-level threat, rock-skinned mountain beast. Points plus 100. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, battle beast coordination, killed F-level rock-skinned mountain beast, source lifespan plunder successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 8 years. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black successfully killed an E-level threat, swamp toxic lizards. Points plus 300. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, battle beast coordination, killed E-level swamp toxic lizard, source lifespan plunder successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 15 years. The Shadow Fear Claw beast Little Black was killing in the forest with stunning efficiency, like an unyielding harvesting machine. Points continued to rise steadily. Lin Tao's heart flickered, and he called up the Golden Talent panel. His gaze fell on the remaining usable lifespan section, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Remaining usable lifespan, 218 years, 3 days, 18 hours. 218 years. With ample lifespan, it was the perfect time to further explore his core power, the Cosmic Simulation talent limits. Upgrade Cosmic Simulation once and see if it can unlock stronger power. With the thought in mind, Lin Tao no longer hesitated. He immediately sat cross-legged, cleared his mind, and immersed his spirit deep into the sea of consciousness. Cosmic Simulation talent activated, target locked on himself. Please inject lifespan. All in, bet it all. Breakthrough for me. A full 218 years of lifespan flowed out instantly, injected into the simulation space. Within the simulation space, the scene transformed dramatically, as if the universe was just beginning to open. The golden light slowly dissipated, and Lin Tao's consciousness returned to his body. Looking at the panel, only remaining usable lifespan, 20 years, 3 days, 18 hours was left. A whole 198 years had finally exchanged for this path of simulation. Carefully examining the description of the new talent, Lin Tao was so excited that his fingertips trembled slightly. Worth it! So worth it! Each previous simulation had been like a blind man on a wild horse, purely relying on luck and chaos. Now with Path of Simulation, there was a clear exploration direction. Lin Tao couldn't wait to try the new talent. He first set his sights on the sleeping Grandpa Zhang Jiangua. Path of Simulation locked, Zhang Jiangua S-level martial arts master. Golden light flickered slightly in his consciousness, and 2 blurred yet powerful paths of shadow gradually emerged. Path 1, Martial Way to Divinity, SS-level. Estimated lifespan, 80 to 120 years. Effect, a comprehensive giant leap in basic attributes such as strength, speed, reaction, and combat intuition. Having initially grasped the use of force, every gesture could summon the power of the heavens and the earth, with immeasurable might. Path 1, Elemental Fist, SS-level. Estimated lifespan, 100 to 150 years. Effect, fist strength can temporarily carry elemental damage like fire, frost, and lightning. The fierce punch blends with elemental force, causing destruction to explode geometrically, especially effective against certain enemies. Wow! Amazing! Lin Tao's heart surged. In comparison, the added attribute damage of the elemental fist seemed to have even more explosive power. He turned his gaze to Grandpa Wang Chunsheng, Path of Deduction, locked, Wang Chunsheng SS-level King of Beasts. 2 shadowy paths presented themselves. Path 1, Beast Horde Domination, SSS-level. Estimated lifespan, 250 to 400 years. Effect, breaks the limit of a single battle beast. Can contract and perfectly command multiple battle beasts to fight in coordination. The battle beasts can form simple but efficient tactical cooperation, greatly increasing their power. Path 2, Beast Soul Manifestation, SSS-level. Estimated lifespan, 300 to 550 years. Effect, can borrow some core abilities or traits of a contracted battle beast for a short time. Transforms into a terrifying being that is half human, half beast, or gains a unique skill of a specific battle beast. Lin Tao fell into a dilemma. The strategic value of Beast Horde Domination was immense, while the individual explosive power of Beast Soul Manifestation was extremely tempting. Forget it, anyway, lifespan is currently tight. When he has enough resources, he will ask Grandpa Wang about his own inclination, it would be more prudent. Next, he focused on Grandpa Li Weigui, Path of Deduction, locked, Li Weigui level craftsmanship. 2 paths clearly appeared. Path 1, Heart of the Divine Craftsman, S-level. Estimated lifespan, 40 to 60 years. Effect, greatly improves material utilization, equipment production speed, and the quality cap of the final products. Enables attempts to create more complex, precise, and powerful gear, even involving energy circuits. Path 2, Energy Enchantment, S-level. Estimated lifespan, 40 to 50 years. Effect, mastery of techniques to add basic elements, like fire, frost, or special energy effects, like armor-piercing, blood-sucking, during equipment crafting. Bestows extraordinary characteristics beyond ordinary iron to the gear. Looking at these descriptions, Lin Tao hated his short lifespan even more, wishing he could immediately choose them all. Little Black, kill faster. Kill more. Finally, Lin Tao's gaze fell on Professor Sun Jiaxiang, who was leaning against the wall, breathing steadily. This knowledgeable elder, with a B-level, plant identification, talent, seemed limited in early effectiveness and had always been ranked lower in tactical priority. With the Yi Path of Deduction, it was time to see what surprises Professor Sun could be promoted to. Path of Deduction, locked, Sun Jiaxiang B-level plant identification. A flash of golden light in his mind revealed 2 clear paths. Path 1, Vine Speaker, a level. Estimated lifespan, 6 to 8 years. Effect, can sense and initially guide the growth of vine-like plants. Can make them form simple binding traps or obstructive barriers according to his will. Path 2, Mastery of Pharmacology, a level. Estimated lifespan, 8 to 12 years. Effect, deepens understanding and application of plant medicinal properties and toxicity. Can utilize forest resources more precisely and efficiently to create healing potions or lethal poisons. Wow! Lin Tao let out a silent roar in his heart, excited to the point of almost jumping up from the ground. Vine binding. What is most abundant in the forest? Trees. Vines. Endless vegetation. This is the largest, inexhaustible resource pool. If Professor Sun could gain the ability to guide vines, it would be a godly skill for controlling the field. Whether to reinforce fortress defenses, set up snares in corridors, limit enemy movement in battles to create openings, or to cooperate with Grandpa Zhang's frontal assault, Grandpa Li's ranged crossbow, and Little Black's deadly strikes, it could produce unexpected tactical effects. This ability is invaluable in a forest environment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao quickly locked in the Vine Speaker path. Inject lifespan. 10 years. Chapter 34, Little Black, put in more effort. Inside the fortress, a green light lit up, instantly illuminating the entire space. Wow! Enemy attack? Grandpa Zhang sprang up like a cheetah. The gaze swept toward the source of light. Don't panic. Grandpa, don't panic. Lin Tao waved his hand anxiously, it's Professor Sun's talent upgraded. Only then did Grandpa Zhang let out a long sigh of relief. After a moment, the green light slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Professor Sun Jiaqing. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking down at his own hands. Did it work? Lin Tao asked with great anticipation. Professor Sun did not answer, taking a deep breath. Then, his gaze turned to a small cluster of vines stubbornly growing in the corner crevice of the fortress wall. He extended his index finger and gently beckoned to the vines. A miracle happened. The originally chaotic vines seemed to be infused with life, crazily stretching and entwining. In just a moment, the vines slithered in through the window gap like a spirit snake, coiling in front of Professor Sun to form a green ring. Wow! Grandpa Li Weigua nearly popped his eyes out, old son. You are incredible. Turning stone into gold is not this exaggerated, you turned vines into spirits. Grandpa Wang Chunsheng also gasped in amazement, goodness. These vines are more obedient than my watchdog. They don't dare to go west when I point east, and they won't mess around. Grandpa Zhang Jiangmo's eyes sparkled. As a top warrior, he instantly grasped the huge combat value contained in this skill. Old son, can you make it quickly wrap around a target? Professor Sun thought for a moment and waved his hands outward. The coiling vine shot out suddenly, like a long whip sweeping toward Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang reacted quickly, twisting his waist to barely dodge the edge of the vines and falling backward. However, Grandpa Wang behind him was not so lucky. Ouch! Grandpa Wang felt a tightness around his waist, and in an instant, he was wrapped like a zongzi by the tough vines. His feet left the ground, and with a swish, he was lifted into the air. Tight. Too tight. Old son, let me down quickly. He cried out, both amused and helpless. A hint of apology appeared on Professor Sun's face, and he lightly tapped with his finger. The vines immediately loosened as if alive, gently placing Grandpa Wang back on the ground. Great, controlling divine skill. Grandpa Zhang praised, his eyes full of excitement. Shaolin, this ability is too valuable. In the forest, it's like having 1,000 troops. Lin Tao keenly sensed that Professor Sun probably didn't even use 1/10 of his power just now. Professor Sun, don't hold back, try your best. Let's see where the limit of your Vine Speaker is. Professor Sun nodded heavily, his gaze becoming incredibly deep. He placed his hands down as if pressing against the ground, and his vibrant spiritual energy spread silently from him as the center. Buzz. Visible emerald green spiritual ripples, like a substantial halo, penetrated the thick fortress walls, spreading toward the vast forest outside. On the fortress's outer wall, countless vines seemed to receive the king's command. They started to grow wildly and gather. Each vine expanded and thickened at a speed beyond natural limits. The vines intertwined tightly, layer upon layer, forming an impenetrable giant net. Lin Tao, pass me that crystal to try. Professor Sun said with a hint of eagerness, pointing to the spirit power amplification crystal Lin Tao had just exchanged. Lin Tao immediately handed it over. As soon as the purple crystal was in his hand, Professor Sun trembled violently. A warm and powerful spiritual force surged into his sea of consciousness in an instant. The vines on the fortress's outer wall were nourished by this power, and their growth speed skyrocketed again. The vines that were originally the size of a bowl quickly expanded to the thickness of a barrel in a few breaths. Professor Sun waved his hands once more. A vast net formed by countless vines covered down toward the fortress. The light inside the fortress suddenly darkened. Everyone was wrapped in a green cocoon room filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. From the outside, the metal war fortress that was originally very conspicuous in the forest had completely vanished without a trace. In its place was a vine hill wrapped and entwined by countless vines. It perfectly blended into the surrounding environment of towering ancient trees, becoming one with the primordial forest. Even when approaching closely, it is extremely difficult to notice that beneath this lush hill, a deadly steel fortress is hidden. My God! Uncle Li Weigua walked around the edge of the fortress, stroking the vines, and knocked hard, producing a muffled, thick thump sound. This is thicker than refined iron plates. Bullet hits would only leave a white mark. Uncle Wan was even more excited, vigorously patting Professor Sun's shoulder. Great Professor! You are truly a divine being. From now on, our fortress will be called Vine Fortress. Lin Tao looked at the naturally formed vine fortress before him, and his heart also stirred with waves of astonishment. Previously, he only thought that Professor Sun's vines could control enemies, but he did not expect them to be a strategic level of concealment and defense skill. Professor Sun's value soared to an unprecedented strategic core height at this moment. The most critical part is, this is only an A-level talent. What would happen if it was upgraded to S-level, or even SS-level? Lin Tao no longer hesitated and immediately activated Path of Inference. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, golden light surged, and two clear path phantoms slowly emerged. Path 1, Heart of Nature, S-level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 30 to 50 years. Effect, awaken Heart of Nature, where even the smallest moss and the tallest ancient trees can become extensions of will. With a wave of the hand, thorns turn into iron walls, ancient trees become guards, and vines weave an elaborate web. The forest is my body, all plants are my soldiers. Path 2, Natural Perception, S-level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 30 to 40 years. Effect, can convert contacted plants into living sensors, creating a vast plant perception network covering several kilometers. The slightest movement of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the footsteps of beasts are all under control. Anticipate the enemy's moves, observe the smallest detail, making all stealth ineffective. The forest is my eye, all things are my spies. Two paths, two completely different great ways. One leads to absolute control over the physical aspect of the forest. The other goes toward absolute insight into the information aspect. Lin Tao gazed at these two paths, his breath becoming rapid. Whichever path, it is enough to make Professor Sun the core that can turn the tide of the battle in the team. Subconsciously, he glanced at his panel, remaining usable lifespan, 10 years, 3 days, 18 hours. A drop in the bucket. Lin Tao licked his slightly dry lips, a strong desire surged in his heart. Little black, faster, push harder. In the shadow of the forest, the scarlet compound eye seemed to sense the master's desire. The rhythm of slaughter instantly became even more frenzied. Chapter 35, Death and Life Arena. Inside the small wooden house of pickled cabbage country, the atmosphere was solemn. Captain Park Sung sat in the corner, feeling despondent. Recalling the experiences of this day felt like living a nightmare. Not only had they lost 2 team members, but even the treasure chest they had obtained flew away. Looking at the first place on the leaderboard, the Dragon Country, the more he thought, the angrier he became. Damn! Thieves! That was our treasure chest. Our opportunity. Park Sung whispered furiously, the Dragon Country, they stole the glory that should have belonged to us. Jean Lingxian curled up in another corner, tears still on her face, but her expression was defiant. Captain, we still have a chance. The one who laughs last is the winner. Chance? Park Sung suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at Jean Lingxian. Then, he turned to the grid shop panel as if grasping a lifeline. Looking at the 3,300 points, a crazy thought entered his mind, instantly igniting all his resentment. Since death is inevitable, I want to drag someone down with me. Refresh. Park Sung's finger jabbed harshly at the panel. Buzz. The panel distorted, and 3 pieces of blue equipment appeared on the panel. Park Sung didn't even take a look, continuing to refresh. Captain, calm down. Jean Tianyu rushed up to grab Park Sung's. You're wasting points. But Park Sung ignored him and clicked refresh again. Suddenly, the panel twisted violently. A blazing golden light erupted out of nowhere. Moments later, the golden light vanished, and new items emerged. The 3 people, upon seeing the items in the middle grid, instantly held their breath. On a golden background, an ancient scroll item quietly floated. Item, Arena of Life and Death, special one-time item. Quality, Gold. Effect, after activation, a mandatory Arena of Life and Death challenge can be issued to any surviving team within the group. Challenge rules are as follows. 1. The challenger and the responding party each send 3 members to enter an independent arena space. 2. Inside the arena, all external items, talents, and skills can be used without any limitations. 3. The battle continues until one side's members lose all combat ability or concede. 4. The winner gains all current points, equipment, and items from the losing team. The losing country will endure a medium-level national fortune punishment. Exchange points, 3,000. Gold Golden Legend? 3,000 points, just enough. In Jean Lingxuan's eyes, fear was quickly ignited by the flames of revenge. Captain. An opportunity. A chance for revenge against the Dragon Kingdom. When Shan and Changhua Appa didn't die for nothing. Our shame must be washed away with their blood. Park Chong's face twisted in extreme hatred. The treasures seized by the Dragon Kingdom, the surging points, the wealth of the people, the tragic deaths of teammates. All the humiliation and unwillingness converged into a destructive tide at this moment. Exchange. With a flash of white light, the golden scroll fell into Park Jong's hands. He slowly unfolded it, and the golden light instantly enveloped the three of them. I, Park Jongs, captain of the Kimchi country representative team, bet our national fortune and challenged the Dragon Kingdom team to the arena of life and death. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. When the system announcement roared, Dragon Kingdom ranks first in the group with 8,800 points, and national average wealth increases by 1 million yuan, the entire country was engulfed in a massive explosion of joy. Supreme Command Center. Old Lu's tense back suddenly relaxed, and he heavily leaned against the chair, his murky eyes instantly moist. In the command hall, emotions that had been suppressed for too long erupted with a bang. The usually stern generals embraced each other without restraint, shoulders heaving, tears mixing with laughter of survival. On the giant screen, the numbers 8,801 million were displayed huge, shining like medals of victory. On city streets, time seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by a tidal wave of cheers. Countless moving vehicles suddenly braked, drivers eagerly leaned out, wildly waving their arms, high-fiving and embracing strangers by the roadside. Streamers, hats, scarves, and even documents were thrown into the air by the ecstatic crowd, like a magnificent rain. The shop owners on the street rushed out, yelling hoarsely at the boiling crowd, "Free for everyone! I'm a millionaire now! Eat whatever you want! Residential community! Honey! Look at our account! We have money! 1 million! Really 1 million!" The man trembled as he pointed at the phone screen, his voice choked. "Honey, that's great! So great! No more overtime in the future!" The woman threw herself into her husband's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The children, though confused, felt the never-before-seen joy from their parents, excitedly jumping on the floor. In the online world, major social platforms' trending topics were completely refreshed. Hashtag Dragon Kingdom first, hashtag trending. Hashtag average wealth of 1 million, hashtag trending. Hashtag Grandpa Zhang YYDS, hashtag trending. Hashtag Lin Tao the Divine Calculator, hashtag trending. Countless people shared screenshots of their account balances, that sudden string of zeros stimulating everyone's nerves. Captions varied widely: ancestral spirits manifesting? National fortune revealing itself. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. Just finished writing my will, now tearing it up to buy a house. Forums and group chats were instantly flooded. Aha! It's in. It's really 1 million. My mom made me pinch her. It's not a dream. Wow. 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 What else can I say besides wow? Getting rich overnight isn't a dream, thank you national fortune. Thank you, grandpas. Dragon Kingdom is amazing. Grandpa Zhang is amazing. Lin Tao is amazing. Professor Sun is amazing. All the grandpas are amazing. Where are those who mocked us as Kimchi and little ants? Come out and take a bow? Does your face hurt? Ha 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 ha. This nationwide celebration lasted deep into the night. Central Square in Kyoto. The crowd was surging, shoulder to shoulder. On the gigantic electronic screen, the images of 5 team members in the fortress were frozen. At the bottom of the screen, a line of striking large characters was scrolling. 1,400,000,000 compatriots stand with you. Victory Day for heroes, the whole country celebrates again. Long live the motherland. Long live the Dragon Country team. The roar was like a tsunami, rising higher and higher, echoing through the sky. However, at the peak of this wild joy, buzz. The system prompt sounded once again in every Dragon Country citizen's mind. Ding. The representative team of Pickle Country has issued a life and death arena challenge to the Dragon Country team. The challenge rules are as follows. The winner will receive all current points, equipment, items, and talents from the loser's team. The losing country will bear a medium-level disaster punishment. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes, please be prepared. The city, which was like a boiling furnace just a second ago, instantly fell into deathly silence. The arms waving in the square froze in midair. The hugging crowd on the streets froze in motion. In the command center, the smiles on the generals' faces instantly froze. The system voice sounded again. 10-minute countdown, start. A great battle is about to break out, send a benefit to cheer for the Dragon Country team, first come first served. ZFB code red envelope, 10-minute countdown. Chapter 36 Blood debt must be repaid in blood. Pickle Country, the entire nation was drowned in humiliation and hatred. On the streets of Hanshan, a young woman sat on the ground, crying out loud, pounding the ground forcefully. That was our treasure chest. The treasure chest that Wenshan Appa and Shenghua Appa fought for with their lives. Dragon Country people. Thieves. Robbers. In the bar, glasses were smashed to the ground with force. 200,000? This is fucking a price for a life. It's Wanshan and Changhua Appa's blood money. Drunken men with bloodshot eyes frantically cursed at the image of the Dragon Country fortress on the TV screen, achieving their glory with our Appa's blood? Unforgivable. On the internet, terms like revenge, kill the Dragon Country team, take back the treasure chest, blood debt must be repaid in blood, exploded in the rankings. The personal information of the Dragon Country players was crazily tracked and cursed, filled with all kinds of vicious edits and offensive remarks on the forums. In the hometown of Chui Wanshan and Li Changhua, the morning hall turned into a rallying point filled with anger. Relatives held the portrait, tearfully shouting at the camera, Captain Park. Appa Jean. Avenge Changhua. Kill them. Kill those Dragon Country thieves. Major television stations urgently interrupted broadcasting with the news, the host's voice choked, tears in their eyes, tone intense, citizens. We have just lost 2 brave warriors. And the treasure chest stolen by trading their lives, climbing to the top on their blood, is the despicable Dragon Country team. This is not the stance of a victor, this is the celebration of thieves. The feast of robbers. Rolling news headlines were even more shocking. National Shame Day. Dragon Country steals our treasure chest to reach the top. The deaths of Wanshan and Changhua, Dragon Country must repay blood debt with blood. 200,000 wealth? This is dirty money stained with heroes' blood. Experts in the studio expressed their heartfelt pain, defining Dragon Country's actions as a trampling of Pickle Country's dignity, a violation of the entire Asian group rules, calling for national power and international opinion pressure. On social media, inflammatory short videos spread like a virus. They edited clips of Park Sung-joon's team discovering the treasure chest, the brutal attack of the terrifying claw beast, the sacrifice of the team members, finally freezing on the scoreboard with Dragon Country at the top. Accompanied by heroic music and blood-red words, revenge. Countless netizens left messages. It makes my heart want to explode. Kill. Kill all the Dragon Country team. Inside the emergency response center of Pickle Country, the atmosphere was oppressive. The president's face was pale, staring at the screen showing the purple energy shield of the upgraded Dragon Country fortress and the glaring 8,800 points, his fists creaking as he clenched them. Shame. This is a huge humiliation to the entire Pickle Nation. Minister of Defense Park Young-tae slammed the table suddenly. Wanshan and Changhua cannot die in vain. That treasure chest should have been our hope for rise. The president's face was dark enough to drip water. On the screen, the joyous celebration of Longwa's people sharply contrasted with the anguished accusations of the pickled vegetable nation citizens on the streets of Hanchang. The reward of 20,000 per capita wealth had, at this moment, become nothing more than bloodstained loot from the pickled vegetable warriors in his eyes. At that moment, the cold system notification echoed in the minds of every citizen of the pickled vegetable nation. Global announcement: the Pickled Vegetable National Team has issued a life and death arena challenge to the Longwei National Team. Challenge rules are read as follows. The winner will gain all current points, equipment, and items from the losing team. The losing nation will face moderate disaster penalties. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes, please be prepared. In an instant, the entire Pickled Vegetable Nation fell into a pathological frenzy and boiling excitement. On the streets of Hanchang, the crowd that had just been crying and cursing erupted into cheers that sounded like a mighty wave. Captain Park. Long live Jean Tianyuapa. Kill them. Kill those thieves. People hugged each other, jumped, and cried tears of joy as if victory was already within their grasp. A huge revenge banner was raised high, passing through the crowd. In the bar, beer foam flew everywhere, and everyone raised their glasses, for Wanshan. For Changhua. Cheers. Long live pickled vegetable. The fervent singing and slogans echoed through the sky. The internet was completely paralyzed, flooded with excessive comments like "Victory is ours," "Long live Captain Park Sung-cheol," "Jean Tianyuapa crush their heads," "Lingxian Uni heal our heroes." Various images and gifs of pickled vegetables' victory spread wildly. In front of the morning hall, the family of the deceased knelt on the ground, bowing to the sky. Wanshan, Changhua. Do you see? The captain has avenged you. Just wait, the blood of Longwa people will run dry. All TV stations immediately interrupted normal programming, with the words "Life and Death Arena" filled the screen alongside close-up images of Park Sung-cheol, Jean Tianyu, and Jean Lingxian. The host was so excited he was tongue-tied. People. A historic moment. Our hero. Captain Park Sung-cheol. He has stepped forward. He represents our entire nation, launching the final judgment against those despicable thieves. This is the counterattack of justice. It is the proof of blood and courage. Experts in the studio were agitated, waving their arms. Captain Park is so decisive. This is the only and best choice. We have eagle-eyed snipers. We have rifles. We have maps. Jin Tianyu's armor-piercing and high-explosive rounds have been prepared for this moment. No matter how skilled that old man from Longwei is, can he outrun a bullet? Can he withstand a high-explosive round? Victory belongs to us. The pickled vegetable nation will be reborn from the ashes. The National Emergency Response Center urgently held a press conference. The president faced the camera, his voice solemn and filled with passion. All citizens. Our warriors have drawn their swords. This is the final battle to defend our national dignity and pride. Captain Park Sung-cheol, team member Jin Tianyu, and team member Jin Lingxian, they carry the legacy of Wenshan and Chenghua, carrying the blood feud in hopes of 60 million people. The nation believes in them. Supports them. Victory will surely belong to the great pickled vegetable nation. Citizens, let's fight together. Defense Minister Park Jong-tae stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with a mad killing intent. Park Sung-cheol, bring the fury of Wenshan and Chenghua, and crush the bones of the Longwa people one by one. Take back what belongs to us with interest. Let them taste the bitterness of national punishment. In the pickled vegetable nation, the fire of shared hatred burned in the eyes of every citizen. At this moment, all hope, all anger, all national fortune, were placed on the shoulders of the last three, Park Sung-cheol, Jin Tianyu, and Jin Lingxian. In 10 minutes, blood debts must be repaid with blood. Chapter 37, Deployment of Troops. Inside the Longwei Fortress. Ding! The Pickled Vegetable National Team has issued a Life and Death Arena challenge to the Longwei National Team. Life and Death Arena? Lin Tao's pupils suddenly constricted. Losers, their country will suffer a punishment of medium-level disaster. It will begin in 10 minutes. The air instantly froze. Old Zhang's eyes were filled with rage, almost bursting out. Damn it, those pickle kids are desperate, losing treasure and lives. They want to pull us down with them, even in death they will bite off a piece of us. Professor Sun quickly scanned the rules, his face serious. The rules are cruel. 3 against 3, unrestricted combat. The losers will lose all their points, equipment, items, and talents. What's worse is that the country will also face punishment. This is a real lose-lose situation. 3 against 3? Old Wang closed his eyes, desperately trying to communicate with the little black outside. Little black. Hurry. Show me the memories of your previous fights with those people. The clearer, the better. Moments later, Old Wang suddenly opened his eyes wide. That's right, it's them. 3 people in total. One guy who looks like a team leader, with eyes like an eagle, can see very far. One woman, seems like a doctor. And another, the most dangerous. He's the one who ambushed Little Black multiple times with that fire-spewing iron stick. That stick is very long, with a tube at the front, shooting out fast and vicious things. Little Black's scales were cracked in several places. A sniper rifle. Old Lin and Old Zhang said in unison, their hearts sinking at the same time. Yes. It's that one. Old Wang nodded emphatically. Old Zhang's gaze was sharp as a knife. 3 people, 1 eagle-eyed observer, 1 medic, and 1 sharpshooter. A typical special operations team configuration. In an open arena, being targeted by this combination is extremely tricky. He looked at Lin Tao, his tone grave. Little Lin, we need to weigh the list of those 3 carefully. A great pressure weighed on everyone's shoulders. Professor Sun pushed his glasses. The rules state that all external items, talents, and skills can be used, which naturally includes the items we exchanged, Wang Chuanqing's war beast, even the fortress? But the arena is an independent space, so the fortress probably can't be entered. So, the key is whether the war beast can be brought in. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. This is indeed crucial. If we can have Little Black's D-level fighting power, the other 3 wouldn't stand a chance. But what if we can't? We must prepare for the worst. Assuming we can't bring it in. We need to prepare to face their special operations team with 3 people. Lin Tao took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Old Zhang, you are the absolute main force, the core of our frontline power, you must fight. Zhang Jianguo nodded heavily, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Old Wang, as long as Little Black can be brought in, it will be a crushing victory. So you must fight. Wang Chunshang clenched his fists tightly, a look of determination flashing across his face. Okay. Only one position left. The 3rd person. Lin Tao looked at Old Li and Professor Sun, and said, I'll go. Old Li urged, Little Lin, let me go. My crossbow arrows can support Old Zhang from a distance. With good coordination, we can suppress that sniper. Professor Sun also opened his mouth, my vine control might create opportunities. Old Wang, Professor Sun, listen to me. Lin Tao interrupted, Old Li's crossbow arrows are powerful, but their range and accuracy are far inferior to a sniper rifle, making it easy to be suppressed in an open arena. Professor Sun, who can say what the arena environment will be like now? If it's not a forest, then your talent would be useless, wouldn't it? He looked at everyone. My talent copy has already copied old Zhang's martial arts master, and I can also copy Professor Sun's vine speaker. Even, I can copy the opponent's talents. My presence is the biggest variable and the core of our tactics. Lin Tao's analysis was clear-cut, with distinct pros and cons. Old Li and Professor Sun opened their mouths, and after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. After deliberating, they knew Lin Tao's choice was the most reasonable. All right. It's settled. Old Zhang made a decisive call. Little Lin, you're smart. What do you think we should do? Lin Tao said nothing, but turned around and opened the exchange panel. At the same time, the sound of Little Black's kill report echoed in his ears again. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black has successfully killed an F-level threat, the mountain beast. Points plus 100. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, Beast Synergy, has killed an F-level mountain beast, successfully plundering source lifespan. Remaining lifespan, plus 8 years. In just this short time, the points that were spent have surprisingly accumulated to 1200 again. Little Black's killing efficiency in the forest is terrifying. Lin Tao glanced at the time. There are still 7 minutes left. Plenty of time still. The great battle is imminent, we must anticipate widely. Shop. Refresh. Grid 1. Item, Gale Boots. Quality, green. Effect, significantly increases the wearer's movement speed and short distance burst power. Exchange points, 300. Grid 2. Item, Stonebreaker Gauntlets. Quality, green. Effect, increases punching attack power by 15% and adds a shock effect, extra internal damage to the target when attacked, but. Exchange points, 350. Grid 3. Item, Phantom Powder. Quality, blue. Effect, one-time consumable. After use, enters a stealth state lasting 3 minutes. Effect ends after moving, attacking, or using skills. Exchange points, 600. Good stuff. Old Li's eyes shone. These boots and gauntlets are just tailor-made for old Zhang. Lin Tao then looked at the third item. Phantom Powder, a divine artifact. Professor Sun started calculating mentally. 300 plus 350 plus 600 is equal to 1250. Total exchange points are not enough. Still short 150. Looking at the time, there are 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. Old Wang immediately understood Lin Tao's gaze and gave an order to Little Black. Little Black, I command you. Within 5 minutes, kill 1 E-level beast or 2 F-level beasts. Little Black seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation and began rampaging through the forest. While waiting, Lin Tao quickly exchanged for the Yi Gale Boots and Phantom Powder to hand over to old Zhang. Ding! Successfully exchanged Gale Boots, consumed 300 points. Ding! Successfully exchanged Phantom Powder, consumed 600 points. Then he opened the Heavenly Way simulation panel, remaining lifespan, 25 years. Lin Tao decisively locked onto Professor Sunday. First, simulate Professor Sun to S-level, then copy it. This maximizes battle power. 25 years of lifespan injected. Simulation failed. Time ticks away second by second. The few of them have never felt time so precious. Countdown, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Finally, the kill broadcast rang in their ears. Ding! Your battle beast Little Black has successfully killed an E-level threat, the Rockskin Mountain Beast. Points plus 300. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, Beast Synergy, has killed an E-level Rockskin Mountain Beast, successfully plundering source lifespan. Remaining lifespan, plus 13 years. Lin Tao exchanged for the Stonebreaker Gauntlets, at lightning speed. Ding! Successfully exchanged Stonebreaker Gauntlets, consumed 350 points. Countdown, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Lin Tao injected the remaining 13 years of lifespan again. Ding! Simulation successful. Sun Jiaxian's A-level talent, Vine Whisperer, has been upgraded to S-level talent, Heart of Nature. Emerald green light instantly engulfed Professor Sun completely, green runes swirling around him. Inside the fortress, tiny vines on the walls grow wildly, swaying as if worshipping their king. As the light dispersed, Professor Sun slowly opened his eyes. His gaze became deeper and more serene, as if containing the rhythm of the entire forest. He did not need to intentionally activate his ability. With just a thought, the vines on the walls of the fortress spread out, weaving into a green chair in front of him. It feels like the entire fortress, even the outside forest, has become a part of my body. Professor Sun's voice was ethereal. Only 1 minute left. Lin Tao looked at the powerful natural aura flowing on Professor Sun, his eyes shining. Copy. Lin Tao reached out his hand, firmly pressing on Professor Sun's shoulder. Boom! A vast and powerful flow of natural will instantly rushed into Lin Tao's consciousness through his arm. Lin Tao felt as if he had transformed into a mighty tree soaring to the sky, with roots deeply embedded in the earth and branches reaching the heavens. He could hear the subtle sounds of roots growing in the soil beneath him, could see every leaf outside the fortress swaying in the wind. Ding! Copy successful. Obtain talent, S-level Heart of Nature. Done. Lin Tao retracted his hand, glancing over Zhang Jianguo and Wang Chunsheng. Time is running out. Come on. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, hold the phantom dust. Let's use it together when there are 10 seconds left on the countdown. What? Use it before we set off? Lin Tao nodded. When we enter, don't act rashly. If Xiaohe can get in, we'll let him do his thing. If Xiaohe can't get in, Uncle Wang, you stay hidden and don't move. Uncle Zhang, you focus on attacking and take out that sniper first. I will control the battlefield. Use vines to divide the area, limit their teamwork, and create a kill opportunity for Uncle Zhang. Alright. Uncle Zhang's killing intent was strong. Let's fight. Uncle Wang took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Countdown, 10 seconds. Hide. Lin Tao shouted. The three of them wasted no time and crushed the phantom dust in their hands at the same time. Buzz. The tiny particles exploded, turning into an invisible force field that instantly covered the three of them. Their figures twisted like ripples in water, instantly merging with the surroundings, becoming transparent. For the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Tao shouted. Everyone responded in unison, filled with a determination to fight to the end. For our 1.4 billion compatriots. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. An irresistible spatial force suddenly descended, wrapping Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, and Wang Chunsheng in an instant. In a flash of light, the three of them completely disappeared from within the fortress. Chapter 38, where are they? Did they forfeit? At the moment the countdown reached 0, the live broadcast signal forcibly cut in. Death Arena has started. Pickle Nation Team versus Dragon Nation Team. The winner gains everything. The loser loses all and suffers national disaster. Below the live broadcast, the comments section showed a clear divide. On the left was the Pickle Nation chat, and on the right, the Dragon Nation chat. At this moment, they clashed like two distinct, surging rivers, fiercely colliding. Pickle Nation comments. Comments not translated directly. Dragon Nation comments. Comments not translated directly. As the scene advanced, a massive ancient arena appeared, the size of 3 football fields. The entire venue was built from giant stones into a circular wall, with a dome glowing with blue-purple energy. On the left side, 3 beams of white light descended, revealing Park Sungjae, Kim Tianyu, and Kim Lingxian. The moment they landed, Park Sungjae's tactical map instantly unfolded, the light screen scanning the entire area like a spider web. Kim Tianyu knelt on one knee, a huge alien sniper rifle resting on his shoulder, searching for prey. Kim Lingxian clutched a medical kit in one hand and held an assault rifle in the other, sticking close behind her teammates. On the right side, the stone ground where the Dragon Nation team should be was empty. Silence lasted a full 3 seconds. The live stream felt like it had been bombed, exploding in an instant. Dragon Nation comments. Comments not translated directly. The Pickle Nation comments went wild. Comments not translated directly. In the arena, Park Sungjae's pupils suddenly constricted. He stared at the lifeform's representation on the map, seeing only 3 clear red dots. Aside from that, the entire arena scan showed complete silence. What the hell? What's going on? Did they forfeit? Giving up without a fight? Kim Tianyu didn't speak, he sensed that things were not so simple. He scanned with the sniper rifle. Kim Lingxian looked at the panel, her face suddenly pale. She noticed that the countdown for the battle was still ticking. No. Captain. The match is still on. They haven't forfeited. Park Sungjae was also stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities but never thought he wouldn't even see them. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. An astounding possibility struck him like lightning. It's high-level invisibility. They have advanced cloaking equipment that can shield both map scanning and visual detection. Highest alert for everyone. Back to back. Form a triangular defense formation. Hurry. The 3 of them, well-trained, sprang into action in an instant. Their backs pressed tightly against each other, knees slightly bent, gun barrels pointing outward, creating a compact defensive circle with no dead angles. The Dragon Nation audience saw the Pickle Nation's tense reaction, and the comments section exploded. Comments not translated directly. Park Sungjae's finger crazily slid over the tactical map. He pushed his eagle eye ability to the limit, trying to detect any tiniest energy ripple or distortion in the air. The emptiness almost drove him to madness. Ling Xian. T on you. Cover fire. Firepower coverage. Park Sung-zee's voice became frantic from extreme stress, since these nasty rats only dare to hide. Then let's plow the entire arena with bullets. Blow them out. Open fire. Understood. Jin Tianyu switched to explosive bullets, his finger fiercely pulling the trigger. Bang. 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 The huge sniper rifle fired wildly. Following closely was the roar of assault rifles. Da-day-day-day. Dense bullets poured out like a storm of metal. Shell casings fell like golden raindrops of death, clanging as they crazily dropped onto the rocky ground. They shot madly at every corner within their sight, without mercy. The bullet curtain of the pickled cabbage country fell into blind frenzy. Less than 50 meters away from Park Sung-zee and the others, 3 nearly integrated transparent outlines were pressed against the stone wall. Hiss! A stray bullet flew past Lin Tao's scalp. The combat instincts of an S-class fighting master almost made him jump up to counterattack, but he clearly remembered the system's warning. The effect of the phantom dust would instantly dissipate after rapid movement or attack. Little Lin. This isn't a way to go. Grandpa Wang's anxious voice was full of helplessness. The response from Little Black and the mental link was weak as a flickering candle in the wind, as if isolated by an invisible space. Little Black seems to be isolated. It hasn't been able to teleport in. What do we do now? Lin Tao's heart sank abruptly to the bottom of an ice pit. The fatal bad news, Little Black failed to teleport into the arena together. Losing this strongest fighting force, facing the fierce firepower of the pickled cabbage country's trio in the empty area, they were almost forced into a dead end. The effect of the phantom dust lasts only 3 minutes. We can't wait any longer. Waiting means death. It was time to take a risk. Lin Tao made a quick decision. Grandpa Wang. Stay hidden. Don't strike unless absolutely necessary. Grandpa Zhang, charge with me. Your target is the sniper Jin Tianyu. I will hold on to Park Sung-zee with all my might. The brave win in a narrow fight. Go for it. Just as Lin Tao urged his thoughts, preparing to forcefully uncloak. Boom! In the center of the arena, a terrifying distortion suddenly occurred. A pitch-black spatial crack tore open. Roar! A roar that could send shivers to the soul erupted from the depths of the spatial crack. In the sudden turn of events, Grandpa Wang trembled with excitement. Little Black broke free from the space constraint. It's coming out. Under the gaze of Park Sung-zee, Jin Tianyu, and Jin Lingxian. A giant beast covered in dark gleam, with a raging momentum that could tear the world apart, burst forth from the rift in the void. As soon as it appeared, the beast's 6 crimson compound eyes instantly locked onto the human who had injured it with a sniper rifle, Jin Tianyu. The audience from the pickled cabbage country watching the live broadcast were collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 39, Big Brother Takes Action. In the Dragon Country's highest command center, the big screen was live broadcasting the death arena. As the D-Class Shadow Terror Claw Beast charged towards the trio from the pickled cabbage country with destructive pressure, a staff officer shouted in shock. Isn't this the monster that the pickled cabbage team faced before? How could it appear in the arena? That's right. But, why is it helping us? Another general's eyes were filled with incredulous confusion. Seated at the main position, the aged Lu had a flash of brilliance in his murky eyes. His hands were clasped under his chin, deep in thought. Do you remember the last fortress crisis? The door was about to be torn apart, Comrade Zhang Jianguo was heavily injured on the ground, and outside the door was this monster. But in the end, the crisis miraculously resolved, and the outside calmed down. Lu paused and refocused his gaze on the screen, settling on the giant beast. At that time, I suspected that the D-Class threat was resolved by some unknown means, however. Just can't confirm. Now, it appears here, and its target is clearly attacking the pickled vegetable team. Lu Lao made a bold inference. The only explanation is that Comrade Wang Chuanxing's animal affinity talent is definitely not as simple as B-level. He must have undergone some kind of unimaginable enhancement. His abilities have transformed to the point of being able to control such a level of terrifying beast. This Shadow Claw Beast has most likely been successfully tamed by Comrade Wang Chunsheng, becoming our Dragon Country representative team's true war beast. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. After a brief silence, a sudden realization of joy swept through the entire command center. So that's it. Defense Minister Chen Zhang slammed his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. No wonder. No wonder the points skyrocketed like a rocket. It turns out this D-level war beast has been hunting for us deep in the forest. Heaven bless Dragon Country. Truly heaven blesses Dragon Country. An elderly general with white hair choked on his words, his eyes sparkling with excited tears. A beast master who can control a D-level war beast, this power, this value, is simply immeasurable. The heavy atmosphere in the command center was swept away. The huge mystery that had troubled them was finally solved. This terrifying D-level giant beast was actually the hidden strongest trump card of the Dragon Country team. In the arena, Park Ching-se and the others faced the nightmare reappearing as the death talisman, all their resolve for revenge and fantasies of victory crushed by boundless fear. No. Impossible. How could it be here? Jean Lingxian let out a piercing scream, her body uncontrollably trembling like chaff. Park Ching-se's eyes were wide with rage, fear instantly transforming into hysterical madness. Shoot. Quickly shoot. Aim for its eyes. Shoot the place where it was hurt before. Jin Tianyu, being a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier, unleashed his last ferocity at the critical moment. He suppressed the fear that almost tore his soul apart, his precision shooting talent instantly pushed to the limit. The heavy, insectoid sniper rifle roared with an earth-shattering sound. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing round sliced through the air, accurately shooting towards the previously injured spot near the little black's eye socket. The bullet struck the hard shell, exploding into dazzling sparks and shallow pits. Roar! The old wound was poked, and the intense pain completely ignited Little Black's fury. The massive body abruptly trembled, then transformed into a shadow that tore through space, instantly disappearing from its original spot. In the next second, it appeared beside Jin Tianyu as if it had leaped out of the depths of hell. Its serrated arm sliced through the air with a sharp howl, falling without obstruction. Crack! The sound of flesh tearing rang out. Jin Tianyu's body was instantly sliced in two, as if cut through by a hot knife on butter. Blood mixed with internal organ fragments splattered on the cold rocky ground, his face frozen in shock and fear. Pickled Vegetable Country team member Jin Tianyu, Kia. Tianyu Appa. Jean Lingxian let out a heart-wrenching wail, her spirit completely shattered. Park Ching-se's heart was torn apart, and he turned to flee. But in front of the D-level creature's speed, his movements were as slow as a snail's crawl. Little Black casually swept its other blade arm, carrying immense force. No! Park Ching-se could only let out a short, desperate cry, his body instantly torn to pieces. Pickled Vegetable Country team member Park Ching-se, Kia. The last remaining Jean Lingxian collapsed on the ground, tears flowing, completely losing the will to resist. Don't kill me, please don't. Little Black's compound eyes were cold and merciless, its monstrous mouth slowly opening. The scene switched at the right moment, failing to capture the final bloody scene. But the abruptly cut-off scream and the cold system prompt sound that followed announced everything. Pickled Vegetable Country team member Jean Lingxian, Kia. Pickled Vegetable Country representative team, all members annihilated. Global announcement, the deathmatch arena duel has ended. Winner, Dragon Country representative team. According to the rules, the winner's reward settlement begins. The Dragon Kingdom team earned all points from the Pickle Kingdom team, 0 points, exhausted. The Dragon Kingdom team obtained all equipment from the Pickle Kingdom team, bug-type sniper rifle, blue, tactical command map, blue, M416 assault rifle. The Dragon Kingdom team received all talents from the Pickle Kingdom team, converted into corresponding skill scrolls, Eagle Eye, A, Precision Shooting, B, Battlefield First Aid, A. Settlement completed. The arena shone brightly, as Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, Wang Chunshang, and Xiao He were teleported back to the fortress. At the moment they disappeared, the system notification rang out across the globe again. The Pickle Kingdom representative team defeated, National Fortune punishment instantly activated. Randomly drawing a medium-intensity disaster-level punishment. Draw completed. National Fortune punishment manifested, nationwide super financial crisis. In the real world, the Pickle Kingdom. Just a second ago, citizens immersed in the frenzy of revenge were like ice water poured over their heads from top to bottom. The stock market crashed drastically, triggering the most terrifying circuit breaker in history. Currency exchange rates plunged madly, causing banks to collapse directly. Countless people's lifelong savings vanished in just a few minutes. On the streets, the crowd that had just waved flags, shouting revenge and long live, froze completely. They stared blankly at the evaporated wealth shown on their phones, the immense gap making desperate cries spread like a plague. No! My money! My house! It's all gone! Everything is gone! Fraud! Park Sung-jae, you fraud! The country is a fraud too. It's over, completely over, the Pickle Kingdom is finished. Ah! My stocks! My savings! All gone! All gone! Park Sung-jae, you waste! Fraud! The country is a fraud. They said they were the strongest special forces, only to be cut down like vegetables by a beast. And they dragged the whole nation down with them. Get off the stage. In the conference room of the highest level of the Pickle Kingdom, it was shrouded in silence like a funeral parlor. Despairing sighs echoed in the oppressive air. However, in this dead silence, the president suddenly stood up as if grasping at a last straw, with an almost obsessive look in his eyes. No! It's not over yet. Park Sung-jae and the others, they are very likely still alive. What? But the system clearly announced, a staff member instinctively retorted. Suddenly, another congressman had a flash of insight and shouted, wait. The president is right. If they were all eliminated, according to the rules, we should face random 3 items of disaster-level punishment. Not this current, medium-intensity financial crisis. The subtle difference immediately ignited the last remaining glimmer of hope in the hearts of the high-level officials. As long as they are still alive, there is still a chance for a turnaround. The encrypted hotline on the table suddenly rang, the sharp ringtone breaking the dead silence in the conference room. The president straights his back and respectfully answers the call upon seeing the number, which was from the beautiful country. On the other end of the line, a voice with a commanding tone said, in 1 hour, an emergency joint meeting of the Asia-Pacific will be held. The Ant Kingdom, Neon Country, and your Pickle Kingdom will all participate. The call was briskly hung up. Listening to the busy tone in the receiver, the president's hand tightened around the receiver in slight tremor, relief flooding his face. Brother has acted. The Pickle Kingdom is saved. Chapter 40, Asia-Pacific Joint Meeting convenes. In the remote virtual conference room, the Asia-Pacific Joint Meeting is underway. 4 phantoms were projected sequentially through virtual reality technology. In the central position of the conference room sat an old man with golden hair and big eyes, the president of the beautiful country. Useless. A little tourist group from the Dragon Kingdom managed to make you lose troops and lose face. Especially you, Pickle Kingdom. The president of the beautiful country looked at the leader of the Pickle Kingdom. Not only did you lose the treasure chest, but you also lost 2 important commanders, and even lost your shorts. Points cleared, talents and equipment stripped. Your Pickle Kingdom's national fortune is buried by your own hands. Shame. Although the president of the Pickle Kingdom disagreed, he did not dare to refute. And you, Ant Kingdom. The fury of the beautiful country shifted to the Ant Kingdom. Relying on sneak attacks and an invisibility cloak to defeat a few weak teams, do you think you're invincible? When faced with true tough opponents, you fall silent? Allowing Dragon Country to grow strong. The president of Ant Country remained silent. Neon Country. The president of beautiful country finally turned to Neon, where is your wind slash? Why do you just watch as Dragon Country rises without acting? Where is the spirit of the samurai? The president of Neon slightly bowed, it is my incompetence, I failed to curb Dragon Country in time. The Dragon Country team hides their abilities beyond normal understanding. Enough. The president of beautiful country bluntly interrupted. The threat of the Dragon Country team has surpassed your ability to handle it. They possess D-rank battle beasts, and their score acquisition efficiency is alarmingly high. If we let them develop further, the entire Asian group, no, the entire national fortune game will be ruled by them. At that time, the 3 countries will never have a chance for a comeback. The leaders of Ant Country, Neon Country, and Kimchi Country all felt a heavy pressure. They knew that what beautiful country said was the truth. So, the president of beautiful country spoke with an undeniable command, we must strangle them before they fully solidify. At all costs. Strangle? The president of Ant Country finally spoke, how to strangle. Their fortress has an energy shield. Not to mention that D-rank battle beast. In a head-on confrontation, we have no chance of victory. He had personally witnessed the tragic state of Kimchi team and knew how terrifying Dragon Country team was now. Kimchi Country also nodded in despair, they had nothing and were not even qualified to fight desperately. Neon Country frowned slightly, clearly also pondering the same question. I knew you would be helpless. The president of beautiful country let out a cold snort, carrying an invisible sense of superiority. Therefore, we, beautiful country, as the undisputed overlord of the Americas group, have decided to provide you with a little help out of a sense of responsibility to maintain game balance and eliminate potential threats. A brilliant golden light brightened the meeting room. A parchment scroll, exuding an ancient aura, slowly floated in front of the representative of beautiful country. Strange runes flowed on the scroll, emitting intense spatial fluctuations. Covenant order, gold one-time item. Our representative team stumbled upon this. The effect is very simple. Once activated, it can ally 3 designated national teams. After the alliance, teams can share intelligence, trade items. The presidents of Ant Country, Neon Country, and Kimchi Country instantly lit up with their eyes. Hiss. The president of Ant Country took a sharp breath, and greed flashed in his eyes. This item was simply a perfect vessel for a conspiracy. This is a treasure. Such a divine item. The face of the president of Neon also showed intense emotion. This item that broke the rules was invaluable. There's hope. We have hope. The president of Kimchi Country trembled with excitement. Boss is brilliant. Long live beautiful country. The world's #1. Well deserved. With this divine item, Dragon Country will perish. Thank you, boss, for your generous assistance. At this moment, the three country presidents had no hint of reserve, showering praises in gratitude. The president of beautiful country enjoyed this admiration with satisfaction. Remember, there is only one goal: eliminate the Dragon Country team. You must have the determination to fight to the death and devise a foolproof joint strangulation plan. Share intelligence, coordinate tactics, and even trade key items to ensure a one-hit kill. All resources in the Dragon Country fortress, that D-rank battle beast, points, are your spoils. I only demand one result: the Dragon Country team must completely disappear from the Asian group. Do you understand? Understood. The three phantoms spoke in unison, filled with fervor and killing intent. Very good. The meeting is over. The activation rights for the item have been transferred. Prepare immediately. The end of Dragon Country will be opened by your hands. The phantom of the president of beautiful country slowly dissipated. Time is of the essence. The voice of the president of Ant Country was laced with an impatient chill. I suggest using this item immediately. The president of Neon nodded calmly. The pickled president shouted excitedly, confirm. Activate quickly. Our pickled nation will fully cooperate. The president of Ant Kingdom no longer hesitated, pressing his finger hard on the mysterious rune in the center of the sheepskin scroll. Buzz. Brilliant golden light burst forth, ignoring the barriers of space, instantly locking the positions of their respective teams. In the hunting forest, inside the cabin, the air was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Park Chingsa slumped on the cold ground, his eyes hollow, the sharpness of the former captain completely gone. Jean Tianyu looked like a walking corpse. Jean Lingxian curled up in the corner, her body trembling slightly, tear marks crisscrossing her face, mumbling something unconsciously. They had lost everything. Score, 0. Equipment: insectoid sniper rifle, tactical command map, spare weapon ammunition, all gone. Talent: eagle eye, precise shooting, battlefield first aid, all stripped away. National luck punishment: a super financial crisis was destroying their homeland. They were now just three empty-handed ordinary people. Even the lowest level F-level beast could easily take their lives. Forget revenge, even staying alive had become a luxury. It's over, all over. Park Chingsa's voice was hoarse and dry. We are the sinners of pickled nation. Jean Tianyu suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with insane hatred. No. I am unwilling. The despicable Dragon Nation will use petty tricks. And that monster. I want to kill them. I want to. His roar suddenly stopped, as he realized he didn't even have a knife. Jean Lingxian suddenly laughed nervously. Kill them? What to kill with? With our teeth? Ha ha ha. We are trash. Let's wait to die. Suddenly. Ding. The cold system prompt sounded simultaneously in the minds of the three. Announcement: your nation, Pickled Nation, and other authorized nations, and Kingdom, Neon Nation, have jointly used the golden item, Covenant Order. The Covenant has been established. During the Alliance, free communication, intelligence sharing, and item trading are allowed. The dead silence in the cabin was instantly broken. Park Chingsa suddenly sprang up from the ground, almost falling over due to the sudden movement. What? Covenant Order? Alliance? Jean Tianyu was like a high-voltage electric shock, frozen in place. Then a distorted smile of ecstasy spread across his face. Ha ha. It must be the country that took action. The country hasn't abandoned us. This is an opportunity. This is the last chance. Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation. You wait. Your death day has come. We will kill you together. Chapter 41, Beast Tide. The white light faded. Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, and Wang Chunsheng found themselves back on solid ground, in the familiar fortress interior. How is it? Are you all okay? Did you get hurt? Uncle Li Weigua and Professor Sun rushed over, their faces full of worry. I'm fine, not a hair out of place. Lin Tao moved his hands and feet, showing a faint bitter smile. Thanks to our tense preparations for so long, with stealth powder and new equipment, the result. He pointed at the giant beast resting in the corner. All depended on our Black Lord, efficient like chopping cabbage. Little Black seemed to understand, lazily opening one of its compound eyes, letting out a gurgle sound from its throat. Grandpa Zhang Jianguo squatted down, inspecting the loot they had captured. For standard M416 assault rifles, one AWM sniper rifle, and several bullets. One menacing-looking, insectoid sniper rifle, a palm-sized, tactical command map, tablet, and 3 skill scrolls radiating different auras. TSK, this feeling. Grandpa Zhang picked up an M416, just like the good old days of fighting. At first, we had millet and rifles, and then, hey, all the enemy's firewood sticks became ours. Grandpa Wang Chunsheng also happily leaned over. Isn't that right? The pickled brat's hard-earned treasures all delivered warmth to us. This is called transport captain. Alright, the stuff is good, but it needs to be used wisely. Lin Tao restrained his smile. Start distributing the spoils. He picked up the 3 skill scrolls. Professor Sun, this battlefield first aid scroll is perfect for you. You already have healing beam, plus this, recovering health and mana, battlefield rescue, you will be our mobile medical station. Logistics will be foolproof. Professor Sun solemnly accepted the scroll without hesitation, his eyes shining with a desire to enhance his abilities. Grandpa Li. Lin Tao handed over the precision shooting scroll and the Zerg sniper rifle. This powerful sniper is amazing, but without real skills, you can't play it well. The precision shooting talent is a perfect match for it. Long-range fire support, targeting key objectives, this heavy burden will be handed over to you. Grandpa Li's eyes lit up instantly, he had long been enamored with this domineering sniper rifle. Hearing this, he patted his chest confidently, rest assured. This treasure will be handled well by me, old Li wherever I point, I will hit, absolutely won't let our team down. Lin Tao then picked up the Eagle Eye scroll and the tactical command map. This Eagle Eye's global insight combined with the map's scanning ability will be controlled by me. Exactly right to manage the overall situation, be the eyes for everyone, and act as the commander. The remaining 4 rifles. Lin Tao looked at Zhang Jianguo and Wang Chunsheng. Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Wang, you two each take a rifle for self-defense. Though we have real skills in Xiaohei protecting us, more weapons mean more ways, it's better to be prepared. The two nodded in agreement, with no objections. Finally, Lin Tao's gaze fell on Xiaohei, who was resting with closed eyes in the corner. This deranked battle beast that had made great contributions seemed much calmer than usual, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. Grandpa Wang, Xiaohei is tired too. Let's pick the fattest and juiciest from the E-grade and F-grade beast meat we have stored, let it have a good meal, and recover its strength. Right. We can't neglect our family's great contributor. Grandpa Wang responded repeatedly, moving quickly to search. Soon, several large pieces of high-quality beast meat still dripping with blood were piled in front of Xiaohei. Xiaohei's huge nose twitched, issuing a low, satisfied rumble. Then, it opened its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and began to feast. In the intense sounds of tearing and swallowing, there was a pure sense of satisfaction. Grandpa Wang stood to the side, his gaze loving, his face full of pride. A night passed without a word. Everyone in the fortress took turns standing guard, enjoying the rare calm after the great battle. After a hearty meal, Xiaohei lay down in the corner and fell into a deep sleep, its massive body gently rising and falling with long breaths. However, this calm before the storm did not last long. The next morning, as the sky barely showed a gray-white hue, the cold system announcement rang on time. Group Stage Day 3 announcement. As of now, the remaining teams in this group, 2347ths. Warning, environmental pressure imbalance detected, a large-scale riot of beasts is about to break out. To improve survival rates, an emergency distribution of basic construction points, 1,000 points has been sent to all surviving teams. The daily shop has been opened, and points can be used to purchase defensive facilities. Final warning, in 1 hour, the beast tide will sweep in. Those who fail to establish effective shelters will have survival probabilities approaching 0. Countdown, 59 minutes 59 seconds. The people who had just woken up lost all signs of relaxation and comfort on their faces. Beast tide? Grandpa Wang Chunsheng exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale. Having personally experienced the terror of yesterday's deranked giant beasts, he knew all too well the destructive power of fierce beasts. The term beast tide represented a destructive torrent capable of overwhelming everything. Lin Tao then discovered that in addition to the grid shop, the points shop had added a daily shop. Upon opening, various goods were available. Barbed wire, 50 points. Effect, provides a simple barrier 10 meters long, good for blocking and slightly damaging medium and small beasts. Spike wooden stake trap, 80 points. Effect, can be deployed on the ground, causing piercing damage when triggered. Molotov cocktail, 100 points. Effect, creates a small burning area upon throwing, causing continuous fire damage and hindering beast crowds. Alloy armor plate, 200 points. Effect, installed on existing outer walls or gates, greatly improves physical defense, can effectively resist beast impacts and some ranged attacks. Biological bait, 250 points. Effect, after activation, emits sound waves of specific frequency, attracting most beasts within a radius of 200 meters to a designated area for 3 minutes. Biological radar, 300 points. Effect, after deployment, scans a radius of 500 meters, marking the approximate locations and threat levels of living beings on the tactical map. Automatic patrol crossbow, 500 points. Effect, fixed automatic crossbow, range of 50 meters, automatically targets and attacks a single approaching target. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, Lin Tao's eyes went wide. Looking at the points again, he felt like he had bitten down on a sour lemon. 1,000 points. Damn. This little bit of points is not worth a damn. Every day at 12 o'clock, without fail, 2 chapters are updated, ensuring that everyone has 2 chapters to read as soon as they open their eyes. If you haven't added the bookshelf, remember to do so you won't get lost coming home. Also, my little brother bravely asks all the big brothers for a small favor. If you can, send a free gift, thank you everyone. Chapter 42, Have They Formed an Alliance? Third day of the group stage live broadcast begins. Rotating teams, Bear Country representative team. The scene cuts in. It is still that familiar clearing in the forest. The huge bonfire is reduced to ashes, but the atmosphere is completely different. The air seems to solidify, filled with the chill of imminent battle. Yura! Brothers, it's time to work. Let those beasts taste the iron fists of the Bear Country. Ivanov Andreevich tilted his head and downed the last gulp of vodka, violently throwing the empty flask into the frozen ground. The team members, like efficient war machines, frantically dug into the earth. Mikhail and Sergei swung their stone pickaxes, each strike sending up large clumps of soil. Soon, a pit over 5 meters in diameter and more than 3 meters deep took shape. The bottom of the pit was densely filled with sharpened hardwood stakes. Ivanov waved his large hand, opening the point shop panel. Looking at the new 1,000 points, he started a major purchasing spree. Beast-repelling landmine? Good stuff. Give me 5. And high-explosive grenades. As many as you have. And more reinforced traps. Damn it, points are meant to be spent. Yura! White light flashed repeatedly. 5 heavy metal discs, edged with dangerous red light, and 20 heavy oval green grenades. 10 massive traps, filled with fierce iron teeth, appeared in the clearing. The team members immediately sprang into action. Mikhail and Sergei carefully set up the landmines, camouflaging them under the fallen leaves around the trap and on critical pathways. Alexei and Nikolai buried the traps deep at the edges of the pit and at possible breakthrough points for the beast horde. The entire area around the clearing was rapidly transformed into a deadly trap zone filled with the violent aesthetics of bear-style brutality. Yura! Ivanov is awesome. This is what defense looks like. They are buried in traps. Vodka is plenty. Landmines. Grenades. Spiked logs. Damn. So Bear Country. Love this gritty spirit. Maximum sense of security. Look at this efficiency. 1 hour? Equal to others' whole day. The Siberian spirit never dies. Yura! Hardcore. Truly hardcore. This trap density, even the beast tide has to crawl in. Live broadcast rotation, Pickled Cabbage Country representative team. Seeing the name, the global comments exploded instantly. What the hell? Are they back from the dead? Wasn't the Pickled Cabbage team completely wiped out by that monster in the arena yesterday? System BUG? Where's the referee? Can dead people come back to life? Heavens! Does that mean death in the arena is not real? The punishment only strips away points and equipment? Are the people still alive? The screen switches. The scene that comes into view leaves all doubters speechless in an instant. In the center of the screen are 3 busy figures amidst the ruins. Park Sung-jae, Jin Tianyu, and Jin Lingxian. The 3 are covered in dirt and dust, their clothes and armor torn, their eyes bloodshot. Their faces still show the horror and despair from yesterday's disastrous defeat, but they are indeed alive. At this moment, they are frantically busy around a metal base that has just been exchanged. Park Sung-joon tightly gripped a glowing virtual blueprint, pointing at the nodes on the base. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Oh my god. Appa. Lingxian Uni. Are you really alive? Oh my god. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't fall easily. What are they building? That metal base looks so advanced, not like a temporary shelter. Wait. That shape, that rotating platform interface, could it be the base for a defense arrow tower? Are they building an arrow tower? At that moment, Park Sung-joon suddenly jammed the last heavy rock tightly into the slot of the base, completing the adjustment. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he used all his strength to harshly press the central start button of the base. Hum. A deep humming sound rose, and the patterns on the base suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. The complex mechanical structure let out a metallic groan as gears meshed, and automatic supports swiftly extended like steel tentacles, locking into place. A solid rotating platform steadily rose. On the platform, there stood a cold metallic gleaming automatic crossbow. The robust arrow slots made a crisp click as they automatically loaded several arrows, each as thick as an arm and shining coldly with steel. The barrel slowly rotated like the head of a waking venomous snake, coldly scanning the surroundings. Ah! An arrow tower. It's our arrow tower. Long live Captain Park. Oh my god. We have hope now. They really built it. A 500-point automatic arrow tower. Too extravagant, but worth it. Is there only one? Facing the beast tide, it feels like a drop in the bucket. The camera slowly zoomed out, showing the full scene. While Park Sung-joon and the others strained to reinforce the newly erected arrow tower, shadows appeared at the edge of the camp, like phantoms. The leader, dressed in pure white, with a long sword hanging at his waist, exuded a calm aura like a deep abyss. It was the neon swordsman, Master Yagyu Munenori. Behind him, 4 young warriors had their hands on their sword hilts, their eyes sharp as knives, warily scanning their surroundings. Yagyu Munenori's gaze swept over the newly erected arrow tower of the Kimchi team, and he gave a slight nod. Then he turned toward another open space, holding a similar blueprint in his hand. A warrior behind him immediately stepped forward and began to command teammates to place another metallic base that flickered with cold light at a designated spot. The barrage momentarily froze, followed by a tsunami of question marks. The scene switched again, to the other side, revealing the same sight. Captain Cohen of the Little Ant Country team also appeared in the frame. His shadow cloak fluttered slightly, blending into the background as he directed his team to set up the same metal base at the third corner of the camp. The panoramic shot returned again. A chilling layout clearly emerged. The Kimchi, Neon, and Little Ant teams stood in a triangular formation, collectively building a defense line. 3 automatic arrow tower bases being installed resembled the 3 vertices of a triangle, safeguarding a solid neon treehouse in the center. Though the 3 teams were distinct, they worked together seamlessly to divide the defense areas. What the hell? I know what this is about now. The Kimchi, Neon, and Little Ant countries have formed an alliance. This is a shocking development. The Asian group has completely changed. 3 top teams have joined forces. Oh my god, this is definitely the biggest turning point in this survival season. The era of alliances has begun. It's over, it's over. How can these 3 join forces? Who can withstand it? This is definitely aimed at the Dragon Country. They are afraid. Afraid of the Dragon Country's fortress and that D-level monster. They want to team up to crush it. The Dragon Country is in danger. 1 fortress plus 1 D-level beast, can it withstand the combined schemes of 3 countries' elites? The beast tide hasn't arrived, and disaster is already here. Chapter 43, What to do with dividing forces. Live broadcast screen switch, Dragon Country representative team. The live broadcast signal fluctuated slightly, and the scene abruptly changed. The previously towering metal fortress vanished without a trace, replaced by a strange building covered in endless greenery. Thick vines, as robust as giant pythons, entwine with each other, layer upon layer, forming a natural barrier full of life. The vine leaves are dense, and one can even see a few unknown vibrant flowers quietly blossoming in the gaps between the leaves. Like a castle left behind by fairies in a fairy tale, serene and mysterious. After a brief silence, the barrage erupted like a volcano. The camera seemed to be stunned by this peculiar sight, straining to adjust its focus, trying to penetrate the vibrant green barrier and glimpse the truth inside the fortress. The high-definition lens slowly swept across the contours of the fortress's observation windows, shooting holes, and the interior hall. However, the positions that should have been manned were empty at this moment. Only the energy-saving lights installed inside emitted a soft and steady white light, illuminating the empty stone hall, a silence that was unsettling. The barrage went crazy again, panic and questions surged like a tide. The live broadcast camera seemed to sense the strangeness, unwillingly rising in height, meticulously searching within a few hundred meters around the fortress. Finally, from several different angles, the scattered figures of the Dragon Kingdom team were captured. Camera 1, at the edge of the dense forest. Grandpa Zhang Jianguo and Grandpa Li Weigui in one group. The 2 figures flickered among the thick trees and shrubs. Grandpa Zhang crouched on the ground, seemingly sensing the earth with his hands, while Grandpa Li guarded the surroundings with his gun, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Camera 2, in the fern area by the stream. Grandpa Wang Chuncheng and Professor Sun Jiaxiang in one group. Professor Sun crouched beside a huge fern, lightly touching the plant's leaves, seemingly in communication. Grandpa Wan walked beside him, looking casual, but each step landed on a critical sightline and potential path. Camera 3, at a distant high ground. Lin Tao alone. He stood at a relatively open vantage point, his figure almost blending into the background of rocks and sparse trees. He did not look towards the fortress but held up binoculars, gazing far away. Seemingly towards the location of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance camp, his profile was cold and stern. The barrage went completely wild, countless question marks and exclamation marks almost bursting the screen. Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. On the huge holographic screen, the live broadcast images were being displayed in split view. The beautiful yet hollow green wild fairy city and the figures of the team in 3 split screens looked particularly small and isolated in the vast forest. The previously lively and excited atmosphere brought by the upgrading of the fortress and the capture of battle beasts had long since vanished, replaced by an almost suffocating sense of oppression and extreme anxiety. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the dull sound of instruments running and people's heavy, anxious breaths. Nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. Chen Zhang, with a fiery temper, could no longer hold back, smashing his fist violently on the superalloy control console next to him, making a loud thud. The surface was left with a clear imprint of his fist. His eyes were wide open, veins bulging on his forehead. What are they trying to do? In the face of great enemies, surrounded by powerful foes, they even voluntarily split up? They don't even want the most basic gathering and defense? Is that fortress just for show? The voice of the intelligence analyst trembled slightly as he pointed at another screen. The joint defensive arrow tower circle of the Three Kingdoms alliance is taking shape at an astonishing speed. Their defensive positions are very targeted, and the firing range intersection of the arrow towers. Preliminary calculations show a high probability of covering the coordinates of our fortress. They must have already grasped the precise location of the fortress. He swallowed hard, trying to analyze, but his logic was confused. Split troops is splitting the troops a strategy to lure the enemy? Using the team members as bait, attracting the attention of the alliance, reducing the pressure on the fortress? But there's no one inside the fortress. What's the point of this bait? Academician Li Genoa, director of the Academy of Sciences, fixed his gaze on the screen showing Professor Sun and Grandpa Wang Chunchang. His brows furrowed into a shape, and he pushed up his glasses that had slid down his nose bridge. Could it be that they are building a new, larger defensive system outside the fortress? Or perhaps, they are setting up something we haven't yet understood? A defensive system outside? An old general, wearing the star of a senior officer on his shoulder, couldn't help but growl, his voice filled with anxiety. Building a defense line in the wilderness and jungle outside the fortress? Then what is the meaning of the fortress itself? We invested resources to upgrade it, to make it the core of defense, not to turn it into an abandoned landscape. He waved his arm forcefully, abandoning the existing, incredibly solid fortifications, and running to the wild, defenseless outdoors to build a defense line? This is simply putting things upside down. It's absurd. What are they trying to do? Another general, responsible for strategic analysis, spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with strong confusion and concern. The beast wave is less than half an hour away. The most reasonable and safest strategy right now is to rely on the strengthened fortress, combined with the D-grade peak Ironclaw Bear, to form a solid pivot point. Either hold out and wait for reinforcements, or look for an opportunity to counterattack the Three-Nation Alliance or the beast wave. His speech grew faster, but now, they are actively splitting their forces, abandoning the greatest advantage, and scattering their strength across open areas. This doesn't look like a tactic, it looks like they know the fortress can't hold, and are forced to split and break through, each running for their life. But without the fortress protection in this perilous forbidden land, won't splitting up be a dead end? Inside the command center, the suppressed murmurs, anxious sighs, and incredulous growls intermingled. Everyone's gaze eventually focused on Lu Lao, who had remained silent in the main seat. Lu Lao's deep eyes were tightly fixed on the 5 light spots on the screen. The wrinkles on his face seemed even deeper, and his fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest. In a voice only audible to those beside him, he muttered with great confusion. Their movements seemed scattered, but looking closely, each person's position seems quite deliberate. This doesn't look like a headless fly. What are they really looking for? Or perhaps, what are they setting up? Chapter 44, Jump 3 times. The live broadcast split screen showed the movements of the 3 groups in real time. While rushing, Lin Tao occasionally glanced down at the tactical map. I see now. Lu Lao, who had been furrowing his brows at the highest command center of Dragon Country, suddenly slapped the armrest, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Splitting the forces is for those 3 energy source chests. They are racing against time, trying to acquire resources to enhance their power before the beast wave erupts and the Three-Nation Alliance surrounds them. But, sir. The Minister of Defense, Qin Zhang, pointed to the screen where the countdown for the beast wave was rapidly ticking down, with only 33 minutes left. The forest is complex, with numerous obstacles, and they still have to kill the guardian beasts. How could they possibly make it back in 33 minutes? Even if they get the chests. Academician Li Genoa was equally filled with worry. Even if they get the chests, they won't have time to return and activate the defense. Once the beast wave comes. The bullet comments completely exploded in chaos. Before the doubts even finished, the 3 groups had already made their move, showing terrifying efficiency far beyond everyone's expectations. Zhang Jiangwo's group. Facing the roaring lava giant lizard, Zhang Lao's eyes were cold. With his feet in the new windshifter boots, his figure turned into an afterimage, easily dodging the spewing lava. Wearing the Stonebreaker gauntlets, his right fist, powered by the S-grade master strength and the shock effect of the gauntlets, slammed into the giant lizard's side neck joint. Crack, boom. A muffled bone-cracking sound accompanied the giant lizard's massive body as it flipped over, raising a cloud of dust. Its head twisted at a bizarre angle, dying instantly. Oldley didn't even have time to raise his gun and aim before the kill broadcast sounded in his ear. Oldley stared in astonishment as Zhang Lao put away the bronze chest, the whole process taking less than a minute. Sun Jiaxian's group. The armored black water turtle, entangled in vines, struggled wildly, its hard shell compressing the tough vines. Old Wang gripped the assault rifle tightly, feeling anxious. Professor Sun's eyes focused, and he suddenly raised both hands, lift. The water plants in the stream instantly grew wildly, like countless steel cables pulling the several-ton heavy turtle from the bottom of the water, exposing its relatively soft belly. Professor Sun called out sharply, "Old Wang." Old Wang understood without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Da-da-day. The bullets accurately hit the soft flesh of the giant turtle's belly, which was unprotected by a hard shell, and blood spurted. Ayo! The giant turtle let out a heartbreaking scream, its struggling strength suddenly diminished. Professor Sun clasped both hands tightly and squeezed hard. Countless vines tightened like a giant python strangling its prey in an instant. Pooh! A chilling crushing sound echoed, the giant turtle's massive body was brutally snapped under the terrifying power of the vines. Lin Tao's group. The swift knife-toothed leopard transformed into a silver lightning bolt pouncing forward. Lin Tao's eyes flashed with sharpness, as the S-level combat master's prediction reached its peak. His body slid to the side, narrowly dodging the lethal claws while his left hand shot out like lightning. His right hand spread open, pressing against the ground in empty space. Buzz! Countless thick, resilient vines burst forth from the ground beneath the knife-toothed leopard, instantly entangling its limbs and waist like a giant python capturing its prey. The knife-toothed leopard's speed drastically decreased, unleashing a furious roar as it madly bit at the vines. Lin Tao moved fluidly, drawing his venomous dagger from his waist, aiming it repeatedly at the leopard's head, striking again and again. Pooh! Blood splattered, and the leopard's struggle stopped instantly, its head drooping weakly. Lin Tao quickly stepped forward, picking up the treasure chest under the ancient tree. The entire process was equally swift. 3 groups, 3 E-level guardian beasts. Within 3 minutes, all were killed. 3 bronze chests were in hand. The bullet screens fell into a brief silence. Just as the audience despaired over the time, the shot showed Lin Tao on the high ground, quickly pulling out an ancient-looking metal device from his bosom. It's that red item. In the command center, Old Lu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with hope. Old Wang. Old Zhang. Report your precise coordinates. Wang Chunsheng and Zhang Jianguo immediately reported their exact positions based on the tactical map. Lin Tao took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the coordinates of Professor Sun and Old Wang, who were relatively close to him. Buzz. The beacon emitted a strong spatial fluctuation, wrapping around him. In the next second, Lin Tao's figure instantly disappeared from the high ground. When he reappeared, he was already standing by the stream next to Professor Sun and Old Wang. Professor Sun. Old Wang. Quickly, grab me. Lin Tao spoke rapidly, reactivating the beacon once again. Spatial fluctuations surged again, wrapping all 3 of them together. Swish. The 3 figures disappeared once more. The final location, the edge of the dense forest, where Zhang Jianguo and Old Li were. Space twisted, and Lin Tao, Professor Sun, and Old Wang's figures suddenly appeared. Old Zhang. Old Li. Grab on. The spatial beacon lit up for the 3rd time with blinding light, enveloping all 5 of them. Buzz. The space violently fluctuated, and the figures of the 5 became hazy in the light, instantly being pulled into the spatial tunnel. The fortress, the Green Vine Fortress, the platform on top of the fortress. A dazzling spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, Li Weiguo, Sun Jiaxiang, and Wang Chunsheng landed steadily on the platform at the top of the fortress. Old Wang tightly hugged 3 bronze chests in his arms. Time froze at the beast-tide countdown, 20 minutes and 01 seconds. The bullet screen experienced a brief moment of absolute silence before completely exploding. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao opened the points store. Points remaining, 3,100. The bullet screen went dumbfounded again. Chapter 45, Pre-Battle Arrangements. Soon, some audience members reacted. The scene switched again, live streaming other country teams. The bullet screen erupted in curses. Lin Tao saw the live stream turn off, rubbing his hands and calling everyone over. Come on. Let's open the boxes. He specifically waited for the live switching to call for the box opening, as it was now that Xiao Hei's combat power had already been revealed. The fewer people who know about others' combat power information, the better. Looking at the three ancient bronze chests on the ground, Lin Tao decisively walked to one of the chests and gently placed both hands on the cold bronze patterns. A soft light flowed, and the lid of the chest silently slid open. Professor Sun's eyes sparkled. Good stuff. This is like gaining an extra life. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, there were too few, only one bottle. Then, Lin Tao directly opened the other two chests at the same time. One skill book and one piece of equipment, although both were blue quality, they were very practical. Sky Shaking Wave had a damage range of only 10 meters, but it could unlock valuable ranged attack capabilities for Grandpa Zhang. The Wild Wristband was even tailor-made for Grandpa Wang. Lin Tao glanced at the countdown of the Beast Tide. There were still 12 minutes left. The results of the chests are good. Next, it's time to exchange points. Lin Tao opened the panel, and the daily store was filled with dense defense facilities, dazzling to the eye. From barbed wire costing 50 points to defensive towers costing thousands of points. While he was troubled over what to exchange for, Grandpa Zhang leaned closer. Xiao Lin, defending against the Beast Tide is like fighting. It's all about firepower layers and deep arrangements. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. This man in front of him was a veteran who had come out of a hail of bullets, perfect for arranging firepower. Grandpa, how should we arrange our firepower? Grandpa Zhang didn't hesitate, waving his hand to start arranging the troops. Old son, set up a thorny wall 20 steps outside the fortifications, but don't close it completely, leave an opening. Lin Tao instantly understood, luring them into a trap? Exactly. A cold light flashed in Grandpa Zhang's eyes as he pointed to the preset death passage. This necessary road is their gate to hell. Spike trap, bear trap, anti-beast landmine, everything needs to be set up. It will definitely blow their legs into the air, a complete mess. Grandpa Zhang turned his gaze to Li Weigui oldly, your bug sniper is heavy firepower, position it at the best view on the bastion. Li Weigui slapped his chest with determination, don't worry. I won't let a single one escape. Grandpa Zhang then looked at Lin Tao. Xiao Lin, we can exchange for a few automated guard crossbows. Place one in the front and two on the sides to form crossfire. The three of us will guard the shooting holes reserved on both sides of the gate. Lower the gun barrels, save some bullets, and be precise. Finally, Grandpa Zhang's gaze fell on the massive beast resting in the corner of the fortress. Old Wang, our little black will be the finale. Don't let it stupidly rush into the beast pile trying to show off. No matter how fierce, it won't withstand a war of attrition. Wherever the defense line cannot hold and is breached, make it pounce over. Having completed the arrangements, Grandpa Zhang suddenly remembered a key point. Alright, Xiao Lin, let's get a biological radar. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. With this pair of 1,000-mile eyes, we will be clear about where the beast tide comes from and how big it is. Grandpa Zhang's deployment was clear and well organized, making full use of the fortress's advantages and everyone's strengths, perfectly allocating resources and combat power. Good. Let's do it. Lin Tao did not hesitate and immediately exchanged. With a flash of white light, a heavy metal disc and a giant bear trap appeared on the open ground. Professor Sun, it's your turn now. Professor Sun stood in the empty area in front of the fortress gate, slowly closing his eyes. The S-class Heart of Nature instantly took control of all the plants within a 500-meter radius around the fortress. Buzz. Centered around the fortress, the forest within a 500-meter radius seemed to be suddenly infused with wild vitality. Beneath the ground, ancient roots crazily burrowed through the soil. Countless thorny vines, as tough as iron, broke through the surface, wildly spreading along an invisible trajectory. Crash. In just 3 minutes. A giant thorn wall, 4 meters high and 1 meter thick, arose like a green steel great wall, firmly guarding the entire fortress. The thorn wall was not completely sealed. In the direction facing the fortress gate, a narrow passage was left that could barely accommodate 3 large beasts side by side. Uncle Li, it's your turn to set the trap. Uncle Li was energetic and was about to set up the beast trap. At the moment his hands touched the beast trap, a strange scene occurred. A flash of white light and a blueprint appeared in Uncle Li's hand. Uncle Li glanced at it, his eyes widening like copper bells, quickly handing the blueprint to Lin Tao. Little Lin. Quick, look. This can actually analyze blueprints? Lin Tao slapped his thigh in realization, yeah. How could he forget Uncle Li's talent? Touching materials allows insight into potential uses, automatically analyzing crafting blueprints 3 times a day. Unexpectedly, this talent could even reverse engineer them. Lin Tao took the blueprint, took a look, and was completely stunned. Suddenly Lin Tao recalled that the points shop seemed to have a materials window. He hadn't paid much attention before. He quickly opened it and found the materials option. Oh my god. Lin Tao slammed his thigh, nearly jumping up in place. The cost is only 10 points, but the points shop sells it for 80? Chapter 46, Response Strategies from Other Countries. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao looked at the blueprint for the beast trap in his hands. Comparing it to the product price of 80 points in the points shop, his breath quickened. Uncle Li. Analyze the blueprints for the beast repelling mine and the automatic watch crossbow too. Li Weiguo was also stunned by this unexpected joy. He placed his hand on the recently exchanged beast repelling mine and automatic watch crossbow. Buzz. Buzz. Two flashes of white light appeared, generating detailed crafting blueprints. Blueprint for beast repelling mine. Required materials: refined gunpowder 2, trigger fuse 1, spring 1. Blueprint for automatic watch crossbow. Required materials: high strength bow limbs 2, precision gear set 1, power battery 1. Lin Tao quickly checked the required materials in the shop. The shop cost for the beast repelling mine was about 20 points, and the automatic watch crossbow cost about 100 points. However, the shop sold the beast repelling mine for 100 points and the automatic watch crossbow for 500 points. That's 5 times the price. Looking at the material costs on the blueprint, far below the product price, the fortress instantly erupted with excitement. Old Zhang's beard stood up in anger. Damn it! The system is really shady. Selling a trap that costs 10 for 80? Stealing a 700% profit? Old Wang couldn't stop smiling. We're going to get rich. Little Lin, we're going to get rich. Lin Tao's eyes shone brightly, and without any hesitation, he immediately wagered all his remaining 3,100 points, exchanging them for a vast amount of basic materials. Wood, refined iron, refined gunpowder, springs, gears, refined steel ingots. The pile of materials almost occupied half the fortress hall. Uncle Li. It's your turn. Li Weiguo took a deep breath, activating his godly craft talent. His hands flew through the pile of materials, which automatically combined and assembled. Click. Click. Snap. The metal shells formed automatically, gunpowder infuses precisely filled and sealed. Bow limbs bent into shape, gears meshed and transmitted power, power batteries embedded in bases, and the crossbow arrows autoloaded. One after another, beast-repelling mines and automatic watch crossbows were crafted like products on an assembly line. In less than 5 minutes. Inside the fortress hall, a mountain of defense facilities had already piled up. Beast Trap X100. Beast Repelling Mine X50. Automatic Watch Crossbow X10. Looking at the armory enough to arm the entire camp, everyone in the fortress was dumbfounded. Professor Sun was so excited that his glasses slid down. Brotherly. Divine Craftsman. You are the contemporary Lu Ban. Old Zhang heavily patted Li Weiguo's shoulder. Old Li. Awesome. Lin Tao could not hide his excitement either. Everyone, let's get to work according to plan. Let this green vine fortress become a true meat grinder. While the industrial miracle unfolded inside the Dragon Country Fortress, live global broadcasts were showcasing different strategies from other countries facing the beast tide. Live broadcast seeing, United States representative team. The camera cuts to a narrow, damp cave. The only remaining 2 team members, Captain Ong Min and teammate Wu Leighton, were discussing strategies. Wu Leighton pointed to the cave entrance and said, Captain, let's exchange for alloy armor plates to completely seal the entrance. Anyway, there are only 4 days left until the group stage. The remaining supplies completely depend on us two to last through. Ong Min stared intently at the floating, point shop, panel in front of him. No way, the cave is too shallow. The armor plates can't withstand the beast horde's impact. Ong Min's eyes were bloodshot, and suddenly he looked up, a glimmer of gambler-like madness flashing across his face. Let's go for it. Refresh the item shop. But Captain. Wu Leighton wanted to dissuade him, but looking at Ong Min's obsession, the words stuck in his throat. With a desperate gamble, Ong Min fiercely jabbed at the refresh button in the bottom right corner of the panel. Ding. Consuming 100 points to refresh. Remaining points, 900. The shop interface warped, the light dimmed. Slot 1, torch, white, 30 points. Slot 2, fire axe, white, 80 points. Slot 3, steel dagger, white, 100 points. 3 pieces of garbage white gear. Damn. Ong Min slammed his fist into the nearby rock, instantly breaking the skin and bleeding. The audience was also stunned by this action. Again. It's only 100 points. Refresh again. Ding. Consuming 100 points to refresh. Remaining points, 800. The panel twisted again. This time, a deep purple light suddenly lit up in the 3rd slot. Slot 3, lightsaber, purple 1500 points. The sudden purple background caused the comments to explode. Purple lightsaber. Ong Min screamed in joy, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Did you see that? Wu Leighton. We are saved. We have. His joy instantly froze on his face. 1,500 points. They only had 800 points left. They couldn't afford it. The color drained from Ong Min's face in an instant, his body swaying, nearly collapsing. How many times in life can you catch the old cat, and yet there are no bullets left? A comedic scene unfolded, and the audience in front of the screen was also amused. Hope was ignited only to be instantly snuffed out. This blow was even more crushing than despair itself. Captain. Wu Leighton's voice was trembling with despair. What do we do? Time is running out. The countdown had already dropped to 10 minutes. Ong Min stared vacantly at that 1,500 point purple slot. A few seconds later, he let out a beast-like wail. Do as you say, seal the entrance completely. No one is allowed to enter. He desperately exchanged all his remaining 800 points for alloy armor plates. The live broadcast screen switched again. Live broadcast, the Kazakhstan team. The screen shifted to a relatively open clearing in the forest. The 5-member team of Kazakhstan was gathered around a massive object that had just been exchanged, their faces showing a sense of relief. Basic War Fortress, 1,000 points. A stone castle built from rough giant rocks, about 3 meters high and covering approximately 30 square meters, stood there. Although it lacked the energy shields and vine camouflage of the Dragon Kingdom's fortresses, it provided the most primitive sense of security with its heavy, cold stones. Great! Finally, we have a fortress. Captain Ai Han wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking around at the fortress's solid stone walls. This is real safety. Those flashy traps and materials are just waste. The captain is wise, a team member echoed. We just hide inside, even the beast tide can't chew through this stone. Exactly. The fortress is our greatest support. Ai Han was full of confidence. Everyone inside. Close the door tight. We can safely hide in there and wait for the beast tide to pass. The 5 of them filed into the fortress, and the metal door slammed shut. The comments were all stunned. What the hell, this works. They didn't even leave an observation post? Countdown 10 seconds, the system announcement sounded precisely on time. Beast tide approaching countdown, 10 seconds 9-8. The forest was dead silent, even the sound of the wind seemed to freeze. Every team held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly. Chapter 47, is this called micro? 3210. Global announcement, the beast tide has arrived. The system will generate differentiated beast tide intensity based on the comprehensive strength, resource accumulation, and potential assessment of each country's teams. As soon as the announcement came out, the live chat was instantly drowned in question marks. Live broadcast, the Mian country team, micro beast tide. Suddenly, the live broadcast focused on the Mian country that had been sealed in the cave before. The barrage of comments surged instantly. Inside the cave. The only 2 remaining people leaned against the cold alloy plate, their chests rising and falling violently. Wu Leighton's voice trembled as he pressed his ear to the ground. Captain, outside, is it thundering? Is it going to rain? Ong Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to remain calm. Isn't it normal for it to rain in the forest? Stop scaring yourself. Our armor plate costs 200 points apiece, it's more than enough to keep the rain out. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom. 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 The tremors grew stronger, and the entire cave began to shake violently. Debris and dust fell from the ceiling, hitting the 2 men squarely on the head. Wu Leighton gathered his courage and walked over to the small gap at the door to look outside. At the same time, the live broadcast view suddenly zoomed out and up. The scene instantly switched to a high-altitude view outside the cave. In the global live broadcast room, every viewer who saw the scene couldn't help but gasp, their scalps tingling. It was definitely not thunder, but rather a flood of dozens of wild boars fearlessly charging toward the cave. Dust flew, rocks tumbled, and chaos reigned supreme. The barrage of comments exploded, instantly flooding the screen. Inside the cave. Wu Leighton stumbled and fell, his face devoid of color in an instant. Impossible. A micro-beast wave, how could it? Boom. 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 The beast wave arrived in an instant. The sounds of crashing rolled in endlessly, each impact heavier than the last. The alloy armor plate visibly began to sink inwards. The edges of the fixed armor plate cracked as thin lines spread out like a spider web. We can't hold on. Captain. Wu Leighton looked at the increasingly twisted and deformed alloy plate, screaming in despair. Think of a way. Reinforce it. Find something to hold it up. Ong Ming was already in a state of panic, looking at the alloy door that could collapse at any moment, and glanced desperately around the cave. Other than rocks, there were only rocks. What could they use to prop it up? Their lives? Crack, bang. A sharp, piercing sound of metal breaking echoed. A bolt used to secure the armor plate, under relentless violent impacts, finally bore the burden and snapped in half. The alloy plate lost a critical support point, and the inward sinking intensified instantaneously. No! Ong Ming let out a desperate roar, watching as the door that held all their hopes made its final wail. The second bolt. The third bolt. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, as the several-inch-thick alloy plate was completely destroyed by the combined force of hundreds of raging wild boars. The cave entrance burst open. Blood-red pig eyes, jagged tusks, filled with the stench of death, instantly filled Ong Ming and Wu Leighton's completely despairing pupils. The screen was forced to cut off at the moment the pig swarm surged into the cave, leaving only one last brief, distorted scream. The representative team of Mian Country, all members killed. National punishment initiated immediately. Live broadcast screen, the representative team of Ha Country, Micro Beast Wave. The camera instantly shifted from Mian Country's cave to the fortress of Ha Country. The 5-person team of Ha Country was crammed inside a fortress of less than 30 square meters, the air heavy. Outside, the sound of impacts grew closer. It's coming, it's coming. A team member's voice trembled, staring fixedly at the tightly closed metal door. The captain, AI Han, forced himself to remain calm. Don't panic. This is a war fortress. It's a solid 1,000-point piece. Outside is just a micro beast wave, our fortress can definitely. He hadn't finished speaking. Bang! A loud sound rang out, shaking the entire fortress structure violently. Dust fell from the ceiling. One team member gasped, "Ah!" AI Han's face turned pale instantly. Stay steady. It's not a big deal. However, this was just the beginning. Bang! 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 The sounds of impacts came in like a torrential rain. Each impact brought violent shakes. Captain! Look! A team member pointed at the door. The sturdy metal door, under the continuous impacts, was visibly sinking inwards. The stone walls around the doorframe were cracking with fine lines spreading like a spider web. Clang! A stone embedded in the doorframe fell and crashed to the ground. Ihan's calm expression completely shattered. How is this possible? This stone, this 1,000-point fortress, how? He gathered his courage and looked through the peephole. Outside the door, dozens of wild boars driven by the beast tide were crazily slamming against the fortress's metal door like battering rams. What the hell is this so-called mini beast tide? Inside the fortress, 5 Kazakh team members were pale, huddled in a corner, their eyes filled only with despair. The live broadcast switched scenes, focusing on the trap-filled open space of the Bear Country. Live broadcast, Bear Country team, small beast tide. The screen hadn't even shown yet, and just seeing the text barrage flooded the screen. The scene switched, and soon the Bear Country audience could no longer laugh. The camera pulled back, revealing dense hordes of wild boars surging madly from the depths of the forest, their numbers more than double that of the other country. Even more terrifying, among the pig herd, mixed in were 10 larger hogs bearing F-level threats, the iron bristle wild boars. When they charged, they were like moving tanks. Seeing this scene, the barrage flooded the screen once more. Chapter 48, Bear Country's Tough Resistance. In the frame, Ivanov looked serious but showed no fear. Boom! 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 The anti-beast landmines, set up at the front of the beast tide, exploded. Flames soared into the sky, dirt, flesh, and shattered scales flew everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, points plus 20. An overwhelming number of kill reports rang out, and a large area of the boar herd was instantly cleared. But the advantage in numbers still existed, and the subsequent herd continued its mad charge over the bodies of their fallen companions. Especially the F-level, iron bristle wild boars, their skin tough and flesh thick. Blood spurted from the places that were hit, but their charging momentum remained unrelenting. Bang! Crack! The animal trap was triggered, a sharp stake instantly pierced through an iron bristle wild boar. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed an F-level iron bristle wild boar, points plus 100. But the trap was quickly overwhelmed and destroyed by the following herd. Seeing the beast horde was about to surge in front of him, Ivanov roared, "Prepare, throw!" Yura! Alexei and Nikolai desperately threw the high-explosive grenades. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded among the beast herd, causing chaos and destruction once more. But the beast tide still pressed forward, relying on their numerical advantage. Especially the 3 leading F-level, iron bristle wild boars, they charged directly into the makeshift cover built by the Bear Country players with rocks. Hold the line. Ivanov activated Blood Rage, grabbing a sharpened log, ready to meet a charging iron bristle boar. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed. Ivanov was knocked back repeatedly by the tremendous force, his hands split open, blood flowing profusely. The iron bristle wild boar was also momentarily halted by this fearless blow. Other team members were also engaged in a bitter struggle, fighting off the few beasts and iron bristle boars that had crossed the trap area with axes, machetes, and even stones. Mikhail was grazed on the thigh by a wild boar's sharp tusk, blood gushing out, but he held on with the sturdy physique, talent. The battle heated up instantly. Although the Bear Country team temporarily held off the first wave with traps and bravery, everyone was injured. Traps were being rapidly depleted, and the pressure of the beast tide showed no signs of diminishing. Ivanov looked around. At this rate, in less than 3 minutes, the Bear Country team would be annihilated. In despair, he opened the point store again. Previously killed beasts with various traps and grenades contributed 1,600 points once more. Should I exchange points for more traps? No, there's not enough time. He gritted his teeth and used 100 points to refresh the item store. A flash of purple light, and the lightsaber that previously appeared in the other country's store appeared in the shop. The required points were exactly 1,500 points. Ivanov's heart leaped with joy, and he directly exchanged. A flash of light, and the hilt of a lightsaber appeared in his hand. He reached out and pressed the red button in the middle of the hilt, and a red laser beam instantly shot out. With new gear in hand, Ivanov bellowed and charged fiercely into the beast horde. Yura! For Siberia! Ivanov's eyes were as red as blood, and the light sword in his hand buzzed ominously. An F-class steel-bristled wild boar had just smashed through a rock shelter and charged at him. Ivanov did not retreat but pressed forward. As he sidestepped the sharp tusks, he swung the light sword down with precision. Put! The wild boar's tough, iron-like scales were easily cut like paper by the light sword. Gushing foul blood sprayed out, and the beast crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing an F-class steel-bristled wild boar, points plus 100. 1 strike, 1 kill. The comments exploded in excitement. Ivanov was like a human weapon, taking advantage of the light sword to boldly charge back into the beast horde. Put! The red light flickered as the ordinary wild boars fell before him like cut wheat stalks. Wherever the light sword passed, blood and flesh flew, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. However, a single person's bravery always had limits. Ugh! Mikhail, on the left side, let out a pained grunt. The wound on his thigh was already bleeding from a previous clash when a wild boar ambushed him from the side. The sharp tusks tore open his flesh again, instantly soaking his pants in blood. He swung his stone axe down hard on the boar's head, forcing it back, but he stumbled as well. Relying on the recovery power from his B-class tough physique, he barely managed to stay upright. But his face was as pale as death, and every swing of his weapon seemed incredibly strenuous. The comments were also filled with worry. On the other side, Nikolai and Alexei stood back to back, facing several wild boars closing in. Nikolai roared and hurled the last high-explosive grenade into the densest part of the beast horde. Boom! The explosion's fire and shockwave knocked several beasts over, temporarily clearing a small area. But the blast was too close, both of them were left bleeding from their noses and mouths. Andrei! The trap is almost gone. Sergei's voice was hoarse as he pushed back a wild boar with a sharpened wooden spear. The traps set in the core area were nearly destroyed. Ivanov heard his teammates' cries. He had just cut a wild boar that had jumped at him from the side in half with his light sword, hot blood splattering all over him. He wiped his face and looked around. The indicator on the hilt showing energy reserves had already shifted from green to yellow and was flickering continuously. With every swing, he felt the hilt was starting to heat up, the consumption was staggering. Even worse, the tide of beasts showed no signs of weakening. The ordinary wild boars seemed endless. In the distance, 2 more F-class steel-bristled wild boars crashed through the trees, charging straight for their little defense circle. At the critical moment, the live broadcast switched again. Live broadcast, pickled vegetables, neon lights, and little ants from the Three-Nation Alliance, medium beast tide. The difficulty of the beast tide increased again, and the comments from the Three-Nation audience flooded the screen. Pickled vegetable nation. Neon nation. Little ant nation. Chapter 49, Neon's trump card. The camera switched to the defense circle constructed by the Three-Nation Alliance. When they saw the beast tide approaching, the audiences from the 3 nations gasped in shock. At the forest's edge, countless wild boars seemed to stretch on endlessly. 500 roaring wild boars created a surging black sea, kicking up clouds of dust. Among the herd, 20 F-class steel-bristled wild boars charged at the front. Even more terrifying, at the end of the beast tide, 5 E-class rock-armored wild boars, as big as small trucks, were slowly pushing forward. Each step they took made the earth tremble, shaking the ground and mountains. The oppressive feeling left the Three-Nation audience holding their breath in front of the screen. Other countries were watching the excitement, not minding the chaos. In the footage, the faces of the Three-Nation team changed dramatically at the same time. Baka. We will die if we take it head-on. Munehiro was the first to react. Concentrate fire. Prioritize killing the F-class targets. Before the E-class threat arrives, we must get rid of all F-level beasts. Park Sung shouted angrily at the map, giving orders. Damn it! Hurry! Listen to Master Yu Xing. All arrow towers. Lock on the frontline F-level wild boars, fire. Cohen instantly activated the shadow cloak, disappearing from sight, leaving only a cold command. I will interfere with the E-level wild boars, you guys hurry up. Buzz. 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 3 automatic arrow towers made mechanical sounds, their gun barrels swiftly pivoting. The thick crossbow bolts shot towards the frontmost steel bristle wild boar with a piercing whoosh. Thud. 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 The crossbow bolts hit the steel bristle wild boar with precision. Its skin was instantly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. The charging speed of the wild boar horde dramatically decreased. Although the storm of crossbow bolts from the 3 arrow towers delayed the vanguard of the beast tide, it was merely a drop in the bucket. 500 wild boars still overwhelmed the outermost trap area, crashing into the rocky and wooden barriers hastily built. Boom! Crack! The low wall shook violently under the impact of dozens of wild boars, rocks shattered, and wood chips flew. An F-level steel bristle wild boar, braving the arrows, crashed violently against the base of the arrow tower. The sturdy metal structure creaked painfully, tilting the entire tower slightly. Hold on! Shoot those F-levels! Park Sung shouted hoarsely, his crossbow frantically firing after exchanging items from the shop. Shink! A member of the Kimchi team was unable to dodge, pierced in the thigh by the tusk of a charging wild boar. The scent of blood drove the beast horde into a rage. The situation in Neon Country was also perilous. The samurai brandished their swords, slashing at the wild boars that climbed over the low walls. Kobayashi Jiro had just activated Windstep, narrowly dodging a steel bristle boar's charge. Yamamoto Ichiro's sword precisely stabbed into another boar's eye socket, but more wild boars surged forward. Sato Ken gasped, "Teacher. There are too many." The Shadow Escape talent's effectiveness diminished greatly in the chaotic close-quarters battle, and he had already acquired several wounds on his body. Yushing Sajin took a deep breath, his samurai sword unsheathed, launching a skill towards the densely packed beast tide. Wind slash! A sharp whistle pierced the air, and blood and flesh flew from the beast horde. A brief gap appeared in the beast tide, but it was quickly filled again. Facing the endless wave of beasts, Yushing Sajin's eyes first flashed with a hint of helplessness. Cohen's figure appeared and disappeared at the edges of the beast horde like a specter. The shadow cloak temporarily spared him from a direct impact from the beasts, and each time his shock dagger pierced into a wild boar, it caused painful spasms and ruptured organs. He attempted to interfere with the path of 3 E-level giant beasts, but the effect was minimal. The heavy armor of the rock-armored boars had a strong resistance to the high-frequency vibrations of the daggers. His attacks had no effect whatsoever. As time passed, the defensive circle rapidly shrank. The remaining few shelters trembled precariously. The 3-country team was forced to stand back-to-back, struggling in the beast horde, each person covered in wounds. Only 2 arrow towers were still operational, and the crossbow bolts were about to run out. A sense of despair began to spread. Captain Park. Hurry and come up with a plan. A surviving member of the Kimchi team cried out with a trembling voice. Cohen's voice held a hint of urgency, Yushing. If you keep hiding, we're all going to die here. Yushing Sajin chopped a wild boar in half that lunged at him, warm blood splattering across his aged face. He glanced at his injured disciples behind him, then turned to the 3 E-level rock-armored boars less than 100 meters from the defense corps. Enough! A flicker of pain flashed in Yushing Sajin's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He abruptly reached into his robe, taking out a scroll wrapped in golden light. The scroll was ancient and mysterious, inscribed with frightening lightning fire runes. This thunder fire was originally prepared for the Dragon Kingdom. But today, there is no choice, we must first drive away the beasts in front of us. Everyone, retreat. He tore the scroll forcefully with both hands. Sizzle. The golden scroll instantly turned to dust. A wave of destruction suddenly erupted. The sky seemed to darken in an instant, with rolling purple-red thunderclouds forming above. The barrages exploded instantly. Then, a thick purple-red lightning pillar, like a divine judgment spear, thundered down. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Red lightning struck the ground. The entire earth wailed, and blinding light instantly swallowed the scene. For a full 3 minutes. After the strong light, the image returned. In front of the defensive circle, a huge, charred pit over 50 meters in diameter appeared before our eyes. Everything inside the pit, whether it was common wild boars, F-grade steel bristle boars, soil, rocks, or trees, was all gone. Only melted, glass-like material and curling blue smoke remained at the edges. Even those 3 E-grade rock-armored boars were completely erased. Just with one strike. The beast tide consisting of 500 wild boars was instantly wiped out by more than 2/3. The defensive circle of the Three Kingdoms alliance was also affected. The low wall completely collapsed, and 2 arrow towers were rendered useless by the shockwave. All team members were thrown to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, ears ringing incessantly. The barrage went completely crazy. However, it was not over yet. Even though Thunderfire had taken out 2/3, the remaining third was still not to be underestimated. The remaining over 100 wild boars were still a significant number, charging forward fearlessly once again. Seeing this scene, despair appeared on every face of the Three Kingdoms alliance. Baka! Even now, the beast tide is not retreating? In Yagyu Munenori's eyes, a madness and determination like never before shone. Opening the points shop, a single Thunderfire actually contributed 8,900 points. Grid shop, refresh. Items in the shop flipped, and the background panel was all red. Yagyu was stunned. Nanny? 3 reds? Just as the audience was about to see the specific item information, the screen flashed and switched again. System announcement sounded, Dragon Country Representative Team, Beast Tide Level, Super Large. Chapter 50, have they all exchanged for mines? The live camera suddenly switched, focusing on the outskirts of the Dragon Country fortress. Global viewers gasped, their hearts stopping. In the image, a dark mass of wild boars surged forth like a black torrent unleashed. Crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light in the dust, each step pounding the ground with a dull roar. The earth moaned in pain under their iron hooves. Their numbers were overwhelming, a rough glance showed definitely not less than 2,000. This was just the appetizer. Following them, over 100 noticeably larger F-grade wild boars charged out. They were like moving armored tanks, their charge exerting more pressure than ordinary wild boars. Among this tide, more than 20 E-grade wild boars as large as hills stood out. They were covered in rock-like thick scales, reflecting a black sheen under the sun. While charging, they simply ignored all obstacles ahead, even thick trees snapped under their violent collisions, wood chips flying. They forcibly plowed wide death paths through the dense forest. Lastly, leading the charge were 5 D-grade boar kings, comparable to ancient giant elephants. They stood over 3 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Each step left deep pits, and they exhaled hot white steam from their nostrils, like a steam locomotive. What was most terrifying was the heavy dark golden armor covering their bodies. That armor seemed forged from solid metal, exuding a sense of despairing defense. Their low growls rumbled like thunder, driving the herd in front, undeniably ruling this wave of destruction. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all Dragon Country viewers rose to their throats. Other countries watched with glee, enjoying the sight from the sidelines. Just when the entire world thought the Dragon Country fortress was about to be instantly swallowed by this unstoppable tidal wave of beasts, the camera suddenly zoomed up, focusing on the original location of the fortress. The scene before them made all the wildly scrolling comments freeze for a moment, as if time had been pressed on pause. The fortress was gone. That modern fortress, shining with metallic gleam and with sharp angles, had vanished into thin air. In its place was a gigantic wall perfectly formed by countless thick vines and dense foliage. The wall stood 4 meters high and 1 meter thick, winding and twisting, like a sleeping green dragon coiled at the edge of the forest. Moss covered it, and the vines hung down, with a few startled little birds seen flying up from the branches. Blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, it achieved an astonishing camouflage effect. The wall was not completely closed, it left a narrow gap in the middle, just wide enough for a few people to pass through side by side. A deep little path twisted towards the inner area, tightly guarded by the green wall, radiating a strange and eerie silence. Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned, their minds completely blank. Just as the audience was in a daze, the vanguard of the beast tide did not care about any camouflage or empty city. They were driven by the pressure of powerful wild boars from behind, their eyes filled only with the instinct to destroy. They charged towards the enormous green hill and the only passageway. Dust billowed, and hooves thundered like thunder. However, just as the first wild boar's hoof stepped into that narrow passageway, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Flames and dirt shot up into the sky, and the leading wild boar, unable to even scream, was torn into pieces by the immense force. Next, it was as if a fuse of death had been lit. Boom! 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 More concentrated explosions echoed continuously. Flames flickered and layered within the narrow space of the path. Shockwaves swept through, wrapping dirt, rubble, and deadly shrapnel, mercilessly tearing apart the beasts crowded in the passage. Every second, dozens of wild boars were blown to pieces amid desperate screams. Severed limbs and internal organs were thrown everywhere, and the strong smell of blood and gunpowder instantly spread. After a long while, the explosions finally paused slightly. As the smoke slowly dispersed, it revealed the death passage stained red with blood, filled with charred craters. The charge of the beast tide was forcefully suppressed, even leading to a brief chaos and stagnation. They terrifiedly stepped on the bodies of their companions, trying to retreat. Yet they were pushed forward by the endless wave of beasts from behind, continuing to step into this bloody meat grinder. The beast tide paid the price of hundreds of wild boars and had only advanced less than 20 meters. Not even a tenth of the entire passage's length. The audience from Dragon Country finally reacted from their shock, and immense joy and excitement instantly dispersed despair. Foreign audiences, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Inside the fortress, in the command room, numerous kill notifications and score rewards flooded through the minds of a few people like a waterfall. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, score plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, score plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, score plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level F wild boar, score plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level F wild boar, score plus 50. In just a few minutes, the points that had been used up to lay mines and camouflage soared again like they were on a rocket. Lin Tao fixed his gaze on the floating screen of the biological radar in front of him, which clearly displayed the real-time data, position, and estimated numbers of the beast tide. His eyes were sharp as knives, and his fingers clicked quickly on the virtual shop panel like lightning. Ding! High-strength bow arm exchange successful, points minus 25. Ding! High-strength bow arm exchange successful, points minus 25. Ding! Precision gear group exchange successful, points minus 20. Ding! Power battery exchange successful, points minus 30. A large number of automatic patrol crossbow parts instantly covered the floor of the command room. Uncle Li Weiguo looked at the mountain of parts in front of him, and the worry in his eyes was instantly replaced by a burning battle spirit. 7,400 points. A full 7,400 points. Enough to assemble 74 more arrow towers. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the fortress. Staring at the raging tide of beasts outside, especially the 5 D-class mountain boar kings like mountains, he said word by word. Even if today is the grandmother of mountain boars, she must peel off a layer of skin under my arrow tower formation. Chapter 51, A good beast tide has unexpectedly become a tower defense? Inside the fortress, the biological radar screen displayed a massive wave of red dots representing ordinary mountain boars surging toward the entrance of the passage. Each roar of the landmines made the numbers representing points at the edge of the screen jump wildly. However, Grandpa Zhang keenly sensed the change. Something's wrong. Zhang Jiangwo's brow furrowed, pointing at the 5 huge red dots at the edge of the radar. Those 5 big guys have moved. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a roar that shook the valley erupted from behind the tide of beasts. Boo! The roar contained a strange commanding power. The ordinary mountain boar group, originally fearless and madly charging into the landmine area, was suddenly halted as if struck by an invisible whip. Their wild red eyes slightly faded, replaced by an instinctive fear, as they began to retreat chaotically, clearing the entrance of the passage. In their place, hundreds of even larger F-class steel-bristled mountain boars appeared. They no longer charged collectively but advanced in a straight line with spacing. Even if the front ones were blown up by landmines, the impact on the back was very limited. Boom! 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 The landmines still roared, but the effect was greatly reduced. The defensive power of F-class mountain boars was far superior to that of ordinary mountain boars. A landmine often merely injured them, rarely killing them outright. With the formation no longer dense, the destructive effect of the landmines quickly diminished. The tide of beasts advanced at an accelerating speed. The landmine formation at the entrance was being rapidly depleted. What the hell? Retreat? Let the F-class lead? This mountain boar king actually knows how to conserve fodder and use the elite as a breach? It has become intelligent? It can also deploy troops? This is not scientific. Yura! This boss is smarter than ours. Dragon Country brothers, hold on. WTF? D-class monsters have tactical command capabilities? The intelligence is seriously underestimated. Dragon Country is in big trouble. The atmosphere inside the fortress was heavy. Lin Tao looked at the rapidly decreasing landmine markers on the radar and the fast-approaching tide of F-class mountain boars, with no panic in his eyes. Under the fearless charge of the F-class mountain boars, the landmine formation at the entrance was finally completely flattened. After paying the price of dozens of F-class mountain boars injured or killed, nearly 70 remaining F-class mountain boars, covered in smoke and wounds, finally charged through the initial 100-meter death corridor. Before them, the passage suddenly made a sharp almost 90-degree bend to the right. The leading few F-class mountain boars had just dashed around the corner and hadn't had time to see the front when a huge metal snapping sound that made one's teeth ache echoed under their feet. Crack! 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 The legs of the front few mountain boars were instantly clamped tightly by the bear traps. The terrifying biting force instantly crushed the tough tendons and bones. Ow! The screams instantly echoed through the passage. The injured mountain boars lost their balance and their huge bodies fell to the ground. Due to inertia, they rolled and tripped the companions charging from behind. More F-class mountain boars could not stop in time, and could not see the tragic situation of their companions underfoot. All they could see was the seemingly clear path ahead in the direction of the fortress, still roaring and charging forward. Thus, a shocking scene occurred. The F-class mountain boars that charged in, one after another, like dumplings, stepped into the bear trap area. Every heavy trap, weighing hundreds of pounds, was triggered, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones and the heart-wrenching scream of wild boars. The short 50-meter passage instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. The fallen wild boars became natural obstacles, hampering those who followed. And those who followed, driven by inertia, continued to step into new traps. A chain reaction of collisions occurred, trampling on one another, with screams rising and falling. The passage was a mess of flesh and blood, dismembered limbs piled up, the smell of blood thick and overwhelming. The charge of the F-grade wild boars was violently suppressed. The audience was completely stunned. Wow, ha 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 ha. They were indeed prepared. Trap. Clamp down hard. What? Animal traps? So many? This is impossible. Where did they get so many points? Damn. Another trap. More traps. How many traps are there? Holy shit. A sea of animal traps? Hundreds of them? Is their point store infinite? Inside the fortress, Grandpa Li Weigua watched the tactical map, where the marks representing animal traps faded to gray, laughing so hard his beard shook. Hee hee, my traps, one clamp, and they won't make a sound. Almost 100 F-grade wild boars filled the 50-meter trap passage. The remaining few F-grade and the hundreds of ordinary wild boars rushing up behind finally surged around the corner, stepping on the blood and flesh of their companions. Victory seemed within reach. Finally. We're about to charge in. Damn. Let's see what tricks you have left. Humph, the clever donkey's tricks are all used up. The Vine Fortress is about to be trampled. Shields. Quickly activate the shields. Or we will all die. Brother, hold on. Hooray. Endgame. Number advantage crushes everything. It's over, there can't be any more traps, right? It's just hand-to-hand combat now? Is Grandpa Zhang about to take action? Or is it Little Black? However, when the herd reached the end of the passage, they found the road twisted again in a strange way. The last section of the passage did not lead straight to the gate but made another turn to the left. And at this turn, the walls that merged with the vine walls on both sides suddenly came alive. Buzz. 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 Countless low, mechanical sounds of operation arose simultaneously like a swarm of bees. The vine walls on both sides of the passage opened like curtains, revealing layers upon layers of metal creations, a full 50 automated sentry crossbows. The crossbow bodies shimmered coldly, and the thick arrow slots were already filled with steel arrows as thick as a man's arm. Every fierce crossbow mouth instantly locked onto the herd in the passage. There was simply no time for the herd to react. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The ear-piercing sound of arrows breaking through the air drowned out every other noise. Hundreds and thousands of crossbow arrows turned into a storm of deadly metal, pouring down upon the herd in the narrow passage. Indiscriminate saturated cover fire. Thud 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 thud. Flesh was pierced, the sounds of tearing joined into a chorus. The cracking of bones was incessant. The crowded passage became an excellent slaughterhouse. The arrows penetrated the bodies of the wild boars in the front row, shooting through to the back. The herd of wild boars fell down like harvested wheat. Ordinary wild boars, under such terrifying rain of arrows, seemed as fragile as paper, instantly turning into sieves. The thick scales of the F-grade wild boars could not fully withstand, as they were shot through their vital spots or limbs, screaming as they fell. Blood gushed out like a fountain from countless wounds, instantly dyeing the entire passage a glaring crimson. In just one volley, the hundreds of wild boars that charged into the last passage were almost entirely wiped out. Limbs and severed arms littered the ground. The barrage fell into an unprecedented silence, followed by a tsunami like a nuclear explosion. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 50? 50 automated sentry crossbows. Damn. How many points is that? 500 each? 50? 25,000 points. Damn. They're cheating. Hooray. Steel Storm. This is the Steel Storm. I saw something. Arrow Tower. Arrow Tower Forest? Tower Defense. True tower defense game. Are they playing a national struggle battlefield as a tower defense game? Inside the fortress, Lin Tao looked at the large area of red dots that instantly disappeared on the tactical map, and the scorebar that once again surged upward. A look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that, like landmines, the kills from the arrow towers only add to the score, not to the lifespan. What a pity. Lin Tao thought for a moment. No, such good lifespan materials shouldn't be wasted by the arrow towers. When the time is right, they'll have to be torn apart by hand. Having made up his mind, Lin Tao turned to Grandpa Li and said, Grandpa Li, let's take a break. It's probably not going to be useful for the next 100 automatic sentry crossbows. Chapter 52, is something big coming? In the face of the iron storm created by 50 arrow towers, an ordinary wild boar would be instantly killed as soon as it showed its head. The F-level wild boar might withstand 1 or 2 arrows because of its tough scales. But in the metal flood formed by hundreds of steel crossbow bolts per second, it could only run a few steps forward at most. Then it would be torn to shreds by the incoming arrow rain and collapse with a thunderous sound. Although the wild boar herd was fierce and fearless, they were firmly suppressed at the entrance of the passage, unable to move an inch. In just a few minutes, they left piles of mangled limbs and blood-stained earth behind. Witnessing this almost one-sided massacre, the emotions of the Dragon Country audience were ignited to a boiling point, and the bullet comments erupted like a volcano. Awesome! The firepower density is simply an invincible meat grinder. Bring on as many as you can and they all die. Steel Storm. This is the real steel flood. It has my blood boiling, making my scalp tingle. Is this even resisting a beast tide? It's clearly like operating a combined harvester to collect points. This wave of blood profit has reached Grandma's house. Rich and ruthless. But I love this unreasonable crushing feeling. Well done. Meanwhile, foreign audiences were left dumbfounded by the firepower density that exceeded their understanding. Oh my god, this firepower density, no way. Is their score infinite? Are they cheating? Calm down. This is just the appetizer. There are still E-level and D-level big guys yet to move. Don't celebrate too early. Hooray! This firepower. It's way more exciting than the traps over here. Brothers from the Dragon Country, hold on. Don't let those beasts breathe. Just as the foreign viewers reminded, the real test had just begun. The D-level wild boar king roared in anger, tearing through the air again. The chaotic charging beast herd suddenly halted. Then, 20 E-level, rock-armored wild boars, resembling moving hills, began to move. They quickly adjusted their positions, standing side by side with their heavily armored bodies covered in thick rock scales. They lowered their bodies, trying to hide their relatively weaker heads and abdomens underneath their backs. Instantly, they built an impenetrable moving armored wall in the narrow passage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Clang clang. A dense rain of arrows poured down again. But this time, the steel crossbow bolts hit the thick scales of the E-level rock-armored wild boars, sparking a series of fireworks before bouncing off. Only a few crafty arrows pierced the gaps between the scales, causing some damage and splattering blood. But it was nowhere near enough to bring these tough-skinned giants to the ground immediately. They braved the arrow rain and stubbornly advanced forward. Under the cover of this steel flood, the ordinary wild boar herd quickly weaved through the gaps beneath the giant beasts. They once again gathered into a surge, aiming straight for the fortress door wrapped in vines at the end of the passage. In an instant, the bullet comments were drowned out by new worries and gasps. What the heck? Advancing with shields? These pigs are smarter than humans? It's over. The arrow towers have been countered. The rock armor is too thick. They can't break through the defense. Ha 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 ha. Are you dumbfounded, Dragon Country? Your lousy arrows are useless. Charge, rock-armored pigs. Smash their turtle shell. OMG. A wild boar heavy infantry formation? Their defense is maxed out. The Dragon Country's arrow towers are silenced. Awesome. Under the cover of the steel flood formed by the 20 E-level rock-armored wild boars, the beast tide finally broke through the death passage and surged to the foot of the vine-wrapped fortress. When the wild boar herd came with the fury of revenge. When preparing to completely smash this vine hill with flesh and blood. The scene before them made even those driven by beastly instincts feel a hint of panic rooted in their very nature. The vines covering the metal outer wall of the fortress suddenly recoiled and curled to the sides as the beast herd approached. On the fortress's main wall facing the passage, hundreds of shooting holes were densely arranged. Behind each shooting hole, a lethal gleam of deadly cold light shone from an automatic sentry crossbow. The camera suddenly zoomed out, presenting the entire side of the fortress to viewers around the world. 100 automatic sentry crossbows awakened like ancient ferocious beasts from slumber. The cold bow arms turned and adjusted their angles evenly with the sound of mechanical operation. Dense clusters of arrows gleamed with a ghostly metallic sheen, aimed at the tightly packed beast herd right in front. Boom! The live chat in the global livestream went completely wild, overwhelmed by an unprecedented nuclear explosion-level flood of comments. Aha! 100 of them. The fortress has become a hedgehog. I kneel down directly. Did they empty the point store or what? Is the infinite firepower mode activated? Ha ha ha. Stunned, aren't you, pig heads? Didn't expect I have 100 at home, did you? Shut the door. Let the arrows fly. Shoot to kill. Surprised? Unexpected? The big one is right here. Iron Fortress. This is the true Iron Fortress. Yura. Andre, look. Learn from this. This is called the art of defense. What the hell? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. An illusion. This must be an illusion. Where did they get the points? Cheating. What? 100 crossbows? 8 bagaya this defense even Swordheart can't resist. Holy shit. Mother of God. 100 of them? Cohen. Run. Run fast. This place is the entrance to hell. WTF? Fortress becoming artillery? This firepower density, oh my god, I have a phobia of dense things. It's too terrifying. Slaughterhouse 2.0. Ultimate form. Close-range saturation strike. These pigs are done, completely done. In the fortress command room, Lin Tao's gaze was cold. Without any hesitation, he firmly gave the orders. All sentry crossbows, maximum power free fire, target, all living beings at the passage entrance, clear the area. V-room. The low hum of 100 crossbows charging instantly merged into one, like the whisper of death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows breaking through the air drowned out the roaring of the wild boar king and the screams of all the beasts. 100 automatic crossbows unleashed a storm of destruction on the tightly packed herd of wild boars at close range, unable to escape. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild boar, points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed an E-rank rock armored wild boar, points plus 300. Countless kill notifications flooded the screen. Lin Tao and the others inside the fortress watched their rapidly increasing points in shock, unable to say a word. Current total points, 8,820. Current total points, 16,340. Current total points, 32,480. Chapter 53, 3 Golden Legends? The metallic arrow rain created a heart-pounding absolute domain in the 20-meter square area in front of the castle. The smoke mixed with a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the ground, which had been trampled into a muddy mess by beast hooves, was now covered with a thick layer of viscous matter and metal fragments, its original color unrecognizable. Within the area, not to mention complete living beings, even larger severed limbs were hard to find. Only the terrible marks left after being torn by extreme power silently told the horror of the metal storm that just occurred. The rampant onslaught of beasts seemed to have crashed into a death wall covered with sharp teeth. Although there were still beasts in the back roaring restlessly driven by their bloodthirsty instincts. This death zone, freshly cleansed, made them feel a fear originating from deep within their genes, overpowering their madness, as their hooves patrolled hesitantly. I have never dared to step beyond the Thunder Pond. Time flows slowly in the oppressive silence, broken only by the sporadic sound of distant impacts. Inside the fortress, on the biological radar screen, the once despairing dense clusters of red dots have rapidly melted and cracked like ice under the fierce sun. Finally, it reduced to about a third of its original size, and the distribution became sparse and scattered. Enough! Enough! Lin Tao slammed the control panel, making a dull sound. His tone carried a hint of pain, as if he had just squandered a huge fortune. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and solemnly commanded, "Ceasefire. All arrow towers, enter standby mode." The order was sent through the control system to every arrow tower. The sounds of mechanisms operating and arrows cutting through the air suddenly stopped, and the fortress fell into silence. The few elders who had been nervously staring at the real-time images outside the defensive wall were taken aback by the sudden command. "Ceasefire?" Elder Sang's brows instantly knitted into a knot. He lunged towards the screen, pointing at the few wild beasts still relentlessly attacking and gnawing at the tough vine barrier at the edges of the screen. "There are still many beasts outside. Why have we stopped?" His voice was loud, filled with confusion and urgency. Elderly also leaned over, looking at the wild creatures that had slipped through the net, his face full of confusion as he chimed in, "Yeah, Shaolin. These arrow towers are so powerful. A few buzzes clear a large area. Isn't there still enough energy? If we shoot a few more rounds, we could clear out these few leftover pests. It would save a lot of trouble. Lin Tao turned around, facing the concerned and puzzled gazes of the elders, feeling the worry behind those eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to make his expression look calmer, raised his hand to point to his temple, then towards the bloody battlefield outside the fortress. Elders, it's not that I don't want to clear them out completely. These beasts, they are not just a threat now, but also the catalysts I urgently need. Catalysts? Elder Wang scratched his slightly graying hair, the wrinkles on his face bunching together, looking even more confused. Lin Tao's gaze swept over Elder Zhang, Professor Sun, and Elder Wang, his voice low but clear as he explained, "Do you still remember how I enhanced your abilities? Elder Zhang, you became a master martial artist, Professor Sun, a vine speaker, Elder Wang, your beast commanding skills. Every time I guided energy to help you break through your limits, I needed to consume my own lifespan." Lifespan? Elder Zhang was as if struck by a thunderbolt, taking a sudden step forward. The metal ground beneath him echoed with a dull sound. What are you talking about? Lifespan? You exchanged your own life for our abilities? His eyes widened like copper bells, filled with unbelievable shock. Elder Li's ally wrench clanged and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, but he was oblivious, his mouth agape, eyes bulging, staring at Lin Tao. My heavens! Shaolin, you used your life for our abilities? Why didn't you say so earlier? This. He was so anxious he could barely get the words out. Professor Sun gasped, instinctively adjusting his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses instantly filled with intense shock and deep heartache. His voice trembled. No wonder every time you enhanced us, your face was so pale, and your breath seemed weak. We all thought it was just excessive consumption. Shaolin! Are you foolish? This price is too great. What have we done to deserve this? The elder's voice choked with emotion. Elder Wang trembled all over, his eyes turning red in an instant. He rushed over, grabbing Lin Tao's arm, his bony fingers trembling slightly from the effort, his voice tinged with tears. Shaolin! You silly child! How can you do such a foolish thing? How many years have you used? How many years do you have left? My heavens, do we, a bunch of old bones with half our bodies in the ground, deserve you risking your life for us? You brat, if something happens to you, we... He could not finish, just gripping Lin Tao's arm tightly as if letting go would make Lin Tao disappear. Looking at the faces of the four old men, filled with unmasked shock and heartache, even tinged with fear and blame, Lin Tao felt a lump in his throat and a rush of warmth welling in his eyes. But he forced himself to hold it in, managing to squeeze out a relaxed smile, complete with a hint of bravado. Grandfathers, don't get excited, let me finish. It's worth it. Too worth it. If it weren't for your skill supporting me, with just me alone, we wouldn't have made it this far in such a dangerous world. We probably would have long ago become snacks for those beasts outside. He paused, then continued explaining, and have you forgotten my foundation? I have the plundering talent. Killing these mutated creatures allows me to plunder their source of life energy to replenish the lifespan I've consumed. His gaze returned to the beasts outside the fortress. In his eyes, they had turned into moving supplies. Those living beasts outside are my tonics, their lives are the key materials for me to regain my lifespan. We must stop firing, we need to save them. Let me, and grandfathers Zhang and Wang go outside to personally take care of them so I can complete the plundering and get back what I've spent. If they are all shot dead by the arrow tower, that would truly be a waste, my medicine would be completely squandered. Inside the fortress, there was a deathly silence, only the heavy breathing and distant beast roars remained. The old men exchanged glances, their expressions extremely complex. After the initial intense shock and heartache, an indescribable emotion began to brew. There was a shock and pain for Lin Tao's immense sacrifice, as well as a deep guilt for unknowingly consuming the child's lifespan. But more than that, it was a heavy sense of responsibility and determination that arose from absolute trust and the commitment of their lives. Grandfather Zhang stomped his foot fiercely, the steel plate beneath him made a dull noise again. He clenched his jaw tightly, his cheeks bulging, squeezing out a voice through grit teeth. Little Lin. You should have said this earlier. Save them. Keep them all for me. If I don't snap their necks one by one today, I won't be surnamed Zhang. His eyes blazed with intense anger, directed not just at Lin Tao's consumed lifespan but transforming into an overwhelming desire to kill the beasts outside the city. Grandfather Li quickly bent down to pick up a wrench, gripping it tightly in his hand. As if it were not a tool but a weapon, he powerfully struck the ground with it, angrily saying, yes. Little Lin, don't worry, the rest are all your tonics. Even though I'm not as skilled as old Zhang, I'll go out and take down a few more for you. Your life will not be wasted. Professor Sun looked deeply at Lin Tao, his gaze filled with seriousness and determination. He solemnly nodded, saying word by word, Little Lin, this debt is too heavy. We will remember it. From now on, the lives of us old bones are tied to yours. Grandfather Wang was even more excited, his face flushed. He immediately closed his eyes and, through the mental link, sent a strong command to the little black resting in a corner of the fortress. Little black, stop sleeping. Get up quickly. Prepare for action. Those outside are little Lin's life-saving medicine. Not one can escape. Do you hear? The atmosphere in the fortress instantly shifted from heartache and oppression to a united front ready for battle. Grandfather Zhang began to vigorously move his wrists and ankles, every joint cracking loudly like popping beans. A sharp and fierce aura began to gather. Old Li quickly checked the insectoid sniper rifle in his hands, his fingers repeatedly rubbing the cold, hard barrel and energy magazine, ensuring every part was in optimal condition. Old Wang closed his eyes, focusing his spirit link to continuously calm and motivate the slightly restless mutated Black Panther, Little Black, who sensed his master's fighting spirit. Professor Sun's fingertips danced with green light, and the thick vines on the fortress's inner walls seemed to be summoned, starting to gently wriggle and undulate. They were always ready to provide effective cover or create favorable obstacles when everyone charged out. Lin Tao watched as the old men instantly entered a battle-ready state, looking as if they couldn't wait to rush out and fight. A warm current surged in his heart, but reason made him cautiously stop them. Old men, please be patient. I know everyone's feelings, but especially at this moment, we need to stay calm. His tone was steady. After all, there are still hundreds of beasts scattered outside. Although their formation has broken, their sharpness has faded. A trapped beast will still fight fiercely when desperate to survive. If we charge out through the gate, the risk is not small. To reap rewards, we need to strategize and ensure everything is foolproof. We must be fully prepared, steady and sure, not only to obtain the medicine, but also to avoid any mishaps. Saying this, he focused his mind again, calling up the glowing point store panel. Points balance, 38640. Hiss. This time, even Lin Tao himself couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Previously, his attention had been on defense and follow-up plans. He hadn't noticed the point accumulation. Now seeing this astonishing number jumping close to 40,000, his heart began to race, and his face instantly filled with great anticipation. I've struck it rich. Let's see how good my luck is this time. What good things can be revealed? Lin Tao's voice carried a hint of uncontainable excitement. Saying this, he took a deep breath, with a sense of reverence and hope, and steadily pointed his finger at the softly glowing refresh button on the panel. Buzz. At the moment his fingertip touched the button, a radiant and dazzling golden beam erupted from the store panel, instantly illuminating the entire interior of the fortress. The light was so intense, so pure, as if liquid gold was splashed into the air, filling the entire space with a layer of sacred and glorious color. The strong golden light stimulated even the resolute old man to instinctively close his eyes for a moment or quickly shield with his arm. The light lasted several seconds before it slowly receded like a tide. As everyone's vision gradually recovered, they eagerly looked towards the hovering grid store panel above. 3 golden orbs, like small suns, still radiating soft yet intense light, stood quietly lined up in the original product slots. The glow coated everything around with a faint golden edge, making even the air feel heavy and precious. I'll be damned. Old Li was the first to exclaim in shock, the sniper rifle in his hand slipping and falling to the ground with a clatter. He didn't care at all, staring fiercely at the panel, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. Golden. Golden legend? 3 of them? All 3 are golden? His voice changed pitch due to extreme shock. Old Zhang also gasped sharply, feeling a swelling in his chest. Breathing became incredibly heavy, his tiger eyes wide open, murmuring, "Wow. Wow. Am I seeing things? Did we just poke the nest of the gods? 3 golden nuggets popped up in one refresh?" Even with his mastery-level mindset, he was overwhelmed, difficult to control his emotions. Lin Tao's heart pounded wildly in his chest, immense joy surged through him like an electric current. He gritted his teeth tightly, forcing himself to calm down as quickly as possible. Opportunities are rare, but the more it is like this, the more a clear mind is needed. His eyes were blazing as he scanned the 3 items surrounded by golden halos, reading the detailed descriptions that appeared below them line by line. Chapter 54, The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. The golden light slowly faded, and the items in the 3 grids became clearly visible. Grid 1. Item, Legion Contract Stone, one-time use. Quality, golden. Effect, temporarily contracts 100 non-humanoid intelligent lifeforms and grants the contracted beasts a Fury Boost status. All attributes of the contracted beasts are increased by 20%, pain sensation is reduced by 50%, the contract lasts for 2 hours. Exchange points, 6,000. Grid 2. Item, Lifelink Holy Emblem. Quality, golden. Effect, after activation, establishes a lifelink between up to 5 friendly units. During the link, life is shared. Exchange points, 9,000. Grid 3. Item, Lost Secret Realm Entrance Ticket. Quality, golden. Effect, after activation, opens a spatial passage to the Lost Secret Realm, allowing only the activator and current team members to enter. The Secret Realm contains huge opportunities, rare resources, powerful legacies, special items, and unknown risks. Exchange points, 20,000. My heavens! Uncle Lee's voice was trembling as he pointed at the Legion contract stone. This is going to make us the king of the mountain. 100 heads, and they're enraged. If those beasts outside could listen to us, those 5 pig kings are nothing. Let them beat themselves up. Uncle Wang was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Yes, yes. Little Lin, this is great. Little Black is powerful, but 100 obedient beasts are even more powerful. We can raise an army of beasts. We'll be walking through the forest like kings. Uncle Zhang furrowed his brows, his sharp gaze scanning the lifelink holy emblem. Old Li, old Wan, don't just rush in. I think this link is the most critical. 5 people connected as one, sharing life. What does this mean? As long as we're not instantly killed, Professor Sun's healing beam can bring any of us back from the brink of death. This is a life-saving artifact. With it, our margin for error is much higher. He had experienced life and death battles and knew deeply that staying alive was the #1 priority. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses. Old Zhang is right. While the beast tied outside is being suppressed by the arrow towers, the 5 D-class mountain pig kings still haven't moved, and they are the real threat. Lifelink can greatly improve our survival resilience. In the face of unknown sieges, this is our trump card. The elders looked at the last item, the Lost Secret Realm entrance ticket, and shook their heads in unison. What is this thing? It costs 20,000 points? Huge opportunities, unknown risks? Is this making us pay to suffer? Yes, let's just exchange the first 2, forget the third. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Lin Tao, waiting for his decision. Lin Tao's eyes were firmly locked on the Lost Secret Realm entrance ticket. In my opinion, this last entrance ticket is the most precious of the 3. What? Uncle Wang and Uncle Li almost shouted at the same time. Uncle Li hurriedly said, Little Lin. This is too risky. That's 20,000 points. And we don't even know what's going on once we enter. Yeah. Other countries' teams are watching. If we leave, what if the fortress gets attacked? Uncle Wang also looked full of worry. Uncle Zhang and Professor Sun didn't speak, but their eyes were filled with seriousness and confusion. Lin Tao looked around at everyone, speaking quickly but clearly. There are 3 reasons. First, the law of value. Lin Tao pointed to the panel. In the grid shop, the more points, the greater the value. This is an iron law. The first 2 items are incredibly powerful, right? One can command 100 beasts, the other can share life and save lives. But what's their point cost? Just a few thousand. But this secret realm entrance ticket costs 20,000. What does that mean? It means that in the system's judgment, this entrance ticket's value far beyond the total of the Legion contract stone and the lifelink. Its limit is so high that we can't imagine. He took a deep breath, his voice rising. Second, the greater the risk, the more valuable the fish. Born in worry, dead in comfort. What have we relied on to get here today? Was it steady progress? Was it cautious steps? No. What we relied on is the courage to be born from death. It is the determination to take risks in the heat of the moment. It is the madness to snatch treasure right under the nose of a D-class giant beast. This secret realm, whether it is huge opportunity, powerful heritage, or special items, is our ladder to completely transform and truly establish ourselves in this forest and even in the whole national game. Lin Tao's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking in everyone's heart. He paused for a moment, his gaze fiercely sweeping over the 4 old men, and finally threw out the most tempting reason. Third, eliminating the beast tied outside will conservatively estimate to plunder thousands of years of lifespan. My old friends, do you know what this means? The fortress instantly fell into a dead silence. The eyes of the 4 old men brightened, filled with uncontrollable desire. Lin Tao directly revealed the answer. It means I can advance all of your talents to SSS level. All SSS level? These few words exploded like thunder within the fortress. Zhang Jianguo shook all over, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. SSS level fighting way? What kind of realm would that be? Wang Chunsheng was so excited that his lips trembled. SSS level king of beasts? Dominating all beasts as if they were his limbs? Professor Sun gasped. SSS level heart of nature? Master of the forest, all spirits bowing? Li Weiguo's eyes were almost popping out. SSS level craftsmanship? Master of creation, turning decay into wondrous? The old men spoke in unison. 5 SSS, let alone the secret realm. Even if the King of Heaven comes, we are not afraid. Little Lin, we will listen to you, exchange for everything. Kill the beast tide, break into the secret realm. Chapter 55, The Mountain Pig King Moves. Ding. Legion Contract Stone Exchange Successful. Points minus 6,000. Ding. Lifelink Holy Emblem Exchange Successful. Points minus 9,000. Ding. Ticket to the Lost Secret Realm Exchange Successful. Points minus 20,000. Current points balance, 3,640. 3 dazzling golden lights flashed, and 3 items exuding vast aura fell into Lin Tao's hands. Legion Contract Stone felt warm to the touch, yet contained overwhelming wild power. Lifelink Holy Emblem was ancient and solemn, flowing with warm and resilient life radiance. Ticket to the Lost Secret Realm had mysterious spatial ripples swirling on its surface. 4 pairs of eyes in the fortress closely watched the 3 divine artifacts in Lin Tao's hands, both excited and with a hint of reverence. Old Wang. Lin Tao handed over the Legion Contract Stone. Here's the contract stone. Try to contract those mountain pigs outside right now, the limit is 100 heads, focus on the higher level contracts. Okay. Watch me. Old Wang Chunxing grabbed the contract stone, fully activating his talent. Buzz. The contract stone suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light in Old Wang's hands, and an invisible mental wave violently spread out like ripples in water, instantly covering the chaotic beast group outside the fortress. In an instant, the roars of the beast group outside came to an abrupt stop. Countless pairs of crimson eyes were instantly replaced with confusion and fear, followed by a strong imprint forcibly being pressed from the depths of their souls. Contract establishing. Target is ordinary mountain pig, weak will, resistance failed, contract successful. Target is F-class steel bristle mountain pig, weak will, resistance failed, contract successful. Target is E-class rock armored mountain pig, relatively strong will, contract failed. Target is D-class mountain pig king, strong will. Contract failed. Ding. Successfully contracted ordinary mountain pig X89. Ding. Successfully contracted F-class steel bristle mountain pig X11. Contract beasts X100 have been stored in the contract space, can be actively activated for immediate release. The light of the contract stone surged, and hundreds of essence souls were frantically absorbed. Listening to the system announcement, a few people were stunned. The bad news was that not a single E-class or D-class mountain pig was successfully contracted. The good news was that the contract stone could temporarily store the contracted beasts, forming a fresh force that could be summoned at any time. 100 contracted beasts, even if the main force is just ordinary wild boars, still form a power not to be underestimated at a critical moment, adding another trump card to the secret realm they are about to enter. On the biological radar, the light and electricity from the beast herd, after the contract, once again decreased by a large margin. Only more than 600 ordinary wild boars, over 10 F-grade, steel bristle wild boars, 8 E-grade, rock-armored wild boars, and those 5 D-grade wild boar kings, standing like the immovable mountain, remained. Lin Tao's gaze was sharp, and he did not relax. It's not over yet. The beast herd outside is still formidable. Activate the Lifelink Holy Emblem now. Without hesitation, he activated the ancient, Lifelink Holy Emblem in his hand. Buzz. The Holy Emblem emitted a soft emerald green glow, forming 5 fine golden rays that connected the 5 people inside the fortress. In an instant, the 5 of them felt as though their hearts were connected by an invisible thread. Every heartbeat created a marvelous resonance. A warm and resilient life force slowly flowed between the 5 of them, forming a miraculous sensation of sharing fate. Lifelink established. Duration, until actively cancelled or one side's health reaches 0. This is the feeling of shared life. Professor Sun, feeling the vast life force flowing within him, murmured, as long as we are not instantly killed, as long as one person still has a shred of life, my healing beam can pull everyone back from the edge of death. Ha ha ha. Old man Zhang, feeling the vibrant life energy flowing through the link, laughed wildly. With this divine chain, what am I afraid of? Shaolin, open the door. Let me stretch my muscles and smash those boar king skulls. It's also a good chance to gather more medicinal catalysts for Shaolin. Exactly. Old man Wang, also feeling energized, looked toward the corner at Little Black. Little Black, stop sleeping. Come join old man Zhang and do something big. Little Black, already unable to hold back, growled and stood up. His crimson compound eyes locked onto the 5 huge figures emitting terrifying auras deep in the chaotic battlefield outside. Lin Tao's eyes were firm, his fingers quickly tapping on the control panel. Old man Li, old man Wang, you provide remote fire support from home. The heavy vine fortress let out a deep rumble, and the vine barrier facing the passage quickly contracted like a living creature, revealing the alloy fortress door behind it, flashing with a purple energy halo. The door slid open silently. Outside the fortress, the bloody and violent aura surged like a tangible force. Old man Zhang, Professor Sun, Little Black. Kill. For Shaolin's medicine. For the Dragon Kingdom. Kill. Zhang Jianguo, like a tiger released from its cage, donned the bone spike scale armor vest, with stone-breaking gauntlets on his fists and swift wind boots, glowing green. He transformed into a blur, tearing through the air with the might of a martial master, fiercely charging into the bloody battlefield. Roar! The Shadow Fear Claw beast Little Black followed closely, like a black lightning bolt, filled with murderous intent, pouncing on an E-grade wild boar. The 3 humans and 1 beast, as soon as they broke through the cover of the fortress, were like cold water splashed into boiling oil. Roar! The remaining beast herd was instantly activated. The closest several dozen ordinary wild boars and a few F-grade steel bristle wild boars, their eyes red, surged forward. Come on! Old Man Zhang shouted in a booming voice, not retreating but advancing. Swift wind boots erupted, and his figure seemed to teleport as he cut into the beast herd. Shockwave! Boom! Splat! The shockwave was activated, and Old Man Zhang's fist wind roared. A shockwave shot into the herd, breaking bones, snapping tendons, and rupturing brain matter. They flew backward like broken sacks, crashing into one another. Old Man Zhang's movements were incredibly fast. Every punch carried the terrifying power of a martial master and the shockwave force of the stone-breaking gauntlets. An F-grade steel bristle wild boar was struck in the side with a punch, its tough armor immediately caving in and shattering, its internal organs turning to mush from the shockwave. His figure darted through the beast herd, leaving a bloody trail of severed limbs and body parts in his wake. Lin Tao closely followed and guarded by Grandpa Zhang's side, while casually throwing a few punches at the fish that slipped through the net. Professor Sun did not choose to confront directly. His eyes sharpened as he fully unleashed his S-level skill, Heart of Nature. His mental energy surged forth like an invisible tide. Rise! On the outer ground of the stronghold, countless vines were given life and began to grow wildly. They were no longer weak plants but transformed into deadly chains and whips. Thick vines instantly wrapped around the limbs of the charging mountain boar, tripping it and binding it. The thorny vine whips lashed out like agile snakes, creating chaos within the beast herd, precisely delivering targets to Grandpa Zhang's iron fists. The entire battlefield instantly turned into his vine domain. Little Black was more like a tiger entering a wolf pack, his 2 sickles madly reaping. The 3 men and 1 beast worked together flawlessly, like an efficient killing machine. The herd of mountain boars was harvested like straw in front of them. Grandpa Li Weigua did not remain idle either, quickly setting up the heavy Bug Clan sniper rifle at the door of the stronghold. The precision shooting talent activated, with the gun's muzzle searching the battlefield for high-value targets like the Eye of Death. Meanwhile, Lin Tao's lifespan plunder talent was operating madly. With every kill, a pure essence of life energy surged into his body. Ding! Plunder successful. Remaining lifespan plus 1 year. Ding! Plunder successful. Remaining lifespan plus 8 years. Ding! Plunder successful. Remaining lifespan plus 1 year. Ding! Plunder successful. Remaining lifespan plus 14 years. The battle continued, and the open space outside the fortress turned into a pool of blood and hell. In just over 10 minutes, the red dots on the radar rapidly decreased. The lifespan number on Lin Tao's panel surged like a wild horse. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Remaining lifespan, 400 years. Remaining lifespan, 500 years. When the number finally broke through the 600-year mark. Ah-oi! 5 roars filled with endless fury burst forth from deep within the battlefield like 5 exploding thunderclaps. The pressure contained in the sound made the air solidify. The 5D-level mountain boar kings, who had been protected behind the beast tide, finally moved. Chapter 56, Steady, Grandpas. Ah-oi! The deafening roar was accompanied by the harsh sound of metal scraping, splattering throughout the dimly lit corridors of the fortress. Little Black's arm, capable of cutting through steel, struck violently at the neck of the mountain boar king covered in dark golden armor, leaving only a deep dent. Not only did it fail to sever the neck, but the recoil also made Little Black's arm tremble. On the other side, an even larger mountain boar king charged at Little Black's relatively vulnerable side joint with a shriek that tore the air. Little Black, be careful! Grandpa Wang Chunxing cried out in warning. Little Black reacted quickly, spinning his arm to block, trying to absorb the force. However, in haste, facing the brute force of the D-level giant beast, his body was still knocked back a few steps. Heavy limbs plowed deep grooves into the floor. Grandpa Wang's pupils contracted sharply, he saw clearly. On Little Black's shell, which gleamed with a cold and dark sheen, a few cracks and dents had appeared. A trickle of dark green blood slowly seeped from the seams of the armor. Dripping onto the floor, it made a faint hiss sound. Damn it! At the right corridor entrance, Grandpa Zhang Jianguo's hair stood on end, his entire body bursting with energy. He clenched his fists, the runes on the stone-breaking gauntlet instantly brightened to the maximum, unleashing the full high-frequency shockwave power. He roared, channeling his life's energy into a punch, striking the forehead of another mountain boar king like a cannonball. Boom! A loud sound rumbled like thunder, and the shockwave churned. The mountain boar king's massive head was knocked to one side by this heavy punch containing shockwave power, halting its charge. It let out a painful grunt, and even a tiny crack appeared on its forehead plate. But that was all. It shook its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Grandpa Zheng tightly. The fierce anger grew stronger. The other two mountain pig kings, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards Lin Tao and Professor Sun, who was controlling the vines, with unstoppable force. Professor Sun, be careful! Lin Tao's eyes widened in panic. The instinct of the S-rank martial arts master made him instantly sidestep to dodge, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to the side of the passing mountain pig king. Bang! His fist shook violently, feeling as if he had punched a mountain. The mountain pig king only swerved a little. The other mountain pig king charged forward like a raging tide, its tusks easily tore through the several layers of vine barriers that Professor Sun hastily constructed. Puff! Professor Sun was struck hard, his face turning stark white in an instant. The link of life brought excruciating pain, and Grandpa Zhang, Lin Tao, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Li all felt a tightness in their chests. No! We can't hold on. Too many. The power of the 5 D-rank mountain pig kings exceeded his expectations. Lin Tao made a quick decision. Retreat! Everyone fall back to the fortress. Hurry! Grandpa grabbed the injured Professor Sun, the swift wind boots shining brightly, turning into a shadow rushing towards the open fortress gate. Lin Tao followed closely behind, throwing a few paralysis grenades at the two charging pig kings. Boom! Boom! Purple smoke erupted, temporarily slowing their steps. Bang! At the fortress entrance, Grandpa Li's sniper rifle also fired. The armor-piercing round accurately hit one pig king in the eye. Though blocked by its thick eyelid and scales, the excruciating pain made it roar, slowing its charge. This precious few seconds allowed Grandpa Zhang, Professor Sun, and Lin Tao to rush into the fortress door. Little Black also broke free from the entanglement, transforming into a shadow that followed closely behind. Close the door! Lin Tao shouted angrily, slamming his finger on the control panel. The alloy door slammed shut at the last moment before the mountain pig kings crashed into it. Boom! Thump! Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 3 blocked mountain pig kings unleashed their fury upon the fortress's outer wall. The entire underground fortress shook violently, dust falling in flurries. Warning! Outer wall is enduring excessive impact. Energy shield activating urgently. Current shield durability, 20,000/20,000. The outer layer of the fortress instantly lit up with a deep purple glowing energy shield, enveloping the entire fortress. Thump! 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 The mountain pig kings did not rest, like tireless siege hammers, repeatedly slamming against the shield. With each impact, the purple barrier flickered violently. Quick! Activate all automatic sentry crossbows. Fire! Hit them hard. Aim for the joints. The eyes. Shoot! Grandpa Li's eyes were bloodshot, his forehead veins bulging. Buzz, whoosh 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 whoosh. On the outer layer of the fortress, hundreds of hidden firing ports instantly opened. Hundreds of automatic sentry crossbows erupted with deafening roars under the guidance of the smart fire control system. The densely packed ally crossbow bolts turned into a metal storm that tore through the air, smashing towards the 5 massive beasts pressing against the shield. However, the expected scene of blood and howling did not occur. Ding 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 ding. The sharp sounds of impact combined into a single chorus, resembling heavy rain hammering on a metal roof. The crossbow bolts that could penetrate the bodies of ordinary mutant beasts hit the thick dark golden armor of the D-rank mountain pig kings, producing only a few weak sparks. They were mercilessly bounced off, leaving only small white marks on the armor. Only a few cleverly angled crossbow bolts managed to slip into the tiny gaps in the armor, causing some trivial scratches. This little damage was nothing but a mosquito bite to the thick-skinned, tough D-rank giants. Roar! The enraged mountain pig kings let out earth-shaking roars, their attacks growing even more frenzied. Boom! Another mountain pig king slammed violently against the flickering shield. The shield's brightness dimmed for a moment, emitting an unbearable buzzing sound. Shield durability decreased, 19,000/20,000. One hit caused a drop of 1,000 points? Professor Sun, who had been staring at the monitor panel, turned as pale as a sheet, his voice shaking slightly. How could it hold on? Damn it! 5D grade, this defense is several times harder than expected. Old Zhang panted heavily, retracting his slightly numb fist, his eyes burning with strong unwillingness and anger. His previous punch, which had gathered all his strength, had merely caused one of the pig kings to shake its head, only creating a tiny crack in the armor on its forehead. Outside the fortress, 5 mountain pig kings were like 5 tireless siege beasts, relentlessly battering the shield with their massive bodies, hard tusks, and armored shoulders in turn. Each impact made the purple light of the shield violently fluctuate, and its durability dropped at a visibly fast rate. Shield durability, 18,000/20,000. Shield durability, 17,000/20,000. The cold prompt sounded like a death knell. Everyone understood that at this rate, the shield would definitely not last a minute. Once this final barrier shattered, the seemingly solid alloy exterior of the fortress would probably not hold for even 10 seconds against the tusks and brute force of the 5D grade giants. At that time, it would be a catastrophe. The air of despair began to spread. Lin Tao suddenly lifted his head, staring at the talent panel that only he could see. Remaining lifespan, 621 years, 3 days, 18 hours. Don't panic. Gentlemen, hold steady. The shield can take a few more hits. We have enough time. The sudden calmness and confidence stunned the old gentleman, who all turned to look at him. What time? Old Zhang gasped as he asked. Old Li, Old Wang, and Professor Sun's gazes instantly focused on Lin Tao. Lin Tao's lips slowly curled into a smile. His gaze locked onto the mighty old Zhang Jianguo, whose energy was surging. With 600 years of foundation here, our strongest warrior, old Zhang. It's time to upgrade. The moment the words fell, Lin Tao's mind surged. A vast and powerful life force thundered into old Zhang Jianguo's body. Ugh! Old Zhang's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes widened instantly. In the depths of his pupils, purple thunder exploded in an instant. Chapter 57 SS-level talent, Elemental Divine Fist. Lin Tao focused on old Zhang Jianguo. Old Zhang, are you ready? Old Zhang's eyes sparkled. Come. Use all your strength. This old man's bones are yours now. Lin Tao concentrated his thoughts, and, path of deduction, immediately locked onto Zhang Jianguo, the S-level martial arts master. 2 brilliant paths unfolded in his consciousness. Path 1, Martial Arts Divine Powers, SS level. Estimated lifespan, 80 to 120 years. Effect, a comprehensive leap in basic attributes such as strength, speed, reaction, and combat intuition, along with a preliminary mastery of momentum, enabling the ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth with every movement, formidable and unpredictable. Path 2, Elemental Divine Fist, SS level. Estimated lifespan, 100 to 150 years. Effect, punches can carry elemental damage from fire, frost, and lightning. Combining fierce punching power with elemental might increases destructive power exponentially. Lin Tao spoke rapidly. Old Zhang, there are 2 paths. One is a comprehensive upgrade that draws upon the might of heaven and earth. The other is to enchant your fists, capable of dealing fire, ice, and lightning elemental damage. Which one do you choose? Old Zhang's gaze was sharp, without a trace of hesitation. If we choose, let's choose the most powerful one. The second path seems more practical. The soldier's thinking is extremely pragmatic. What he needs at this moment is strength that can tear through defenses and cause devastating damage. Alright. Then you'll have the mightiest elemental divine fist. A flash of determination flickered in Lin Tao's eyes as he locked in on Path 2, Elemental Divine Fist. Infusing lifespan. 600 years. Lin Tao was not stingy at all, directly investing the maximum. He wanted to ensure a successful outcome and ensure that the power reached its peak. Buzz. Old Zhang Jianguo's entire body trembled. An indescribably terrifying surge of energy instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. This time, the space of deduction transformed from pure martial combat into an elemental purgatory. Year 1, Zhang Jianguo found himself in a lava volcano, endless flames scorching his bones, every inch of flesh and blood screaming in agony, the raging fire element trying to turn him to ashes. In the 40th year, molten lava solidified, the scene changed abruptly, and Zhang Jianguo fell into a 1,000-year ice abyss. The bone-chilling cold froze his soul, the blood nearly ceased to flow, and the power of frost condensed deep within his marrow. In the 80th year, the ice abyss shattered, and Zhang Jianguo's consciousness was thrown into the thunderous prison of the heavens. Billions of purple raging lightning bolts tore apart and reassembled his body repeatedly like divine punishment. Destruction and rebirth intertwined with each lightning strike, as the furious will of thunder forcibly branded itself into the core of his fist intent. In the 120th year, the 3 source powers of ice, fire, and thunder clashed and tore at each other wildly within him, his meridians snapping inch by inch, and his bones groaning under the unbearable burden. Consciousness hovered on the edge of obliteration. In the 130th year, in the center of the storm of destruction, an indomitable martial will suddenly erupted, forcefully mastering the 3 violent elements. Ice as bone, fire as blood, thunder as soul. A brand new power core violently coalesced. In the 145th year, the deduction was successful. Remaining lifespan of 455 years returned. Boom! In reality, red, blue, and purple beams of light suddenly burst from Zhang Jianguo's body. The next moment, a terrifying aura that made one's heart race erupted from him. He slowly raised his right fist, a thought stirring within. Ziz! A flickering blue arc of electricity suddenly wrapped around the edge of his fist. The violent and destructive aura instantly spread out. Then, on his left fist. Whoosh! Fiery orange flames suddenly surged up. The temperature inside the fort rose several degrees in an instant. With another thought, the thunder and flames on both fists extinguished simultaneously. In their place was a layer of ice blue fist energy shimmering with a metallic luster. Even Lin Tao, far away, felt a chill. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Jianguo laughed heartily, filled with boundless dominance and relief in his laughter. Good. What a mighty elemental divine fist. He felt the power flowing within him, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart, as his gaze shot towards the 5 giant beasts outside the fort, violently crashing against the fort's shield. Little Lin. This power is incredible. I feel like I can take on 5 by myself now. Lin Tao looked at the panel showing the remaining lifespan of 455 years, speaking to Grandfather Zhang. Grandfather Zhang, I know you are anxious, but don't rush. The path of deduction once again locked onto Grandfather Zhang. 2 even more dazzling paths appeared as illusions. Path 1, Elemental Sovereign, SSS rank. Estimated lifespan, 800 to 1,200 years. Effect, the powers of ice, fire, and thunder completely merge into one, free to control, indistinguishable from each other. With a wave of the hand, summon the tides of elemental forces, creating a cataclysmic elemental storm domain. Within the domain, elemental damage dramatically increases, inflicting multiple negative effects of elemental erosion, freezing, paralysis, etc., on enemies. Path 2, Indestructible Battle Body, SSS rank. Estimated lifespan, 900 to 1,500 years. Effect, the elemental power refines and transforms the body from the outside in. Flesh, bones, meridians, even cells are infused with the source power of elements, achieving a truly indestructible elemental body. Physical defense and elemental resistance receive an epic enhancement, automatically activating an elemental shield backlash when attacked. Vitality and recovery break limits. Severed limbs can also be reincarnated as elements. The body becomes the strongest weapon and shield. Hiss. Although the effects described were astonishing, the required lifespan was also shockingly immense. Wait a minute, why is the lifespan requirement for this SSS rank so much higher than what Grandfather Wang deduced? Path of deduction locked onto Wang Chunqing S-Class Beast King. 2 path illusions subsequently appeared. Path 1, Beast Horde Domination, SSS rank. Estimated lifespan, 250 to 400 years. Effect, breaks the limitation of a single battle beast, allowing simultaneous contracts and perfect command of multiple battle beasts in coordinated combat, with strength and limits based on the contractor's mental strength. Path 2, Beast Soul Descendants, SSS rank. Estimated lifespan, 300 to 550 years. Effect, can borrow the core abilities or traits of a contracted battle beast, transforming into a terrifying half-human, half-beast existence. Lin Tao scratched his head. As expected, he did not remember wrongly. It seems that even within SSS, there is a significant difference in strength. Since that's the case, the remaining 455 years of lifespan perfectly matched Grandpa Wang's Path 1. In that case, let's upgrade Grandpa Wang to SSS first. Once the upgrade succeeds, maybe the 5 beasts outside will turn into our fighters like Little Black. Inject 455 years of lifespan, push it. Chapter 58, The Second SSS. Lin Tao's gaze was sharp as lightning, and the path of deduction locked onto the target, Wang Chunsheng, SSS-level King of Beasts. Buzz. The deduction space violently opened up. Grandpa Wang Chunsheng's consciousness seemed to be thrown into a vast sea of stars. But this sea of stars was not made up of stars, it was composed of countless flickering beast souls phantoms. A giant bear roared, an eagle soared, a leopard stealthily moved, a venomous snake flicked its tongue. The thoughts of billions of beast souls roared within it. Path of deduction choice, Beast Herd Domination, SSS level. Inject. Lin Tao's will was resolute, and the torrent of 455 years of lifespan instantly separated, transforming into a dazzling golden light beam that plunged into this sea of beasts. Year 1, the golden torrent rushed into the sea of stars, instantly angering billions of beast souls. Countless wild thoughts fiercely stabbed at Wang Chunqing's spiritual core. Grandpa Wang felt as if he had been thrown into a boiling herd of beasts, every inch of his soul being bitten and trampled. He let out a low groan, his face instantly pale as paper, his body violently swaying, and a trickle of blood even seeped from his nostrils. Year 50, the deduction process advanced with great difficulty, the golden beam struggled to forge a path through the torrent of beast souls. Wang Chunqing attempted to seize each violent beast soul, forcibly branding the mark of contract. Every attempt attracted fiercer backlash. His spirit was like a chariot being dragged by countless wild horses, nearly on the verge of collapse. Year 150, the torrent of beast souls seemed boundless, the golden light of deduction compressed into a small space, like a lone boat in a storm. Wang Chunsheng maintained his focus, his 40 years of experience in the zoo, the deep bond he formed with Little Black, and his obsession with protecting his teammates became his last anchor against the backlash. Year 300, he no longer tried to forcibly seize but instead attempted to listen and understand the billions of different wild frequencies. Year 400, Wang Chuanxing's will began to shift from conquering to resonating, and the golden beam began to produce a strange resonance. A part of the relatively weaker beast souls stabilized first, no longer attacking wildly but slowly rotating around the light beam, as if they had found their leader. Year 450, the golden beam of deduction suddenly expanded, the fragments of billions of beast souls' wills were forcibly sorted and integrated. A massive, complex domination network rapidly took shape in the sea of stars. Year 451, a resounding, deep bell-like sound echoed through the depths of the soul in the deduction space, and the sea of beast souls returned to calm. The beast soul phantoms began to orbit around Wang Chuanxing's spiritual core, flowing slowly in an arcane trajectory. A vast, precise, resilient spiritual network was completely constructed. Countless pieces of information about group coordination, tactical cooperation, and strengthening spiritual links surged into Grandpa Wang's consciousness like an enlightening drop. Ding! The 451 years of lifespan deduction ended. Deduction successful. Returning remaining 4 years of lifespan. SSS-level talent, beast herd domination, has been unlocked. In the real world, inside the fortress, Grandpa Wang Chunsheng did not unleash the violent elemental light like Uncle Zhang. Instead, he radiated gentle yet majestic emerald green halos in waves. He slowly opened his eyes. The originally gentle and murky old eyes now seemed deep like the all-encompassing eye of a forest that shelters all beasts. Calmness contained a heart-stopping majesty. An invisible wave of mental power instantly spread out. Within the fortress, everyone felt a strange sensation rising in their hearts. The small old man in front of them seemed to hold infinite vitality within him. Grandpa Wang's gaze pierced through the fortress walls, looking outside at the 5D-level mountain boar kings crazily crashing against the shield. There was no fear on his face, but instead a hint of excitement of a hunter. Old Wang, just to be safe, take this. Professor's son handed the mental power amplification crystal to Uncle Wang Chunsheng. The instant he held the purple crystal, a warm and overwhelming energy surged into his parched mental sea. It's up to you, Grandpa Wang. Lin Tao's eyes were filled with trust. Wang Chunsheng took a deep breath, his gaze sharper and more focused than ever before. His SSS-grade talent beast horde domination fully activated. His mental power transformed into an invisible mental storm, fiercely striking towards the 5D-grade mountain pig kings that were crazily colliding with the fortress's shield. Roar! The targeted mountain pig kings instantly sensed this terrifying will trying to invade their souls, letting out a world-shaking roar. Their huge bodies trembled violently, the madness in their red eyes replaced by a resistance stemming from the instinct of life. That was the proud and unyielding soul of D-grade creatures roaring. Inside the fortress, Wang Chunsheng let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently. The mental power amplification crystal handed to him by Professor Sun suddenly became scorching hot, tiny cracks even appearing on its surface. Grandpa Wang's forehead bulged with veins, beads of sweat rolling down. He felt like he was shaking 5 mountains. Though the SSS-grade talent was strong, the will of the target was equally unyielding as steel. Grandpa Wang, don't spread out, break them one by one. Wang Chunsheng gritted his teeth, even blood appearing from his gums. The sole imprint of beast horde domination desperately pressed down on the 2 mountain pig kings at the edge. Submit to me, now. Ah! The 2 mountain pig kings that were focused on suddenly let out painful cries. The crazed red light in their eyes flickered violently, ultimately replaced by a grayish white of absolute obedience. The imprint of Wang Chuanxing's will finally carved itself forcibly into their souls. Ding! Contract successful. D-grade mountain pig king has become your battle beast. Ding! Contract successful. D-grade mountain pig king has become your battle beast. Wang Chunsheng, exhausted, fell back, and was caught by Professor Sunday. The mental power amplification crystal in his hand shattered completely, turning into dust. But a weak smile appeared on his face. We succeeded. 2. Outside the fortress, the situation instantly turned around. The 2 contracted mountain pig kings swiftly turned their massive bodies, crashing with destructive force into their unsuspecting 3 companions nearby. Boom! Crack! One mountain pig king, focused on attacking the shield, was caught off guard and was slammed sideways by its own brother. The heavy armor made cracking sounds, and its enormous body rolled sideways. Now's the time. Open the door. The alloy door slid open instantly. Grandpa Zhang Jianguo, already ready to go, was wrapped in red, blue, and purple elemental light. Like an elemental cannonball, he rushed out of the fortress in an instant. The target was the D-grade mountain pig king that had been knocked down, exposed on its side. Beast. Take this from Grandpa Zhang, a fiery explosive punch. Chapter 59, D-grade beast core. On Grandpa Zhang's right fist, a violent orange-red flame formed into a fast-spinning drill. Wherever the punch's wind passed, the air burned, producing a piercing screech. Pft, boom. The elemental fist accurately struck the connection point of the mountain pig king's side armor. The flames exploded violently, instantly charring flesh. Terrifying power drilled in like a real drill. The mountain pig king's tough dark gold armor was torn and melted as if it were paper. A smoking blood hole appeared instantly, with internal organs and dark green blood spraying out wildly. Grandpa Zhang was relentless, landing punch after punch on the bloody hole. After 3 punches, the mountain pig king let out a heartrending shriek and collapsed, twitching a few times before going still. The kill alert sounded. Ding! Team member Zhang Jianguo killed D-grade mountain pig king, score plus 1000. Ding! Team member Zhang Jianguo killed D-grade mountain pig king, life essence plunder successful, remaining life essence, plus 30 years. The other 2 uncontracted mountain pig kings were completely angered by this sudden change. Abandoning the fortress, he charged towards the traitor compatriots who had turned against him. On the other side, filled with overwhelming rage, he thrust forward with his sharp fangs at Zhang Jianguo, who had just landed. Good timing. Grandpa Zhang's fighting spirit surged, showing no fear. Underfoot, the boots of the Gale flashed with light, and his body slid sideways at an unbelievable angle to avoid the frontal collision. An icy, blue chill instantaneously gathered into a sharp ice fist on his left hand. Frozen break. Crack. The icy fist struck hard at the front leg joint of the charging mountain boar king. Extreme cold exploded instantly, covering the stocky, pillar-like leg of the mountain boar king with a thick layer of ice, causing its movements to stiffen suddenly. The charging momentum was brutally interrupted, and the massive body fell forward due to inertia. At the same time, the 2 mountain boar kings controlled by Grandpa Wan were madly battling against another uncontracted mountain boar king. Fangs clashed, armored bodies collided. Each impact shook the ground, and fragments flew everywhere. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Grandpa Zhang ghosted closer to the fallen mountain boar king. Left fist ablaze, right fist icy. Twofold ice and fire. Boom! Both fists struck out, and the raging elemental energy violently exploded at the throat of the mountain boar king. The terrifying force directly blasted the mountain boar king's head back, instantly severing the breath of life. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jianguo killed D-level mountain boar king, points plus 1000. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jianguo killed D-level mountain boar king, lifespan robbery successful, remaining lifespan, plus 30 years. The last uncontracted mountain boar king was already battered and bruised, unable to hold up against the attack of its traitor kin and the sniper interference from Grandpa Li. Ultimately, it was caught off guard by its own kind, and the 2 mountain boar kings worked together, their enormous tusks piercing deeply into its side, lifting and tearing apart. Accompanied by a desperate cry, the last hostile D-level mountain boar king came crashing down. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunshine, Battle Beast Cooperation, killed D-level mountain boar king, points plus 1000. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunshine, Battle Beast Cooperation, killed D-level mountain boar king, lifespan robbery successful, remaining lifespan, plus 30 years. The battlefield suddenly quieted down. Only 2 blood-soaked mountain boar kings remained loyal, guarding in front of the fortress. The open ground outside the fortress looked trampled by a giant, marked by devastation, with rivers of blood flowing. Beside the 3 slain D-level mountain boars, lights twinkled, and materials dropped all around. Fragments of dark golden armor, tusks, pigskin. Most eye-catching were the 3 deep purple crystals, the size of fists, floating above the corpses. Item, D-level beast core. Description, a life crystal nurtured by D-level beasts, containing rich energy. Good stuff. Lin Tao's eyes lit up, ready to toss it to Grandpa Li. The quiet little black, who had been watching from the side, fixed its compound eyes on the crystal and let out a low, hissing sound of desire. Lin Tao was moved, picked up 1 D-level beast core. Little Black's gaze instantly locked onto the crystal, transmitting an extremely intense longing emotion. Lin Tao looked at Little Black. Do you want this? Little Black nodded its massive head up and down. Alright, I'll give you 1. Without hesitation, Lin Tao tossed 1 D-level beast core towards Little Black. Little Black opened its giant mouth, accurately swallowing the crystal into its belly. In an instant, its massive body trembled violently. The cracks and dents caused during the fight with the mountain boar king glowed softly with deep purple light. The light spread rapidly across its body like flowing water, and the cracks vanished at a visible speed. Even the damaged shell became darker and deeper, even hinting at a metallic, cold sheen. A breath even more refined than before began to emanate from it. Roar! Little Black let out a contented low growl. Grandpa Wang looked at Little Black with joy. It seems this beast core has amazing effects for it. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can even evolve. The two mountain boar kings that had just been contracted also fixed their eyes on the remaining 2D level beast cores. Breathing heavily through its nostrils, the intense desire was clear. Lin Tao looked at the two big guys who had just turned from darkness to light, then glanced at the two beast cores on the ground. After a brief thought, he made a decision. Alright. Everyone gets a share. You two have also contributed, one for each. Lin Tao picked up the remaining two beast cores and threw them to the two wild boar kings. Eat up and do your work well. If you perform well in the future, there will be more rewards for you. The eyes of the two wild boar kings burst with ecstatic light as they opened their huge mouths and carefully caught the beast cores to swallow them. Soon, the same scene played out again. Purple light shone on them, and the wounds from the previous battle healed rapidly. The dark gold armor covering them seemed to become even heavier. The breath of the two wild boar kings visibly increased, and they looked at Lin Tao and Grandpa Wang with more docile and respectful eyes. After collecting all the spoils, several of them returned to the fortress. This battle brought immense rewards. Not only did they obtain a large amount of F-grade and E-grade materials. The points reached a considerable number again. 20,800 points. Let's refresh the shop one more time before entering the secret realm. Lin Tao's gaze was fiery as he pointed at the refresh button of the points shop. Buzz. Golden light flashed, and 3 new item slots appeared. Chapter 60, Is the Beast Tide Over? The golden light faded, and 3 brand new item slots hovered above the panel. Slot 1. Item, War God Totem Pillar. Quality, Golden. Effect, after activation, summon an ancient War God Totem Pillar in a designated area, lasting 30 minutes. The Totem Pillar releases a War God field with a radius of 200 meters. 1. All friendly units within the field have their base attack power increased by 20%, and their attacks have a pierce armor effect, ignoring 30% of the target's defense. 2. All friendly units within the field enter a bloodthirsty state, attacks carry lifesteal effect, restoring 15% of the damage dealt's health. 3. The Totem Pillar itself has high health and defense, drawing aggro from nearby enemies. Exchange points, 8,000. Slot 2. Item, Heart and Soul Amulet. Quality, Golden. Passive effect, the wearer's mental strength and resilience receive a significant boost. Active effect, after activation, generates a mental barrier that lasts 60 seconds, immune to 1 SSS level or lower mental attack, and partially transforms the attack's energy into a mental shock that backfires on the attacker. Exchange points, 6,000. Slot 3. Item, Dimensional Beast Control Ring. Quality, Golden. Effect, can bind up to 5 battle beasts at once. After activation, bound battle beasts can be instantly stored in the ring's dimensional space for recovery. The beasts will recover their injuries, stamina, and mental strength at an accelerated rate within the dimensional space. When needed, the beasts can be summoned instantly to the user's designated location, range, within 100 meters. Time flow in the dimensional space is consistent with the outside world. Exchange points, 6,000. Lin Tao's gaze swept over the 3 golden items, and his breath caught in his throat. Not just necessary, it felt almost tailor-made. Calculating in his heart, he found the points were just enough, and Lin Tao waved his hand to purchase all 3 items. Lin Tao handed the beast control ring to Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang. Look. This is specially prepared for you. It can hold Little Black and the 2 wild boar kings we just tamed. And it seems like it can also speed up their recovery, so we won't have to worry about them being exposed or having nowhere to settle when we enter the secret realm. Grandpa Wang excitedly accepted it and immediately bound Little Black and the 2 newly contracted wild boar kings according to the information prompt. With a flash of light from the ring, the 3 massive creatures instantly turned into beams of light and vanished into the ring. Grandpa Wang could clearly sense them resting peacefully in the dimensional space, and a broad smile spread across his face. Preparation complete. Lin Tao's gaze swept over the 4 equally spirited old men and took out the entrance ticket to the lost secret realm. Activate the secret realm passage. He pressed firmly, activating the scroll. A deep glowing door thundered open inside the fortress. The Dragon Country team. Determined, he stepped into the light gate and vanished. At the same time, the live broadcast camera turned on again, starting the second round of streaming. As soon as the live broadcast began, the screen was filled with comments. It's here, finally here. Is there anyone left to breathe? The torture is unbearable, we can finally watch the live broadcast. How is our pickled cabbage country doing? We are still alive, what does this mean? It means our country's team is still here. The live broadcast screen started. Live broadcast screen, Ha country representative team. Ha Country's war fortress, under the impact of the beast tide, had walls that were pounded with countless cracks. The metal gate had long deformed, as if it would completely crack open at any moment. Inside the fortress, the surviving members of Ha Country looked pale as ashes. Even through the screen, one could feel the suffocating despair and brutality. Wow, a miracle. Hasn't it been almost 2 hours? That crumbling stone house isn't down yet? A fighter jet in a tofu dreg project. I'm done. We used to laugh at them for being deaf to the bell, but now it turns out they can really withstand. What the heck is this architectural miracle? Stop cheering. It feels like it's gonna collapse any second. System, please switch back to Dragon Country, I'm dying of anxiety. I bet $10 that this fortress won't last 3 minutes. The audience in front of the screen had almost predicted Ha Country's fate. Time passed second by second, just when everyone thought Ha Country's fortress would surely turn to dust in the next wave of impact. Buzz. The system announcements sounded again. Group announcement, the beast tide impact time is over. Ha Country representative team successfully resisted the beast tide. Overall evaluation, C-level. Reward distribution, points plus 2,000, bronze treasure chest X1. National Fortune Manifestation Reward, all citizens of Ha Country have their basic physical fitness increased by 20%. As the announcement echoed, the screen froze. It was stuck for a full 5 seconds. Then, countless pairs of eyes in front of the screen witnessed an unbelievable scene. In the image, the attacking black beast horde around Ha Country's fortress abruptly stopped. Then, driven by an incomprehensible force, they retreated into the depths of the forest with unwilling roars. In just a few minutes, the once thunderous battlefield was suddenly left with nothing but chaos and silence. The surviving soldiers of Ha Country leaned against the crumbling walls, staring blankly at the retreating beast tide. Just pulled back from the edge of hell, they didn't even react to what had happened. The audience exploded in an uproar. What? It's over? C-level score? 2,000 points? This is possible? Wow. So the beast tide doesn't require total annihilation. Just need to survive for 2 hours without going extinct? Realization dawned. The system rules make sense now. Endurance equals victory. Survive, and you'll earn points. Ha Country is amazing, voice cracking. Oh my god. I was shallow to criticize them. This is the ultimate survival guide. 0% injury, pure taking hits, full marks, graduating. Ha Country brothers, you really can take a beating. Bronze treasure chest. Plus a 20% increase in fitness for all citizens. Huge win. I'm crying with envy. At other weak teams. Learn from this. Don't think of killing, just stack defense. Build fortifications. Survive for 2 hours. You will be the next Ha Country. Ha Country instantly transformed from a pawn about to be forgotten into the benchmark of the Survive School. In the real world. At the moment the system announcement rang, an indescribable warmth swept over every citizen of Ha Country. On city streets, in fields, in factory workshops. Countless ordinary citizens of Ha Country stopped their work. They looked in amazement at their hands that had become stronger. Feeling breath as smooth as never before, fatigue swept away. Elders were delighted to find their backs didn't ache anymore, and their legs felt nimble. People long troubled by small illnesses felt as if some lingering ailments within were easing or even disappearing. Is this real? An old farmer squeezed his now sturdy arm, murmuring to himself. Mom! I feel like I can run as fast as the wind. A little boy exclaimed, bouncing excitedly in place. Thank you to our representative team. They exchanged their lives for this miracle. A middle-aged woman was so moved that tears streamed down her face, her hands pressed together in gratitude. Although their national team did not kill a single beast, they merely survived the hellish 2 hours with sheer willpower and rudimentary defenses. But the reward earned from this beating truly benefited every ordinary person in the country. The immense joy and the relief of surviving the ordeal flowed through every citizen's heart. The national network was instantly flooded with jubilant comments. Sitting at home, joy descends from the heavens. Heavenly blessing. Thank you to the brothers of the representative team. You are the true heroes. Whoa, my grandfather's rheumatic pain has suddenly decreased a lot. He can get out of bed by himself now. Thank you, national game. Thank you, our warriors. I just climbed 5 floors without getting winded. I feel like I'm 18 again. This 20% increase in physical strength is amazing. Brothers, I suddenly feel like our nation's tactics are ahead of the world. Dog head. Although the process was so brutal it made our hearts ache, this result smells so good. Long live our country. Long live our heroes. Many of you have asked for more chapters, but what you don't know is that I take 2 to 3 hours to write just 2,000 words. More updates? I'm not. Add. Add more chapters. As long as the big shots send gifts, I will update without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Chapter 61, Tunnel Warfare, Maneuver Warfare? Thanks to Qifeng Qilian for the bubble milk tea and the update symbol, this update is for you. Live broadcast, the Morning Country representative team. The camera suddenly switches. On a piece of land, a group of wild pigs were digging into something on the ground. As the camera zooms in, the audience realizes that there is a tunnel entrance on the ground. The tunnel entrance is very narrow, allowing only one wild pig to pass through. The wild pigs push and shove against each other. After a long time, only one wild pig manages to squeeze in. The camera continues to move forward, revealing a long, narrow tunnel. After a long time, the scene finally opens up. In the dim light, 5 members of the Morning Country team were leaning against the cold, damp earth walls, panting heavily. Sweat mixed with blood slid down their foreheads, dripping into the sticky pool of blood at their feet. As the squeezed-in wild pig drew closer, the tunnel's ceiling began to shake, with dirt falling down. It's coming again. Prepare yourselves. Captain Kim Hongshi growled, his voice echoing in the narrow space. With eyes bloodshot, the wild pig suddenly squeezed into the tunnel, its tusks gleaming in the dim light. Kill. Without hesitation, 5 spears were thrust out at once. The angles were sharp, and the coordination was seamless. One spear stabbed directly into its throat, another pierced its eye, 2 more pierced the sides of its heart, and the last one stabbed into its soft belly. Pshhh. A whoa! A horrible scream rang out. The wild pig barely had time to let out a short cry before being instantly nailed to the narrow tunnel wall by 5 powerful strikes. It twitched a few times before going still. Drag it away. Next. Captain Kim Hongshi's voice was steady, but the muscles in his arms were trembling slightly. The nearby team members immediately stepped forward, working together to drag the heavy beast's corpse toward the pile of bodies deep in the tunnel. The pile of corpses emitted a strong stench, almost blocking half of the room. They repeated this action for a full 2 hours. Each time a beast charged in, the 5 of them worked together in a coordinated strike, killing it with one blow. But the intense mental focus and explosive strength had drained every bit of their energy. Their arms were numb with fatigue. Each time they thrust their spears, it felt like lifting a 1,000-pound burden. Holy crap! Tunnel warfare? The real tunnel warfare has returned? The Morning Country brothers' tactics are genius. Damn, the terrain usage is incredible. 1 man holds the gate, 1,000 men can't get through. No, wait, it's 5 men holding the gate, 1,000 pigs can't get through. The efficiency is so high. Only 1 at a time, and 5 against 1 in a split second. A textbook-level defense. Way better than our country's pure defense. How many beasts have they killed? My God. The corpses are piled up like a mountain. No wonder they're exhausted. The people of Morning Country are blessed. This round is a sure win. Although they're totally drained. But it can definitely hold on. At Pickled Cabbage Country, look. This is called strategy. Learn from it. Stop always thinking about stealing and cheating. I feel sorry for them, look at that sweat, their arms are shaking, they can barely hold on. How bad must the air in the tunnel be? It's all the smell of blood and corpses, their willpower is truly strong. Hold on. It's almost over. Just as the comments were buzzing and the players from the Morning Country gritted their teeth, ready to face the next wave of attacks, the system notice sounded right on time. Group announcement, the Beast Tide attack time has ended. The Morning Country representative team successfully resisted the Beast Tide. Overall evaluation, B grade. Reward distribution, points plus 3,000, silver treasure chest X1. National Fortune Manifestation Reward, all citizens of the Morning Country have their basic physical quality increased by 40%. At the mouth of the tunnel, the relentless roar of beasts and the sound of collisions suddenly fell silent. Haha, is it over? One team member was almost exhausted, the javelin in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He slumped down, leaning against the wall, gasping heavily. His face was smeared with blood and filled with disbelieving confusion. The captain's tightly wound nerves suddenly relaxed, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him. But he held on and didn't fall, just heavily leaned against the cold earthen wall. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently. The other 3 also dropped their weapons, sitting or lying down, the tunnel only left with the heavy breathing of the survivors. They didn't even have the strength to cheer. The past 2 hours had drained all their mental strength. The audience from the Morning Country erupted instantly. B grade. 40%. Oh my God. That's amazing. The Ha Country's C grade 20% is already good, but the Morning Country's B grade 40%? This is like a jackpot. Tunnel War God. Truly deserving. This strategic execution and willpower are worthy of AB grade. 3,000 points. Silver treasure chest. Plus a 40% boost for everyone. Is the Morning Country about to take off? Brothers, look quickly. The Morning Country team members look as exhausted as I do after 3 days of brick moving, but they earn nationwide incentives. I'm crying with envy. Everyone stand up. Let's salute the 5 heroes of the Morning Country Tunnel War. They fought their way through blood. Long live. Our heroes, long live. The scene switches, suddenly moving from the dark tunnel to the open primeval forest. The camera shakes rapidly, accompanied by deafening beast roars and the loud cracks of trees being smashed. An E-grade, earth-shattering giant bear, the size of a small truck, is frantically fleeing through the forest. Its heavy footsteps tremble the ground, each impact splattering mud and shattered leaves. On its back, 5 team members from the bear country are tightly crouched. Faster, big guy. Ivanov yelled in the giant bear's ear. At the same time, he drew a sharpened bone spear from behind and without looking, he threw it back with all his strength. Whoosh, thud. The bone spear transformed into a white shadow, precisely piercing into the neck of an F-grade, steel-bristle wild boar that was closely pursuing. The wild boar let out a howl and rolled to knock down a patch of shrubs, instantly being engulfed by the surging tide of beasts behind. To the left. There's an opening on the left. Mikhail. Nikolai shouted, pointing to a sparse area of the forest ahead. Got it. Mikhail replied, struggling to maintain his balance on the bumpy bear's back, and forcefully threw out the bone spear. He forced back a wild boar trying to flank from the side. Trees were knocked down in clusters, and the ground groaned under countless hooves. The 5 people and 1 bear maintained a dangerous distance of dozens of meters from the beast tide. My goodness! Parkour on a bear? Mobile warfare. The bear country team has truly become bear knights. This scene is so wild. Hooray! This is the romance of the battle nation. What a guy! Merging man and bear. This scene is so bear country, the warrior nation will never be defensive. That bone spear was thrown accurately. Running and shooting, amazing. This big bear runs fast, but carrying 5 big men is too hard. Look at it panting. My heart aches for the bear for 3 seconds. Bear, I'm carrying a weight I shouldn't be carrying. Pay me more. I need more meat. Ivanov was anxious. He pressed tightly against the giant bear's neck, clearly feeling the heavy breathing and trembling muscles of his partner beneath him. Sweat drenched the thick bear fur. Damn it, this treasure I exchanged for 2,500 points, don't give up on me now. Ivanov silently cursed in his heart. When he first saw this E-level battle pet in the store, he didn't hesitate to spend all his points. Now it seemed that this decision was incredibly correct. Without this earth-splitting giant bear, they would have been ground into flesh by the beast tide long ago. But the giant bear's stamina was not unlimited. After 2 hours of intense, desperate fleeing, it began to show signs of fatigue. Its speed had unwittingly slowed a bit. The E-level and F-level beasts behind seemed to have even greater endurance. The distance between them and the beast tide was slowly but surely closing. Several wild boars had even chased to less than 20 meters behind the giant bear. Sergei. Alexei. Behind us. Hurry. Ivanov roared, and he hurled the bone spear with all his might once more. But this time his aim was slightly off, and he only grazed the fur of a wild boar. At this critical moment. Ding! Group announcement, the beast tide assault time has ended. Mao Xiongguo's representative team successfully defended against the beast tide. Overall rating, a class. Rewards granted, points plus 5,000, gold chest X1. National Luck Manifestation Reward, all citizens of Mao Xiongguo gain a baseline physical quality increase of 80%. As if the pause button had been pressed, the deafening roars and thundering sounds behind them instantly vanished. The herd of wild boars came to a stop just a few meters away from the giant bear. The mad crimson in their eyes quickly faded. Then, without warning, they turned around and swiftly disappeared into the dense jungle. Huff! Ivanov suddenly pulled the reins tight, and the earth-splitting giant bear came to a screeching halt. Its massive body plowed deep grooves in the muddy ground before finally stopping. The 5 people and 1 bear stood in place, looking at each other. Across the land of Mao Xiongguo, a sense of power instantly swept the entire nation. Men and women, young and old, all felt an explosive power surging within them. On the streets and in the bars and squares, joyous cheers of Yura flooded in an instant. Even the consumption of vodka reached a historic peak. Just as the Mao Xiong celebrated, the live broadcast switched again. Live broadcast screen, Pickles, Neon, and Ant Nation representative team. In front of the screen, the hearts of the viewers from the 3 countries instantly tightened. The rating came out, starting at 6.5. Those who haven't rated yet, please give a 5-star review to raise the score. Little brother thanks you. Everyone, let's go strong, little brother will also go strong. There are still 3 chapters today, large updates. Chapter 62, Beasts. Thanks to Fragrant Knife, for the blade, little brother will add more for you. As the screen switched, a towering energy tower appeared on the scene. The surface of the tower glowed with flowing runes, violently shaking under the impact of the beast tide. This was the Crimson Guardian Tower, red, that Yagyu Munenori had exchanged all his points for. On the platform at the top of the tower, a dozen members of the Three-Nation Alliance were crowded into a small space. Everyone was injured and breathing weakly. Park Changjae sat against the cold tower wall, his right arm twisted at a strange angle. Even the bone was exposed, and blood soaked half of his body. Jean Lingxian knelt beside him. The medical kit was long exhausted, and she could only futilely press Park Changjae's wounds with torn clothing. She herself had a deep claw mark on her left shoulder, with blood gushing out. Cohen's shadow cloak was severely damaged, and one leg was bent unnaturally, clearly fractured. Douglas had broken several ribs, and each breath was accompanied by sharp pain and blood foam. Sato-kan and Kobayashi Jiro could still stand but were also bruised and exhausted. Only Yagyu Munenori, though his clothes were tattered and he bore numerous bloodstains, still stood tall and straight. The samurai sword tightly gripped in his hand hummed slightly, exuding a refined sword intent. Looking down at the beast tide beneath the tower, he let out a deep sigh. If he hadn't exchanged for this red tower in the store, with its super strong defenses and energy shields to withstand several waves of beast tide assaults. I fear they have long since turned to dust under the previous impact of the E-level giant beasts and the mountain boar king. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out. Below, the beast tide gathered again. The remaining hundreds of mountain boars, driven by several E-level, rock-armored mountain boars, bravely charged towards the base of the tall tower. The tower shook violently, and stones fell from the platform. Teacher! Sato-kan and Kobayashi Jiro's faces changed drastically as they gripped their swords tightly. Yagyu Sojo took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. He stepped forward, raising his katana above his head. A sharp sword intent surged into the sky, stirring the air above. Swift wind slash! He shouted softly and swung down with all his strength. Buzz! A pale blue wind blade tore through space, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, howling down from the tower's peak. Poochie poochie poochie! The wind blade precisely cut into the densest part of the beast tide. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and severed limbs fell like harvested wheat. Dozens of mountain boars were instantly cut in half. The violent airflow blew the surrounding beast herd away, clearing a large area. As the wind blade dissipated, Yagyu Sojo staggered slightly, his face pale again. This strike nearly exhausted his last bit of strength. Other countries remained calm and lighthearted. Yagyu Sojo's earth-shattering strike only bought less than a minute of breathing time. The remaining beast tide gathered again wildly, driven by the smell of blood and the roar of the mountain boar king. Boom! Crack! A painful cracking sound came from the base of the tower. A huge crack spread from the bottom up, and the tower leaned at a greater angle. Even the railing at the platform's edge began to crack and fall off. Teacher! The tower is going to collapse. Sato-kan shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with despair. Yagyu Sojo leaned on his sword, gasping violently. That previous strike consumed too much, and he could not unleash an attack of equal power in a short time. He looked at Cohen, his expression serious. Cohen glanced at the severely injured and dying Park Chanza and Jean Lingxian, and then looked at the surging tide of beasts below. A cruel thought instantly formed. Yagyu, we must buy time. Yagyu Sojo instantly understood Cohen's meaning. His pupils contracted slightly, and his hand gripping the handle of the sword tightened. But seeing the crack under his feet widening and the beast tide approaching again, he ultimately did not voice any objection and only tilted his head slightly away. What are you going to do? Park Chanza seemed to sense something and struggled to get up, but the intense pain made it impossible for him to move. Jean Lingxian looked at the approaching Cohen and Douglas in terror. No. Don't! Captain Cohen. Please. There was no trace of pity in Cohen's eyes. The shadow cloak erupted, and his figure flashed like a ghost behind Park Chanza and Jean Lingxian. Douglas also lunged towards Park Chanza, enduring the intense pain. To survive. I'm sorry. Cohen roared lowly and exerted strength simultaneously with Douglas. Ah! The screams of Park Chanza and Jean Lingxian suddenly stopped. The two of them, like kites with broken strings, were harshly pushed off the towering platform by Cohen and Douglas. Poochie! Crack! The falling figures were instantly drowned by countless open blood-filled mouths and sharp fangs. The piercingly tragic howls lasted only half a second before being replaced by the sound of chewing. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining a large area below red. This sudden feeding caused a brief chaos and scramble among the beasts at the front, halting the momentum of the assault on the tower's base. Notice, the representative team of Kimchi country has been wiped out, random disaster generation in progress. This scene was clearly captured by live broadcast cameras worldwide. Comments from Kimchi Country. After a moment, the system announcement rang out again. Ding! Beast Tide assault time has ended. The representatives of Neon Country and Ant Country Alliance successfully resisted the Beast Tide. Overall evaluation, S grade. Rewards granted, points plus 10,000, Platinum Treasure Chest X1. National Fortune Reward, Foundation Physical Quality Enhancement for citizens of Alliance countries. 100%, recovery speed increased by 50%. The barrage was instantly submerged by a new storm. Live broadcast screen, Dragon Country representative team. The system announcement sounded again, and all the viewers in front of the screen stood up. Today, besides this chapter, there are 2 more. Keep sending gifts, don't stop. Chapter 63 Error Code, 404, Target Not Found. The live broadcast abruptly cut into the Dragon Country fortress area, and the high-definition lens showed every detail of the battlefield without reservation. The billions of viewers in front of the screen, no matter where they were, collectively experienced a moment of breathlessness. What came into view was a true hell on earth, a death portrait that no horror movie could replicate. Around the fortress, there was nothing but bloodied, charred land that had been trampled and burned repeatedly. Dismembered limbs were piled up everywhere, some belonging to wild boars and others difficult to distinguish. Charred bones, along with large areas of dark brown coagulated blood, mixed together. Layer upon layer, densely packed, covering every inch of land the lens could see, nearly impossible to find a place to step. The air was thick with the foul stench of rotting intestines. Even through the cold screen, it was enough to make anyone's stomach churn violently, producing intense physical discomfort. Ugh! I can't take it anymore. Can the camera please look away? What the hell? I just threw up my breakfast. Ugh. Hell, this is simply a real-life version of the hell illustrated in Dante's Divine Comedy. I have a fear of clusters. Help! This visual shock is too overwhelming. How could such a fierce battle happen? Thousands? Tens of thousands? How many did the Dragon Country team kill? My god, all are the bodies of mutant wild boars piled up like mountains. Dragon Country team, how did they make it through? This is simply inhumane fighting. The barrage was instantly flooded with countless vomiting emojis and terrified screams. In live broadcast rooms around the world, countless viewers turned pale, instinctively covering their mouths. Some even couldn't hold it anymore and rushed to the restroom on the spot. The sight of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, its direct impact and horrific scale, far exceeded any previous battle report. However, what was even more chilling was, in the center of this brutal slaughterhouse, the scene was eerily silent. There were no victorious beast roars, no dying moans, no gunfire rumbling, no explosive collisions of abilities. Not even a whisper of the injured's painful groans could be heard. There was only a spine-chilling silence, as if the sound itself had been swallowed by this land. Where are the people? Why are there only corpses? Yeah. Where are the living people? Where are the Dragon Country competitors? What about the fortress? Has the fortress been breached or not? Quick, check the fortress. Zoom in. Look at that Vine Fortress. The Vine Fortress is still there. It seems to be undamaged. But it's so quiet. So quiet. It's unsettling. This silence is scarier than the sounds of fighting from before. The camera seemed to have heard the viewers' calls and began to cautiously move closer. The angle slowly struggled over small hills made of bodies, ultimately focusing on the fortress's main structure tightly wrapped in green vines. The fortress's rocky walls still stood tall, and although the vines were stained with a lot of blood, the overall structure still looked intact. Some leaves even trembled gently in the breeze. However, around the fortress, there was nothing but endless death, and no one in sight. Then, the camera penetrated the seemingly impenetrable vine gate and entered the interior of the fortress. Inside the fortress hall, the emergency light still emitted a pale and steady glow, illuminating the interior. The ground was somewhat messy, scattered with damaged crossbow parts, empty shells, and a few torn leftover packages of compressed biscuits. On the central control console, the biological radar screen still emits a faint glow. But what's chilling is that the screen is completely blank. Aside from the green outline representing the fortress itself, there are no glowing dots indicating any life signals. What's happening? Where are the people? The hall is empty too? What the hell? Are people really gone? Collective disappearance? There are no signs of fighting in the fortress either. Things are just a bit messy, not like it was breached. What happened? Time-space transfer? Collective evaporation? The fortress clearly isn't broken. The vines look just fine. The gate doesn't look like it was forcibly smashed open. Could it be, in the final moment, the Beast Tide used some method we don't know to rush in and wiped everyone out in an instant? Not even leaving behind bodies? Impossible. Look again at the hall. Where are the signs of struggle? If it was breached, it would definitely be a mess inside. Woohoo! Ha ha ha. What great news! The Dragon Country team has finally been wiped out. They must have been devoured to nothing by the crazy pig tide. Not even the system can find a signal. What? It seems in the face of absolute beast tide strength, the clever tricks of Dragon Country have ultimately been a fleeting moment. Our Neon Team's samurai spirit is more trustworthy. Hooray, although feeling a bit sad for the fallen warriors, this outcome, perhaps it's the price of arrogance. It's over, it's really over. The Dragon Country is truly going to suffer now. The national fortune punishment is coming soon. Wah! Uncle Zhang. Brother Lin Tao. Bing bing, where are you all? How could this happen? The bullet comments exploded in chaos, panic, despair, schadenfreude, disbelief, overwhelming sadness. Various extreme emotions intertwined, completely drowning the live broadcast scene of Dragon Country. Meanwhile, in the highest command center of Dragon Country, the air here seemed to freeze, the pressure low as if it were underwater at 10,000 meters. Every participant, all eyes locked tightly on the huge main screen in front. It was displaying the empty, heart-pounding real-time image of the fortress interior. A technical team leader spoke with a dry voice, struggling to report the preliminary analysis results. Leaders, the situation is extremely unusual. According to the playback we extracted, we can confirm that the main structure of the fortress is intact, and the vine defense layer covering the fortress shows no obvious signs of large-scale violent damage. He took a deep breath, manipulated the control panel, and switched the image to a close-up of the gate, increasingly zooming in on the hinge and pivot areas. What's especially noteworthy is the gate. Leaders, please look, the metal part of the hinge shows only normal wear and a few bloodstains and scratches from battles, but there are no signs of severe deformation, tearing, or breaking due to immense external force. Analyzing the final state of the gate, it appears it was opened normally or actively from the inside, rather than being violently smashed open from the outside. Actively opened? General Qinzheng frowned, his brows furrowed. Are you saying they didn't perish when the fortress was breached, but instead, actively opened the gate at the last moment and rushed out? And then, the whole army was wiped out, never to return? Based on the current signs, that possibility exists. A situational analyst nearby immediately added, pointing at the high-definition scan of the battlefield outside the fortress on the screen, we conducted a preliminary rapid image identification and biological tissue analysis on this sea of corpses outside the fortress. The results are very bizarre. We have not discovered any fragments of human tissue or personal equipment remains that can be recognized by the system as belonging to our side within the area currently covered by the camera. At least, initial scans have found nothing. In such a fierce beast tide impact, not leaving behind body fragments is also normal, right? An academician from the Academy of Sciences tried to find a reasonable explanation. Perhaps it was the subsequent beast horde that completely. Another elderly man, with a star on his shoulder, spoke with a barely noticeable tremble in his voice, voicing the worst guess. Could it be that they really ran out of ammunition and supplies, choosing to charge out and perish together with the beast horde? And as a result, were they completely devoured by those frenzied giant beasts? Not leaving even a trace? Impossible. Bang! A loud bang. The oldest, Lu Lao, slammed his palm onto the heavy wooden conference table, shaking the teacup lid on the table with a buzzing sound. His beard and hair were standing up, his gaze fierce, sweeping over every panicked face in the room, his voice resolute. If all of our team members had perished. According to the rules of the National Fate Battlefield, we, the people here, and the 1.4 billion fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, should have already endured the corresponding National Fate punishment. Natural disasters and man-made calamities should have already descended at this moment. But here we are, still sitting here, the sky above the capital is still clear. This, in itself, is the most powerful and direct evidence. It means they're still alive. At least one person is still alive. The flag of our Dragon Nation has not yet fallen. Lu Lao's words were like thunder, instantly waking up those who had fallen into a dead end of thought. The command center fell into silence, followed by faint exhalations and whispers. That's right. The most crucial national fate punishment hadn't descended. This is the strongest proof at the rule level. But, sir, the head of the technical team, however, didn't relax at Lu Lao's words. He pointed at the silent fortress interior screen and the empty creature radar. If they're still alive, even if only one person is alive, then, where are they? Where did they go? Also, that massive beast horde, how did the beast horde just seem to vanish as if it evaporated? Even if they miraculously won, there should have been survivors, or at least, someone should be on duty in the fortress, healing, or resting. This doesn't make any sense. Just as everyone in the command center was racking their brains, trying to solve the mysterious where did they go puzzle. Buzz. The system prompt sound rang out, like the final judgment bell, suddenly resounding in every corner of the live broadcast room worldwide. It also clearly echoed in the silent hall of the Dragon Nation's command center. Global announcement: the Dragon Nation team's assault on the Beast Horde segment has ended. After comprehensive system scanning, no signs of survival from any Dragon Nation team members have been detected in the Hunt Forest space. Space scan completion, 100%. Life signs detection, none. Location signal, disappeared. Error. Error. Settlement program cannot start. Error code, 404, target not found. Repeated announcement: no signs of survival from any Dragon Nation team members detected in the Hunt Forest space, settlement cannot be completed. Boom. The system announcement with the error code exploded like a scoop of ice water poured into a boiling pot, instantly causing a worldwide uproar. 404? Target not found? What kind of ridiculous error code is this? It's literal. They're gone. No body or life signals can be detected. The system has judged them as non-existent. They've been erased. So, did the battlefield space directly erase them? For violating some kind of rule? As expected. The system detected it, fixed the bug, and erased both the people and the data. Ha ha ha. Divine punishment. This is ultimate divine punishment. Even the system can't find them. The Dragon Nation is finished. Completely finished. Chapter 64, Safe Zone. Thanks to, by Shiran, for the flower *10, the update charm *1, thanks to, Jing Yiji Xiaozui Hongchen, for the update charm *1, thanks to, Lubu Jude, for the Bobo Milk Tea *1. Your humble brother adds more chapters for you. The system announcement exploded in the minds of the 1.4 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation. Global announcement: the Dragon Nation team's assault on the Beast Horde has ended. No signs of survival from any Dragon Nation team members have been detected in the Hunt Forest space. Completion of spatial scan, 100%. Life signs detection, none. Location signal, disappeared. Error. Error. Settlement program cannot be started. Error code, 404, target does not exist. Repeat, no signs of survival for any members of the Dragon Kingdom team detected in the Hunt Forest space, settlement impossible. 404 target does not exist? The cold digits instantly froze the hearts of all Dragon Kingdom people. Just a second ago, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was shocked by the bloody achievements outside the fortress, but now it felt like a giant hand was gripping their throats. After a brief silence, panic erupted like a mountain collapse and tsunami. Aha! 404? What does it mean? People are gone? Not even a signal from bodies? Erased by space? Swallowed by a system bug? It proves the cheating. Is it fixed by the system? Or simply erased? It's over. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. The system can't even find them. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. Grandpa Zhang. Brother Lin Tao. Professor Sun. Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Li. Where are you? Boo-hoo. The fortress is still there. People are gone. This is scarier than a complete wipeout. There's not even a thought left. System. Get the hell out here and explain. What does 404 mean? Return our heroes. In the streets, alleyways, and shopping malls, countless people collapsed to the ground, crying silently. The city was instantly shrouded in a haze of despair. In the highest command center, the air froze. Technicians stared at the 404 code, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Report. The system has not generated any national punishment. The intelligence officer suddenly looked up. Confirm again. No earthquakes, no tsunamis, no signs of any disasters. No punishment? Old Lu's murky eyes lit up, as if grasping a glimmer of light in the dark. No punishment means they have not been declared dead. The system just cannot find them. Cannot find? Defense Minister Qin Zhang's brows furrowed tightly. Spatial scan 100% coverage, no life detection signal, unless they are no longer in that space. Academy of Sciences President Li Zhenhua suddenly stood up, his voice excited. Just like before when Lin Tao used the spatial beacon for team teleportation. They likely entered some kind of area independent of the main space of the Hunt Forest. The system cannot scan, hence the 404 error. This guess struck like thunder, instantly dispersing part of the gloom in the command center. Immediately activate the highest level national reassurance plan. Issue an emergency announcement nationwide. Tell our compatriots that our heroes are not dead. We must believe in them and wait for their triumphant return. Yes. A few minutes later, all screens within the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of size, public or private, all were forcibly switched. On the screen was the steady and resolute face of old Lu, with the vibrant 5-star red flag in the background. Fellow compatriots nationwide. Old Lu's voice resonated through the amplification system, clear and powerful in every corner. Just now, we received a notification from the National Survival System regarding the Dragon Kingdom team. The notification indicates that the system temporarily cannot locate our team members. I know, at this moment, everyone's heart is filled with worry, anxiety, and even panic. But please stay calm. Please listen to me. Old Lu's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, looking straight into the souls of every citizen. In the system announcement, it clearly mentioned error code 404E target does not exist, and crucially, the system has not activated any national punishment mechanism. What does this mean? It means, our comrades, Comrade Zhang Jianguo, Comrade Lin Tao, Comrade Wang Chunsheng, Comrade Sun Jiashan, and Comrade Li Weiguo, the 5 of them, have not been declared dead by the system. Please recall. How many miracles have they created? How many impossibilities have they shattered? They have fought their way through blood to bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom. Today, they have only temporarily disappeared from our sight, but they have not disappeared from our beliefs. Old Lu's voice suddenly elevated. Our motherland believes in them. 1.4 billion compatriots believe in them. They carry the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, bearing the hope of our nation. They will never fall easily. They will surely overcome all difficulties, returning as stronger warriors, the king's returning. In this waiting time, everyone, please remain calm, stay at your posts, and do your own jobs. Let our unwavering faith turn into the strength that supports them forward. Let us pray together, wait together. Waiting for the hero's triumph. The Dragon Kingdom will surely win. The speech ended, and the screen returned to normal. The panic had not completely dissipated, but a resilient belief began to take root and sprout in the hearts of countless people from the Dragon Kingdom. On the streets and alleys, people encouraged each other. Old Lu said, "No punishment. The people must still be alive." Right. When the elders come out, they will scare those bastards to death. Believe in old Zhang. Believe in Lin Tao. In stark contrast to the tragic resilience of the Dragon Kingdom, was the online spectacle, especially from the beautiful country, Neon Country, and Ant Country. Ha ha ha. 404 not found. The Dragon Kingdom team was deleted by the system. What a disaster. Baka Yaru. The sun goddess has shown her power. The vile thieves have finally faced divine punishment. The Dragon Kingdom has been permanently disqualified. As expected. A team that relied on cheating and a monster to hold the scene will ultimately be erased by the rules. The system couldn't stand it any longer. Directly 404. The fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom have come to an end. Prepare to welcome the apocalypse. Just as the world was buzzing about the disappearance of the Dragon Kingdom team, the entire Dragon Kingdom was suffering in grief and hope. A system announcement rang out once again. This time, it was directed at all remaining teams in the entire Asian group. Group announcement. Due to the current number of surviving teams in this group has dropped to a critical value, 547s, the game process will accelerate. The safe zone mechanism in the hunting forest is now activated. The safe zone area has been marked on the map, only visible to surviving members, and will begin to shrink in 24 hours. At that time, teams and members outside the safe zone will suffer continuous and increasingly strengthening environmental obliteration damage until eliminated. All surviving teams, please hurry to the safe zone. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. At the same time, a flashing blue light circle suddenly appeared on the panels of all surviving team members. It covered about 1/10 of the central area of the hunting forest. The barrage exploded again. Safe zone? Shrinking? Obliteration damage? Damn! A new mechanism has arrived. This is just like the shrinking zone in Battle Royale. It's over. Elders. Shaolin. Where are you? The safe zone is about to shrink. Come back quickly. Old Lu said they are still alive. They must still be alive. But where are they? What about outside the safe zone? The safe zone is in the center. Our fortress is on the edge. Even if the elders come back, they will have a long way to travel. Old Zhang. Lin Tao. Professor Sun. Old Wang. Old Li. If you hear this, please respond. The country needs you. The safe zone needs you. Come back quickly. Voice cracks. Whoa, just ignited a glimmer of hope, then came another death notice. God, don't play us like this. Chapter 65, Encountering Danger in the Secret Realm. Consciousness felt like it was struggling to float up from the deep sea. Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes wide. The surroundings were dark and silent. Only his own breathing echoed in the small space. The air carried a damp smell of soil and rocks, cold and biting. Old Zhang? Old Wan? Professor Sun? Old Li? Lin Tao whispered, but received no response. His heart sank suddenly. Oh no! I didn't expect the secret realm to scatter the team. Lin Tao cursed under his breath, forcing down his panic. He immediately concentrated his mind to sense the effect of the life link holy emblem. A faint sense of connection came, like several invisible threads linking to the distance. Although he couldn't determine the specific locations and states, it at least proved that the other four were still alive. This made his tense nerves relax for a moment. Old Zhang just advanced to SS-level elemental god fist, his power has skyrocketed, he can take care of himself. Old Wang has the dimensional beast ring, Little Black and 2 mountain boar kings can be summoned at any time, the safety is the highest. But Professor Sun and Old Li. Lin Tao's heart tightened again. Though Professor Sun had the S-level heart of nature, his combat ability was not strong. In this closed environment, Old Li's sniper rifle loses a great deal of its power, and its close-range capabilities are even more lacking. We must find them quickly. Lin Tao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He activated the keen perception of an S-level martial arts master. In the darkness, his hearing and touch were magnified. He felt the ground beneath him, which was hard rock, slightly slippery. Carefully standing up, he moved his arms and legs. After confirming that he was unharmed, he began to cautiously move along the only passage. Each step Lin Tao took was extremely light, adjusting his breathing to the slightest state. The perception of the S-level master served as an invisible radar, scanning the unknown ahead. Suddenly, a very faint fluttering sound came from deep within the stone crevice ahead. It sounded like countless dried leaves being blown by the wind, or like some sort of intense flapping of wings. The sound grew closer, clearer, bringing with it an unsettling agitation. Lin Tao's muscles tightened in an instant, his fists unconsciously clenched. The battle instinct of the martial arts master was completely activated. In the next second, a foul wind rushed towards him. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet dots suddenly lit up, like dense ghostly flames. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a large group of baseball-sized blood-sucking bats surged out from the stone crevice, diving straight towards Lin Tao. Humph! Lin Tao's eyes narrowed, moving forward instead of retreating. In such a narrow space, retreating would only lead to being completely overwhelmed. Rooted to the ground, he harmonized his body and waist, and his fists instantly transformed into 2 blurred shadows. Boom! Splat! One punch flew out, accurately hitting the bat rushing in the front. The terrifying power instantly exploded its body, blood mist spreading. Ding! Killed a blood-sucking bat, original lifespan plundered successfully. Remaining lifespan, plus 2 years. Swish! Crack! Lin Tao dodged another bat's bite, his hand slicing like lightning, accurately severing its neck. He danced like the Grim Reaper in the darkness. His figure turned and twisted, each movement avoiding the attacks with perfect timing. Each strike inevitably took a bat's life. The S-level martial arts master's control of his body reached its peak, displaying astonishing efficiency in killing in such a small space. The bat's sharp claws and fangs occasionally grazed his clothing, but could not break through the protective inner strength flowing on his body. In just a dozen seconds, the battle ended. 12 dead blood-sucking bats lay scattered at Lin Tao's feet, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Lin Tao breathed lightly, adjusting his breathing. He was not injured, but the explosive focus had consumed a lot of energy. Recalling the earlier prompt, Lin Tao frowned slightly. Only lifespan plundered, no points? It seems the rules in this secret realm are indeed different from the forest outside. After dealing with the bats, Lin Tao continued forward. The stone crevice gradually widened, faint light visible ahead. He slowed his pace, retracting his breath to the utmost, quietly approaching the light source. Ahead, the area opened up suddenly. Before him was a fairly orderly natural mine. The cave walls were embedded with strange ores emitting a ghostly blue glow, providing weak illumination. In the center of the cave, a group of figures was busy working. The moment he saw those figures, Lin Tao's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart nearly missing a beat. It was the goblins. These creatures were generally about 1.5 meters tall, with dark green skin covered in rough scales. They held glowing pickaxes, moving swiftly. In the center of the cave, stood a particularly tall goblin. It stood nearly 1 meter 80, like a giant among its kind. Dressed in simple metal armor, it had a gleaming short-handled battle axe at its waist. It was waving its arms, shouting loudly at the goblins below. Its voice was sharp and piercing, filled with a commanding tone. At the same time, the system voice sounded. Warning! E-level threat detected, weak goblin miners. Warning. D-level threat detected, strong goblin miners. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Tao was so shocked he couldn't speak. A D-level with a group of E-levels. This lineup, even old Zhang would have to fight hard if he were here. By himself, charging in would mean certain death. It seems the secret realm is indeed dangerous. He must quickly find the old men. He held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the rock wall, his mind racing. Should he dare to infiltrate or retreat temporarily and seek another path? Just when he was stuck in this dilemma. Boom! A dull explosion suddenly sounded from deep within the mine. The entire mine shook violently, debris falling in a shower. The goblins inside the mine immediately erupted into chaos. The D-level goblin captain suddenly turned to look in the direction of the explosion, his face displaying a mix of surprise and anger. Then it let out an even sharper and more piercing roar. Grr! Charge! Enemy attack! Everyone! Follow me! It pulled out a short-handled battle axe from its waist, leading the charge deep into the mine toward the sound of the explosion. Behind it, the fierce E-level goblin miners instantly dropped their tools, grabbed nearby stone axes or pickaxes, and let out wild roars. Like a pack of enraged wolves, they surged toward the explosion point behind their leader. The center of the mine was instantly deserted, leaving only scattered tools and/or behind. Lin Tao watched the goblins disappear into the mine's exit, but his expression grew even uglier. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. That explosion sounded very much like the effect of Old Li's Zerg sniper high-explosive round. If Old Li or Professor Sun got into trouble over there, surrounded by these ferocious goblins. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. Without hesitation, he chased after the mine's exit where the goblins disappeared. No matter what, he had to get there. Thanks for the inspiration capsule from Yang Small Stir Fry, Supervisor *1. Thanks for the urging update symbol from Virtual Dream of Lioli Island, Supervisor *2. Chapter 66, Professor Sun captured. The goblins retreated in a hurry, knocking over a few bamboo baskets on the ground. As Lin Tao was about to move on, a glimmer of deep blue caught his peripheral vision. A few blue oars rolled out from the bamboo baskets. Following the principle of take what you can while you can, he quickly stepped forward and pocketed all 6 oars. The moment he touched them, a vast wave of energy shot straight to his brain, making him shiver. Such strong energy fluctuations. Although he didn't know their use, these things were definitely not simple. Lin Tao didn't have time to think further. He immediately suppressed his breath and followed closely behind the goblin troop. Inside the mine, the explosions became more and more frequent. The walls trembled with a buzzing sound, and the ground shook violently beneath his feet. Not good. The lifelink holy emblem gave no warnings, which means the old men are safe and sound. The frequency of these explosions is not something Old Li's Zerg sniper can produce. That gun is powerful, but its fire rate is limited. This noise is like a machine gun. The only explanation, there's a third-party force in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Lin Tao's heart sank, but his steps quickened. He had to quickly understand the situation. After some winding and turning, he finally came to a large open cavern. Lin Tao hid behind a huge stalactite and peeked out. What he saw made his pupils constrict. In the center of the cavern, raging goblins were continuously pouring out of the mine, attacking a human squad. This squad had only 7 members, but they worked well together, their formation solid. At the front stood 4 knights in plate armor, holding large shields. The goblins' pickaxes struck against the shields, creating a faint golden halo that neutralized all attacks. Behind the knights were 2 wizards in splendid robes. The 2 of them raised a staff topped with a red crystal. Whispers were muttered from his mouth. As the chant of the spell echoed, fireballs materialized out of thin air, roaring outward with blazing tails. They precisely struck the dense clusters of goblins. Each explosion sent body parts flying in all directions. This was exactly the source of the explosions that Lin Tao had heard before. At the back of the team stood a bishop draped in a white ritual robe. He had a solemn expression, reciting incantations quietly. White light occasionally radiated from the holy book, enveloping the knights and wizards. The golden halo on the knight's shield solidified even more, and the speed of the wizards' chanting seemed to increase. Just as Lin Tao observed this mysterious team, a system alert sounded in his mind. Warning! D-level threat detected, Light Church Knight. Warning! D-level threat detected, Light Church Wizard. Warning! C-level threat detected, Light Church Bishop. Lin Tao was completely stunned. Light Church? Had the system made a mistake? How could even humans be classified as threats? What kind of bizarre place was this secret realm? Wasn't it supposed to be a place for seeking opportunities? Why did it feel like he had fallen into a den of monsters and a battlefield? On one side were groups of goblin miners, and on the other side were well-equipped and coordinated forces of the Light Church. Both sides were deemed threats by the system, and their power far exceeded the ordinary beasts in the forest. He instinctively shrank back into the shadows, his mind racing. The battle before his eyes was clearly not something he could intervene in. Whether it was the goblins or the church team, if either side discovered him as a third party, the outcome would not be good. He had to find those masters quickly. While Lin Tao was contemplating, more and more goblins emerged from the surrounding mine tunnels to join the fight. The newly entered D-level goblin captain roared, swinging his battle axe as he charged toward a knight. The massive shield was instantly thrown aside. A few goblins took advantage of the confusion to rush forward, and it seemed the defense line was about to break open. The white-robed bishop moved. With a heavy tap of his staff, a wave of white ripples spread outward centered on him. The goblins that came into contact with the white ripples clutched their heads in pain and screamed. The knight seized the opportunity, slicing through the goblin captain with his giant sword. Kaboom, blast! All goblins, retreat! The goblins retreated like the tide, and the battlefield fell quiet once again. Just when Lin Tao was also preparing to quietly retreat, there was a stir in the church's team. Two more knights came forward, roughly dragging a person into the open area in the middle of the mine. Lin Tao's mind buzzed, and for a moment it went blank. Professor Sun! How had he been captured by the people of the Light Church? Professor Sun's face was pale, and his glasses were askew. His clothes were covered in dirt and scratches, clearly having gone through a struggle. But his gaze remained sharp, full of unwavering resolve, coldly staring at the surrounded white-robed bishop. A knight loudly reported, "Report, Elder. A suspicious heretic was found in the rear mine passage. He carries weak natural energy fluctuations, completely different from those filthy goblins." Heretic? The white-haired elder slowly turned around. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face held an imposing gravity. His gaze landed on Professor Sun, filled with scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of greed. Interesting. Not purely a desecrator, yet tainted with filthy natural power, and yet. He slightly squinted, the crystal at the top of his staff glowing faintly. It seems there are some interesting fragments of knowledge hidden deep within your soul. Professor Sun bit his lip tightly, saying nothing, but his body had obviously tensed. The elder slowly stepped in front of Professor Sun, looking down from a height. "Outlander, tell me, why are you present in this sacred mine? Where does that weak yet stubborn natural power on you come from? Could it be that you also came for the divine stone?" Lin Tao's heart sank suddenly. He instinctively touched the three cool, blue stones, emitting a chill from his pocket. Originally, they were called divine stones? It seems the Church of Light is also searching for them. Moreover, this elder seems to sense the heart of nature talent in Professor Sunday. "I don't know what you are talking about." Professor Sun's voice carried a trace of exhaustion but was exceptionally firm. "I am just a lost scholar." Lost? The corner of the elder's mouth lifted into a chilling curve. Lost to the depths of the mining veins where only desecrators would tread? Lost with such unique aura on you? His staff paused lightly, and the crystal at the tip suddenly glowed blindingly. Buzz! An invisible mental shock instantly enveloped Professor Sunday. Ugh! Professor Sun let out a muffled groan, his body trembled violently. His face turned as white as paper, beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. He bit down hard on his teeth, struggling against the force trying to invade his mind. A surprised wizard exclaimed, "Bishop! His mental strength is resisting." Indeed not simple. A glint of surprise flashed in the bishop's eyes, followed by deeper greed. "It seems the secrets in your soul are more valuable than I imagined. Once we clear away the desecrators, I will personally purify your soul and extract all your secrets." Lin Tao hid in the shadows, his nails digging into his palm. Fury burned fiercely in his chest. These hypocritical guys were more ruthless than goblins. 1 C-level elder, 8 D-level knights and wizards. They worked together seamlessly, equipped with the best gear. And who knows how many reinforcements were behind them. What to do? Lin Tao forced himself to calm down, his brain operating at unprecedented speed. Whatever happens, he must find the other grandpas as soon as possible. Also, he looked at the 6 divine stones emitting a faint blue light in his arms. These divine stones must have a very critical role for the Church of Light to value them so greatly. Since the Church chose to be enemies, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Contact the goblins and see if they can help find the grandpas. He took a deep breath, blending his body into the shadows, and chased after the direction the goblins fled. Thanks to Mr. UNF for the character summon *2. Chapter 67, Alliance. Lin Tao held his breath and silently followed at the end of the goblin route. Through a series of winding and deep mine tunnels, he finally arrived at a brightly lit underground hall. In the center of the hall, a cluster of huge blue flames burned fiercely. The flickering tongues of fire cast a bizarre and unpredictable illumination across the entire space. On the central platform sat an elderly goblin with white hair and beard. He was draped in a long robe woven from dark golden feathers, tightly gripping a scepter inlaid with a blue crystal. The mental pressure emanating from him was not at all inferior to that of the previous bishop from the Church of Light. Warning! Sea-level threat detected, Goblin Grand Elder, Grum. Below the platform stood 7 or 8 remarkably sturdy goblin captains. Further out, there was a dense crowd, at least 100 goblin warriors wielding pickaxes and battle axes. They were engaged in a fierce argument, their sharp and piercing voices echoing throughout the hall. What shocked Lin Tao was that he could clearly understand the goblin's language. A scar-faced goblin captain slammed a stone table and roared, "Every month we submit the full amount of divine stones on time. Yet those greedy and shameless human churches still come. They want to seize our homes and slaughter all of us." Another one-eyed goblin captain, with a hoarse voice full of regret, said, "What's the use of saying this now? We shouldn't have bowed back then. If we had used the divine stones submitted over the years to activate our ancestors' runes to train warriors, would we have been forced into this situation? Fight! Let's fight them. Even if we die, we will take a piece of their flesh." A hot-blooded young goblin captain drew his battle axe, his eyes bloodshot as he yelled. "Fight? What do we fight with?" An older goblin captain remained relatively calm. "Captain Blark just led the finest warriors up, and what happened? They didn't even touch the edge of that bishop's robe, and were made to suffer with that damned white light." Despair and anger filled the hall like a palpable force, brewing fiercely. "Quiet!" The Grand Elder of the Goblins, Grum, slammed his staff on the ground fiercely. Boom! A heavy sound spread out, instantly silencing all the noise. All the goblins looked up at the elder with awe. Elder Grum's deep gaze swept across the crowd, his voice filled with helplessness. "For the continuation of the goblin race, perhaps, we must give up this sacred mine left by our ancestors. Forget it. Organize our people to evacuate through tunnel number 3 immediately, and seek a new home." "What? Give up the mine? Elder! No! This is the root of our goblin race. If we lose the sacred mine, our power will wane, and we will never birth strong warriors or shamans again. We will truly be doomed." The calm old captain's voice trembled as he urged desperately. Elder Grum closed his eyes in pain. "I know. But to live is to have a future. Meaningless sacrifice is of no value." Just as the goblins fell into a deep silence of grief and despair. Report! A blood-soaked goblin scout staggered into the hall, his voice chillingly panicked. "Elder! It's bad. The members of the church, they split off a team, and are heading towards our Caring Cave." "What?" The words Caring Cave thundered in the minds of all the goblins. That place held all the hopes for the goblin race, where all the young ones were sheltered. Beasts! They dared to lay hands on the children. Let's fight back. For the children. In this moment, all rational calculations were crushed by the most primal instinct to protect. Even the calmest old captain's eyes became blood-red, and he suddenly grasped the axe at his feet. Elder Grum leapt to his feet, his aged body trembling violently. Knowing they were heading to their death, the goblin race must still fight for their continuation. Just as the entire goblin community was about to charge recklessly towards the dead end. "Wait!" A steady voice suddenly emerged from the shadows at the edge of the hall. All the goblins turned abruptly, their weapons aimed straight at the source of the voice. Lin Tao slowly stepped out from the shadows, raising both hands to signal he meant no harm. The goblins were instantly enraged by the appearance of a human. Several goblin warriors could hardly contain themselves and rushed forward. Lin Tao's gaze was piercing, locking onto the shocked Elder Grum on the platform. "I am not with those outside. On the contrary, we share a common enemy. Perhaps I have a way to help you win this battle." His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, striking like thunder among the goblins. All the goblins were stunned. A human? Speaking fluent goblin language? Claiming he could fight against that terrifying bishop? Elder Grum's murky eyes sparkled suddenly, and he pressed down slightly with his staff, stopping the restless tribe. He stared intensely at Lin Tao. "Human, who are you? Why are you in the sacred ground of my people? What reason do you give us to believe you?" Lin Tao's gaze was sincere, without fear. "My name is Lin Tao, from another world, lost here and separated from my companions. One of my elders, who possesses the power to communicate with nature, has just been captured by the church. I must rescue him." Before he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and held up the softly glowing heart-soul amulet in his palm. The Elder Grum's eyes changed instantly, the fingers gripping his staff tightening slightly. "I don't know how many people the church has sent, but if you fight with true weapons, you may not lose. You were defeated before, and the key was that bishop's mental attack. And this piece of equipment." He slightly presented the talisman. "It can immunize against mental attacks." Immunize against mental attacks? These words shocked all the goblins. Lin Tao, seizing the moment, spoke his plan: concentrate all the forces you can mobilize and fiercely attack the church squad. As long as you can withstand the mental attacks, they absolutely cannot defend against the goblin warrior's life or death assault. I believe a race capable of owning such a precious mine and knowing how to use it is definitely not foolish. The enemy's slaughtering knife has already swung towards your children. There's no time to hesitate. Elder Grum stared at the heart-soul talisman, feeling the strange energy within. He then looked at the young human with clear but unusually firm eyes before him. In his mind, countless thoughts flashed. The other party's origin, purpose, and the truth of their words. But in the end, all those thoughts were completely crushed by the tender cries echoing from the nurturing cave. Human, your words are bold. Elder Grum's voice was no longer hesitant, carrying a determined resolution, but it might also be our only hope. If you deceive us, I swear by my ancestors' souls, I will make you bear the cruelest revenge of the Goblin clan. He raised his staff high, and the azure crystal at the top suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliant light, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Goblins warriors, put away your doubts and fears. Take up your weapons. For the homeland. For the children. In the name of the divine stone, unleash the berserk aura. Buzz. A primal, furious power instantly covered all goblin warriors, making them feel their blood boiling and power surging. Seeing this, Lin Tao quickly added, Elder, I have a few companions who may also be trapped somewhere in the mine. Please make it clear to your people, don't confuse friend and foe. Elder Grum looked deeply at Lin Tao and nodded seriously, good. I promise in the name of Grum Deepstone. In the next moment, he abruptly pointed his staff towards the direction of the nurturing cave and let out a thunderous roar, for the future of the Goblin clan. Kill! Kill! Hundreds of goblin warriors, like a raging flood that broke the dam, charged towards the nurturing cave with azure flames of spirit burning in their eyes, fearlessly rushing in. Lin Tao also took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a blade, following closely behind. He had no way out. The final battle had begun. Chapter 68, The Strength of a Sea-Level Threat. The goblin warriors, led by Elder Grum, rushed at the fastest speed to the chamber where the nurturing cave was located. The scene before them made their skin crawl. The nurseries had been completely destroyed, toys scattered, all covered in blood. Several small goblin bodies already lay on the ground. Their frail bodies pierced by swords or burned by spells, the scene was horrific. A few knights from the Church of Light had cornered the last group of goblin infants. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the terrified cries of the infants. No! One goblin captain saw an infant being carelessly kicked by a knight, crashing against the rock wall and no longer moving. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. All the goblin warriors' eyes turned blood red, ignited by endless rage and sorrow. Kill all these beasts. Elder Grum witnessed this scene, his body shaking violently. The staff in his hand erupted with unprecedented blue light. Wrath of the ancestors, protect our clan. Stone skin. Mighty strength. Layers of halos spread out, covering every goblin warrior. Their skin glimmered with a rocky gray light, and their eyes were filled with the primal desire to kill. Hundreds of goblin warriors, strengthened thrice, let out ear-splitting roars of vengeance as they charged towards the members of the Church of Light who were committing the atrocities. Pickaxes, battle axes, and even claws became instruments of destruction. Faced with this sudden counterattack, several knights and mages who carried out the massacre changed their expressions quickly and gathered closely together. The white-robed bishop slowly walked out from the back, standing in front of the church team, looking at the oncoming army of goblins. His face showed not fear, but a smug grin of a plan coming to fruition. Foolish blasphemers, just as recorded in the texts, let emotions take over, they are like a fragile egg. His voice was calm as he scanned the entire battlefield. It is too troublesome to disperse and eliminate them all, so I will take this opportunity to trap you filthy bloodlines, all at once. As he spoke, he raised the staff high in his hand. The white crystal at the top instantly burst forth with dazzling light, like a small sun. A vast and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Holy Spirit Shockwave. This was his tried and true spell, enough to make all goblins lose their fighting power in an instant, letting them be slaughtered. Just as the invisible mental shockwave was about to sweep over the goblin vanguard, Lin Tao, who had been closely following Elder Gloom, suddenly stepped forward. Hum. The soul shield erupted with an incredibly strong golden aura, instantly forming a protective layer over the goblin army formation. The spirit shockwave crashed against the golden light, like huge waves crashing against invisible reefs. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but it was also completely rebounded. The expected scene of goblins falling in droves did not occur. Ugh! A painful groan sounded. But it did not come from the goblins, it came from the white-robed bishop. He felt as if an invisible giant hammer had struck him hard in the forehead, staggering backward several steps, nearly dropping his staff. No! How is this possible? Backlash? The bishop's features twisted as he let out a horrible howl. This scene happened too suddenly, everyone was stunned. Elder Gloom immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The enemy leader has fallen. Kill. Avenge the children. He waved his staff forward, issuing a furious roar for a full assault. With the greatest threat gone, the goblin warriors, now 3 times stronger, exploded like wild beasts breaking chains. They instantly overwhelmed the church team, which was far fewer in number. The battle displayed a one-sided slaughter. The knight's armor was dented and deformed by the mining picks. The mages rushed to erect their shields, which shook precariously under the storm of attacks, their chants continually interrupted. Screams echoed everywhere. Lin Tao took advantage of the chaos to slip to the edge of the battlefield, quickly finding Professor Sunday. Little Lin? Professor Sun was both surprised and happy. He pulled Professor Sun and started to retreat. Professor, it's fine now, let's leave the central battlefield first. Lin Tao said hurriedly, protecting Professor Sun as they moved to a relatively safe rock wall. After doing all this, he looked around the battlefield once more. The church team had completely fallen into a bitter fight. The goblins attacked recklessly and without care for their lives. Their numbers were more than tenfold, and their formation was instantly broken apart. The white-robed bishop, crouching on the ground, endured the searing pain of his soul, lifting his head. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered madly, a glimmer of madness finally flashed in his eyes. Foreigners, do you really think my church only knows how to attack mentally? You will pay the price for your actions. The white-robed bishop trembled as he traced a rune in the air with his finger, then took out a blue crystal and placed it in the center of the rune. In the name of light, grant me strength. Instantly, Lin Tao clearly felt a pure energy rapidly transferring from the stone to the bishop's body. With the infusion of energy, the bishop's momentum continued to rise. Not good. Lin Tao's heart suddenly sank, must end this quickly. He was about to rush into the battlefield to interrupt the bishop's spell. At that moment, Lin Tao distinctly felt the bishop emitting a suffocating, scorching spiritual pressure. Boom! A fiery wall rose from the ground, instantly engulfing the several goblin warriors charging at the front. There was no time to scream, and they turned to charcoal in the high temperature. Under the firelight, the white-robed bishop had absorbed all the energy. His face was cold, and anger burned like flames in his eyes. At the tip of his staff, a blazing fire element was wildly gathering. Blasphemer! Today, in the name of the holy light, I will burn you filthy ones to ashes. With a wave of his staff, a bursting fireball over 1 meter in diameter shot out like a small sun. Spread out. Elder Gloom's eyes were about to burst, as his staff shot out a beam of eerie blue light in an attempt to intercept. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire mine. The shockwave mixed with scorching heat spread wildly in all directions. Even though the eerie blue beam weakened some of the power, more than a dozen goblin warriors near the explosion center were still blown away in an instant. Severed limbs and charred remains flew everywhere, carrying a burnt smell. In just one strike, the goblins' slight advantage had instantly vanished. Their formation was completely scattered, suffering heavy casualties. The white-robed bishop continued chanting, as fireballs shot out like a machine gun. They accurately targeted the goblin warriors trying to regroup. The knights, under the bishop's fiery cover, steadied their formation again. As they swung their warhammers and greatswords, the goblin defense melted away like snow in the sun. The situation turned dire rapidly. The terrifying long-range firepower output and area damage capability of the sea-level bishop completely changed the battlefield's dynamics. The goblins had only wild strength and fearless courage but could not get close at all. They could only passively endure the beating, becoming targets for slaughter. Elder! The goblin captains cried out in despair, helpless. Elder Gloom desperately maintained the eerie blue shield, resisting the fireballs falling like raindrops. His face was pale, obviously unable to hold on much longer. Lin Tao hid behind cover, anxious as fire. Once the goblins were annihilated, he would be next. He looked at the 2 golden items in his arms, the Legion Contract Stone and the Warlord Totem Pillar. There's no other choice, I can only take the risk. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tao's eyes as he prepared to activate these hidden treasures, ready for one last fight. At that moment. Damn it! I finally found you. Shaolin! A thunderous roar echoed from the mine entrance. The voice was strong, filled with urgency and furious combat intent. Everyone, including the arrogant white-robed bishop, instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. At the mine entrance, 3 figures rushed out. Leading the way was an elder, his hair standing on end. He was wrapped in a chaotic mix of red, blue, and purple elemental glow. Chapter 69, The Goblin's Gift. At the crucial moment, Grandpa Zhang Jianguo rushed in. His boots of the wind flashed with green light, moving so fast that they left after images. Behind him, Grandpa Li Weigua held a menacing-looking insectoid sniper rifle, ready to fire. Grandpa Wang Chuncheng followed closely, his dimensional beastmaster ring glowing brightly, ready to summon battle beasts at any time. The three of them exuded an overwhelming aura. Especially Grandpa Zhang's SS-level elemental fist, which brought a terrifying pressure that even made the C-level bishop's pupils shrink. Seeing Lin Tao and Professor Sun safe and sound, the three grandpas let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa Zhang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. The suffering and struggling goblins, the murderous church knights, and that fiery old man who looked like trouble. He clenched his fist, bones cracking with a popping sound. The three-colored elemental glow shone more brightly as he asked, "Shaolin, who are we hitting?" This question was full of dominance. It instantly dispelled all the gloom and pressure in Lin Tao's heart. "Attack those in white robes and armor. Those in leather armor with pickaxes are our allies." Lin Tao pointed at the white-robed bishop. "That old man setting fires is the strongest. Be careful of his flames." "Understood." "Old Li, provide long-range suppression. Old Wang, release Little Black and the Pig King to disrupt their formation." "That old fool playing with fire, leave it to me." Old Man Zhang let out a long howl, and the boots of the gale exploded with full power. His entire being transformed into a flowing light interwoven with red, blue, and purple. Ignoring the ordinary knights and mages, he rushed straight toward the white-robed bishop. Before he even arrived, a wild intent of scorching heat and icy cold had firmly locked onto the bishop. Seeking death. The white-robed bishop felt the terrifying aura that was no less than his own, and his face changed. Waving his staff, he instantly summoned three swirling fiery shields in front of him. At the same time, he chanted a spell, unleashing a powerful mental shock, trying to disrupt Old Man Zhang's actions. Yet, Old Man Zhang's will was as strong as iron. How could the spirit tempered through the triple ordeal of ice, fire, and thunder be easily shaken? His speed showed no signs of slowing. At the same time, Old Man Li's sniper rifle fired. Bang! With a deep, muffled sound, the armor-piercing round whistled sharply, precisely striking a fiery mage who was chanting Meteor Fireball. That mage never expected such precise long-distance firepower in the midst of this chaos. The shield shattered instantly, a hole bursting open in his chest, and he fell without a sound. Old Man Wang's dimensional beast ring shone brightly. Roar! The shadow beast, Little Black, roared first and charged out like a heavy tank, directly crashing into the side of the church knights. With side-like giant claws waving, it tore one knight, armor and all, to shreds in an instant. Then, two mountain boar kings that had devoured a D-class beast core landed with a thunderous roar. Like two moving fortresses, heads lowered, flashing dark golden fangs, they launched a brutal charge. In an instant, the church's formation was thrown into disarray. The goblins were stunned by this sudden reinforcement and erupted with even crazier fighting spirit. Kill! Elder Gloom was so excited that his staff trembled, the eerie blue light surged once more. The Fury Aura empowered all goblins, combining with Little Black and the Boar Kings, launching a full counterattack. The situation on the battlefield instantly turned around again. Old Man Zhang had already charged to the bishop's front, his flaming left fist and frost-wrapped right fist striking simultaneously. Break it for me! The elemental storm of ice and fire violently slammed into the fiery shield. Boom! A piercing explosion sounded, and the three fiery shields shattered in response. The white-robed bishop's face turned pale, stumbling back, a hint of shock finally flashing in his eyes. He couldn't understand. How could this seemingly aged human unleash such pure and violent elemental power? Lin Tao was also not idle, his S-class martial artist skills took to the battlefield like a ghost. He entangled a D-class knight. The balance of victory completely tilted. With Old Man Zhang confronting the bishop head-on, Old Man Li's precise long-range kills, and Old Man Wang's beasts tearing through the formation. The goblins fought desperately and fiercely, coupled with Lin Tao and Professor Sun's harrying strikes, the church team fell into an absolute disadvantage. The white-robed bishop was completely suppressed by Old Man Zhang. His fire magic often didn't even have time to fully unleash before it was interrupted or blown away by Old Man Zhang's faster elemental fists. He was beaten to a pulp, his robe frozen with frost. The knights fell one by one under the assault of Little Black, the Boar Kings, and the Goblin Warriors. The mages were tripped by the underground vines quietly summoned by Professor Sun, and one by one fell under Old Man Li's precise targeting. In the end, with Old Man Zhang's explosive fire armor-piercing fist shattering the bishop's last protective flames, it pierced through his chest. The battle came to an end. Ding! Killed the Light Church's white-robed bishop, source lifespan plundering successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 120 years. Ding! Killed the Light Church's fiery mage, source lifespan plundering successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 30 years. Ding! Killed the Light Church's knight, source lifespan plundering successful. Remaining lifespan, plus 45 years. A series of system prompt sounds echoed in Lin Tao's mind. As he looked at the wildly jumping numbers on the panel, feeling the vital source of life burgeoning within him, Lin Tao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, damn, killing monsters really brings in a lot of lifespan. The brutal battle finally ended, and the goblin warriors began quietly cleaning the battlefield. The Elder Gloom, slightly unsteady, walked to Lin Tao and the others, flanked by several goblin captains. His aging face was mixed with sorrow and deep gratitude. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Lin Tao and the others. All the remaining standing goblin warriors performed the same action in unison. Noble foreign warriors. Elder Gloom's voice was hoarse yet filled with sincerity. I, Gloom Deepstone, on behalf of all surviving goblins, thank you for your helping hand in our moment of despair. If it were not for you, the goblin clan would have today been severed from its legacy. This kindness, we will never forget. Lin Tao quickly stepped forward to help the elder up. Elder, you exaggerate. We are also saving ourselves, and besides, the Church of Light is our enemy too. For friends, goblins are never stingy. Elder Gloom straightened up and waved his hand. Several goblin warriors immediately brought over several rough yet sturdy metal boxes. The instant the boxes were opened, the entire mine was illuminated by a rich blue glow. Inside, there were piles of deep blue ore, the energy fluctuation strong enough to make the air tremble. The quantity was far more than what Lin Tao had collected before, easily over 100 pieces. This is... Professor Sun adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with the light of a scholar discovering treasure. Chapter 70, The Cruel Final Circle. These divine stones, please be sure to accept them. Whether in your world or here, they are worth their weight in gold. Lin Tao looked at the divine stones, knowing they were precious, but still said honestly, Elder, to be honest, it seems we cannot directly absorb this energy. Elder Gloom shook his head, his gaze sweeping over old Zhang, wisely saying, I observed your battles, especially this old warrior. Your strength is unmatched, and your elemental power is impressive, but it seems to lack a solid foundation to support it, like a tree without roots, or water without a source, difficult to sustain. If I am not mistaken, what you possess is powerful external skills, while your internal skills, or the source that carries and operates energy, is relatively weak. Old Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh, oh. You are so right, Elder. My punches are strong, but after just a few hard hits, I feel weak. Turns out it's because my foundation isn't solid. Lin Tao also realized, so that's it. No wonder the power of the SS-level talent feels so laborious against D or even C-level threats. It seems it's not that the talent is weak, but our foundation is lacking, unable to fully unleash its power. Exactly. Elder Gloom nodded. While external skills are important, the strength of the body and energy reserves are fundamental. Otherwise, it's like a child swinging a giant hammer, injuring oneself before hurting the enemy. He paused and said solemnly, if you, my benefactors, can trust us, our clan is willing to use the gathering source formation passed down from our ancestors to guide the pure energy of the divine stones, strengthening your foundations. To lay the strongest foundation for your existing power, allowing it to truly unleash its rightful might. Such an opportunity, how could Lin Tao and the others refuse? They immediately clasped their hands. Thank you, Elder, for your generosity. Soon, with the goblins busy work. A flat area in the center of the mine was inscribed with an ancient and complex circular formation. In the center of the formation were embedded dozens of high-quality divine stones. Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, Li Weiguo, Sun Jiasheng, and Wang Chunqing entered the center of the formation as instructed, sitting cross-legged. Elder Gloom stood outside the formation, raising his staff high, chanting an ancient goblin incantation. The formation pattern suddenly lit up, emitting a strong, ghostly blue glow. The energy from the divine stone at the heart of the formation was quickly drawn out, transforming into 5 concentrated blue light pillars, each injected into the bodies of 5 individuals. The 5 simultaneously let out a muffled groan, feeling a massive yet gentle pure energy surge into their limbs and bones. It washed through every meridian, nourishing every cell. Grandpa Zhang felt his bones crack and pop, becoming tougher, able to bear more violent elemental power. Professor Sun felt his mental strength growing wildly, the bridge to communicate with nature becoming wider and more solid. Grandpa Li found his 5 senses becoming sharper, his arms steadier, as if he could catch the slightest flow of energy. Grandpa Wang sensed that the mental link with the battle beast became clearer and stronger. And Lin Tao felt the copied talents merging perfectly with himself, his body's foundation being constantly solidified and expanded, laying an incredibly solid groundwork to hold stronger power in the future. The ghostly blue light completely enveloped them, their breaths strengthening at an astonishing speed. A crucial transformation was silently happening deep within this mining cave. Meanwhile, while they were frantically absorbing energy, the hunting forest had already reached the finals. The originally vast space of the hunting forest was being rapidly compressed by an invisible force. Finally, a circular area with a diameter of only about a kilometer was marked out. Energy turbulence visibly surged at the edges, like a wall of blue flames slowly yet relentlessly pushing inward. This last safe zone was relatively simple in terrain. In the center, there was a sparse forest, with several huge rocks scattered around. On one side, there was a dried-up shallow pit. There was no perfect stronghold for a long-term defense. Any team would be exposed to the sights and firepower of others. In the southeast corner of the safe zone, the 5 team members from Chao country relied on several interlaced large trees and the raised tree roots to build a simple defensive position. Everyone was injured, breathing heavily, yet their eyes remained vigilant and determined. Continuous battles and fleeing had exhausted their strength and most of their supplies. Almost simultaneously, heavy footsteps and suppressed breathing sounds came from the other side. Ivanov supported the badly injured Mikhail, while Sergei and Alexei held the rear, and Nikolai scanned the front cautiously. The condition of the bear team was equally dire. The earth-shaking giant bear had been sacrificed in a previous battle. The team members were all bloodied. Both teams discovered each other almost simultaneously, and instantly, tensions rose to a standoff. The Chao country team raised their bone spears and crude crossbows, while the bear team gripped their melee weapons and the last few grenades tightly. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. However, when both sides saw each other's faces, the captains Kim Hong-hee and Ivanov froze for a moment. Ivanov was the first to break the silence. Friends from Chao country, we have no reason for each other to die. If we continue to kill each other, we'll all die here, paving the way for those treacherous guys. Kim Hong-hee's eyes flickered, quickly weighing the situation. He glanced at his scarred team members, then at the equally weary but straightforward-eyed bear men behind Ivanov. After a moment, Kim Hong-hee nodded heavily and responded in broken Russian, "Captain Ivanov, you are right. A temporary peace?" He lowered his weapon. Ivanov grinned, also putting down his battle axe. "Temporary peace. Yura. Let's survive first." The two teams quickly closed the distance, but did not completely mix, instead skillfully occupying their respective sides. In this corner of mutual defense, they cautiously looked towards the other directions within the safe zone. 5 team members from Ka country crawled forward and finally entered the safe zone. They huddled in the dried puddle, afraid to even breathe. They just wanted to survive to the end, never thinking about fighting for anything. However, fate did not favor them. Cohen's team from Ant country and the alliance led by Liu Shengzongsheng from Neon country just happened to collide. Cohen's shadow cloak allowed him to spot the trembling Ka country people in the puddle immediately. A cruel smile curled at his lips. He made no warning. He simply gestured a throat-cutting motion to Liu Shengzongsheng and pointed downwards. Liu Shengzongsheng's gaze was indifferent. He nodded slightly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. For the already broken and powerless Ka country team, reducing any potential uncertainty might help seize some insignificant resources. Swish! Cohen's shock dagger flew through the air first, hitting a Ka country team member in the back. The person collapsed without even a scream. Enemy attack! The Ka country captain shouted in terror, but it was too late. The neon warriors rushed down the puddle like ghosts, their swords flashing. Sato-ken's shadow escape and Kobayashi Jiro's gale step allowed them to slaughter swiftly like lambs. The Ka country team couldn't muster effective resistance. Despairing screams and pleas for mercy erupted instantly, then quickly fell silent. It was a brutal massacre of unequal proportions. Chapter 71, There Can Only Be One Winner. In the hunting forest, within the final circle. The Chou country team and the Bear country team occupied the root cover in the southeast corner, backs to each other, cautiously scanning the entire safe zone. On the other side of the safe zone, the alliance of Ant country and Neon country occupied the relatively open edge of the puddle. Cohen's figure flashed in and out of view under the shadow cloak, like a lurking poisonous snake. Liu Shengzongsheng leaned on his samurai sword, eyes closed in meditation. But the sharp sword intent around him had not dissipated. Unexpectedly, the anticipated four-way brawl did not break out. The 4 teams formed a delicate standoff, separated by about 300 meters. In the barrage zone, there was a lot of understanding and relief at this moment. Within the safe zone, the 4 teams tacitly chose to rest in place. They bandaged wounds, checked equipment, and nibbled on the last bit of emergency food. Everyone remained on edge, not daring to relax even a little, yet no one wanted to break this fragile balance. Night fell, and the energy turbulence wall at the edge of the safe zone emitted a haunting blue glow, silently squeezing the last bit of living space. Countdown to the end of the group stage, 8 hours. This bright red number hovered in the sight of every contestant and audience member. The atmosphere within the safe zone remained tense. Chou country members took turns resting, while Jin Hongxi maintained a high level of vigilance. From the Bear countryside, Ivanov leaned against the root, his gaze sharp as always. On the edge of the puddle, Cohen's figure completely blended into the shadows, as if he had disappeared. Liu Shengzongsheng still had his eyes closed, seeming to gather strength. Sato-kan and Kobayashi Jiro also grabbed the time to recover their energy. After a long period of torment, the audience saw the countdown number getting smaller, igniting a fire of hope. Inside the safe zone, the night wind brought a chill. Fatigue surged through everyone's bodies like a tide. Long periods of tension and physical exhaustion had reached their limits. A young team member from Chou country began to struggle with heavy eyelids, holding onto his bone spear, his head nodding. Jin Hongxi quietly reminded him. He suddenly woke up, rubbing his face forcefully. From the bare countryside, oppressive yawns also echoed. On the edge of the puddle, it seemed to fall into a deathly silence. 2 a.m. It was indeed the most exhausting moment for humans physiologically. In the safe zone, there was a dead silence, only the rustling of sparse leaves in the wind and the low humming of the energy wall in the distance. The drowsiness of the young player from the Chao country team reached its peak. In a daze, his body swayed slightly, as if trying to adjust to a more comfortable position. In that instant, put! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed. The young player's body stiffened suddenly, and in disbelief, he looked down at his chest. A uniquely shaped black dagger had precisely pierced through his heart. The handle of the dagger was still vibrating slightly, the high-frequency oscillating power instantly shattered his vitality. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his body fell softly backward. Axie! Don Xian! The nearby Chao country players' eyes widened in rage as they screamed, rushing towards their fallen comrade. Enemy attack! They made their move! It's an assassination! Cohen's dagger! Chao country captain Jin Hongxi instantly went into a rage, his eyes turning blood red as he pointed towards the edge of the depression. Damn it! No one gets to live, whoever is afraid. This sudden bloody assassination ignited the powder keg. The suppressed fear and sadness of the Chao country team were instantly replaced by boundless fury. Who the murderer was became obvious, and all hostility was instantly directed towards the Little Ant Neon Alliance. Yura! On the other side, Ivanov from the Bear team was also completely enraged by this despicable sneak attack. He saw that unique dagger with his own eyes. He suddenly stood up, grabbed his battle axe, and roared, "You bastards! Brothers! Avenge our Chao country brothers! Kill!" The fragile trust that had just been established was shattered in an instant, and the chain of suspicion exploded under the drenching of blood. The Chao country players charged towards the edge of the depression like enraged lions. The Bear team followed closely behind, letting out earth-shattering war cries. At the edge of the depression, Yagyu Munenori opened his eyes instantly, his gaze sharp. Sato-kan and Kobayashi Jiro also immediately drew their blades, taking battle stances. They too were stunned by the sudden attack and charge, but the other side was coming, and they could only fight back. Baka! Engage! Yagyu Munenori shouted angrily, the sword light instantly drawing out, meeting the charging bear brute. The barrage area was instantly submerged in fear and despair. On the edge of the chaotic battlefield, near the impending clash, in the shadow of an inconspicuous rock, the air shimmered slightly, and Cohen's figure slowly emerged. He tore off the tattered shadow cloak. Watching the two sides descend into mad chaos, a chilling smile crept on his lips. Walking score rewards, how could I let you go? There can only be one winner. In the safe zone, the sounds of shouting, roaring, clashing weapons, and screams instantly tore through the dawn silence. Blood once again stained this last piece of land. Cohen sneered, his figure once again silently fading into the shadows. Chapter 72, Improvement of Internal Power. The eerie blue light gradually faded, the divine stone in the gathering array turning to powder. The pure energy it contained had been completely absorbed by the 5 people. Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance fleeting through his gaze. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the blood and energy in his body surge like a river. The previous subtle emptiness from using his talent in fighting was swept away, and an unprecedented feeling of power filled his limbs and bones. Congratulations! Your internal power level has risen to F level. As the system notification sounded, Lin Tao discovered a panel appearing in the void, recording his detailed information. Name, Lin Tao. Country, Dragon Country. External power, talent, skills S-level martial arts master, S-level heart of nature, S-level beast mastery, A-level eagle eye. Internal power level, F level. Overall rating, C-level threat. After reading the information, Lin Tao was momentarily stunned and speechless. No wonder before, his S-level talent skills couldn't even beat a C-level threat. It turns out that strength is divided into internal and external power. No matter how strong external power is, it is still alone and unsteady. And this time, by chance, he had replenished some of his internal power shortcomings. He looked at the old man Zhang beside him. Uncle Zhang Jiangguo slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, and his breath shimmered with faint glimmers of red, blue, and purple light. The air around him twisted slightly, exuding a pressure as heavy as a mountain, blazing like fire, and also carrying a hint of stormy thunder. Lin Tao was shocked. This aura was several times stronger than that sea-level bishop in white from earlier. Similarly, Uncle Zhang's information appeared on the panel. Name, Zhang Jiangguo. Country, Dragon Country. External skill, talent, skill SS-level elemental divine fist. Internal power strength, F-level. Overall evaluation, B-level threat. After Uncle Zhang's internal power strength broke through to F-level, his overall strength frighteningly reached B-level. It seems that the SS-level, elemental divine fist, after solidifying its foundation, truly began to reveal its terrifying power. Looking at the other three old men, although they were not as intimidating as Uncle Zhang, they had also undergone a transformation. Professor Sun's gaze grew deeper, and his natural aura flowed smoothly around him, as if he were one with the entire mine. Uncle Li's gaze was like lightning, and the insect clan sniper rifle in his hand seemed weightless. Uncle Wang was full of spirit, and his connection with the battle beasts and the dimensional beast control ring was incredibly clear and stable. He could even sense that Little Black and the Mountain Boar Kings had shared in some of the benefits, and their auras had grown. The three of them also had information panels appear. Name, Sun Jiaxiang. Country, Dragon Country. External skill, talent, skill S-level Heart of Nature, A-level Battlefield First Aid. Internal power strength, F-level. Overall evaluation, C-level threat. Name, Li Weigua. Country, Dragon Country. External skill, talent, skill A-level Godly Craftsmanship. Internal power strength, F-level. Overall evaluation, D-level threat. Name, Wan Chunsheng. Country, Dragon Country. External skill, talent, skill SSS-level Beast Horde Control. Internal power strength, F-level. Overall evaluation, B-level threat. After looking at the information panels, Lin Tao found that the 5 members of the Dragon Country team had already been divided into 3 tiers. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wan were in the first tier, with an overall evaluation of B-level. Lin Tao and Professor Sun were in the second tier, C-level. Uncle Li was somewhat weaker, in the third tier, D-level. More importantly, their internal power strengths were only at the most basic F-level. As long as they could steadily absorb the divine stone energy, their future potential was limitless. At this moment, Lin Tao finally understood why the mysterious realm key cost 20,000 points to exchange. As long as they could maintain a continuous channel to obtain divine stones, it was worth even 200,000 points. However, based on time estimates, there were only 8 hours left until the Hunting Forest group match would end. What was more urgent right now was how to return to the Hunting Forest. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tao immediately asked the most critical question, Elder Glum, what exactly is this place? What is up with those people from the Church of Light? How do we return to our own world? Elder Glum's face showed a look of weariness and anger upon hearing this. He sighed, lightly tapping his staff on the ground and, in a low voice, explained, Dear benefactor, according to the records passed down through our clan, this is not a complete world, but a fragment of space attached to a main dimension. He looked around, his eyes filled with memories and pain. Our goblin clan has lived here for generations, relying on this divine stone vein to thrive. At our peak, there were tens of thousands of our people, who established a magnificent underground city-state. However, about 50 years ago, disaster struck. The elder's voice grew choked and angry. Those humans who call themselves the Church of Light descended here, riding gigantic metallic ships that emitted white light, forcefully tearing apart space. They declared us defilers, coveting our divine stones and our homeland. They waged war, and their weapons and magic were far stronger than our pickaxes and axes. It was a massacre, an extermination of my clan. In just a few years, my clan's population dwindled to 1 in 10, from tens of thousands. Only this last 100 of us remain, hiding deep within this mine and barely surviving. They occupied the temple on the surface, transforming it into their stronghold, regularly forcing us to hand over the divine stones, and anyone who disobeys would be killed to establish their authority. Bang! After hearing this, Elder Zhang punched the nearby rock wall in anger, causing fragments to fly everywhere. Furious, he shouted, Damn it! What kind of bullshit is this Holy Light Church? They are more brutal than the devils who once invaded our village. They are simply a pack of wolves in human skin. Lin Tao suppressed his raging anger and continued to ask, Elder, you just mentioned the temple? Is there a passage to the main realm there? Yes. Elder Gloom nodded affirmatively. According to our ancestors' records, the ancient altar in the temple is a stable passage connecting this fragment to the main realm. We goblins originally conducted limited trade with the outside world through there. But now, it has been completely occupied by the church people, becoming their stronghold to enter and suppress us. After speaking, Elder Gloom suddenly led all the surviving goblins behind him to kneel in unison before Lin Tao and the others with a thud. Benefactor warriors. The elder's voice was filled with the last shred of despairing plea. We killed the church's bishop and warriors, and they will never let us go. When the external reinforcements arrive and find the situation here, our goblin clan will surely be completely exterminated. We beg you, show mercy. Since you also want to leave through the temple, can you take us with you? We are willing to offer all the accumulated divine stones of our clan as a reward. We just seek to preserve a shred of our bloodline. Seeing the dark mass of kneeling goblins pleading before them, Lin Tao and the others were moved. They too had come up from being weak, understanding this kind of despair deeply. Lin Tao took a deep breath and did not immediately agree, but calmly asked, "Elder, please rise. Tell us, how much strength does the church have left in the temple now?" Elder Gloom, helped up by his clansmen, quickly replied, "Besides the bishop and some night mages you just killed, the usual station strength in the temple is 1 red bishop, B-level, and 4 white bishops, C-level. There are about 50 knights, D-level, and around 30 mages, D-level. They rely on the temple's defensive works and holy light magic array, making it very difficult to break through." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. 1 B-level, for C-level, 80 D-level, along with the advantageous terrain, this is definitely a very powerful force. Elder Zhang sneered, "Humph, what kind of god-playing bishops are they? I just happen to want to try my fists on them." Elder Li checked the firearms and said solemnly, "Our strength has increased, we have a chance." Professor Sun pushed his glasses up, "We can use the goblin's familiarity with the terrain and the cover of night." Elder Wang rubbed his beast-controlling ring, Little Black and the Pig King will charge, along with 100 wild boars, they should be able to disrupt their formations. Lin Tao glanced at the 4 determined elders and then at the goblin elder filled with last hopes, feeling a surge of boldness in his heart. "Elder, gather all your fighting clansmen. Prepare the best weapons. There's an old saying, deliver a Buddha to the west, help someone all the way to the end. Tonight, we will launch a surprise attack on the temple, catch them off guard, take back your territory, and eliminate those hypocritical scoundrels." Chapter 73, S-Rank Talent, Energy Enchantment. Elder Gloom's decisive actions were astonishing. Accompanied by an ancient whistle, all the battle-ready goblins quickly assembled. Including the Elder, there was 1 C-level fighter, 8 D-level captains, and 115 normal goblin warriors. They stood in a dark mass, their eyes mixed with a desire for revenge. Lin Tao looked over this army, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. The goblin warriors had decent morale, but their equipment was truly concerning. Rusty iron axes and severely worn picks, some even wielded sharpened wooden sticks. Their armor was just simple leather jackets or wooden breastplates embedded with scraps of iron. Using such equipment to assault the temple stronghold heavily guarded by the Church of Light is like trying to break a stone with an egg. A glance inadvertently caught sight of Grandpa Li Weigua checking the Zerg sniper rifle, and a thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind like lightning. "Wait! Grandpa Li!" Lin Tao suddenly clapped his hands, his face revealing a look of enlightenment. "I really was confused, how could I forget your secret skill?" Hearing this, Grandpa Li raised his head, somewhat puzzled. "Little Lin, what's up? What secret skill?" Lin Tao quickly walked to Grandpa Li's side, his tone excited. "It's your talent, divine craftsmanship. Do you remember the energy enchantment path and the path of deductions? If we could enchant the gear of the Goblin Brothers, even just with the most basic fire or armor-piercing effects, their combat power would change drastically." Grandpa Li was taken aback, then his eyes erupted with brilliance. "Right. If we could give these iron guys some special effects, then..." He looked at the shabby weapons in the goblin's hands, as if he saw countless raw stones waiting to be carved. Although Elder Gloom did not fully understand the specific meaning of enchantment. But hearing that it could greatly enhance weapon power, excitement and hope instantly surged onto his aged face. Really? Benefactor. Do you really have a way to make our weapons as powerful as those church knights?" "Trust me, Elder." Lin Tao nodded firmly and then focused, opening the lifespan panel. Remaining usable lifespan, 356 years. After the previous minor annihilation battle yielded great gains, the lifespan reserves were quite sufficient. Without hesitation, Lin Tao immediately activated the Path of Deductions, instantly locking onto Grandpa Li Weigua and his A-grade talent, Divine Craftsmanship. Buzz! The familiar golden space unfolded, and 2 paths emanating mysterious energy slowly emerged. Path 1, Heart of the Divine Craftsman, S-level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 40 to 60 years. Effect, awakens Heart of the Divine Craftsman, greatly enhances insight into material essence and utilization efficiency, equipment crafting speed receives a significant boost, and the final product has a chance to exceed the material's inherent limits, reaching higher tiers. Path 2, Energy Enchantment, S-level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 40 to 50 years. Effect, mastery of melding elemental energy or special rule powers into equipment, can add fire, frost, lightning and other elemental damage effects to the gear, or bestow armor piercing, tearing, lifesteal, sturdiness and other special properties. Both paths are highly valuable. But for now, Path 2 is the best choice. Choose Path 2, Energy Enchantment. Lin Tao's intention was firm, inject 100 years of lifespan, and fully deduce. Boom! A majestic surge of lifespan flowed into the deduction space, and Grandpa Li Weigua trembled all over. His consciousness was pulled into a fantastical world filled with metal roars and flowing energy. Year 1, Grandpa Li stood in front of a burning furnace, trying to guide the first wisp of fire element to a hammer. The energy was wild and unruly, failing multiple times, and almost exploding the furnace. He began to understand the repulsion and resonance between energy and matter. Year 10, Grandpa Li could steadily imbue weapons with a weak flame power, but the duration was extremely short, and the power limited. He realized that he needed more exquisite energy channeling and stable structures. Year 25, Grandpa Li successfully inscribed the first stable scorching enchantment circuit, enabling the weapon to continuously emit high temperatures and cause ongoing burning damage to enemies. He began to attempt binding and freezing properties of frost energy. Year 40, armor-piercing and tearing physical property enchantments were conquered by Grandpa Li. He understood that not all equipment is suitable for all enchantments and needs optimal matching based on material, shape, and purpose. The success rate and effectiveness of enchantments greatly increased. Year 48, Grandpa Li's mind and energy perfectly merged, and with a wave of his hand, he could sense the thirst of materials, granting them the most appropriate attributes. The elemental energy is as gentle as a sheep, and the power of special rules can be easily caught and bound. S-grade talent energy enchantment, achieved. Prediction successful. Remaining lifespan, 306 years. In reality, Old Li suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes seemed to flash with countless tiny runes. He took a deep breath, feeling the vast amount of enchanting knowledge and a sense of energy control in his mind. He instinctively looked at his talent panel, and sure enough, it had changed to S-grade energy enchantment. What delighted him even more was that two clear options appeared at the bottom of the panel. Basic enchantment, consumes a small amount of mental power, can be used unlimited times to add basic elemental effects or primary special effects to equipment. Powerful enchantment, consumes a large amount of mental power, limited to once a day. Can randomly add enhanced elemental damage or high-level special effects to equipment. Old Li was overjoyed, eager to give it a try. He casually took a normal iron axe from a nearby goblin warrior. The goblin warrior looked a bit confused and reluctant but still handed it over. Old Li grasped the axe handle with one hand, while the other hand's fingers slightly spread, pressing lightly on the axe face. Silently in his heart, he thought, basic enchantment, flame. Buzz. A flash of crimson light surged from his palm, quickly wrapping around the rusty axe blade. The once dull iron axe seemed to be instantly heated, emitting an astonishing warmth. The rust on the axe's surface transformed into strange fiery patterns as the red light flowed, with an ominous orange glow faintly visible at the blade. The entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Enchantment successful. The rusty iron axe has been successfully enchanted into a flame axe. The equipment quality has been upgraded from white to green. Attack effect, will deal additional weak fire damage on attack. Take it, young man. Old Li handed back the fully red battle axe to the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior took the battle axe in disbelief, feeling a warm, burning sensation. He clearly sensed a restless flame power contained within the axe. Instinctively, he lightly slashed at a nearby piece of abandoned ore. Sizzle. A light sound, as the axe blade smoothly sank into the ore like cutting through hot oil. The contact point even produced blue smoke, leaving a charred scar. All the goblins watching, including Elder Grum, widened their eyes in shock, gasping for breath. Then they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. A miracle. It's simply a miracle. My pickaxe. Benefactor. Enchant my pickaxe first. This is even more powerful than those knights' weapons taught by the church. Elder Grum was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, gripping Lin Tao and Old Li's hands, his voice trembling. Benefactor. Great benefactor. With these enchanted weapons, we the Goblin clan are truly saved. Tonight, we must take back the temple. Lin Tao looked at the passionate goblin warriors in front of him and smiled. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping firewood. Everyone gets a share. After enchanting all the weapons, we will strike at the heart. Chapter 74, Advanced Enchantment, War God Totem Pillar. A goblin warrior excitedly handed over his weapon. Master, I also want the flame effect. The power of S-grade energy enchantment was precisely injected into it. The iron axe instantly turned a hot crimson, with faint flames flickering at the edge. Old Li took turns enchanting the weapons of the goblin warriors. The goblins excitedly chose their enchanting effects based on their fighting habits and preferences. The goblin warriors' craving for rampant output chose fire enchantment, their axe blades and pickaxes danced with blazing flames, the air heavy with a scorching atmosphere. Those preferring control chose frost enchantment, their weapons condensing with chilling frost, creating cold white mist with every swing. The goblin captains pursuing to break hard armor mostly chose armor-piercing enchantment. Even a few particularly brave goblins? Shouting forward vampiric enchantment, hoping to drain life force and continue fighting. Looking at Grandpa Li, who like turning stone to gold, added various elemental glows to the goblin warriors' shabby weapons. The morale of the entire team surged, and Lin Tao's heart burned hotter. He took a glance at his own state. Remaining usable lifespan, 306 years. A brilliant light shot from Lin Tao's eyes. The current replication talent can only copy S-level abilities, and facing possible B-level strong enemies in the temple, I must go further. Without hesitation, he immediately sank his mind into the sea of consciousness, locking onto the light cluster representing the replication talent. Simulation. Give me an increase in my replication ability limit. Path selection for simulation, talent replication upgrade. Estimated lifespan consumption, 200 years. Effect, breakthrough replication limit, can copy SS level and below talents. Inject. Lin Tao did not hesitate. The vast lifespan burned again, and the runic structure representing the replication talent in the sea of consciousness became more complex and profound. As if breaking some invisible barrier, a crucial leap was completed. Simulation successful. The replication talent has been upgraded. Can copy SS level and below talents. Remaining lifespan, 106 years. It worked. Lin Tao could hardly contain the excitement in his heart, his gaze immediately locking onto Grandpa Zhang, who was surrounded by shimmering three-colored elemental flow. Grandpa Zhang! Lin Tao shouted, his face filled with unhidden desire and excitement. Sorry, I've long coveted your SS-level punch. Let me experience it too. Before his voice fell, he reached out and firmly pressed his hand on Grandpa Zhang's arm, filled with explosive power. Replication. Grandpa Zhang was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Good boy. You have good taste. Here, take it. Let me see how much you can use it. Boom. A torrent of energy, even more violent and surging than when he copied S-level talent before, instantly surged through Lin Tao's limbs. This time, the sensation was completely different. It was no longer just the transmission of knowledge and skills but rather a direct impact of three violently different elemental wills, forcefully controlled together. His right arm felt like it was thrown into a lava volcano, burning and stinging, every cell screaming. His left arm, however, felt as if it had fallen into an endless icy abyss, the bone-chilling cold nearly freezing his blood. Deep in his spine, waves of electric currents surged, sending sharp pain stimulating every nerve of his. The three opposing elemental powers collided and tore inside him, as if trying to disintegrate him from within. Ugh! Lin Tao couldn't help but let out a suppressed grunt, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling violently. If it weren't for having recently refined his body with divine stone energy, solidifying the internal foundation, this single experience would be enough to severely injure him or even cause his body to explode. He gritted his teeth, relying on the absolute control of an S-level combat master over his body, and the recently enhanced F-level internal foundation, desperately restraining and guiding the three violent powers, forcing them into his control system. After a moment, the unbearable pain and sense of conflict slowly eased. Lin Tao slowly raised his hands, his mind shifting. Zila! The jumping blue arc instantly wrapped around his right fist. Who? The fiery orange-red flame ignited in his left fist. With another thought, the lightning and flames on his fist simultaneously extinguished, replaced by a layer of ice-blue fist energy that shimmered like metal. The three elements were at his command. Although he could clearly feel that the same SS-level elemental divine fist in his hands exerted absolute power, it certainly could not match the earth-shattering strength of its original owner, Grandpa Zhang. But even so, this feeling of controlling elements and destroying everything was enough to stir one's heart. Ha ha ha. So nice. Lin Tao laughed heartily, waving the fist wrapped in arcs of electricity, the air giving off a slight explosion. Longed for this for so long, finally got it. Now I feel much more assured. Uncle Zhang felt the elemental fluctuations already formed in Lin Tao's body, his eyes filled with relief and fighting spirit, and he laughed and cursed, "You little rascal, be a bit quicker. When the fighting starts, don't embarrass me with this punch." Don't worry, Grandpa. Lin Tao felt a surge of confidence. Soon, all the weapons of the goblin warriors were renewed. Although the base still looked crude, its contained power was no longer comparable. The entire goblin team was high in spirits, like a group of berserkers about to march into battle. Finally, Elder Grum respectfully handed over his staff, inlaid with a deep blue crystal. Grandpa Li focused and held his breath, injecting a pure form of energy enhancement into it. The crystal at the top of the staff shone brightly, the flowing energy became even more magnificent and orderly. After finishing all this, Grandpa Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he felt a bit fatigued, his eyes were exceptionally bright. He looked at Lin Tao and hesitated to speak. "Little Lin, I can only use this powerful enchantment once a day. The effect will definitely be extraordinary, but we need to weigh which piece of equipment it should be used on. Do you think we should enhance my sniper rifle for more single-target kill power, or enhance old Zhang's gloves or boots to make him fight better?" Hearing this, Lin Tao immediately ran through all the team's equipment in his mind. The Bug Tribe sniper rifle had tremendous power but a slow rate of fire, enhancing it would certainly allow for decisive kills on strong enemies but wouldn't impact large-scale battles. The Gale boots and Stonebreaker gloves greatly boosted Grandpa Zhang's personal capabilities, but facing a potential Legion-level battle in the temple, the marginal effect of personal bravery would diminish. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. He thought of that unused golden strategic level item. No, Grandpa Li. Lin Tao spoke firmly, whether it's the sniper rifle or the gloves, they affect only a single point. What we need to face is a fortified army. We need something that can influence the entire battlefield. He took out the Warchief Totem Pillar from his storage space, which emitted an aura of ancient wilderness. The golden pillar flowed with runes, and even without being activated, its vast power could be felt within. Enchant it. Lin Tao pointed at the totem pillar. This totem pillar itself can greatly enhance ally attack power and lifesteal while also attracting aggro. If your powerful enchantment can create a stronger effect or lead to a qualitative change, it will be decisive for our assault. Its coverage area is our range of advantage. Grandpa Zhang, Professor Sun, and Grandpa Wang all nodded, their eyes showing agreement. Grandpa Li no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. All right. It's settled. He took a deep breath and solemnly held up the Warchief Totem Pillar. Focusing his mind, he activated his powerful enchantment ability, which could only be used once a day. Buzz. A strong energy wave spread from Grandpa Li, more dazzling than any previous enchantment. Moments later, the light gradually faded. Sweat beaded at Grandpa Li's temples, clearly indicating a great consumption of energy. A virtual panel hovered in the air, displaying 3 options. Option 1, Catastrophe Matrix. Enchantment effect. After the totem pillar is activated, it will randomly summon small fire meteorites or frost impacts on enemies in the area, causing area elemental damage and briefly stunning them. Option 2, Unyielding Barrier. Enchantment effect, greatly increases the totem pillar's durability and defense, while greatly enhancing its aggro effect. Additionally, it grants all allied forces in the area a shield that continuously absorbs damage. Option 3, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Enchantment effect, greatly increases the attack speed and lifesteal effect of all allies within the Warchief domain. There is a chance to trigger the rage state upon attacking, greatly enhancing damage for a short time. The 3 options focus respectively on area control damage, defense aggro, and group enhancement. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Tao, waiting for his final decision. The tone of this raid on the temple would change because of this choice. Chapter 75, An arrow released cannot be retracted. Lin Tao quickly scanned the 3 options, and his eyes finally fixed firmly on Option 1, Calamity Matrix. This is it. Lin Tao decisively made up his mind. The internal space of the temple is relatively closed, and the enemy will surely concentrate there. Calamity Matrix, area damage and stun effect can create an opportunity for us to win. Elder Li, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated. Concentrating his thoughts, he chose Calamity Matrix. Buzz. The War God Totem Pillar, in his hand, emitted a low, deep hum. On the ancient golden pillar, those profound runes seemed to come alive, flowing with a dazzling light of red and blue. A wave of heart-pounding destruction pulsed within, as if divine punishment could descend at any moment. With everything ready, Elder Grum Deepstone stood before all his clansmen. He raised the enhanced azure staff high, his voice hoarse yet filled with penetrating force, echoing throughout the underground mine. Children! Take up your God-given weapons. Look at their brilliance. Feel their power. The Church of Light has taken our homeland and slaughtered our kin. This hatred has oppressed us for generations. The elder's voice was nearly a roar. Today, we shall cleanse it with our own hands. For our fallen ancestors. For the homeland that was taken from us. For the future of the Goblin clan. Let us, honored warriors, kill our way back to the surface and take back what belongs to us. Take back everything. All the Goblin warriors had red eyes, crazily striking their enchanted weapons. The deafening roar gathered into a resolute battle intent. Elder Grum turned to Lin Tao. Benefactor, I know of an ancient secret path that our ancestors dug to cope with disasters. It can bypass most of the temple's defenses and patrols, leading directly to the storage area inside the temple. Lin Tao was overjoyed at this news and immediately asked, is the exit safe? How long will it take? The exit is very hidden, behind a discarded statue. If we move at full speed, we can reach it in half an hour. The elder answered quickly. Half an hour, great. Lead the way. Lin Tao glanced at the bright red countdown at the edge of his vision. Only 1 hour 59 minutes and 18 seconds remained before the group match ended. Time is tight, we must hurry back before the group match ends, let's move fast. Under Elder Grum's lead, Lin Tao and the 5 others, along with more than 100 goblin warriors, surged into the narrow, winding secret path. In the air, there was only the suppressed sound of breathing and the rustling of footsteps against the stone walls. The corridor was filled with a musty odor. But at this moment, no one cared about that, everyone's nerves were tightly strung. Finally, a dim light appeared ahead. The elder made a gesture, and the team instantly stopped, holding their breath and concentrating. The goblin scout at the front carefully peered out from a crack to observe. After a moment, he retracted his head and made a safe gesture towards the elder and Lin Tao. Elder Grum gently pushed aside a disguised stone wall, and everyone silently crawled out one by one. They found themselves in a spacious room similar to a storage room, filled with some miscellaneous items and boxes. However, the anticipated guards and patrols did not appear. There was not even a sound of soldiers talking or footsteps. The entire interior of the temple was terrifyingly quiet. A strange, deathly silence enveloped the place, starkly different from the heavily guarded stronghold they had imagined. What's going on? Elder Zhang lowered his voice, his brow furrowed, tricolor elemental light faintly visible on his skin. Where have all the people gone? Do they know we are coming and set an ambush? Professor Sun and Elder Li also vigilantly looked around, their spiritual perception spreading out to the maximum extent. Yet it seemed like a cow entering the sea, unable to sense any active life force or energy fluctuations. Old Master Wang had even placed his hand on the dimensional beast ring, ready to summon the battle beast at any moment. Elder Gloom showed an expression of extreme confusion. He leaned in, his aged brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he slapped his scaly arm hard. That's right. I remember now. Today is their day of arrival. It is said to commemorate the day they first came to this world, a major day of prayer that all members of the church must participate in. At this time, they are all likely gathered in the main god hall for the mass. Main god hall? Lin Tao's eyes sharpened. Where is it? At the end of this corridor, please follow me. The elder pointed outside the door. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled. What a good opportunity, we can catch them all at once. Lin Tao made a gesture, and the team swiftly crept along the ornate stone corridor like phantoms. The door was not fully closed, leaving a crack. From within came the faint sound of solemn chanting. Lin Tao signaled everyone to stop, then silently approached the door crack to look inside. Just one glance, and his heart sank. In the extraordinarily spacious main god hall, countless figures dressed in silver armor and red and white robes were seated densely. The number far exceeded the intelligence that Elder Gloom had previously provided. At the front of the hall on a high platform, two elderly men in scarlet robes were holding scrolls, seemingly preaching. Their voices were loud and full of authority. Below the platform, 6 bishops in white robes trimmed with gold stood straight on either side. Their aura was no weaker than that of the one who was killed in the mine. All of them were C-class powerhouses. Behind them were neatly arranged, heavily armored church knights, as well as wizards holding staffs. At a glance, there were over 100 individuals, all with D-class battle power. Lin Tao slowly pulled his head back, his face serious as he looked at his teammates in Elder Gloom, quickly summarizing the situation inside in a very low voice. The situation has changed, the enemy's numbers and high-end combat power far exceed expectations. 2 B-class, 6 C-class, over 100 D-class. Lin Tao's voice was heavy. We can still retreat now, we can return to the underground via the secret path. A brief silence ensued. Old Master Zhang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his fists cracking. Since we've come this far, I might as well enjoy a good fight. An SS-class fist hasn't seen action yet. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses, his gaze calm. Little Lin, you make the decision, we'll follow you. Old Master Li silently pulled back the bolt of the insectoid sniper rifle, producing a crisp click sound. Everything was unspoken. Old Master Wang Chunqing touched the beast ring, whispering, Little Black and the piglets can't wait any longer. Elder Gloom and the goblin warriors behind him showed a trace of fear in their eyes. But with the hatred accumulated over 50 years, they tightly gripped their weapons, which shone with elemental light. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Lin Tao. There was no sign of retreat, only firm trust and the determination to fight to the death. Lin Tao took a deep breath, a burning fighting spirit igniting in his chest. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If they retreat now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Only by fighting to the death can they carve out a path to survival. All right. Lin Tao's eyes became incredibly sharp. In that case, we'll fight them. When the totem pillar stands, everyone charge together. The plan was set, no more hesitation. Lin Tao once again leaned close to the door crack, his thoughts stirring. The war god totem pillar, enchanted by the disaster matrix, instantly appeared in his hand. He calculated the distance and angle, gathering all his strength, and hurled the totem pillar through the door crack towards the center of the hall. The golden totem pillar arced through the air, spinning towards the heads of the church members. The golden pillar struck down, crashing with a thunderous sound. The sacred song within the hall abruptly halted, shock frozen on every face. Chapter 76, Has the miracle arrived? The golden totem pole stood like a spear of judgment, booming in the center of the temple floor. Ancient runes were instantly activated, flowing with a glow that intertwined fierce heat and icy cold. An invisible ripple rapidly spread out, instantly covering a radius of 200 meters, enveloping the entire main temple and all church members within. What is that? What a warm feeling. Such a strong wave of magic. God, has a miracle arrived? The church members in the hall were stunned by this sudden change. The chanting abruptly came to a halt. The golden brilliance was not blinding, yet it carried an uplifting power that ignited courage. However, the strange energy waves contained within caused the two well-informed cardinals to instantly change their expressions. No! This is not the power of holy light. Enemy attack. One cardinal reacted first, terror written all over his aged face, crying out sharply. However, his warning came too late. At the very moment his words fell, the red-blue light on the totem pole erupted. Under the temple dome, the space seemed to be torn apart. Countless meteorites burning with raging flames and freezing balls wrapped in extreme cold crystals materialized from thin air, crashing down on the densely packed church crowd like a torrential downpour. Boom! Bang! Crack! The fire meteorites exploded, their scorching waves and splashing lava instantly engulfed the nearby knights, turning them and their armor to charred remains. The frost-freezing balls smashed into the ground or onto people, instantly erupting with a horrifying burst of icy shock, freezing everything into ice sculptures, then being shattered by the subsequent meteorites. Ah! Help! I can't see. Quick, raise the shield. Mages, hurry. The solemn temple instantly transformed into a bloody hell. But this was just the beginning. What terrified the church leaders even more was that the totem pole seemed to possess a strange magical power. Knights and mages who approached it instantly had their eyes turn bright red, losing all reason. As if seeing deadly enemies they could not coexist with, they howled madly and recklessly struck their weapons and spells towards the totem pole. Destroy it! Hurry and destroy it! A white-clad cardinal tried to give commands, but his orders were drowned in the tide of frenzied attacks. At this moment, Lin Tao's mind echoed a clear system prompt. War God totem pole has been activated, disaster matrix effect triggered. Taunt effect activated. Current durability of the totem pole, 9250/10,000. As the church faction fell into unprecedented chaos, the temple door was suddenly smashed open. For our homeland. For our ancestors. Kill. Elder Gloom led the charge, raising his ghostly blue staff. A series of morale-boosting and strength-enhancing auras were spread like they were free, showering his clansmen behind him. What truly shocked the goblin warriors was the overwhelming power that arrived with the golden field. Power. Infinite power. My axe is burning, I feel like I can split mountains. The goblin warriors, who had never felt such powerful strength before, seemed to have their goblin bloodlines completely ignited. Their enchanted weapons shone even brighter under the enhancement of the war god field. Flames grew hotter, frost became more piercing, and their armor-breaking force became even sharper. With the Elder's encouraging aura added, they were no longer struggling miners but transformed into a vengeful berserker legion. Follow the benefactor. Crush them. Elder Gloom's voice was hoarse, yet his eyes burned with the brightest flames he had seen in 50 years. Now is the time. Charge. Seeing this, Lin Tao knew the moment had arrived and commanded sharply. Uncle Jean laughed wildly, leading the charge, transforming into a swirling storm of red and blue as he rushed into the enemy ranks. Professor Sun waved his hand, and vines on the ground grew wildly, accurately wrapping around the ankles of knights attempting to form ranks. Uncle Li occupied the high ground, the insectoid sniper rifle let out a deep roar. Every shot accurately named the mages attempting to chant large magic. Old Wang released Little Black and 2 Mountain Pig Kings. These 3 giant beasts crashed through the chaotic enemy formation like a steamroller, creating even more chaos. Lin Tao's fists shone with elemental light as he specifically sought out enemies drawn to the totem pillar's fire. Every strike he made brought down a member of the church, and the bloodthirsty effect made him feel almost tireless. After the initial chaos and surprise, the church's top warriors finally displayed their true quality. 2 red-robed cardinals and 6 white-robed cardinals erupted with strong holy light energy, and their powerful mental strength helped them break free from the totem pillar's taunt effect. Damned blasphemers! Goblin scum! How dare you! One red-robed cardinal, seeing the attackers, especially the leading Elder Gloom, immediately became furious. In the name of light, purify this filth. Holy light spear! Another red-robed cardinal was even more direct. He held his hands in a grasping motion, and immense holy light energy rapidly gathered into an enormous holy light spear in front of his chest. The spear locked onto Elder Gloom, who was continuously casting auras, and tore through the air with the power to purify everything. Wherever the light spear passed, even the air sizzled as if it were being burned. Elder Gloom felt the deadly threat, but the light was too fast and too strong. He could hardly make an effective defense. Your opponent is me. A booming shout erupted like thunder. Old Zhang's figure appeared as if he had teleported to intercept the light spear's path. His left fist gathered icy blue chill, while his right fist burned with blazing red flames. Facing the judgment of holy light containing B-level power, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only boiling battle intent. Extreme ice explosive flame kill. He roared, and his fists crashed together violently. The extreme cold and explosive flames, two completely opposite elemental powers, under his absolute control, did not cancel each other out. Instead, they were forcibly compressed and fused, forming a more violent surge of energy, charging directly at the enormous holy light spear. Boom! The deafening explosion swept through the entire temple. Ice shards, flames, and fragments of holy light shot everywhere, and the strong shockwave swept the surrounding crowd indiscriminately, lifting them away. As the light dissipated, the ground beneath old Zhang cracked and sank, but he remained steady, unmoved. The massive holy light spear had vanished without a trace. He shook his somewhat numb arms, grinned, and looked at the red-robed cardinal who had attacked, curling his fingers. Interesting, bring it on. The red-robed cardinal's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. Chapter 77, Return to the Hunting Forest. Holy Light Barrier. The red-robed cardinal, provoked by old Zhang, had a gloomy face as he slammed his staff down. A wall of light, flowing with holy runes, instantly stood in front of him. Almost simultaneously, old Zhang's furious punches fused with ice and fire powers reached him. Boom! The deafening blast sounded again, and the holy light barrier shook violently, cracks spreading. But it did not shatter immediately, barely blocking the fierce attack. The splattered ice and fire shards pounded the surrounding ground into pits. Interesting. Let's see how many punches you can block. Old Zhang's fighting spirit surged, and the green light of the boots of the gale flashed wildly. His figure moved like a ghost, rapidly circling the barrier as his fists alternately struck out. Explosive flame combo. Extreme ice thrust. The crimson fire fists and icy blue ice spikes slammed against the barrier like a torrential storm, creating an endless roar. The cracks on the holy light barrier increased, and it swayed on the verge of collapse. The cardinal's face turned pale, clearly showing that maintaining this high-intensity defense consumed a lot of his strength. He continued chanting, while with his other hand, his staff pointed at old Zhang, sacred binding. Chains of light. Several chains made of pure holy light appeared out of thin air, tangled around Grandpa Zhang, trying to restrict his movement. On the other side, Lin Tao faced another cardinal in red clothing. Heresy, blasphemer of the holy light, die. The red-robed cardinal's voice was ice-cold, his staff raised high, holy light judgment, sword of heavenly punishment. A gigantic sword formed in the dome, bringing terrifying pressure that purified all things, slashing down towards Lin Tao. Before the sword arrived, the sharp will nearly tore apart one's soul. Lin Tao's pupils constricted, instinctively activating the SS-level elemental divine fist. But the gap in internal energy foundation made him feel immense pressure instantly. Thunder shield. Flame burst fist. He dared not take it head-on. His right fist exploded with dazzling lightning, forming a protective shield, while his left fist fiercely blasted out a column of scorching fire, trying to divert and weaken the slash of the sword of heavenly punishment. Boom! The lightning and flames constantly extinguished under the holy light giant sword, and Lin Tao was jolted, causing his blood to surge as he continuously retreated. Each step left deep footprints on the stone slab. Although he barely withstood this blow, it was clear he was at a disadvantage. Holy light pulse. The cardinal, taking advantage of the situation, tapped his staff repeatedly, and lines of condensed holy light rays shot towards Lin Tao like lasers, astonishingly fast. Lin Tao unleashed the movement technique of martial arts master to its utmost, dodging and weaving in the narrow space. He tried to close the distance, but the cardinal's spellcasting speed and power were extremely terrifying, always maintaining a safe distance to suppress him. The two red-robed cardinals, relying on their B-level internal energy foundation and superb holy light magic, temporarily dragged the power-boosted Grandpa Zhang and Lin Tao into a stalemate. Although Grandpa Zhang was fierce, the cardinal's defenses and crowd control spells were very difficult to deal with. Lin Tao was entirely on the defensive, in a life-threatening situation. However, the stalemate at the top combat level couldn't change the situation on the entire battlefield. Under the continuous bombardment of the warrior god totem pillar and its taunting effects, the church's knights and mages were thrown into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. Hail and fiery rain kept falling, knocking them over. What's worse was that the force that forcibly attracted hatred made many people unconsciously attack the incredibly sturdy totem pillar, completely ignoring the real enemy. Meanwhile, the goblin warriors, under Elder Grum's layered auras and the encouragement of the totem pillar's divine domain, were like they had been pumped with adrenaline. Flame axes left melted marks and burns on silver armor. Frost mining picks struck down, causing enemies to move stiffly and sluggishly. Armor-piercing weapons could tear through a knight's defense. Professor Sun's vines moved unseen, Grandpa Li's cold gun was precise, and Grandpa Wan's little black and boar king rampaged through the enemy ranks. This was a one-sided massacre. The church's mid to lower tier forces were being cleared away at an astonishing speed. The sounds of screams, explosions, and weapon clashes filled the air. The sacred hall turned into a meat grinder. The two red-robed cardinals saw their elite troops suffer heavy losses and were enraged. Yet they were tightly held back by Grandpa Zhang and Lin Tao, unable to effectively direct or rescue. Bastard! The cardinal forced Lin Tao back with a holy light nova and looked around. Seeing the tide had turned, extreme unwillingness and anger appeared on his face. Suddenly, he took out a golden scroll emitting intense spatial waves from his bosom. Astartes! Retreat! The cardinal shouted to another cardinal, unhesitatingly tearing the scroll apart. Buzz! A huge milky white teleportation magic circle instantly unfolded, centered around the two red-robed cardinals. Powerful spatial forces swept out, enveloping the few remaining knights and mages nearby. Goblin! And you insects from other realms. This grudge, I, the Holy Church of Light, will remember. No matter where you escape, the wrath of the Holy Light will undoubtedly purify you. The cardinal's resentful voice echoed in the column of teleportation light. Want to run? Grandpa Zhang roared. A powerful strike of thunderfire smashed towards the light column, but was deflected by a strong spatial barrier. Lin Tao also tried to rush forward, but was pushed back by the last wave of spatial ripples. The brilliant light suddenly extinguished, and the remaining church members vanished without a trace, leaving only debris and bodies all around. The battle was over. An unexpected silence enveloped the main temple, only the totem pillars continued to emit a faint glow, and the heavy breathing of the goblin warriors remained. The intense smell of blood and burnt flesh filled the air. Looking around, there were only the bodies of church members and shattered armor and staves. We won? A goblin warrior looked at the flame axe in his hand in disbelief, mumbling to himself. We won. We have taken back the temple. Elder Grum was so excited that tears streamed down his face, shouting hoarsely. Roar! In the next moment, the joy of surviving and the accumulated hatred of 50 years burst out, and all the goblin warriors let out deafening cheers. Lin Tao and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles. This surprise attack was a victory. Quick! Clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Elder Grum quickly issued commands, and the goblins began to bustle about. Lin Tao glanced at the countdown at the edge of his vision, 14 minutes and 57 seconds. Elder, time is tight, we must leave quickly. Lin Tao said to Elder Grum. Understood, benefactor. The elder nodded heavily, and then as if remembering something, hurriedly led the way. Please follow me, I know where their storeroom is, there must be what you need. Under the elder's lead, they quickly arrived at a crucial location behind the temple. Opening the heavy metal door, the piled-up supplies inside dazzled the eyes. At the deepest point, several specially reinforced boxes contained hundreds of high-quality dark blue divine stones. Beside them was a stone platform, with a complex energy-guiding magic array drawn on it. Benefactor, please take these divine stones and efficient convergence array. Elder Grum spoke with utmost sincerity, even carrying a hint of pleading. Without you, the goblin race would have perished, and these items cannot repay your kindness at all. Please do not refuse. This magic scroll can help you absorb the energy of the divine stones better, and let the wisdom of our ancestors continue in the outside world. Lin Tao looked at the divine stones in the array that could drive anyone crazy, then glanced at the dwindling time, knowing this was not the time for politeness. These resources were crucial for their future growth. All right. Elder, we accept this generous gift. The friendship of the goblin race, we will remember forever. Lin Tao solemnly took the divine stones and efficient convergence array. Time is up, we should leave. Lin Tao looked towards the altar in the center of the main temple, originally used for church transportation. Under the gaze of all the goblins, Lin Tao and the others stepped onto the transportation altar. Benefactor. Take care. Elder Grum led all the goblins in a deep bow. See you again. Lin Tao returned the gesture and then activated the altar. A dazzling white light soared into the sky, completely engulfing the 5 figures. This book is about to start testing. Can everyone help come up with a few names? Within 15 characters, each name used will add a chapter. Chapter 78 Code Error 404 has been cleared. In the hunting forest, within the safe zone. The sudden death of the Korean team member Jin Dongxian instantly ignited the fuse of the powder keg. Damn it! Let's avenge Dongxian. Korean team captain Jin Hongshi's eyes were bloodshot, roaring as he raised the bone spear in his hand, charging first towards the edge of the depression. The remaining Korean team members followed closely behind, throwing their lives into the back of their minds. Ivanov also knew that if he backed down now, once Neon and Little Ant finished off the Koreans, they would be next. He gritted his teeth, leading all the members of the bear team, charging forward in unity with the team from the Morning Kingdom. Yura! Kill these bastards! Yagyu Munenori's eyes were cold. Everyone, face the enemy! Hi! Sato-kan and Kobayashi Jiro shouted in unison, drawing their samurai swords in an instant. Douglas from the Little Ant Kingdom pulled out a shotgun that glimmered with blue light. Bang! 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 The rifle fired first, bullets whistling into the charging crowd. A bullet exploded on a Morning Kingdom team member's shoulder, spraying blood. But he stumbled only one step, roaring as he continued to charge forward. Clang! Kim Hongyi's bone spear crashed violently against Sadoken's samurai sword, sparks flying. On the other side, Ivanov's battle axe swung down with immense force towards Yagyu Munenori, who slid sideways like a ghost. With a flash of blade light, the wooden handle of the battle axe was shaved down. Kobayashi Jiro took advantage of the swift wind step to circle to the side, the blade flashing, forcing a bear team member into a panic as blood seeped from his arm. The barrage also erupted in excitement. Seeing their front line suffering losses, another member of the Morning Kingdom suddenly pulled out a scroll emitting a soft silver light from his bosom. This was the item they obtained from the silver treasure chest with a B-level rating. Blood for blood. Silver's healing light. He howled as he tore the scroll open. A blinding silver light instantly enveloped all members of the Morning Bear Alliance. A miracle occurred. The wounds on everyone's bodies healed at a visible speed, and even their stamina was fully restored. Yura! The morale of the bear team surged, their attacks suddenly becoming more fierce and violent. Yagyu Munenori's gaze turned sharp, facing the restored enemy, he knew he could no longer hold back. Stubborn fools! Let you taste the essence of the Neon Sword Way! He suddenly plunged his samurai sword into the ground, quickly forming hand signs with both hands, muttering incantations. The platinum treasure chest behind him suddenly opened, and a strange purple-black light shot up into the sky. A long narrow sword wrapped in a black aura slowly emerged, Demon Sword Muramesa, Purple Epic. The moment Yagyu Munenori grasped the sword hilt, an immense aura surged around him. His eyes turned crimson, and the raging killing intent even made his teammates feel a chill. He swung the sword violently. Secret Sword, Swallow Return. A twisted purple-black blade of light slashed out in a fan shape, moving at an extreme speed. The two frontline members of the Morning Kingdom and one bear team member had no time to react, their protective bones and crude armor were torn apart like paper, their bodies cut in half. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere in an instant. Ivanov witnessed his team's members die tragically, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Bastards! No one will survive, let's all die together. He pulled out the ultimate item from the golden treasure chest. An ancient horn engraved with thunder runes, Rage of the Thunder God, red one-time item. He gathered all his strength to blow the horn. Whoa! The horn sound seemed to summon thunder from the heavens. In an instant, the sky above the Little Ant and Neon Alliances darkened. Thick bolts of lightning struck down. Baka! Yagyu Munenori quickly dodged, the demon sword blocking, yet still graced by a lightning strike. His body trembled violently, hair standing on end, as he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. Koen barely avoided the core area thanks to the Shadow Cloak's extreme speed, but the smell of scorched fabric was unmistakable. Douglas and the other Neon warriors were not so lucky. Struck directly by the thunder, they instantly turned into charred corpses. They couldn't even utter a scream. Kobayashi Jiro was blown away by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood repeatedly. The battlefield fell temporarily into a strange silence, both sides suffering heavy losses, leaving only remnants of their forces. The Morning Kingdom team had 2 members left, both severely injured. The Bear team had 2 members, Ivanov and Nikolai, both lightly wounded. The Ant-Neon Alliance had 3 members left. Yagyu Munenori and Koen were lightly injured, while Kobayashi Jiro was heavily wounded. Ivanov hoisted up his battle axe. Ready for the final charge. Flash. A flash of golden light, and Koen's figure disappeared. Thud. Koen suddenly appeared behind Ivanov, his shock dagger stabbing out from the shadows. Ivanov instinctively blocked with his battle axe. The golden light flashed again, and Koen's figure appeared ghost-like on the other side. The dagger pierced Ivanov's only uninjured arm. The pain and numbness made him weaken instantly. Almost simultaneously, a ghostly figure appeared behind Jin Hongshi, the dagger stabbing towards his back heart. Jin Hongshi sensed danger and desperately turned. The dagger missed the heart but sank deeply into his lung lobe. Ugh! Jin Hongshi spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering to the ground. Captain! The last member of the Chagwa team rushed over with red eyes, but was tightly hugged by Kobayashi Jiro, struggling to get up. Yagyu Munanaga, slightly regaining his breath, had even more red light in his eyes, the cursed sword buzzing. He stepped towards the powerless Ivanov and Jin Hongshi. This is the end. Koen stepped on Jin Hongshi's chest, looking coldly at his dying struggles. Yagyu Munanaga also raised the cursed sword, aiming at Ivanov's head. In the center of the battlefield, Koen and Yagyu Munanaga, with cruel smiles of victors, prepared to deliver the final torture to the defeated beneath them. In the finals, it seemed that the dust had settled. Suddenly, the long silence system prompt sounded. Global announcement, Dragon Country representative team returns to the hunting forest space. Error code 404 cleared. Beast Tide defense settlement completed. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS-level. Reward distribution, points plus 30,000, Diamond Treasure Chest X1. National Luck Manifestation Reward, all Dragon Country citizens' base physical fitness increased by 300%. Mental strength increased by 100%. This series of announcements exploded like heavy bombs, shocking the entire hunting forest and the global live broadcast room. SSS-level evaluation. 30,000 points. 1 diamond treasure chest. 300% physical enhancement. 100% mental strength enhancement. Every word was enough to cause an earthquake, and now they were gathered together. The entire safe zone seemed to be paused. Koan's dagger hovered above Jin Hongshi's throat, while Yagyu Munanaga's cursed sword was just a finger's breadth from Ivanov's neck. The smiles on both their faces froze instantly. After experiencing absolute silence, the bullet screen quickly filled the entire screen. In front of the screen, numerous Dragon Country viewers erupted completely. Chapter 79, Reckoning. The air in the safe zone began to twist violently, a huge spatial rift tearing open. A majestic force of elemental energy surged out from the rift, instantly sweeping across the entire safe zone. Roar! A soul-shattering call of a violent beast first transmitted from the rift. Next, 2 even more savage pig roars echoed. In the next moment, 5 figures violently charged out of the spatial rift, landing steadily in the clearing at the center of the safe zone. It was Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, Li Weiguo, Sun Jiaji, and Wang Chunshang. Their clothes were tattered, covered in blood and dirt. But their eyes were sharp, and their aura was solid. The energy fluctuations emanating from them were several times stronger than before entering the secret realm. Especially Zhang Jianguo, just standing there. The air around him slightly twisted due to the synergy of ice, fire, and thunder elements, radiating a chilling sense of destruction. Wang Chunsheng held the dimensional beast control ring, flashing with light, as little black and 2 small tank-like dark golden mountain pig kings thundered down, protecting the 5 men. The crimson compound eyes and ferocious pig eyes instantly locked onto the remaining enemies on the field. Lin Tao's eyes flashed like lightning, scanning the entire area, taking in the tragic battle conditions. His voice was low yet pierced through the entire safe zone like a polar cold wind. In the mountains, without tigers, the monkeys become kings? So arrogant, did you get the consent of your Dragon Country grandpas? Koan was the first to react, his figure instantly disappearing from beside Jin Hongshi. Flash! The whole person turned into a shadow again, rushing towards the flank of the Dragon Country team. In his hand, the shock dagger aimed straight for Grandpa Zhang Jianguo's back heart. Be careful! Jin Hongshi and Ivanov simultaneously shouted a warning. However, facing this deadly sneak attack that could make a D-level powerhouse regret, Grandpa Zhang didn't even turn his head. He only glanced faintly in that direction. With a casual swipe of his right fist. On the tip of his fist, a flicker of jumping blue flashed by. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. Koan's ghostly figure was sent flying back even faster, as if hit head-on by an invisible giant hammer. The shock dagger he was proud of shattered inch by inch, half of his arm covered in thick frost. He crashed heavily to the ground a dozen meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, breathless. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jianguo killed Koan from the Ant Nation team, points plus 200. Ding! Successfully plundered the source lifespan. Remaining lifespan, plus 31 years. All members of the Ant Nation eliminated, generating random 3 disasters. Silence. A deathly silence. The all-out sneak attack by Koan was a punch from an old grandpa. Instantly. The barrage of comments exploded again. Yagyu Munanori tightly gripped the demon blade Muramasa, as if facing a great enemy. He clearly felt that the demon blade no longer exuded the excitement of thirsting for blood, but an unprecedented, fearful tremor. The elderly man opposite him emitted a cohesive aura that oppressed even his soul. The terrifying power hidden within him was like a volcanic eruption, the force he had pursued his entire life. On the Dragon countryside, Lin Tao twisted his neck, making a crisp cracking sound, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Grandpa Zhang slowly turned around, looking at the unmoving Koan on the ground, shaking his head and sighing, "Young man, sneaking up on the old man is not showing martial ethics." Lin Tao stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a sword. First nodding at the struggling Ivanov and Jin Hongshi. Then locking onto Yagyu Munanori. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire safe zone. And through the live broadcast, it spread around the globe. It seems that while we were away, some people forgot what it means to have respect. Now, we are back. The reckoning begins. The moment Lin Tao's words fell, it felt as if the air in the entire safe zone had been sucked dry, a suffocating pressure enveloping everything. Baka, impossible. Yagyu Munanori gritted his teeth, blue veins bulging on his forehead, trying to suppress the backlash of the demon blade and his inner fear with willpower. The neon swordway can't be afraid before the battle begins. He suddenly brandished the demon blade in front of him, assuming the strongest defensive stance of natural reasoning flow, the flat blue eye. Dragon Country warriors. Do you dare to face me one-on-one, decisive? The word fight hadn't even left his mouth. Grandpa Zhang seemed to find him too noisy, his brows furrowing slightly, and he punched out. Boom! A vast overwhelming pressure exploded outwards from Grandpa Zhang as the center. As if the power of the entire universe was converging on him alone, crushing down. Yagyu Munenori was the first to bear the brunt. The sword heart he was famous for was instantly crushed by this immense force. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his whole body feeling as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck, flying backwards. The demon blade Muramesa in his hand let out a mournful wail, slipping from his grip and embedding in the ground. The eerie purple-black glow instantly dimmed. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jianguo killed Yagyu Munenori from the Neon Country team, points plus 200. Ding! Successfully plundered the source lifespan. Remaining lifespan, plus 80 years. Severely injured Kobayashi Jiro witnessed the crushing scene and completely broke down mentally. Demons, you are demons. Amaterasu. He murmured, struggling to get up, then smashing his head against a nearby sharp rock. With a dull sound, everything returned to silence. Ding! Neon Country team member Kobayashi Jiro committed self-termination. All members of the Neon Country eliminated, generating random disasters. From the return of the Dragon Country team to the complete collapse of the Neon and Ant alliances, the whole process took less than 15 seconds. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the safe zone. Ivanov and Jin Hongxi supported each other, staring dumbfounded at everything before them, as if in a dream. They had exhausted everything, paid a heavy price but could not defeat their formidable enemies. In front of the Dragon Country team, they felt like paper toys. The bullet screen section went completely insane. Lin Tao quickly walked up to Ivanov and Jin Hongxi. Professor Sun moved forward with understanding, his hands glowing with a soft and vibrant emerald light. Gently pressing on the wounds of the two men and the injured teammates behind them. The healing beam effect boosted by the S-level heart of nature was astonishing. Wounds that exposed bone began to visibly shift and heal at an incredible speed. Broken bones made soft cracking sounds as they reconnected, and pale faces quickly regained their color. Ivanov and Jin Hongxi felt a surge of vitality within them, speechless with shock, only able to look gratefully at Lin Tao and Professor Sunday. Thank you, thank you. Jin Hongxi's voice was hoarse, filled with a choking sense of survival. Dragon Country friends, this favor, the Bear Country will never forget. Ivanov pounded his chest hard, making a solemn promise. Lin Tao patted their shoulders. First, survive, then we can talk about the future. The system's prompt tone sounded again. Ding! Confirmation of the final surviving teams for the Asia region, Dragon Country team, Bear Country team, and Shao Country team. Congratulations to the three teams for successfully passing the group stage challenge. Global announcement. The group stage has officially ended. Now announcing the number of surviving teams and the advancement list for each continent. Chapter 80, All Killed? Global announcement, the group stage has officially ended. The cold system prompt echoed in every corner of the hunting forest. It was also clearly transmitted to every audience in front of the blue star screens. At this moment, whether it was the surviving contestants on the battlefield or the viewers around the world glued to their screens, everyone held their breath. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the beating sound of hearts. Now announcing the number of surviving teams and the advancement list for each continent. South America region, initial number of participating teams, 12. Final number of surviving teams, 8. Advancement list, Baxi, Gili, Aiding. Africa region, initial number of participating teams, 54. Final number of surviving teams, 19. Advancement list, AG, Libya, Rwanda. Europe region, initial number of participating teams, 44. Final number of surviving teams, 21. Advancement list, Ribuluo, Golugwa, Reirman. North America region, initial number of participating teams, 23. Final number of surviving teams, 11. Advancement list, Pialiangwo, Fanjeguo. Oceania region, initial number of participating teams, 14. Final number of surviving teams, 6. Advancement list, Daishuguo, Babuya, Zilandu. A series of lists was announced, with survival rates mostly between 30% to 50%. Although cruel, it was still within the spectators' psychological expectations for survival competition. Whenever a team's name was called, it was met with celebrations and cheers from their respective countries. The system's announcement continued. Finally, it was time for the last region. Lastly, the Asia region. The system's voice paused subtly for a moment. Initial number of participating teams, 47. Final number of surviving teams. A brief silence stretched like a century. 3 teams. Silence. A deathly quiet lingered worldwide for a full 3 seconds. 3 teams? Out of 47 teams, only 3 walked out? This number hit like a nuclear bomb dropped into deep water. The shock it brought far exceeded any fierce battle scene. In stark contrast to other continents where survival numbers soared into double digits, this felt almost absurd. After a brief silence, the global live stream's bullet screen erupted completely. Countless exclamations, doubts, and shocks drowned every channel in an instant. How many? 3 teams? I can't be hearing this wrong? What kind of cosmic joke is this? 47 in 3? The survival rate is not even 7%? WTF? Is the Asia region a hellish difficulty exclusive experience? Other regions are playing on normal mode, and they opened up a nightmare extreme challenge? Holy shit! 3 teams? Only 3 out of 47 teams survived? What the hell happened over there? God, this elimination rate, over 93%? This is a decree of extinction, right? Crazy. Are the people in the Asia region all insane? What level of internal struggle and slaughter is this? This is not even a group stage. This is the final battle circle happening early, right? I get it. No wonder it's called Hunting Forest. This is basically the ultimate slaughterhouse of the Asia region. East Asia Monster Room. It's confirmed. This is the legendary East Asia Monster Room. You can die by yourself outside. The truth is revealed. Monster Room. Full of monsters. Either you are a monster, or you get eaten by monsters. Not even bones will be left. I feel for the brothers from Southeast Asia and South Asia. Completely became the background in nourishment. At the White House, Underground Strategic Command Center. When the system started the global announcement, the high-ranking officials of the beautiful country were casually leaning back in their chairs, wearing confident smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down, let's listen to the good news from our Asian allies. The president picked up his coffee, his tone cheerful. The CIA director's gloomy face rarely showed a hint of a smile. The swordsmanship of the Neon, the special operations of the Little Ant country, plus the determination of the Kimchi country to stake everything. Their alliance is enough to clear away most obstacles in Asia. Although the process might be intense, the outcome will be without suspense. The president interjected, the covenant decree we provided is a valuable investment. Now, they will serve as our most loyal anchor point in Asia-Pacific, entering the next phase with rich points and rewards. At that time, the entire America's Asia alliance will dominate. His words abruptly stopped. Because the system's cold voice clearly announced the numbers. Asia Major Region, final number of surviving teams, 3 teams. The relaxed atmosphere in the room instantly froze for a second. 3? The smile on the president's face froze, the coffee cup halted in midair. The Neon, the Little Ant, the Kimchi are this powerful? They wiped out all the other countries' teams? Before he finished speaking, the system continued to read out the list of the remaining 3 teams. Asia Major Region Advancement List. Dragon Country Representative Team. Bear Country Representative Team. Chosen Country Representative Team. The list has been read out. Crash. The exquisite White House custom coffee cup slipped from the president's hands and shattered on the thick carpet. The entire command center fell into a 10-second silence. A pin drop could be heard. Every face was filled with extreme shock. What the F***K? The defense minister exploded first, jumping out of his seat. He pressed his hands on the control panel, eyes fixed on the screen, as if he wanted to drill into that list. Where are our allies? Where's the Neon? Where's the Little Ant? Where's the Kimchi? The CIA director's face instantly turned pale, the previous pride and gloom swept away. He quickly operated the control panel in front of him, retrieving data, his lips trembling. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Damn it, did they all get wiped out? The president seemed drained of all energy, crashing heavily back into his chair, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. He muttered to himself, his voice dry, the covenant decree we invested not only did not eliminate the Dragon Country, but instead helped them clear all their competitors? Turning the Asia region into their slaughterhouse? We facilitated the most terrifying situation ourselves. Waste. A bunch of wastes. The president suddenly erupted in anger, slamming his fist on the table, shaking all the equipment. Neon waste. Little Ant waste. Kimchi is the worst of the wastes. 3 against 1, and still got countered? Can't they play properly? How did they get taken down? He was so angry he was shaking, his tie was askew. Now is not the time to pursue this, Mr. President. The defense minister's voice was urgent. Carrying a hint of imperceptible fear, we currently know nothing about the Dragon Country team, just how strong have they become? The security advisor Sarah spoke with a serious tone. Mr. President, Mr. Minister, we must face a reality. The extreme survival pressure in the Asia region may have birthed a team that is far ahead. We cannot allow this advantage to continue growing. The next stage is likely to be cross-regional confrontation. If we let the Dragon Country team enter the global arena with this advantage and encounter those teams from other regions that are like flowers in a greenhouse, the results will be disastrous. Most likely. His words were left unfinished, but everyone understood. It was likely they would be crushed. Immediately activate the Prometheus plan at the highest response level. The president made a decisive decision immediately, his voice firm and unwavering. First, CIA, NSA, use all means necessary. I want to know everything about the Dragon Country team, every detail. Second, on the diplomatic front, contact our allies in Europe and Oceania immediately. We need to construct a targeted restraining chain. Even if we cannot directly ally during the match, we must create an understanding in intelligence and strategy. We cannot let the Dragon Country team do as they please. The president's gaze became extremely cold. Third, if there is a next national fortune oracle, be sure to inform our representative team. If we encounter the Dragon Country team, allow them to use that one-time prop. To severely injure or eliminate the Dragon Country team is above all other objectives. All the high-ranking officials in the room were shaken. That prop was one of their ultimate trump cards obtained at great cost and was originally prepared for the final battle. Did the president actually authorize its use against the Dragon Country team now? This indicated that the Dragon Country team had become the #1 strategic threat that must be prioritized for elimination in the minds of the top decision-makers. Gentlemen and ladies. President Byron stood up and surveyed everyone. The nature of the game has changed. The hell mode of the Asia region has pre-selected the most terrifying opponent for us. We must adjust all strategies to respond to this impending storm led by the Dragon Country. For the future of America, we absolutely cannot lose. After a moment of silence, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to all the advancing teams. You will receive 72 hours of rest time and unlock full access to the points store. Please make full use of the points you have earned in the early stage to strengthen yourselves and enhance your power. The next stage of the competition will begin in 72 hours. Only true strong warriors can win the chance for their nations to survive. May you all have great success in your martial endeavors. A powerful spatial force enveloped everyone. In the next moment, the scene before them changed rapidly, and the image of the hunting forest instantly disappeared. After a brief sense of weightlessness, everyone found themselves on a pure white platform without visible edges. The platform was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the boundless starry sky above, as if located at the center of the universe. Is this the Master God space? Professor Sun pushed up his glasses and looked around curiously. What surprised them even more was that behind them stood the Dragon Country fortress, entwined by countless thick vines. It had actually been completely transmitted here. The fortress's gate opened, and everything inside remained the same. Grandpa Wang exclaimed with joy, "Goodness! Even their home has been moved here." Welcome to the Master God space, contestants. Teams with fewer than 5 representatives have been randomly supplemented from their respective nations. You have 72 hours of rest time. The points store has been completely expanded and upgraded, opening more strengthening options. Ding! The elimination round rewards have been issued, points plus 5,000. Please make full use of your points and resources. Strengthen oneself, prepare to face the more brutal elimination rounds. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The voice of the system became relatively calm, no longer carrying the previous killing intent. 72 hours of rest? Lin Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was exactly what they urgently needed. Having endured through the bitter battle in the secret realm, reaping abundant divine stones and massive points, they desperately needed time to digest their harvest. Before they could catch their breath. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing alarm sound abruptly shattered the tranquility of the main god space. Warning! Warning! Detected that the dimensional coordinates have been locked. High-dimensional tracking beacon resolution completed. Source, Church of Light. The expeditionary force of the Church of Light has locked onto this dimension's coordinates, expected to arrive in 7 days. Warning! The opponent carries strong hostility and a will of destruction, please prepare for response. The sudden warning made the 5 who had just relaxed again turn serious. What? They can track us here? Old Lee exclaimed. 7 days, only 7 days. Professor Sun frowned tightly. It seems that the hornet's nest we stirred up in the goblin world is bigger than we imagined. Old Zhang clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, with a fire of battle burning in his eyes. Bring it on. Just right, I haven't fought enough yet. Lin Tao took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. It seems that the causality of that battle is not yet over. The threat of the Church of Light hung over them like the sword of Damocles. It was coming in 7 days, unknown numbers, and unknown intensity. The key question is, where will they be in 7 days? Taking the first group match that lasted 7 days as an example, the second round of group matches would start in 3 days. 7 days later should be the 4th day of the second round. What does this mean? Will the expeditionary force of the Church of Light track directly to the match dimension? Or will they lie in wait in the main god space? However, they were not without opportunities. Open the system panel. Current available lifespan, 1,363 years. Current available points, 35,000 points. Looking at the 35,000 points and over 1,000 years of lifespan on the panel, along with a glaring diamond chest, Lin Tao was not at all flustered. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Everyone, the situation is clear to all. We now have a massive amount of points and resources, and 72 hours of safety. The urgent task is to maximize all this and enhance our strength. Right. What are we afraid of? When soldiers come, we defend. When water comes, we bury. Old Wang patted the shadow terror claw beast beside him. Shaolin, look at the shop. Professor Sun reminded. Lin Tao immediately summoned the points shop interface. The originally simple 3-item slots vanished, replaced by a categorized light curtain interface. At the top of the interface, 6 icons were clearly arranged, corresponding to equipment, skills, items, techniques, bloodlines, others. Each icon, when clicked, corresponded to 3 enhancement options. Great! Lin Tao's eyes shone brightly. I was worried about where to spend my points. Now, our enhancement direction is much clearer. He cast his gaze over the 4 comrades, walked toward the fortress gate, and waved into the fortress. Let's hold a meeting. Share the loot. Enhance. There will be another chapter later, a character summoned for the esteemed Mr. UNF. Thank you for your support. Chapter 82, Golden Refining Furnace. The group quickly entered the familiar fortress interior, as the heavy metal door slowly closed, temporarily isolating the strange scenes of the main god space outside. Although they knew this place should be safe, being in their home made it easier to formulate plans. In the center of the hall, everyone sat in a circle. In the middle was the alluring diamond chest, radiating a tempting glow. As usual, let's open the chest first. Lin Tao rubbed his hands, staring at the diamond chest. Let's see what kind of heavenly treasures this highest-level chest can produce. Placing his hand on the cold surface of the chest, the lid slid open silently. Ding! Diamond chest opened successfully. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Refining Furnace, Golden. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a skill scroll, Resurrection, SS-level. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an item, Directional Dimensional Leap Beacon, Golden. 3 dazzling golden lights burst forth, illuminating the entire fortress hall like a dream. Lin Tao picked up each item and examined them closely. Item, Forging Furnace. Grade, Golden. Effect, can input unwanted equipment, materials, etc. into this furnace, refining them into brand new gear. Effects by the quality of the original equipment and materials. Skill Scroll, Resurrection. Grade, SS-level. Effect, consumes a huge amount of mental energy to release a resurrection seed on the target, allowing the target to come back to life once after death. The seed is valid for 1 day. Cooldown time, 30 days. Item, Directional Planar Jump Beacon. Grade, Golden. Effect, once activated, can perform a precise planar jump to a pre-recorded or set coordinate. Cooldown time, 7 days. After reading the incredible item descriptions. Hiss. Even the seasoned Zhang Grandpa gasped. This is all strategic-grade divine artifacts. Professor Sun excitedly adjusted his glasses. All the materials we collected in the early stages can be put into the forging furnace. And the purple demon sword left behind by Neon Lu can be refined together. The resurrection, this is simply defying fate. And this jump beacon means we can unlimitedly travel back and forth to the goblin plane? And even if we truly can't win, we can escape at any time. The strategic value is immeasurable. Li Weiguan and Wang Chunshan were also shocked. Any one of these rewards could change the course of battle. Good. So good. Lin Tao suppressed his excitement. These 3 items are exactly what we need right now. He looked at Professor Sun. Professor Sun, you are our medical corps, it's most suitable for you to learn this skill. Professor Sun nodded firmly, without refusal. He placed his hand on the scroll and closed his eyes. Feeling the vast and profound life law information flooding into his mind, a sacred and compassionate aura surrounded him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, as if a soft holy light flowed in his gaze. He took a deep breath, feeling the seed representing the right to reverse life and death in his sea of consciousness, and said solemnly, with it, as long as it's not an instant complete destruction of the soul, we have another chance. This is so precious. Although Grandpa Zhang was not afraid of death, he understood the strategic value of this skill and grinned, "Old son, now you truly are our living immortal." Lin Tao carefully stored that directional planar jump beacon. The strategic significance of this item was even greater than that of the resurrection spell. It was a divine artifact for ambush, retreat, and future explorations of other planes. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on the ancient-shaped, forging furnace. The furnace was engraved with runes, and it seemed to have stars flowing inside. Opening the forging furnace, there were a total of 10 slots. "Grandpa Li, it's your turn." Lin Tao looked at Grandpa Li Weigui. "Let's see if you can forge some surprises for us." Grandpa Li was already eager to try, and upon hearing this, he immediately stepped forward, rubbing his hands and gazing at the forging furnace with fiery eyes. "First, let's refine that cursed broken sword." Grandpa Zhang pointed at the demon sword Moramesa that had been thrown aside. "It just looks unlucky." Lin Tao nodded and picked up the demon sword. The demon sword seemed to sense its fate, emitting a faint humming in resistance. But under Lin Tao's powerful force, it could only unwillingly be thrown into the first slot of the forging furnace. "The divine stone energy given by the goblin is abundant. It's good material, let's put that in too." He carefully selected 9 most energy-rich deep blue divine stones, sequentially putting them into the remaining 9 slots. Buzz! After all the materials were put in, the forging furnace shook slightly, and the runes on the surface lit up one by one. The furnace lid violently slammed shut. Booming sounds from ancient times echoed from within, as the light clashed and merged violently inside the furnace. The demonic sword Ziri purple-black, the pure deep blue of the divine stone, and the power of the forging furnace were melding into one. During the entire process, Grandpa Li was fully focused. His hands lightly pressed on the forging furnace, his S-grade talent pushed to the limit. He carefully guided his power to seep in, trying to harmonize the raging energy as much as possible during the melting process. This process lasted a full quarter of an hour. The tremors of the furnace grew more intense, and the light it emitted became increasingly dazzling, as if some legendary monster was about to be born. Finally, with a violent roar that reached its peak, all of the strange phenomena in the forging furnace instantaneously converged, returning to calm. Done. Grandpa Li wiped away his sweat, his face showing a tired yet excited smile. The furnace lid slowly opened. In an instant, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire fortress hall as if it were daytime. A sharp yet balanced aura spread out, even subtly overpowering the elemental pressure radiating from Grandpa Zhang. As the light dimmed slightly, a brand new battle knife quietly lay at the bottom of the furnace. The knife was about 4 feet long, slender, with smooth and perfect lines. Overall, it presented a deep red color, with a chilling glow swirling at the blade's edge. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny runes seemed to flow slowly within the blade, emanating waves of terrifying energy. The hilt had been reformed to fit better in the hand, wrapped with dark-scaled material that was anti-slip and full of texture. Item: Purifying Evil Holy Blade. Quality: Red. Effect: When attacking, there is a chance to trigger the Purifying Evil effect, dispelling the target's buffs, and dealing extra damage to energy shields, the undead, evil spirits, and shadow creatures. It leveled up? It actually rose from purple quality to red quality. Grandpa Wang exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was stunned by the effects of this forging furnace. Not only did it perfectly eliminate the evil aura from the demon knife, but it also fused the immense energy of the divine stone, elevating it to a red weapon. Good. What a purifying evil holy blade. Though Grandpa Zhang didn't use knives, he could still feel the power of this weapon and praised loudly. Grandpa Li was both surprised and delighted, not expecting the results to be so good. More crucially, he had already used the opportunity for advanced enchantment today. When the cooldown resets tomorrow, he could enchant this knife again to add new effects. Lin Tao picked up the holy blade and swung it a couple of times casually. He actually felt the energy within him become exceptionally lively, as if it couldn't wait to surge into the blade. He nodded in satisfaction, looking at Grandpa Li, this knife. Before he could finish his sentence, Grandpa Li immediately waved his hand, laughing, "I'm an old man who uses a sniper rifle. This melee treasure is wasted on me." "I see you, little Lin, although your fists are powerful, sometimes having a weapon isn't a bad thing. You should take it. Or you can give it to old Zhang." However, Grandpa Zhang grandly waved his hand, "I only need these 2 fists. Knives and swords are burdens. Little Lin, you take this knife, it suits you just right." Seeing both grandpas say this, Lin Tao stopped refusing. This purifying evil holy blade indeed matched the various talents he had copied perfectly. He put away the holy blade, feeling its warmth and resonance, filling his heart with more confidence. This forging furnace from the diamond treasure chest did not disappoint him after all. Alright, the treasure chest opening is over, and the gains are huge. Lin Tao looked around at everyone. Next, let's see these 35,000 points. Let's see what this upgraded points shop can make us strong enough. The so-called Bright Church Expeditionary Army 7 days later? I really want to see whether they purify us, or we beat them all back home. As he spoke, he opened the first tab, Equipment. With anticipation, Lin Tao first clicked on the Equipment tab. The light curtain unfolded, and 3 slots slowly appeared. However, the items that met his eyes made him frown slightly. Grid 1. Equipment, hard leather bracers. Rank, green. Effect, slightly increases wrist strength, reduces stamina consumption during exertion. Exchange points, 500. Grid 2. Equipment, poison dagger. Rank, blue. Effect, the blade of the dagger is coated with potent poison, which can cause the target to become poisoned upon hit, inflicting minor damage over time and possibly triggering paralysis. Exchange points, 800. Grid 3. Equipment, apprentice staff. Rank, green. Effect, slightly increases the efficiency of energy skill releases. Exchange points, 500. This. Lin Tao was a bit stunned, all green and blue? Such low quality? No, according to past experience, the more points, the higher the quality of items the shop refreshes. We have 30,000 points. Is this law no longer applicable? No, the system can't just act without reason. Could it be that what is initially displayed is only the baseline quality? We need to refresh manually to see the real good stuff? Lin Tao thought for a moment and decided to verify it. Anyway, 100 points is a drop in the bucket for us right now. Refresh. With a thought, he spent 100 points. After spending 100 points, the glow of the Equipment tab twisted. The originally plain glow was replaced by blazing gold and red. Once the glow stabilized, 3 new items prominently appeared, radiating energy fluctuations that were entirely different from before. Grid 1. Item, Dragon Scale Inner Armor. Quality, red. Effect, made from the soft scales of the ancient earth dragon's heart, combined with memory alloy, it automatically adjusts its size when worn close to the body. Provides extremely high physical defense and elemental resistance. When attacked, it can automatically absorb part of the impact and has a certain chance to rebound melee damage. Exchange points, 8,000. Grid 2. Item, Dimensional Ring. Quality, gold. Effect, a ring imbued with a touch of space laws, containing 3 cubic meters of storage space. Cannot store living creatures. Exchange points, 12,000. Grid 3. Item, Star Fragment Gauntlets. Quality, red. Passive, crafted from a core of celestial meteorite, the knuckles are embedded with miniature power runes. Greatly enhances the power of fist attacks. When attacking, there is a chance to trigger the Star Fragment effect, ignoring the target's armor and dealing explosive penetrating damage. Exchange points, 9,500. Lin Tao let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. 2 reds and 1 gold. This is more like it. I knew the law couldn't fail. The previous display was just the shop's initial skin. The real treasures need spending points to refresh. Grandpa Zhang's eyes zeroed in on the sparkling, Star Fragment gauntlets, his eyes shining bright. Goodness. These gauntlets are powerful. Little Lin, this thing pairs perfectly with my elemental fist. If I wear it, I feel like I could punch through the bishop of the Radiant Church. Lin Tao chuckled but pressed down on Grandpa Zhang's eager hand. Grandpa, don't rush. The good stuff is still ahead. This Equipment tab refreshed once and produced 2 reds and 1 gold. The other tabs must also have good items. Let's look through all options first, plan carefully before deciding how to spend our points, to avoid waste or improper combinations. Grandpa Zhang nodded. He also understood that points must be used wisely, especially facing the imminent threat of the expedition army. Lin Tao then continued to check the other tabs, refreshing them one by one. Ding! Points minus 100, Skills tab refreshed successfully. Grid 1. Item, Dimensional Slash. Quality, red. Effect, condenses the power of space, unleashes a cutting wave that ignores defense, dealing real damage to enemies in its path. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Exchange points, 6,000. Grid 2. Item, Beast Frenzy. Quality, red. Effect, greatly boosts the attack power, attack speed, and frenzy of all friendly beasts for a short time. Afterwards, they will experience brief exhaustion. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Exchange points, 6,000. Grid 3. Item, Energy Barrier. Quality, gold. Effect, consumes mental energy to construct an energy shield lasting 10 seconds, capable of absorbing massive damage. Exchange points, 9,000. 2 reds and 1 gold. These are all very practical skills. Lin Tao, though envious, showed no pause and continued refreshing. Ding! Points minus 100, prop tab refreshed successfully. Slot 1. Item, Holy Light Judgment Scroll. Quality, gold. Effect, one-time consumable. Summons a powerful holy light column to strike a specified area, dealing massive light attribute damage to enemies within the range, with special effects on undead and shadow creatures. Exchange points, 8,000. Slot 2. Item, Force Field Generator. Quality, red. Effect, activates to generate a force field, putting all units within the field into a high-level stealth state, will reveal upon attack, lasting for 5 minutes. Exchange points, 5,000. Slot 3. Item, Barrier Stabilizer. Quality, red. Effect, generates an energy barrier at a specified location, capable of resisting physical and magic attacks, becomes ineffective after energy is exhausted. Ding. Points -100, Technique tab refreshed successfully. Slot 1. Item, 9 turns Golden Pill Technique. Quality, gold. Effect, focuses on refining and purifying inner power, greatly enhancing energy quality, capacity, and recovery speed. Each turn increases benefits across the board. Exchange points, 12,000. Slot 2. Item, Thunder Body Refining Art. Quality, red. Effect, uses thunder energy to refine the body, significantly increasing physical strength, power, and nerve reaction speed, while gaining certain resistance and affinity to lightning. Exchange points, 7,000. Slot 3. Item, Emu Eternal Spring Skill. Quality, red. Effect, deepens the connection with natural energy, enhancing mental strength, perception range, and the ability to sense the environment. Exchange points, 6,000. Ding. Points -100, Bloodline tab refreshed successfully. Slot 1. Item, Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Quality, gold. Effect, after fusion, gains a hint of Ancient Dragon Bloodline, greatly improving physical qualities and enhancing fire and ice resistance. Exchange points, 15,000. Slot 2. Item, Elf Bloodline. Quality, red. Effect, after fusion, gains celestial elf traits, greatly enhancing energy affinity, mental strength, agility, and night vision, along with star power. Exchange points, 8,000. Slot 3. Item, Titan Descendant. Quality, red. Effect, after fusion, gains Titan Bloodline, greatly enhancing strength, physique, and physical defense, body shape may change significantly. Exchange points, 9,000. Several people stared at the dazzling array of red and gold items, their breaths becoming hurried. Each one was extremely powerful, each one was thrilling. This is too amazing. Oldly muttered, 30,000 points look like a lot, but seeing this, it won't last long. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses and analyzed, it really needs careful weighing. Techniques and bloodlines are fundamental enhancements, but require time to digest. Skills and props offer immediate combat power, but consumables are gone after use. Equipment is somewhere in between. Old Zhang gazed longingly at the Shattered Star Gauntlets and Thunder Body Refining Art, then glanced at the Ancient Dragon Bloodline, feeling like he was suffering from decision paralysis. Wang Chunsheng was very interested in Beast Frenzy and the Emu Eternal Spring skill that could enhance communication. Lin Tao's brain was racing with calculations. The items were undeniably strong, but the points consumed were equally astronomical. He initially thought having 35,000 points in hand would mean he could spend it all, but now seeing it, 35,000 points couldn't even buy a complete set. Wait. Lin Tao suddenly noticed, beside the Bloodline tab, there was another Others tab. I don't think I noticed this before. Let's open it and see. With a hint of curiosity, he clicked on the last tab. Chapter 84, The Infinite Points Mine. The golden light faded, and the 3 slots under the Others tab became clear. Everyone looked at the first slot. A dark purple scroll, the price printed on it made everyone gasp. Slot 1, Danger Secret Realm Entry Ticket. Effect, activates to open a channel to the Danger Secret Realm, which is extremely dangerous, proceed with caution. Exchange points, 50,000. Oh, how much? Old Wang Chunsheng rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. 50,000 points? My goodness. How many mountain pig kings would Xiao He have to kill day and night to make that enough? Uncle Li Weigua also clicked his tongue, robbing money. What kind of secret realm is this, a road paved with gold? Uncle Zhang Jianguo frowned tightly, his eyes fixed on the scroll, Dangerous Secret Realm, it even specially notes extremely dangerous, the system has never given such a reminder before. But the last Lost Secret Realm, although it also stated risks, we made a killing. Professor Sun pushed up his glasses, analyzing rationally, risk and reward are usually proportional. The Goblin Realm allowed us to leap in power, but we almost faced disaster. This secret realm is priced so high, its opportunities may far exceed imagination, but the corresponding dangers are probably not even comparable to the Goblin world. With our current strength, can we really come out unscathed? Lin Tao pondered for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the panel. Professor Sun is right, the risks are great. But have you thought about why the shop refreshed such a thing at this critical moment? The light church will descend in 7 days, we need to gain the power to counter or even crush them in a short time. Regular accumulation is too slow, and this high-scoring secret realm may be the shortcut the system provides, a perilous road leading to stronger power. He scanned the crowd. 50,000 points is an astronomical price, we definitely can't afford it for now. But the appearance of this item gives us a goal, a possibility that might solve all future crises. Now, let's take a look at the others. Everyone's gaze shifted to the second grid. Inside floated an hourglass, the sand inside shimmering with a golden glow. The description below instantly struck the softest spot in everyone's hearts. Grid 2, 60-minute homecoming experience. Effect, after redemption, can return to one's own country for 60 minutes. Redemption points, 10,000. Go, home? Old Wang Chuanqing's voice instantly choked, and his eyes turned red in an instant. Can we redeem this to go back for a look? Even just for an hour. Uncle Li Weiguo grabbed Lin Tao's arm abruptly, his fingers trembling with excitement. Kid. We have 10,000 points. Can it let the old man go back to see his wife? Just one look. 10 minutes is fine. Even Uncle Zhang Jianguo, who was usually calm, breathed noticeably quicker, a trace of undeniable desire and longing flashing in his tiger-like eyes. Professor Sun was also moved, unconsciously pushing up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses looking into the void. As if piercing through space, he saw that familiar land. Inside the fortress, a strong wave of homesickness enveloped everyone. Lin Tao looked at the several excited elders. Although he was an orphan without relatives since childhood, his heart felt a mix of sourness and excitement in that moment. He suppressed the surging emotions and analyzed clearly. It's not impossible to exchange, but this is not just about reunion, it's also an important strategic opportunity. We can obtain information about each team's talents, skills, equipment, etc. from the nation, which is more reliable than any remote communication. The power of the national machinery far exceeds our individual capabilities, and they can definitely analyze more things that we can't see, even make some response arrangements in advance. This is crucial for the upcoming competition. This 60 minutes is not only a time for family but also the highest level of strategic intelligence transfer. But let's take a look at the last item before making a decision. Finally, everyone's focus converged on the third grid. There floated a continuously rotating emerald green light door. Grid 3, exclusive passage to the hunting forest. Effect, can travel back and forth to the hunting forest through this passage. Redemption points, 35,000. After a brief silence, Lin Tao suddenly stood up from the ground. His eyes widened, his breath suddenly quickened, and joy surged on his face in disbelief. Traveling back and forth to the hunting forest? His voice slightly distorted. Elders. Do you realize what this means? Before others could fully react, Lin Tao excitedly spoke quickly. A hunting forest. What is there for us? Endless beasts. From F level to D level, and there might even be higher ones we've never encountered. Before, we killed monsters to survive and gain experience points, and once we were done, it was over. But now. He pointed at the light gate, his voice trembling. With it, the hunting forest has become our backyard. An endless source of experience points and rewards. Just think, we go in and let Little Black lead the Pig King army to sweep through. An F-level beast gives 100 points, E-level gives 300 points, and D-level gives 1000 points. Nobody knows how vast the hunting forest is, and the beasts are inexhaustible. As long as we accumulate enough points, whether to buy those divine items or skills in the store, or go home and challenge those dangerous secret realms, we will have infinite possibilities. This. Uncle Wang Chunqing stuttered, speechless from the shock of this idea. Uncle Li Weiguo suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh my god. Yes. This isn't just a passage, it's a money printing machine. A self-fueling one. Uncle Zhang's eyes sparkled, laughing heartily. Ah. Great. Just now, I was still feeling bad about exchanging for the homecoming experience ticket for 10,000 points, but now it's fine, we'll earn that back by killing a few more monsters. Professor Sun also fully understood the strategic significance, a smile appearing on his face. Experience points, indeed the most needed resource for us right now. Solving the source of points lays the foundation for all our future plans. Lin Tao suppressed his excitement, gazing intently at the 35,000 value passage, then glanced at the homecoming experience ticket. He looked at the total points on the panel, his eyes firm. Exchange for passage, and go hunt in this infinite mine. Chapter 85, Everyone SS level. The emerald green light gate spun steadily in the center of the fortress hall, exuding the unique scent of grass and wood from the hunting forest. On the other side of the door, faintly came the heart-pounding roar of beasts. Ha ha ha. Great. The passage is open. Uncle Zhang rubbed his hands together, red, blue, and purple elemental lights excitedly jumping around him. Rush in, will not only earn plenty but at least cover the ticket cost. Uncle Wang also excitedly rubbed his hands, the Beastmaster ring faintly glowing. Little Black and the two Pig Kings let out low roars, brimming with battle intent. Exactly. Little Black leads the charge, and we follow to reap the rewards. We'll earn back those 35,000 points quickly. Uncle Lee checked the bug sniper rifle while Professor Sun silently adjusted his state. Everyone was ready to step into this wealth door immediately. Gentlemen, please hold on. But Lin Tao raised his hand to stop the eager crowd, wearing a calm smile. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of cutting firewood. The passage is right here, it won't run away. The beasts in the hunting forest are plentiful, so we're not in a hurry. His gaze swept across the four companions, finally landing on his own lifespan value of 1,363 years. We have a more important knife to sharpen now. Lin Tao's voice carried a deeper meaning. We can further enhance our strength. Especially in the upcoming situation, we may need to act separately to maximize hunting efficiency, so it's even more essential to fill in the gaps and empower everyone with the ability to stand alone. Lin Tao closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the path of deduction. A vast lifespan like a golden ocean rippled in his consciousness. He first locked onto Uncle Wang Chunsheng. Target, Wang Chunsheng. SSS-level talent, Beast Horde Domination. Status, reached the peak of current talent level, unable to continue upgrading. Path Insight, the core strength of Beast Mastery is limited by mental power. However, years of lifespan can be invested to strengthen mental origin, expand mental C, and enhance contract quantity cap and beast control accuracy. Uncle Wang's level has hit the ceiling, but mental power is the bottleneck that needs strengthening. Lin Tao understood in his heart. Then, he looked at Uncle Zhang Jianguo. Target, Zhang Jianguo. SSS-level talent, Elemental Divine Fist. Path 1, Elemental Master, SSS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 800 to 1,200 years. Effect, the powers of ice, fire, and thunder merge completely, free to command, indistinguishable from one another. With every move, it draws upon the tidal forces of elements, forming a cataclysmic elemental storm domain. Within this domain, elemental damage is greatly enhanced, inflicting multiple elemental erosions, freezes, paralysis, and other negative effects on enemies. Path 2, Indestructible Battle Body, SSS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 900 to 1,500 years. Effect, the elemental power refines the body from the outside in, thoroughly transforming it. Flesh, bones, meridians, and even cells contain the essence of elemental power, achieving a true indestructible elemental body. Physical defense and elemental resistance receive an epic enhancement. When attacked, an elemental shield retaliates automatically, and vitality and recovery break through limits. Even severed limbs can be reborn with elemental essence, making the body the strongest weapon and shield. Hiss. Seeing this astonishing consumption, Lin Tao couldn't help but gasp. Uncle Zhang's SSS level is a bottomless pit, spending over 1,000 years. Can't take action for now. Then, he turned to look at Uncle Li Weigua. Target, Li Weigua. S-level talent, Energy Enchantment. Path 1, Heart of the Divine Craftsman, SS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 150 to 300 years. Effect, greatly enhances the quality of basic enchanting attributes and reduces the consumption of basic enchantments. Upgraded Path 2, Rule Imprint, SS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 180 to 260 years. Effect, gains directional enchanting abilities, significantly enhancing the quality of one specific attribute, imprinting more powerful rule fragments into equipment, granting stronger special attributes. Finally, there was Professor Sun Jiaxian. Target, Sun Jiaxian. S-level talent, Heart of Nature. Path 1, Song of Life, SS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 160 to 200 years. Effect, extracts the life force of plants for widespread continuous healing, additionally providing enhanced buff states. Path 2, Abyss of Roots, SS level. Estimated lifespan consumption, 140 to 180 years. Effect, strengthens control and creation abilities over plants, capable of instantly creating vast areas filled with plants that can attack, bind, and devour. Lin Tao opened his eyes and clearly conveyed the information he had seen to the four uncles. The situation is like this. Lin Tao summarized, Uncle Wang needs lifespan to strengthen his spirit, to fully support his SSS level talent. Uncle Zhang's SSS level we can't afford for now. And Uncle Li and Professor Sun each have 2 clear SS level paths, and each estimated to require around 200 years of lifespan to promote. He looked at everyone. My idea is that we will act separately next, this is the most efficient. Uncle Zhang and Professor Sun will form a group, which is a combination of strong offense plus control, enough to sweep across areas. Uncle Lee and Uncle Wang together will have long-range sniping plus three-headed war beasts, also needing self-protection and cleaning abilities. Lin Tao spoke firmly, so, to ensure safety and efficiency, we must first concentrate resources to elevate Uncle Lee and Professor Sun to SS level. To fill the gaps in our team. I estimated, for the promotion of both uncles, even counting the highest consumption, it would be around 400 years of lifespan. We now have 1,363 years, we can completely afford it. Uncle Zhang first agreed, yes. If Old Lee and Old Sun are strong, we can feel at ease to go out and play. This little lifespan is worth spending. Uncle Wang nodded as well, that's right. A strong team is a truly strong team. Uncle Lee and Professor Sun exchanged glances, feeling both moved and a little embarrassed. Is it too much consumption? Lin smiled, not too much. Investing in you, the return rate is the highest. It's decided, let's first spend 400 years of lifespan to help Uncle Lee and Professor Sun promote to SS level. Then, he explained the two paths to the uncles. After discussion, everyone reached a unanimous suggestion. He no longer hesitated and focused his intent on the projection paths for the two uncles. Choice, Li Weigua, Path 2, Rule Imprint, injecting 300 years of lifespan. Choice, Sun Jiaxian, Path 2, Abyss of Roots. Inject 200 years of lifespan. Boom! A magnificent torrent of lifespan energy once again ignited, flowing into the bodies of the two old gentlemen. Old Lee seemed to have countless tiny rule runes flickering around him, his perception and understanding of energy instantly leaping to a new level. Professor Sun was wrapped in a rich green light of life, as if holding the power of life itself. After a moment, the light dissipated. Li Weigua successfully advanced to SS level, Rule Imprint. Sun Jiawei, SS level, Root Abyss. The two old gentlemen felt the earth-shattering changes within them, their faces filled with shock and joy. Looking at the remaining 800 years of lifespan, Lin Tao took out 300 years to inject into Grandpa Wang Chunqing for mental enhancement. Another massive surge of lifespan energy poured into Grandpa Wang Chunqing's body. He felt a coolness in his mind, and his once sluggish mental power instantly became surging like a rushing river. His mental link with Xiaohei and Mountain Pig King became exceptionally clear and resilient, even allowing him to sense their emotions and states more distinctly. Commanding them was like an extension of his own body. He felt that his capacity had grown larger, enough to accommodate more powerful beast spirits. In a short time, Lin Tao consumed a full 740 years of lifespan. But the effect was immediate. Old Lee's SS level enchantment was enough to elevate the team's equipment level to a new height. Professor Sun's SS level control made the team's tactics more flexible. Grandpa Wang's massive boost in mental power meant he could contract even more powerful war beasts. Alright. Lin Tao looked at the transformed three old gentlemen, a satisfied smile on his face. Now, our blade is almost sharpened. It's time to enter our back garden and begin our joyful harvesting journey. Let's go! With Lin Tao's command, the 5 members of the Dragon Country representative team resolutely stepped into the Greenlight Gate. Chapter 86, Mysterious Phantom. At the same time, in the main god space of Beautiful Country. It was also a war fortress, but the atmosphere was far less lively than that of Dragon Country. Instead, it felt somewhat serious and suffocating. 5 team members sat solemnly around the tactical table, their expressions stern. The captain war god John Bradley, former Delta Force commander, had a massive build like a bear, with a resolute face. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed. Assaulter butcher Mike Sanchez, nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular body was covered in scars, angrily tapping his fingers on the table. Sniper Ghost Kyle Simmons, lean in form, with a cold, indifferent gaze. He silently cleaned his iconic Barrett sniper rifle. The gun exuded a faint purple glow. Technical expert Dr. Alan Weiss wore glasses, looking relatively weak. But he was an expert in electronic warfare and demolition, currently operating a floating virtual panel quickly. Lastly, the medic Saint Marissa Koch, a blonde beauty with blue eyes. "What's the shop refresh result, doctor?" John asked in a deep voice. Alan pushed up his glasses, his tone filled with disappointment and embarrassment. "Captain, it's all good stuff. A blue quality, advanced bulletproof plate, that can significantly boost survival ability, priced at 1,500 points. A purple skill book, Sunshine Blazing, a fire-type area attack magic, 3,000 points. A purple quality, Vampire Bloodline, that greatly enhances physical attributes, 4,800 points. A blue quality, Apprentice Staff, that enhances magical perception and recovery, 1,200 points. He paused and helplessly added, "All good things, but our current points, including the hard-earned points from Stage 1 and a bit of kill rewards, only total 5,120 points. Fuck." Mike slammed his fist on the table, making a dull sound. "So, we can't even afford 2 decent purple items?" Kyle coldly chimed in, his voice devoid of any emotion. "That's the reality, we have no points, and the enemy may not have points either. So, there's no need to be overly anxious. Marissa gently sighed, but our healing potions are running low, and if we can't exchange for better medical equipment or skills, next time I get seriously hurt, I might really be powerless. John looked at the tempting purple items on the panel, then at the pitiful 5,120 points. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. As the captain, he led the team out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but at this moment felt embarrassed and awkward. These few points weren't even enough to fully enhance one team member. They were caught in a situation where no good cook could make a meal without rice. Just when the atmosphere sank to the freezing point. In the open space at the center of the fortress, the air suddenly twisted, as if a stone had been thrown into the water. Alert! John roared immediately, and the five entered battle mode in an instant. Mike and Kyle aimed their guns, Ellen quickly retreated to find cover, and Marissa gathered a faint healing glow in her hands. A blurry silhouette slowly took shape. It had no distinct face, only a vague human outline could be made out. Who are you? Why are you appearing in our safe space? John suppressed the shock in his heart and questioned harshly. Isn't the main god space supposed to be absolutely safe? How did this silhouette break through? The silhouette seemed to look at them, and an undisguised sense of contempt spread. Descendants of the Ansar, have you already become this weak? After experiencing the first stage of the world selection, you still hold these pitiful blue and purple trash? Truly, disappointing. The five felt a thunderous shock in their hearts. The other party had not only broken through the spatial limit but also pointed out their embarrassment and origin with a single sentence. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Marissa gathered her courage to ask, the glow in her hands growing stronger, ready to respond to an attack at any moment. The silhouette did not directly answer Marissa's question, only slowly raised a hand made of light and shadow. An ancient-looking ring slowly appeared at its fingertip, then floated gently towards John. Take it. The silhouette's voice remained cold. Inside this is what you need. Remember, the descendants of the Ansar must reach the end, that is, the only requirement. After saying this, before John could ask further, the silhouette dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, as if it had never appeared. It only left behind the ring hovering in mid-air and the five who were dumbfounded. The fortress was dead silent, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. What was that just now? A hallucination? Mike rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. Ellen quickly scanned the area, shaking his head. The energy traces have disappeared, unable to track. It's not a hallucination, it should be some kind of high-dimensional projection technology we can't comprehend. John took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and carefully reached out his hand to catch the ring. The ring felt icy to the touch, the black gem on it seemed to hold endless starry skies. He tried to concentrate, probing into the ring's interior. This seemed to be a space ring. In the next moment, John Bradley felt as if he had been emptied of all strength, his legs gave way, and he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. His face drained of color, pupils wide from extreme shock. Captain! John! The other four jumped in fright and rushed forward to support him. What happened? Captain! What did you see? Was it a trap? Marissa asked urgently, the healing glow already enveloping John. John's lips trembled, he raised a shaking finger, pointing at the ring, his voice dry, nearly speechless, inside, red, all red. And several, golden ones. Legendary. Legendary quality. His words sounded like thunder in the ears of the four. Mike snatched the ring, eager to plunge his consciousness into it as well. In the next second, he gasped sharply, his body swaying, his face filled with incredible shock and ecstasy. Oh, my God. God. This is a complete set of red assault armor. The red heavy sniper destroyer. The red skill book War God's Roar. Also. Damn. The golden. Titan's powered bloodline potion? How is this possible? Alan, Kyle, and Marissa took turns exploring the ring space. With each exploration, a wave of uncontrollable gasps and inhales erupted. The internal space of the ring was far larger than they had imagined, neatly arranging 10 pieces of equipment, potions, and scrolls. Each item radiated a dazzling red glow, with even 3 items shining with a golden light. Its value could not be measured by their pitiful 5,000 points. It might even surpass the total points of all participating teams combined. The five looked at each other, feeling as if they were in a bizarre dream. One moment they were in despair due to poverty, and the next, it felt as if the wealth of the entire world had struck them on the head. After the huge surprise, a massive question spread out. Who exactly was that mysterious shadow? Why did it give them such unbelievable help? John slowly stood up with the support of his companions, tightly gripping the ring, his eyes becoming incredibly complex. No matter what, with these resources, they had to make it to the end. Similar events were happening in the Sunless, Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country, and Hans Country. Extra chapter, wishing everyone a happy National Day. Holiday time. Chapter 87, open a slaughterhouse. Hunting forest. A emerald green light gate appeared, and green light flashed. The 5 figures walked out from the light gate. The night was deep, stars twinkling. Moonlight spilled through the leaves onto the ground. Though the light was dim, the 5 felt no fatigue, instead, they were all full of energy. Ah, the air is so good here. Uncle Zhang took a deep breath of the air mixed with the scent of grass and wood, grinned, and cracked his knuckles. The old man is full of energy, we need to quickly earn back our capital. Exactly. Uncle Wang rubbed his hands and looked with shining eyes at the deep jungle, as if looking at a mountain of gold. I think we shouldn't sleep tonight, let's work through the night. Agreed. Uncle Li checked the Zerg sniper rifle, nodding steadily. If we gather enough points early, we can swap for more powerful equipment and have more confidence against that damn holy light church. Professor Sun pushed up his glasses and smiled. We're full of spirit, it's best to strike while the iron is hot. Lin Tao looked at the spirited elders, his heart was also filled with ambition. He immediately decided, good. Then let's stay awake and grind. According to the plan, 2 people in a group act separately to maximize our hunting efficiency. For convenience in communication, regardless of the results, we must gather back here at 8 tomorrow morning. With the plan set, the 5 quickly split into 3 teams. Uncle Zhang and Professor Sun formed one team, one for melee and one for control, pushing forward in one direction. Uncle Li and Uncle Wang formed another team, with Uncle Wang releasing Little Black and 2 wild boars to clear the way ahead, causing quite a commotion. Lin Tao went alone, slipping into another direction like a ghost. Lin Tao maximized his S-level eagle eye talent, using the tactical map scan to grasp every energy fluctuation within hundreds of meters. Soon, he locked onto an F-level hyena that was gnawing on rotten meat. I'll take you out. Lin Tao's eyes narrowed, without a hint of hesitation. His figure instantly burst forth with astounding speed, like an arrow shot from a bow rushing forward. The hyena sensed something and just lifted its head, as a dark red blade of light expanded rapidly in its pupils. The purifying evil sacred blade encountered no resistance at all. It glided through like cutting tofu. Thud. The hyena's body stiffened in place, its head slowly slipping off. The wound was charred black, and hardly any blood sprayed out. Crunch. The hyena couldn't even utter a cry, collapsing softly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, he heard the kill notification from his teammate in his ear. The start was smooth. Lin Tao's heart was filled with joy as he searched for the next target. Time flew by in the fierce hunt. When the faint light of dawn shone through the dense tree canopy, 5 figures returned to the agreed meeting point on time. Compared to their vibrant spirits when they set out, the faces of the old gentleman now showed excitement mixed with a hint of fatigue and frustration. Lin Tao approached and asked, so, how did everyone do? Old Zhang shook his wrist and said somewhat disappointedly, killed about 7 or 8, mostly F-grade. The beasts in this forest have gotten clever, they run away as soon as they smell us, making it a hassle to find them. Old Wang sighed as he patted the somewhat listless little black next to him. Yeah, we spent all night searching for monsters. We traveled more than we killed. The efficiency is much lower than we expected. Old Li reported a number. I managed to hit 4 from a distance. Lin Tao opened the score panel to tally the results. After a night's battle, the total score increased by 8,500 points, and life expectancy increased by 450 years. On average, we only gained about 1,000 points per hour. Lin Tao frowned slightly, that's much less than expected. At this rate, we won't just struggle to gather points for equipment, even getting back our ticket price seems tough. Old Wang exhaled, sigh, if only the monsters would rush in like last time during the beast tide. That would be so satisfying to kill. Unintentionally spoken, but deliberately heard. Old Wang's words struck Lin Tao's mind like a bolt of lightning. Beast tide? They charge in? Right. Lin Tao smacked his thigh, and his eyes burst with astonishing light. Why do we have to search hard for monsters? Let them come to us instead. The old gentlemen were momentarily taken aback by his sudden reaction. Old Li was the first to react, his eyes shining. Little Lin, do you mean the war god totem pillar? Exactly. Lin Tao was so excited he almost jumped up. The totem pillar's effect inherently has a taunt attribute that can attract monster aggression. Old Li, since you just advanced to SS level, rule imprint, didn't you get a one-time directional enchantment opportunity? If we could greatly enhance this taunt effect, even turning it into a large area force taunt. Old Li immediately understood Lin Tao's idea, and his breath quickened. Great. If we stick the totem pillar here and strengthen the taunt, the surrounding monsters will be drawn in, creating a mini beast tide. We just need to wait patiently and harvest. Ha ha ha. Good lad. This new idea is brilliant. Old Zhang suddenly realized, excitedly laughing. So what are we waiting for? Old Li, your high-level enchantment is once a day, right? You haven't used today's yet, hurry and enchant that pillar. When the pillar is in place, we'll turn this place into a slaughterhouse. Chapter 88, Kill Them All? Hearing this, Old Li no longer hesitated. His eyes sparkled with determination as he pressed his hands on the floating, war god totem pillar. SS-level, rule imprint, talent unleashed its full power. With heightened concentration, he directed the daily, powerful enchantment towards the core rule of the totem pillar's taunt. In the name of the rules, endow you with authority. Old Li shouted, and powerful mental force surged in, combining with a unique rule's power into the totem pillar. The totem pillar trembled violently, its mysterious runes flashing with unprecedented brightness. Dark gold and dark red lights intertwined on the pillar, seeming to breathe as if alive. A chilling sense of pressure radiated outwards from the totem pillar, filling the air with restless energy waves. Enchanting successful. The taunt effect of the war god totem pillar has been increased by 100 times. Enhanced taunt, all hostile life forms within a 20 kilometers radius will be forced to be attracted, attacking the totem pillar at all costs. It worked. Old Li let out a long breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, this time the enfeefment consumed a great deal. Good. Insert the pillar. Lin Tao waved his big hand, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Old Zhang let out an excited low roar, lifting the totemic pillar that emanated ominous red light, striding to an open area in the forest. With his waist and horse combined, he exhaled and then struck the totem pillar heavily into the ground. Boom! A heavy muffled sound echoed through the forest. The totem pillar stood firmly, as if it had grown here since ancient times. The pillar's red light surged brightly, a dark red ripple visible to the naked eye rapidly spreading out, instantly sweeping across the distant horizon. In the next moment, the roar of countless beasts thundered from all directions. Roar! Woo! Hiss! Deafening roars erupted from every corner of the forest, filled with frenzy and chaos. The earth began to tremble, trees swayed, as if the entire forest had come alive, caught in a wild frenzy. After 20 or 30 seconds, the first wave of forced conscription beasts surged out of the forest like a flood breaking a dam. Leading the way were several F-grade shadow wolves with blood-red eyes, drooling from their mouths, completely disregarding their usual caution while hunting, madly charging at the totem pillar. Close behind was a pack of hyenas, letting out piercing howls. Further away, a group of steel-furred wild boars crashed through the underbrush, charging forward with their tusks raised. One could even faintly hear the terrifying roars of D-grade creatures approaching at astonishing speed from afar. A tidal wave of beasts, a man-made tidal wave of beasts. Ha ha ha. They're coming. Charge for me. Old Zhang laughed wildly, his fists igniting with blazing flames, blue arcs of electricity crackling around them. He charged fearlessly into the tide of beasts like a god of war. Little Black, King of Boars. Go! Old Wang issued the command mentally. The Shadowclaw beast let out a roar that shook the heavens, crashing into the herd like a black tank. Two Boar Kings also let out excited roars, lowering their heads to initiate their brutal charge. Professor Sun's staff suddenly struck the ground, and the calm surface cracked open, countless thick bloodthirsty vines shooting out like giant pythons, precisely entangling and strangling, effectively slowing the beasts' advance. They sent the beasts into the optimal attack range of Old Zhang and the battle beasts. Old Li had already occupied the high ground, setting up his insectoid sniper rifle, the scope glimmering with cold light. Every armor-piercing or explosive round screamed out of the chamber, accurately targeting the stronger individuals in the beast herd, or providing cover for teammates at crucial moments. Lin Tao, holding the holy blade of purity, moved like lightning, navigating the edges of the battlefield. Whenever the blade flashed, a beast would surely fall. Ding! Killed F-grade Shadow Wolf, points plus 100. Ding! Plunder successful, lifespan plus 5 years. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jianguo killed E-grade Steelford Wild Boar, points plus 300. Ding! Plunder successful, lifespan plus 8 years. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunsheng, Battle Beast Collaboration, killed E-grade Clawcat, points plus 300. Ding! Plunder successful, lifespan plus 9 years. The system's prompt sounds were like thrilling war drums, densely ringing in their minds. Points and lifespan soared at an unprecedented speed, far more efficient than last night's blind search. The totem pillar stood like the eye of the storm, solidly planted in the center of the beast tide. Emitting a maddening aura, attracting countless beasts like moths to a flame. Then, the well-coordinated Dragon Kingdom team slaughtered them efficiently. This was simply a flawless score-boosting assembly line, an inexhaustible treasure mine. The morale of the five soared, growing bolder as they killed. Old Zhang's elemental divine fist resounded endlessly, each strike producing spectacular elemental explosions. Professor Sun's vine domain turned into a death squeeze, making it hard for the beast herd to move. Old Li's sniper rifle was unerring, each shot deadly. Old Wang's beast herd charged wildly, tearing apart formations. Lin Tao's blade light was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, efficiently and precisely reaping lives. Time flew by in the fierce battle. The numbers of points and lifespan throbbed at a thrilling speed. In just an hour, they had gained nearly 10,000 points and over 500 years of lifespan. At this rate, the 35,000 channel cost would soon be recouped and start generating huge profits. However, just as they were immersed in the joy of harvest and the thrill of killing, the beast tide's attack suddenly stopped without warning. No new beasts with red eyes dashed out from the forest's edge, and the last few E-class wild boars were smashed by Grandpa Zhang with a single punch after being entangled by vines. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the lingering smoke and the carcasses of beasts scattered on the ground. What's going on? Did the taunt fail? Grandpa Wang, controlling the little black one, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Lin Tao frowned slightly, instantly activating his S-class Eagle Eye talent, sensing the area within a 20-kilometer radius like a radar. After a moment, he retracted his perception. He slowly exhaled. We have killed all the beasts within this 20 kilometers. Chapter 89 Patterns. The few people stared at the suddenly empty forest, momentarily not reacting. This is all dead? Grandpa Zhang shook off the warm beast blood on his gloves, smacking his lips, obviously still wanting more. I just warmed up. These creatures in a 20-kilometer range are too easy to kill. It's like mowing grass. Grandpa Li calmly ejected the magazine from his sniper rifle, checking the ammo used. The totem pillar's force taunt range is fixed. It seems we need to pull it up and place it somewhere else. Grandpa Wang regretfully patted the hard, cold shell of the little black one and glanced at the nearby wild boar king, panting white steam. Yes, the guys have just started moving and haven't fully unleashed themselves yet. We need to find a place with more and denser monsters. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding fallen trees and the crisscrossing paw prints on the ground, pondering, this forest is vast and boundless, the distribution of beasts must be sparse in some areas and dense in others. If we can find a natural gathering place for the beasts, a water source, or a nest nearby, and utilize the totem pillar's effect, the efficiency can definitely rise several levels. The professor is right. Lin Tao nodded in agreement, also contemplating this issue. We can't run around like headless flies, we need to find a real treasure land. He closed his eyes, focused, and fully activated his S-class Eagle Eye skill. He rapidly spread his perception outward, carefully searching for dense life signs. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. No use. The scouting range of Eagle Eye seems to have reached the limit, probably just over 20 kilometers in radius. Beyond that, it becomes a blur, like being shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to accurately sense particularly strong energy sources or large-scale life-gathering points. If only I could see further and clearer. At this point, Lin Tao suddenly paused, and an incredible light burst forth in his eyes. Wait. Although Eagle Eye is not a talent skill, it is still a skill. My path of deduction can evolve even talent skills, there's no reason I can't strengthen this acquired skill. This thought instantly illuminated his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Tao immediately focused, holding his breath, and plunged his consciousness into the sea of knowledge, directly using path of deduction to lock onto his mastered Eagle Eye skill. Buzz. The familiar golden deduction space unfolded at his summons, countless mysterious runes swirling and pulsating, and two clear deduction paths emanating different auras regarding the Eagle Eye skill slowly emerged. Path 1, Super Sensory Focus, S-Class. Estimated lifespan consumption, 50 to 75 years. Effect, significantly enhances insight and precision within the current perception range, allowing for clear capture of subtle energy flows, performing weakness analysis. Even predicting the opponent's movements, but no increase in the radius of perception. Path 2, Wide Area Insight, S-Grade. Estimated lifespan consumption, 40 to 70 years. Effect, greatly increases the radius of perception, sacrificing some precision for extreme reconnaissance breadth. Sure enough, it works. Lin Tao's heart was filled with wild joy, almost wanting to shout out loud. For the urgent need to find a larger area of dense beast herds, Path 2 Wide Area Insight is undoubtedly the best choice. Choose Path 2, Wide Area Insight. Inject 100 years of lifespan, give me all-out deduction. Lin Tao made the decision without hesitation. A mighty lifespan was instantly burned and injected into the deduction space. The rune structure representing the Eagle Eye skill immediately began to expand and reorganize, symbolizing the boundary of perception like a rubber band being forcefully stretched, crazily expanding outward. Deduction successful. The Eagle Eye skill has been upgraded to S-Grade Wide Area Insight. In the real world, Lin Tao only felt a warmth in his forehead. It was as if some innate invisible shackles had been suddenly broken, a sense of unfathomable expansiveness surged in his heart. He closed his eyes again, activating the enhanced S-Grade reconnaissance ability. This time, his sight seemed to sprout wings, breaking free from all constraints, spreading rapidly in all directions at an unprecedented speed. 10 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 80 kilometers. 100 kilometers. In the end, his perception range firmly stabilized at a vast circular area, centered on himself, with a radius of 100 kilometers. In this Scott's perspective, comparable to that of a high-altitude satellite, the entire landscape of the hunting forest, the strength and color of energy flows, and most importantly, the distribution density of countless lives, both bright and dim light points, all appeared in his mind like an incredibly clear and detailed dynamic sand table, vividly presented. Found it! Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with the excitement of discovering a treasure. He punched his fist hard. I found the pattern. What pattern? The four old men immediately gathered around him, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at him. The distribution of beasts is not random. Lin Tao explained rapidly, simultaneously tracing in the air with his fingers. The closer you get to the center of the hunting forest, the denser and stronger the life energy reactions become. I see that near the center, the energy reaction light points are densely packed, almost gathering into a turbulent ocean of energy. The density and average level of beasts there is at least 5 times that of this area we just cleared. Center of the forest? 5 times density? Are there big ones? Old Zhang's eyes instantly lit up frighteningly, as if he saw endless points inviting him. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. The guys are already itching to go. Old Wang excitedly growled, unable to wait to command the army of beasts to charge and brawl in that dreamland. Let's go. Lin Tao waved his hand decisively, pointing to the center of the forest. Pack up, we'll take this moving slaughterhouse directly to the beast's home. Chapter 90 C-Grade Peak, Golden Earth Dragon Beast. With a clear goal, Lin Tao and the 5 men eagerly headed toward the center area of the hunting forest at full speed. Old Zhang took the lead, his agile figure leaving a blurry shadow among the dense trees, moving astonishingly fast. The enhanced S-grade wide area inside operated at full power, like the most precise biological radar, constantly feeding back the surrounding terrain, guiding the team on the fastest path forward. Old Wang's 3 battle beasts. The nimble Shadow Terror Clawbeast Little Black and 2 heavy tank-like Dark Golden Mountain Pigs wildly charged at the front, using their claws and fangs to clear thorns and bushes, forcefully opening a path. The deeper they went into the heart of the forest, the surrounding ecological environment became increasingly primitive. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, with thick trunks needing several people to embrace. Dense canopies piled on top of each other, almost completely blocking the sky, making the light under the forest exceptionally dim. The air was filled with the smell of rotting soil and the stench of some wild beasts. Deafening beast roars came from all directions, rising and falling, filled with a heart-pounding wild sense of power. Goodness! Oldly held his sniper rifle and, peering through the scope, gasped, in that hollow, E-level energy reactions are like bonfires, piled up. There are several glowing spots for D-level too. What's there to be afraid of? Old Zhang's fists clashed together, creating a spark of electricity. Little Lin, find a place to plant the pillars. Lin Tao's sharp gaze scanned, quickly locking onto an ideal location. A relatively open valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with only a narrow entrance. In the center of the valley was a murky pond, clearly an important water source for nearby beasts. Right there. Lin Tao pointed to the center of the valley. Plant the totem pillars by the pond. Professor Sun, please set up vine traps at the entrance, let's catch them in a jar. Oldly, take the high ground. Old Wang, have your babies guard the entrance, no escaping fish should be spared. Understood. Everyone responded in unison and quickly got to work. Thud. The war god totem pillar was once again fiercely planted into the earth, and the force taunt ripples enhanced by the rule imprint spread out. This time, the effect was immediate, even far exceeding before. Roar. Almost at the moment the ripples spread, the entire forest seemed to be thrown into cold water, completely boiling. The ground shook violently, as if thousands of troops were charging. From the surrounding mountains, caves, and swamps, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up, and the violent beast roars were deafening. The first to surge in were waves of F-level and E-level beast hordes, diverse in species and appearance. But they had only one target, the totem pillar emanating an enticing scent that drove them mad. They're coming. Get ready. Lin Tao growled low, and the holy blade of purification emitted an excited hum. Ha ha ha. They come well. Old Zhang laughed maniacally, seemingly fearless, and rushed out instead. Ice, fire, and lightning elements violently surged on his fists, charging into the front of the beast wave like a meat grinder. Boom. Crack. Put. The sounds of elemental explosions erupted all at once. Where old Zhang passed through, it was like slicing through waves, causing the beast horde to be thrown into chaos. Thorny jungle. Rise. Professor Sun unleashed the full power of the SS level, Root Abyss. The ground at the narrow valley entrance cracked instantly. Countless spiked vines surged out wildly, instantly intertwining into a jungle of death. The beasts at the front were instantly pierced and shredded. The vines even actively waved and whipped, lifting beasts and smashing them against the rock walls. Bang! 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 Old Li's sniper rifle accurately took aim. Little Black. Left flank. Boar King, charge them on the right. Old Wang issued precise mental commands. The Shadow Terror claw beasts transformed into black lightning, their scythe-like arms creating a storm of death. The Boar King charged like a heavy tank, clearing large areas with each savage impact, tusks tossing aside all enemies in its path. Lin Tao moved along the battlefield's edge, using wide insight to always appear where he was most needed. The Holy Blade of Purification flashed, specifically targeting those D-level beasts entangled by vines or wounded by battle beasts, efficiently robbing them of their lifespans. Ding! Killed E-level Claw Tiger, plus 300 points. Plus 8 years of lifespan. Ding! Teammate Zhang Jiangguo killed D-level Marsh Scale Crocodile, plus 1000 points. Plus 30 years of lifespan. Ding! Teammate Wang Chunshine, Beast Cooperation, killed E-level. The system prompts came almost in a continuous stream, densely causing one's scalp to tingle. Points and lifespan surged at an unprecedented terrifying speed. Points, plus 500 plus 3000 plus 5000. Lifespan, plus 50 years plus 120 years plus 200 years. In just 10 minutes, the harvest exceeded the total of the previous hour. Awesome. So satisfying. Old Zhang, caught up in the killing spree, drenched in blood, laughed out loud. This is what fighting is. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure that made the soul tremble erupted from deep within the valley. Roar! A roar filled with the breath of ancient chaos exploded, shaking the entire valley. The beast tide attacking the totem pole seemed to hit a pause button, frozen in place, instinctual fear showing in their eyes. Warning! Super strong energy reaction detected nearby. Assessment level, peak C class. Lin Tao's wide insight instantly locked onto the target. From a dark cave deep in the valley, a massive creature slowly emerged. It stood nearly 5 meters tall and measured over 10 meters long. Its shape resembled both a lion and a lizard, covered in thick dark gold scales, with a fierce head. Sulphurous hot breath spat from its mouth and nose, and a long tail whipped like a steel whip. With each step it took, the ground cracked beneath it. C-Class Peak Lord Monster. Professor Sun exclaimed in shock. Damn it, finally a decent one has come. Grandpa Zhang felt excited instead of scared, his fighting spirit boiling. Leave it to me. Don't be impulsive, Grandpa Zhang. Lin Tao quickly stopped him. Its aura is strong, let's go together. Understood. Grandpa Li's sniper scope locked onto the giant beast's eyes, joints, and other key areas. Grandpa Wang commanded Xiao Hei and Pig King to launch flanking harassment attacks. The dark gold giant beast seemed to be provoked, suddenly whipping its tail, its bone hammer smashing towards the entangling vines with terrifying wind pressure. Boom! Numerous vines were instantly crushed. It opened its enormous mouth, and a wave of scorching flames was about to spew towards the charging Grandpa Zhang. Lin Tao's eyes burst with light, the SS-class, Elemental Divine Fist, power fully pouring into Pure Evil Holy Blade, for the first time. Buzz! The dark red blade instantly lit up with brilliant red, blue, and purple colors, 3 raging elemental powers perfectly merging on the blade, radiating destructive waves. Lin Tao moved with the blade, transforming into a 3-colored stream of light that tore through the air, aimed at the giant beast's vulnerable throat exposed by its roar. Elemental Annihilation Slash. Put. The blade, infused with 3 elemental powers, sliced through the dark gold scales at the giant beast's throat like a hot knife through butter. Roar! The giant beast let out a heart-shaking cry of pain, scorching dragon blood gushing out like a fountain. Its movements instantly froze. What an opportunity! Grandpa Zhang would not miss this chance, elemental power coiling on his fists to the extreme. Take this, you Grandpa! Thunder Fire Ice Explosion! Boom! A frenzied punch infused with 3 elemental powers slammed hard into the wound Lin Tao had opened. Internal and external elemental energies instantly detonated within the giant beast. The massive body of the beast convulsed violently, losing the ability to resist. Grandpa Wang, hurry! Contract it! Hearing Lin Tao's shout, Grandpa Wang's eyes sparkled as he acted without hesitation. He knew very well that the opportunity was fleeting, and it would not come again. Beast Control Ring, go! He shouted, throwing the Dimension Beast Control Ring, that emitted mysterious spatial fluctuations with all his might. The golden ring traced a stream of light in the air, instantly enlarging and accurately encircling the dark gold giant beast, which was on the brink of death and barely conscious. The beast seemed to sense a life-threatening danger and a kind of coercive power, and its remaining instincts made it emit a weak and unwilling roar. The massive body struggled once, trying to escape. But Grandpa Zhang's destructive three-element punch energy was wreaking havoc inside it, destroying its last resistance. The power of the SSS-level, Beast Legion domination, talent, combined with the overwhelming mental strength from the lifespan reinforcement, transformed through the beast control ring into invisible shackles, forcefully entering the giant beast's chaotic sea of consciousness. Submit. Grandpa Wang's hair stood on end, all his spirit highly focused, issuing an irresistible will command. The giant beast's struggles quickly weakened, and the red, violent eyes gradually lost their madness, replaced by confusion, followed by docility and obedience. Ding! The contract is successful. You have successfully bonded with C-Class Peak Battle Beast, the Golden Earth Dragon Beast. The system's prompt echoed in Grandpa Wang's mind, and it was also shared with all the team members. We did it! Grandpa Wang let out a long breath, his face showing ecstasy and a hint of fatigue. The high-intensity mental struggle took quite a toll, but the results were astonishing. The massive Golden Earth Dragon Beast lowered its head gently, nudging Grandpa Wang with its huge head. Although the movement was cautious, it still stirred up a gust of wind. The terrifying wound in its throat and the elemental injuries within were slowly healing under the nurturing power of the beast control ring's dimensional space. Wow! You really managed to tame it. Grandpa Zhang retracted his fist, looking at the beast as big as a small mountain, grinning broadly. Old Wang, you've got some serious clout now. This big guy is fiercer than both Little Black and the Wild Boar King combined. Little Black let out a few low growls from the side, seemingly a bit unconvinced. But sensing the overwhelming aura of the Golden Earth Dragon Beast, it wisely did not step forward to provoke it. The two Wild Boar Kings instinctively took a half step back. Well done, Grandpa Wang. Lin Tao drew out the holy blade, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with smiles. With it, our clearing efficiency will reach a new level. And when facing the upcoming challenges, we'll be even more confident. Professor Sun stepped forward, a gentle green light shimmering in his hand as he pressed it near the Golden Earth Dragon Beast's wound to accelerate its healing. Everyone, take this chance to recover your strength and spirit. Grandpa Li also jumped down from a high point, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The totem pillar's effect is still active. Although this boss has been dealt with, the surrounding beasts are likely to swarm us again soon. Sure enough, losing the intimidation of the Golden Earth Dragon Beast caused the previously attracted beast herd to stir once more, rushing in from all directions with bloodshot eyes, letting out frenzied roars. Perfect timing. Grandpa Wang was invigorated, eager to try. Through the mental link, he gave his new partner the first command. Alright, buddy, here's your chance to shine. Show them who the true master of this valley is. Roar! The Golden Earth Dragon Beast suddenly raised its head. Despite its injuries, the majesty of a C-Class Peak Lord remained. It let out a thunderous dragon roar, its enormous body rising up on hind legs, then crashed down heavily. Boom! The ground shook violently, a terrifying shockwave spreading out from its center. Instantly, the large group of F-level and E-level beasts at the front was sent reeling, bones breaking and sinews snapping. Following that, its long tail swept like a giant steel whip, accompanied by a piercing sound, sending another wave of beasts flying, bones fracturing. Its powerful defense ignored the attacks of those weak beasts, each stomp clearing a wide area. The efficiency was several times higher than that of Little Black and the Wild Boar Kings. My god! This is simply a bulldozer. Grandpa Li watched the overwhelming scene, unable to help but exclaim in astonishment. Ha ha ha! So exhilarating! Absolutely exhilarating! Grandpa Zhang no longer needed to exert full strength, just needed to patch up and handle a few stray fish or stronger E-level individuals, making things much easier. Lin Tao and Professor Sun exchanged smiles. With the Golden Earth Dragon Beast joining them, their score farming assembly line was fully automated and efficient. The growth rate of both points and lifespan soared to an astonishing new height. Points plus 500 plus 1000 plus 3000. Lifespan plus 20 years plus 50 years plus 100 years. The system's prompt sound blended into an eternal background music. Hours later, when Lin Tao glanced at the points panel again, even though he was mentally prepared, his heart couldn't help but race. Current total points, 108,500 points. Current remaining lifespan, 2,217 years. 100,000 points. Over 2,000 years of lifespan. This crazy harvest in less than half a day had already surpassed the total value of all their previous efforts. The cost of the passage to this advanced leveling zone had long been earned back, and with several times, even dozens of times the profit. Lin Tao silently calculated in his heart, a great sense of achievement and peace surged within him. With such vast resources at hand, many things that were once only imaginable now had a chance to become reality. His gaze became incredibly bright, crossing the bloody battlefield before him as if looking towards a distant time and space. He looked at the system panel, at the item priced at 10,000 points, 60-minute return home experience ticket. Well, then, next. It's time to go home and take a look. Chapter 91, Going Home. Current total points, 108,500 points. Current remaining lifespan, 2,217 years. 100,000 points. Over 2,000 years of lifespan. Gulp. Old man Wang Chunxing instinctively swallowed, his voice sounding particularly clear in the silent fortress hall. He trembled as he reached out, seemingly wanting to touch the unreal numbers on the virtual panel, murmuring, "My God, how much is this worth?" Money? Old man Zhang Jianguo laughed heartily, patting old man Wang's shoulder hard, causing him to stumble. "Old Wang, why are you still thinking about money? This is power. The power to beat the crap out of those damned sons of the Light Church." Though the words were crude, they expressed everyone's thoughts. Old man Li Weigua took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, looking at Lin Tao. "Little Lin, next is it time for?" His gaze, like that of Professor Sun, Old Man Wang, and Old Man Zhang, was all unconsciously directed towards the item in the points store costing 10,000 points, 60-minute return home experience. It was not just an option, but a heavy yearning and an unbreakable attachment. Lin Tao nodded firmly, his eyes warm and resolute. "That's right, it's time." He no longer hesitated, locked his thoughts, and decisively paid 10,000 points. Points minus 10,000. Remaining points, 98,500. 60-minute return home experience has been activated. Teleportation is about to begin, please get ready. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The cold voice of the system sounded like a heavenly melody at that moment. The five quickly gathered together, looking at each other, seeing excitement and nervousness in each other's eyes. "Going home," Professor Sun said softly, his eyes slightly red behind his glasses. "Going home." Old man Zhang repeated heavily, his fists clenched tightly. 3, 2, 1 teleport. A pure white light instantly engulfed the five of them. The feeling of weightlessness came, but unlike the violent sensations of traversing dimensions, this was more like a gentle pull. In the next second, the five appeared on the bustling city street. Lin Tao looked around, his heart racing. The streets were filled with cars and throngs of people. And in the most prominent position of the billboard hung 5 huge promotional images of heroes. It was them 5. Below the images, the words "People's Heroes, Forever Immortal" shone brightly in the sunlight. "Mom, look quickly. It's Grandpa Zhang from TV. And brother Lin Tao." A little boy, carried on his father's shoulders, had sharp eyes and excitedly pointed at old man Zhang, shouting loudly, his little hand pointing straight. The father holding the child instinctively tried to stop his child from saying nonsense. "Silly child, must be mistaken, the heroes are still competing." But his gaze followed his child's finger, and his voice came to a sudden halt, his eyes instantly wide open, and his mouth gaping as if a chicken egg could fit inside. "Heavens, oh my! It really is old man Zhang." This exclamation was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly exploding among the crowd. "What? Where? Oh my God! It's really them! All 5 are here. Dragon Country team. The heroes of Dragon Country have come back. Old man Zhang. Look this way. Professor Sun. I'm your fan. Lin Tao. Lin Tao. Look at me." After a brief moment of silence, the entire square erupted into a frenzy. The crowd surged like tides from all directions, the incredible cries of excitement almost lifting the sky. Phones and cameras all pointed at the 5, flashes flickering everywhere. People waved national flags. They shouted their names hoarsely, their faces filled with the purest love and admiration. The security personnel became extremely tense in an instant, trying to form a human wall to maintain order. But faced with the surging tide of enthusiastic crowds, they appeared powerless. Old Zhang was first stunned by this scene, then laughed heartily, proudly cupping his fists and bowing to the crowd. Professor Sun, feeling a bit shy, pushed up his glasses. They were receiving even more fervent adoration than international superstars. At this moment, they were truly the triumphant national heroes returning home. In the highest command center of Long Country, deep underground, the duty officer was routinely monitoring the national data screens. Suddenly, a special frequency communication from the core area of the capital forcibly cut in with the highest priority, accompanied by a tumultuous sound wave. Report. Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square has abnormal spatial fluctuations. Suspected Lin Tao, Zhang Jianguo, and 5 other comrades have suddenly appeared. Repeat, 5 heroes have appeared at Tiananmen Square. The crowd has discovered them, and the scene is extremely crowded. The situation is about to get out of control. The duty officer jumped up from his seat, his face pale, hardly believing his ears. He grabbed the red confidential phone, his voice trembling. Connect the emergency office. Urgent. Extremely urgent. A few minutes later, a corps leader nearly ran into old Lu's break room, even forgetting to knock on the door. Chief! Chief! Good news! Great news! They are back. Lin Tao and the other 5 have suddenly appeared at Tiananmen Square. It's absolutely true. Old Lu, who was reading a report while wearing reading glasses, trembled, and the report slipped to the ground. He suddenly stood up, eyes bursting with disbelief, firing a series of questions. Who has come back? Make it clear. Where was it confirmed? Is the source of information absolutely reliable? Absolutely reliable. The first-level security signal from the on-site duty troops has been transmitted directly back. The images have been connected, it's really them 5. Alive. There are already mountains of people in the square. Old Lu took a deep breath, forcing down the storm of emotions within him. The calm developed through decades of trials returned instantly, with a decisive light flashing in his eyes. Immediately launched the highest security contingency plan. No, wait. Old Lu quickly made a decision, do not use ground vehicles, the crowd is too dense. Immediately order the capital aerial security team to send the most reliable helicopter directly to land in the designated safe area of the square. Get them 5 here safely and steadily at the fastest speed. Remember, ensure their safety and personal wishes absolutely. Hurry! The order was immediately transmitted down in layers, and harsh alarm sounds rang in certain areas of the command center. A highly efficient emergency reception operation quickly unfolded. The door of the highest command center meeting room slowly opened, and Old Lu stood at the entrance, personally welcoming the crowd of generals. When Lin Tao and the other 5 walked in, Old Lu quickly stepped forward, shaking hands tightly with Old Zhang and Lin Tao. His gaze swept over the 5, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement and a hint of choked emotion. It's good to be back. It's so good. You always bring us unimaginable shocks every time. Quick, sit down and talk. What on earth happened? How did you come back? Was the competition over? Everyone took their seats, and Lin Tao briefly explained, Old Lu, time is limited, we came back with temporary experience tickets exchanged for points, only for 60 minutes. His tone turned serious, we urgently need to obtain detailed intelligence on all the other advancing teams, especially the strong teams from other continents. Including their talents, skills, equipment, combat styles, weaknesses, all information. The next phase of the competition is coming up, knowing ourselves and knowing the enemy is crucial. Upon hearing this, Old Lu immediately waved his hand confidently, saying, rest assured. Our country has long thought of this for you. He looked towards the intelligence director beside him, and the director immediately nodded, operating a few actions. The holographic projection in the center of the conference table lit up, and categorized information streams rolled by quickly. Since the first day of the National Fortune Game, we have mobilized all available resources and observation methods to record the battle footage of almost all teams worldwide, which were analyzed by the top analysis team. Although some teams have incomplete information, we have made detailed archives and simulation models of the main strong team's characteristics. All data has been fully prepared for you, and can be called upon at any time. Hearing this good news, the faces of Lin Tao and the 5 others showed excitement. This was undoubtedly a timely help. At this moment, Grandpa Li rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Chief, well, my old partner. Grandpa Wang also looked on eagerly. Although Grandpa Zhang did not speak, the concern in his eyes was equally obvious. Old Lu looked at these old heroes who were sacrificing themselves for the country, with a hint of cautious hope on their faces, and laughed loudly. I almost forgot the most important thing. Don't worry, it has all been arranged. How could we let heroes bleed and cry, unable to see their family? He nodded to the side, and the side door of the conference room opened. Accompanied by several staff members, family members of the old gentleman with tears in their eyes walked in. Old Li. Dad. Old man. This plot is quite fitting for the occasion, as it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wishing great readers a happy reunion and a fulfilling family life. Chapter 92, The Arrangement of the Motherland. The side door of the conference room gently slid open. Old Li. An elderly woman with gray hair tightly clutched a white handkerchief, her lips quivering slightly. Her voice was choked with emotion as she locked eyes on Grandpa Li Weigua, who stood up suddenly from the crowd. Grandpa Li, a tough man who faced bullets and terrifying beasts on the battlefield without flinching, wobbled visibly at this moment. He stumbled forward, tightly grasping the hand extended by his old partner, his voice hoarse, Xiaoying, how are you? How is your health? Don't worry, ever since the National Fortune battlefield began, the country sent someone to bring me to the capital, a special car, and a doctor followed. I'm fine, I'm doing well. Grandma Xiaoying gripped his hand tightly, but tears couldn't stop falling. I watch your videos every day. I'm afraid. I'm afraid for you. Don't be afraid, look at me, didn't I come back? Grandpa Li awkwardly wiped her tears with his rough fingers, his eyes also beginning to redden, his voice gentle. Is everything at home good? Are the children all well? All good, all good. The country takes great care of us, there's nothing missing. Just miss you. Grandma Shouying cried uncontrollably, simply repeating miss you. A middle-aged woman, seemingly responsible for taking care of Grandma Shouying, smiled gently and said to Grandpa Li who oldly, rest assured, Auntie is in good health, we regularly arrange physical checkups. Everything at home is fine, and the organization has made arrangements. Grandpa Li nodded heavily, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, and only managed to say, thank you to the country. Thank you all. At this moment, a small, chubby boy like a little cannonball rushed out from behind the door, shouting Grandpa, and clearly targeting Grandpa Wang Chunshang. Oh! My big grandson! Grandpa Wan lifted the little guy high into the air, his face breaking into a smile, with wrinkles stretching out like a blooming chrysanthemum. He affectionately rubbed his forehead against his grandson's forehead. I missed you to death. Did you listen to Grandma and Mom at home? Yes. I was very obedient. Grandpa, I saw you on TV. And Dake. And Piggy. Grandpa is so amazing. The little boy danced with excitement, his face flushed. All the kids in my kindergarten say my grandpa is a superhero. Grandpa Wang held his grandson, looking towards the door. His son and daughter-in-law were standing there as well. His son wore a sharp uniform, and his daughter-in-law had tears in her eyes but wore a proud smile, both nodding vigorously at him. Dad! Dad! Please don't worry. I'll take care of everything at home. His son's voice was loud and full of the soldier's determination. Grandpa Wang felt a pang in his heart, let out a heavy sigh, and in that moment, all his worries and concerns were soothed the best they could be. Grandpa Zhang Jiangwo's family did not come. His old partner passed away early, and his son was an officer on the border, tied up with duty. But a high-ranking officer with stars on his shoulders quickly walked in front of him, solemnly saluting, Old Zhang. The captain is fine, and everything is going smoothly. He asked me to tell you that he is your son and will never bring you shame. Everything at home is organized, so please rest assured to fight. Grandpa Zhang's chest heaved, returning a proper military salute. Tell him that I haven't brought him shame either. The iron-blooded tenderness was all in that exchange. Professor Sun's wife was a gentle intellectual, wearing glasses. The two exchanged a smile without many words, just a gentle hand squeeze, and everything was understood without need for speech. Their daughter secretly wiped her tears on the side, yet her face held a happy smile. Lin Tao was an orphan, with no relatives showing up. Old Lu stepped forward and firmly patted his shoulder. Kid, this is your home, we are all your family. Looking at the warm scenes of reunion before him, seeing every team member's family cared for so thoughtfully, Lin Tao and the others completely let go of their last remaining concerns. This brief moment of warmth soothed their weariness from the battles and strengthened their resolve to protect everything. Old Lu and several generals stood a bit further away, and no one approached to disturb this precious reunion. A secretary softly inquired, Chief, the time. Old Lu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over each excited, tearful, and joyous face, quietly saying, let them stay for 5 more minutes. The warm current warmed the heroes' hearts. These 5 minutes had more power than any pre-battle mobilization. Though this warm reunion time was precious, everyone knew time was running out. A few minutes later, with the understanding of the family members and the arrangements of the staff, several family members of the grandpas were temporarily invited to the next room to wait. In the conference room, the atmosphere grew serious again. On the holographic projection, information from teams around the globe appeared. The intelligence officer held a laser pointer, speaking quickly and clearly. According to our analysis, the most noteworthy opponent information for the next phase is as follows. The representative team from the beautiful country in the North American region, Captain codenamed War God John Bradley, possesses an A-class inspiring talent. Team member Ghost Kyle Simmons wields a purple quality sniper rifle. In the European region, the Sun Never Sets Empire's representative team has a captain with A-class talent in stone skin defense, extremely durable. The Gallant Country team has a member with S-class psychic interference ability. The German team is well equipped with 2 purple shields, working seamlessly together. Lin Tao and the others were fully focused, almost engraving all the key information into their minds. Professor Sun also silently noted down all the details while pushing up his glasses. Grandpa Li Weigui and Grandpa Wang Chunqing took notes while softly exchanging ideas on tactics against various guns and battle beasts. The handover of intelligence was remarkably efficient. In less than 20 minutes, the vast stream of information was digested and absorbed by the 5 of them. Seeing this, Old Lu nodded in satisfaction and added at the end, all the data analysis reports, video edits, and simulation models have been compressed and transferred to this special computer. He handed over a black portable computer. You can take this back with you and view it any time. Lin Tao solemnly accepted it. Although he didn't know if they would be able to take anything back, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chief. This intelligence is extremely important. At that moment, the side door of the conference room opened again. Several staff members pushed in a few silver custom equipment boxes. The surface of the boxes was imprinted with the emblem of the Dragon Country, full of a sense of technology. Old Lu wore a proud smile. Heroes, while intelligence is important, solid strength is fundamental. The country specially prepared these for you. They are the best individual equipment we currently have in the world. The boxes open sequentially, revealing equipment filled with a sense of future technology inside. The first box contains several black combat suits, glistening with a special metallic sheen. This is the latest Dragon-scale nano combat suit. An equipment expert stepped forward to introduce. It uses memory alloy weaving technology, soft and comfortable in normal times, but instantly becomes harder than steel upon impact, effectively resisting sharp cutting and blunt force impacts. The second box held several rugged tactical vests and armor plates. The matching Xuanwu exoskeleton module is lightweight, significantly enhancing the user's strength, speed, and endurance when worn. Old Zhang's eyes lit up as he picked up an armor plate and weighed it. Good stuff. This thing is solid. The third box contained weapons. Various types of rifles, sniper rifles, and daggers. The fourth box included communication and auxiliary devices. This is the Qianli Chuanin biosensing communicator, which cannot be eavesdropped or interfered with, and has an extremely large effective range. Professor Sun picked up a headset-style communicator and nodded. Good stuff. With this, we can achieve true independent operations. Lin Tao also nodded. Looking at these pieces of equipment that gathered the highest technology of the motherland, a warm current surged in their hearts with this solid backup. So thoughtful. The country has considered everything for us. Lin Tao sighed. The warm days passed quickly. In an instant. Ding. 60 minutes of home experience time is about to end. Transportation will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The system countdown rang out. No more talking. Everything at home is with us, you just need to fight hard ahead. Remember, the entire Dragon Country will always be your most solid backing. The five of them stood up in unison, straightened their backs, and responded, rest assured, leaders and people of the motherland. Light once again enveloped the five of them. The sensation of weightlessness came. In the next moment, they returned to the fortress of the main god space. Next to them were the several silver equipment boxes from the motherland. Chapter 93, The Final Preparations Before Battle. The pure white light of the main god space reappeared. After a brief silence, Grandpa Zhang Jianguo suddenly slammed his fist against the alloy wall beside him. Damn it! Seeing everything at home is fine, my heart is completely at ease. With the prosperity of home and country, it's our fortune. But whoever dares to stretch their claws to touch our home, to touch our country, must first step over our bodies. That's right. Grandpa Li Weiguo's eyes were sharp. Anyone who wants to destroy this piece will have to take a bullet from me first. Grandpa Wang Chunqing nodded heavily, looking at the docile golden dragon beast in little black beside him. For the kids to go to school peacefully, we old bones need to hold strong. The more enemies we kill, the more peace at home. Professor Sun pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses deep and firm. With no worries at the back, we can charge forward without hesitation. The power we have gained, everything we do, now holds the most solid meaning and purpose. Lin Tao is also filled with passion. The leaders and people of the motherland believe in us and have given us the heaviest burden. With home and safety, that is our strongest support. Now, grandpas, let's start redeeming and fully upgrading. The fighting spirit of the five was completely ignited. The warmth of home turned into the most determined fighting will, and the support of the nation became the strongest source of power. Everyone gathered around the point shop light screen, beginning to calculate carefully how to use the remaining 90,000 points. After efficient discussions, priority is quickly determined. The dimension ring worth 12,000 points must be exchanged. The storage space is crucial for team logistics. Exchanged and managed by Lin Tao, it is used to store common team supplies. The red equipment Shattered Star Gauntlets, worth 9,500 points, can greatly enhance Grandpa Zhang's SS-level Elemental Divine Fist destructive power, providing core output security. Exchange immediately. The red Skill Dimensional Slash, worth 6,000 points, serves as a powerful single-target killing and breaking skill, compensating for Lin Tao's insufficient explosive output. Exchange. The red Skill Beast Frenzy, worth 6,000 points, can greatly boost the combat power of all battle beasts for a short time, making it a high-cost performance option for Grandpa Wang, who has 3 powerful battle beasts. Exchange. The Golden Skill Energy Barrier, worth 9,000 points, can provide strong team protection, making it extremely useful against ambushes or strong attacks. Exchange. After deducting the above expenses, the remaining points are exactly 47,500 points. After careful consideration, everyone unanimously decided to spend all remaining points on exchanging Bloodline. The reason is simple: with Grandpa Li around, they will surely not worry about equipment in the future. With Lin Tao, there are no worries about skills. With the divine stones and formations provided by the goblins, there are no worries about techniques. Only this ability to enhance physical strength, bloodline, is currently their biggest shortcoming. The golden ancient dragon bloodline, worth 15,000 points, was given to Grandpa Zhang. Its overpowering attribute boost, along with fire and ice resistance, perfectly matches his elemental divine fist, greatly enhancing his physical strength, allowing him to unleash power more recklessly. The red elf bloodline, worth 8,000 points, was given to Grandpa Wang. The significant increase in mental power and agility will greatly assist his SSS-level beast horde domination, improving communication with and control over battle beasts. Surprisingly, Grandpa Li chose the red bloodline titan descendant, worth 9,000 points. Lin Tao thought this was acceptable. This way, Grandpa Li can better handle heavy firearms and bear the recoil. He also has a certain degree of self-protection ability in close quarters when necessary to compensate for his shortcomings. With 15,500 points remaining, neither Lin Tao nor Professor Sun had exchanged for bloodline yet. Without any hesitation, Lin Tao immediately paid 100 points and refreshed the bloodline options again. Cell 1, Ancient Life Tree Bloodline. Quality, Red. Effect, after fusion, gain the blessing of the Ancient Life Tree, greatly enhancing healing and support skill effects, and allowing for deeper communication with plants. Exchange points, 9,000. Cell 2, Fury of the Storm Bloodline. Quality, Red. Effect, after fusion, gain the qualities of the Storm Giant, significantly increasing nerve response speed, dynamic vision, and short-term explosive power. Attacks have a chance to unleash wind and thunder, adding paralysis and tearing effects. Exchange points, 8,000. Cell 3. Item, Flame Sun Dragon Sparrow Bloodline. Quality, Red. Effect, after fusion, gain the power of the Flame Sun Dragon Sparrow, greatly enhancing agility, nerve response speed, and dynamic vision. Attacks come with a burning effect and allow for brief low-altitude gliding. There is a certain deterrent effect against flying creatures. Exchange points, 7,000. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. Professor Sun, this ancient life tree bloodline is simply tailor-made for you. Its effects perfectly match your Heart of Nature and Root Abyss. Professor Sun looked at the description, his eyes behind the lenses also brightened, and he nodded seriously, indeed. The deep communication with plants and protective warnings are invaluable in unknown environments. But Professor Sun glanced at the remaining points, anxiously saying, there are only 15,000 points left, and this ancient tree bloodline costs 9,000, after exchanging this, there won't be enough for you to exchange for other bloodlines. Lin Tao waved his hand calmly. No worries, anyway, these two aren't suitable for me right now, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Let's go with it. Lin Tao decisively made the decision, exchange. Points minus 12,000. Successfully exchanged 4 ancient life tree bloodline, golden. Remaining points, 3,500. After doing all this, Lin Tao handed 4 differently colored syringes to the 4 grandpas. Gentlemen. Lin Tao's voice rang out, his gaze sweeping over everyone, we have about 2 days of rest, let's quickly inject the bloodline serum. The elderly gentleman knew it was not the time for hesitation. As a result, the thick syringes were used without a word. Several of them immediately injected the serum into their arms. Put. The needles pierced the skin, red and golden liquids slowly flowed in. In an instant, 4 powerful and distinct energy flows exploded within the bodies of the 4 gentlemen. Ugh! Elder Zhang Jianguo let out a suppressed low roar, his body trembling violently. His skin instantly reddened, as if lava was surging through his veins, steam bursting from his pores. Soon after, extreme cold frost swiftly covered his body, fiercely opposing the high temperature, emitting a hiss sound. Thick blue arcs of electricity wildly danced across his skin. The 3 completely different elemental powers, guided by his ancient dragon bloodline, not only did not conflict, but began to merge in a frenzied yet orderly manner. His already strong physique seemed to swell even larger, an uncontrollable domineering dragon might spreading out. Elder Wang Chunsheng, on the other hand, experienced another kind of transformation. The elf bloodline did not bring an increase in power, but a supreme lightness and agility. His senses were amplified to the extreme, clearly able to hear every emotional fluctuation from Xiaohei, Mountain Boar King, and even the golden dragon beast's mental link. Elderly Weiguo's feelings were the most direct and brutal. The bloodline of the Titan descendant poured into his already aging body like the hottest molten iron. Intense pain surged in alongside an unprecedented feeling of power. His muscle fibers expanded madly as they tore, his bones creaking painfully, becoming even thicker. A wild force, as if it could tear mountains apart with bare hands, awakened within him. He felt the Zerg sniper rifle in his hand was weightless. This pure enhancement of strength greatly compensated for his close combat shortcomings as a ranged fighter. Professor Sun Jiaxian's change was filled with the rhythm of life and peace. A greenish glow radiated from within, and his white hair seemed to regain a glimmer of vitality. The power of the ancient tree of life bloodline, gently yet vast, washed over his body, resonating strongly with his S-level, heart of nature, and SS-level, root abyss. He felt as if he had transformed into an ancient tree rooted in the earth, his understanding and control of life energy leaping to a whole new level. The entire process lasted about 15 minutes. The four gentlemen slowly opened their eyes, their gazes contained yet radiating stronger power than before. Name, Zheng Jiangguo. Skill strength, SS level. Energy strength, F level. Physical strength, A level. Comprehensive evaluation, A level. So refreshing. Ha ha ha. Elder Zhang clenched his fist hard, the air in his palm cracking with a sound, red, blue, and purple electric light swirling. I feel like I could punch through a mountain. Name, Wan Chunshang. Skill strength, SSS level. Energy strength, F level. Physical strength, B level. Comprehensive evaluation, A level. Elder Wang's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing 10 meters away in an instant, then returning to the original spot, creating a gentle breeze. He nodded in satisfaction at the new changes in his speed and link with the beast pack. Name, Li Weigua. Skill strength, SS level. Energy strength, F level. Physical strength, A level. Comprehensive evaluation, A level. Elderly picked up a piece of alloy debris that had shattered during training, his fingers tightening. The hard fragment was easily squeezed into a lump, like clay. Name, Sun Jiaxiang. Skill strength, SS level. Energy strength, F level. Physical strength, A level. Comprehensive evaluation, A level. Great. The fusion was a huge success. Lin Tao looked at his transformed comrades, filled with joy. Everyone's overall strength had risen to a new level. Lin Tao's heart was filled with boundless pride, yet he was not satisfied. Gentlemen, although our overall strength has all risen to A level, our foundational internal skills remain our biggest weakness. Lin Tao's gaze swept across everyone, his tone serious and determined. Do not forget the words of the elder gnome, a tree without roots will find it hard to reach the heavens. Now is the best time to solidify our foundation. As he spoke, he had a thought and took out the precious gift given by the gnome elder, Gloom, from the dimension ring. Buzz. Nearly 100 ethereal blue god stones instantly appeared in the center of the fortress hall. A rich wave of pure energy rippled out, thickening the air. An ancient animal hide scroll slowly unfurled, hovering above the god stones. The runes of the high-efficiency gathering array carved on the scroll were faintly glowing, resonating mysteriously with the cluster of god stones below. Previously, we rushed and only made initial absorption. Now with this dedicated formation, it is just the right time to strike while the iron is hot, fully solidifying and enhancing the strength of our internal skills. Elder Wang and Elder Li nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had already deeply felt the importance of a solid foundation in previous battles. The five quickly followed the scroll's instructions, sitting cross-legged around the high-efficiency gathering array, each guarding their position. Lin Tao accurately embedded a large number of god stones into various energy nodes of the formation. Buzz. The formation was fully activated, shining brightly. A pillar of ethereal blue light shot up into the sky, several times stronger than when they were in the gnome mine, completely enveloping the five. The pure and gentle energy no longer needed to be intentionally guided, but surged into the five like rivers returning to the sea. Chapter 94, Even if there are thousands, I shall go. Inside the fortress, the high-efficiency gathering array continued to operate. The ethereal blue god stones dissolved at a visible speed, turning into pure energy torrents that ceaselessly flowed into Lin Tao and the other four. Their breaths climbed at a terrifying speed, as if they were an endless pit devouring these treasures from deep within the earth. Meridians widened and strengthened under the wash of energy, and bones and organs emitted faint buzzing sounds, undergoing deep purification. The foundation, which had seemed slightly floaty due to rapid growth, was now solidified like a rock formed over 10,000 years. Buzz. Professor Sun's surroundings radiated a bright green light, his life energy full and round, breaking through the shackles first, with his internal skill strength stabilizing at E level. Next, Elder Li's eyes flashed with brilliance, his perception becoming sharper, as if he could perceive the most subtle flows of energy. Elder Wang let out a low roar, his mental power surging like the tide, and his connection with the battle beasts became clearer and stronger. Elder Shang's body shimmered with intertwining red, blue, and purple elemental light, becoming more refined and dazzling, as if he could draw upon the energy of the surrounding space with every move. Finally, Lin Tao took a deep breath, feeling an unstoppable flow of power within him, as the replicated talents perfectly merged with himself, as if they were at his fingertips. His energy strength also steadily reached the threshold of E level. The five almost simultaneously completed their breakthrough, exchanging smiles, each feeling an unprecedented strength and fulfillment. However, before they could carefully experience the changes brought by their E-level strength, the cold system prompt sounded out of nowhere in the main god space. 72 hours of rest time has ended. Teleportation starting, the elimination rounds competition instances, God of War Arena. All participating teams, please prepare. Here it comes. Lin Tao's expression tightened. Before he finished speaking, blinding white light instantly engulfed the five inside the fortress. In Dragon Country, in various cities. At 3 in the afternoon, the originally bustling streets momentarily came to a standstill. A delivery man suddenly braked his electric bike, ignoring the overdue order, quickly took out his phone, holding his breath in concentration. In the office building, a meeting in progress was neglected. Executives and employees all looked in unison at the screen projected on the table. In the internet cafe, the fierce gaming team battle suddenly came to a halt. All players were forced out of the game screen and refreshed the live streaming platform. In every home, whether it was a housewife cooking or an elderly person just waking from a nap, everyone turned on their TV or phone. Everyone's hearts were filled with the same thought: the live stream is about to start. How are they doing? In the next moment, the dark screen suddenly lit up. Here it comes. Finally here. Dads and grandpas. I miss you so much. New dungeon. God of War Arena. It sounds amazing. Let me see if Uncle Zhang has become handsome again. Bless my Dragon Country team to achieve victory. The barrage instantly flooded the screen like a tsunami, and the emotions that had been held back for 3 days erupted in this moment. However, before people could make out the arena's environment, the system's global announcement fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly freezing everyone's excitement. Global announcement: the elimination stage officially begins. Competition format: Continental Team PK. Rules: based on existing continents, all advancing teams belonging to that continent will enter the same arena for indiscriminate melee battles. The continent of the winning team will have all its teams advance. The continent of the losing team will have all its teams eliminated. As the announcement ended, the entire blue star first fell into silence, and then completely exploded. African region barrages. WTF? Team PK? Does that mean we have to team up with other teams from our continent? But we have 19 teams. How will this work? Wait, this rule, doesn't it mean that the more people a continent has, the more advantageous they are? European region barrages. Ha ha ha. God bless. 21 teams. We are the most. Let's unite. The European alliance is invincible. Let the other continents feel our power. The advantage is ours. Crush them. North American barrages. 11 teams, not bad, we can still fight. Pretty America, lead us to victory. Oceania barrages. 6 teams, what the heck? How can we fight against Europe and Africa? It's over, it's definitely a one-round exit. South American barrages. 8, feels like we're just cannon fodder. Can we surrender and lose half? When the system announcement appeared in the Asian region, the entire Asian network seemed to lag for a second. Asian region. 3 teams. Dragon Country, Bear Country, Morning Country. 3. Facing Europe's 21, Africa's 19, North America's 11. After a brief silence, it completely exploded. Twahaha. 3 against 21? 3 against 19? 3 against 11? System, are you kidding me? Asian team, I often feel out of place because there are so few of us. What the hell is this? Just announce Asia's elimination already. A conspiracy. An absolute conspiracy. This is too obvious. Dragon Country team, I am invincible, you all can do as you wish. Bear Country team, hooray. Although we are few, our momentum cannot be weak. Morning Country team, trembling. Feel sorry for Asia for 3 seconds, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. This isn't even hell difficulty, this is directly throwing us into the sun's difficulty. The betting has started. How many minutes can the Asian team last? Within Dragon Country, after the initial shock and anger, a belief of fighting to the last began to spread. Damn it, let's just do it. Believe in the old man. Believe in Lin Tao. So what if we are few? We came through like this back then. 1 man against 5 tribes. Today, let you see what it means for 1 team to take on 10 nations. Brothers, let's put even if there are thousands, I will go, on the screen. Just as the global audience was boiling over this extremely unfair rule and Asia's desperate disadvantage, the live stream finally came into focus. The live camera steadily zeroed in on the legendary God of War Arena. Oh my god. Even the most desperate viewers couldn't help but gasp in awe upon seeing the image. An incredibly vast stone arena. The ground was covered with ancient inscriptions, and the dome was so high it seemed to connect directly to the chaotic void. Occasionally, enormous chains hung down from the void. But what was most alarming was the surroundings of the arena. Not a viewing platform, but a series of uniquely styled statues. Some statues are clad in heavy armor, wielding massive swords like mountains, with faces of authority. Some are shrouded in elemental storms, their forms indistinguishable, only destructive energy flowing. Others take the shape of terrifying beasts, roaring and clawing, as if they might come to life at any moment. These statues stand as silent judges, looking down with disdain upon the impending feast of slaughter, emanating a suffocating pressure. The entire arena is like a magnified Roman Colosseum. It is filled with a bizarre atmosphere of primal brutality and sacred judgment. At this moment, this vast space is divided into 5 zones by an invisible force. The European Union's 21 teams, nearly 100 people, occupy the largest area. As the live camera zooms in, everyone is shocked when the details become clear. The nearly 100 members of the European Union team are like mythical deities armed to the teeth. More than 40 people shine with dazzling red auras. Items like dragon scale armor and star-shattering gauntlets are everywhere, and even several red tower shields exuding a heavy, mountainous aura can be seen, alongside a few red staffs flowing with destructive energy. And that's not all. Amid this suffocating red light, there are also more than 10 dazzling golden glows. The bullet comments erupt after experiencing less than a second of absolute silence. What the hell? Red gear. Gold gear. So much? Where did this come from? Cheating. Report. The Europeans are all cheating. System, will you do something? That knight captain from The Sun Never Sets, his sword is golden. Am I seeing things? That female mage from Gaul, her robe is also golden. And a necklace. And look at those German heavy armored warriors, all in red plate armor. They clearly only had blue shields before. God, did they empty out the entire treasury of Europe? With 21 teams of nearly 100 people, almost half have red gear? And over 10 have golden gear? How many points is this? How could they possibly have so many points? Bug. This is definitely a system bug. They are cheating. Asian team, 3 people. European team, nearly 100, with about 50 red gear and 15 gold gear. Is there still suspense in this match? Ha ha ha. The Dragon Country team is stunned. This is what you get for being arrogant. In front of real money spenders, you are nothing. It's over, what's there to fight? Can Grandpa Zhang's fist break golden armor? Can Lin Tao's knife even cut? Wah, unfair. So unfair. Chapter 95, One-Sided Massacre. Global announcement, elimination round, first match, European Union representative team versus African Union representative team. The battle is about to begin. The system's voice is cold and grand, echoing throughout the arena and all live channels. The camera instantly switches to the area occupied by the African Union. The African team of about 80 people instantly falls into a state of panic. No. Why are we first? God, how can we fight? They are simply heavenly warriors. Ancestors, bless us, ancestors, bless us. Their equipment is a stark contrast to the divine gear of the European Union across the way. Looking out, only a few people among the entire African team shine with purple auras. Most of their gear is primarily green and blue. There are even many people bare-chested, holding homemade wooden spears and sharpened beast bones. What the hell? The first match is a blatant massacre? Is the system doing this on purpose? Is there no humanity left? The African brothers are too miserable. This equipment gap is more exaggerated than tanks crushing primitive tribes. This is a civilization-level annihilation. Look at the Europeans with their godly gear obtained through spending, and then look at the African brothers with their fire sticks and bone clubs. I'm almost in tears. What the hell is this? Surrender. Keep some dignity. This is not a battle, it's an execution. It's unfair. Absolutely unfair. Where did the European team get so many points to trade for red and golden gear? They must have cheated. At system, at referee, a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. I demand to see the VCR. African brothers, hold on. Even if we lose, we must bite off a piece of their flesh. Let them know that African bones are tough too. Let's mourn for Africa. I hope everyone is okay. Light a candle, light a candle. Ha ha ha. European daddies. Crush these primitives. Show the world the absolute dominance of the Ansar people. Survival of the fittest, it's only right. The gap in strength can no longer be bridged by courage. This is a chasm of despair. Sigh. In the fortress of the Dragon Country team, the atmosphere is equally tense. Through the live broadcast screen, they saw the European team displaying absurd and unreasonable gear. Even the fearless Grandpa Zhang frowned tightly. Damn it! Have these white-skinned guys dug up the system's real father's den? Where did so many shiny red and golden things come from? Are they here to fight or to hold a sales conference? Grandpa Liwegua's face was cold as iron. The energy fluctuations of that gear are ridiculously strong, especially those few radiating golden auras. Their defense and power likely exceed normal ranges. My armor-piercing rounds, even if they hit head-on, they might not penetrate effectively. Professor Sun pushed his glasses, quickly and calmly analyzing. This is too abnormal. According to the profit ratio from the previous group stage, even if the European team has all members alive and the highest points, there's no way they could accumulate such a massive arsenal to equip nearly half their team in such a short time. Unless they struck a crazy fortune and collectively opened legendary diamond or even higher-level treasure chests, or... Lin Tao chimed in, voicing the most probable guess. They also discovered special areas like the Goblin's secret realm and successfully plundered resources far beyond the norm? Grandpa Wang Chensham worryingly looked at the European army, which seemed like gods descending from the sky, and then glanced at the little black and the wild boar king beside him, his voice filled with anxiety. What should we do? There are only 5 of us. Even though we have some backup, they have way too many people, plus they're all decked out in godly gear. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Lin Tao took a deep breath, forcing his boiling emotions to calm down. Why panic? Good gear doesn't guarantee victory. Don't forget, our foundation has been thoroughly solidified with divine stones, our internal strength has been raised to E level, and our talent skills have been reinforced through simulations, not inferior to theirs. We may be fewer in number, but we're more agile, our coordination is better, and our combat experience was honed in the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. They might have the numbers and good gear, but that could lead to chaotic individual fights, poor command, and lack of coordination. This is our opportunity. Just as Lin Tao was working hard to stabilize morale and analyze the situation. In the center of the arena, blinding white light once again flashed frantically. Nearly 100 godly equipped warriors from the European Union and over 80 scrappy soldiers from the African Union were ruthlessly teleported into the central area of the arena. The European team members were beaming with excitement and arrogance, exchanging glances and gestures with one another. Like attending a hunting party, they mockingly stared at the panicked and huddled African team. The African team members stood back to back, tightly packed together. Sweat soaked their simple clothes and armor. Their eyes were filled with despair, but also with a tragic determination forced to the edge. The battle begins. The system's cold prompt sounded suddenly. For Europe. For glory. Crush these savages. In the European ranks, a knight captain clad in magnificent golden armor, wielding a giant sword burning with holy flames, grinned and shouted. The next moment. Countless fiery and dazzling fighting energies, elemental spells, and arrows imbued with enchantments, like a storm of steel, surged toward the African team's positions. Boom! Boom! Bang! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. The energy shields hastily raised by the African team collapsed like soap bubbles in sunlight, unable to withstand even a second against the terrifying red and golden assaults. Green and blue armor, alongside flesh and blood, became as fragile as paper in the face of absolute power. Screams rose and fell, quickly drowned out by even fiercer explosions. African team members were blasted and melted into light. Leaving behind mutilated limbs and charred blood, the scene was so gruesome it made one nauseous. They had once tried to launch sporadic counterattacks. But the spears thrown never even reached the European team, they were effortlessly deflected by various shields and energy fields. This wasn't a battle at all. This was a blatant one-sided massacre and torture. The barrage of comments went completely mad. Slaughter. This is blatant slaughter. System, open your eyes and see this. Oh my god. So cruel. Completely one-sided. The African team can't even get close. The power of the red and gold gear is too terrifying. This is a total dimensional strike. Not from the same dimension. It's over. Africa is finished. They can't even put up a decent resistance. The European team is invincible. With such an advantage in gear and numbers, how can they fight? Whoever encounters them next is doomed. Dragon Kingdom team, did you see? This is the opponent you might face next. How can we win? Fear, XN, nausea, XN, anger, XN. Devils. These Europeans are devils. They are enjoying the slaughter. Chapter 96, The Sacrificial Counterattack. Just when everyone thought the African alliance would quickly collapse under the European armored army's crushing force, an abrupt change occurred. In the center of the African team stood an old shaman with a face painted white, his eyes suddenly bursting with determination and madness. He looked at his fallen compatriots, who were as fragile as straw, and let out a heart-wrenching howl. No. Those thieves of Angsa do not think you can easily take away our dignity. Since we are doomed to die anyway. With my flesh and blood, with my soul, I sacrifice to the great spirit of Loa. Awaken the power of our sleeping ancestors. Let these plunderers pay the price. As he uttered his chilling chant, he suddenly thrust the bone staff, embedded with skulls, fiercely into his own chest. In an instant, blood dyed the staff red, but strangely, the blood did not flow, it was instantly absorbed by the staff. Around him, dozens of surviving African team members also ignited the flames of mutual destruction in their eyes. Without hesitation, they lunged towards the ominous bone staff. For the tribe. Ancestors bless me. Let's die together. In an instant, centered around the old shaman, a thick black mist spread rapidly. The black mist carried a deathly stillness that shook the very souls. Any African team member touched by the mist, whether voluntarily or not, had their essence instantly drained away. Their bodies shrank visibly, skin tightly wrapping around bones, eye sockets sinking deep. In the end, they turned into silent mummies, collapsing to the ground. This horrifying scene was instantly broadcasted worldwide, leaving all viewers stunned by this sudden and eerie phenomenon. The comment barrage exploded, filled with fear and disbelief. What the hell? What's happening? Did they just commit suicide? Sacrifice. Oh my god. They are sacrificing themselves? The spirit of Loa? The kind of primitive god of the African tribes? This power is too sinister. It's giving me goosebumps. My blood feels drained. What kind of terrifying forbidden technique is this? A final resistance in despair, too tragic. Using the lives and souls of all members as the price? African brothers, so bold. Too bold. This is a willingness to shatter together. Even a piece of meat from Europe must be bitten off. This black mist, it feels so terrifying. My soul is trembling. The European team is doomed. As expected. No team is simple. In a desperate situation, everyone has a life or death trump card. The Europeans must be stunned. They didn't expect the prey to burst out with such power before dying, right? The black mist, which had consumed the lives and souls of the last few dozen members of the African Union, wildly gathered and transformed in the air. In the end, it became a huge black shadow, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. It didn't have distinct facial features, but everyone who looked at it could feel as if they were being stared at by countless eyes full of hatred. Thieving of the Angsa. Descendants of the colonizers. Bear the wrath of the ancestral spirits. The shadow let out a roar overlapping with countless voices, shaking the entire arena, causing a humming sound. An arm made of dark energy suddenly raised, pointing towards the direction of the European Union. In an instant, energy gathered in the palm. The elements of the entire arena became violently chaotic, and space itself seemed to twist. In the next second, a pitch-black shockwave pushed towards the European team's formation. Wherever it passed, even the light was devoured, and the ground silently vanished and decomposed. The barrage exploded again, filled with panic from this scene. Holy shit! Forbidden spell. This is definitely a forbidden level spell. This energy fluctuation. I feel like I'm suffocating even through the screen. It's terrifying. The African team's final trump card. The ultimate strike exchanged by sacrificing the whole team. I told you. There are no weak teams to get this far. They all have their own trump cards. Can Europe's divine armor withstand this? This looks like a rule-level annihilation. Look at the European team's reaction. They're panicking. Damn. The reversal is here. You were showing off. You ran into a brick wall now. This power, even holding the red giant shield, one hit might heavily injure or even instantly kill them? Facing the sudden ancestral spirit forbidden spell, the European Union team was thrown into momentary chaos. But after all, their equipment was top-notch, and the reaction speed of the strongest among them was incredibly fast. Holy barrier. Dimensional shift. Shadow leap. Quick retreat. Almost as soon as the forbidden spell was cast, the top players of the European team, wearing golden gear, each showed their skills. Some figures blurred, trying to escape into the shadows, while others directly used short-range space teleportation tools to retreat quickly. The players who were a bit slower but had better speed also fled frantically. However, those who were a moment too slow or lacked life-saving displacement abilities were out of luck. The pitch-black wave of destruction swept through. Their expensive red armor and shields dissolved and disintegrated as quickly as ice under the sun. Before they could even scream, their bodies and souls were completely annihilated by that energy filled with dead silence and resentment, turning into nothingness. With a single strike, nearly one-fifth of the European Union's formation was completely wiped out. The entire arena fell silent, everyone was stunned by the terrifying power of the reversal and the forbidden spell, unable to speak. Holy shit, this is real, the disappearance of health bars? Annihilated. They literally vanished. Not even ash remains. The strength exchanged by sacrificing the whole team, it's terrifying. It's hopeless. African brothers, real men. I respect you all, true warriors. Wah, crying. I'd rather be shattered than be intact. This is the most brutal way to slap the invaders in the face. It was worth it. It was worth it. Long live the ancestral spirits. Long live the Loa gods. This is the true pride of savagery. The Europeans must be dumbfounded. Their faces must be pale. Can they still act all high and mighty? Ha 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 ha. So satisfying. My brain's been blown away. Serves you right, you smug bastards. All your divine gear shattered. Wait, the European team, it seems they're not all dead? Those who reacted quickly managed to escape. Damn. Those few golden figures ran fast. Did that sun never sets night captain just blinked out? After all, with so many godly weapons, there must be plenty of life-saving tools. What a pity. But that's enough for them to drink a pot. A fifth of their force is gone. They must have sacrificed many core skills. Inside the fortress, Lin Tao and his 5 companions looked extremely grave. Professor Sun adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, "It's a terrifying mutual destruction skill, its power has definitely reached S-level, or even higher. But the price is also enormous, and it seems to require multiple people to voluntarily sacrifice themselves and guide it. It should be some sort of one-time ancient scroll or ritual that they stumbled upon." Old Manly clicked his tongue. Wow, if this hit us unexpectedly, it would surely be a big deal. Old Man Zhang's eyes were sharp. Its power is great, but the wind-up is also obvious. Those quick-reacting Europeans dodged most of it. If we really face it, we can't take it head-on, we have to dodge. Or interrupt them before they finish their ritual. Lin Tao nodded heavily. You old men are right. This reminds us that any opponent might hide 1 or 2 deadly trump cards that can turn the tide. We must never let our guard down. In the economic arena, the Black Shadow seemed to have exhausted all its strength after unleashing that earth-shattering strike. It became extremely unstable, flickering violently several times, and finally collapsed with a loud bang, disappearing without a trace. As if that world-destroying strike had never happened, only leaving behind a devastated area in the center of the arena and the shaken survivors from the European team. The cold and emotionless system announcement rang out at the right time. In the first match, the European Union team wins. The African Union team is eliminated. The countries belonging to Europe advance to the finals. The countries of Africa are undergoing random disaster extraction. In the second match, the North American Union team vs the Asian Union team. Preparation time, 10 minutes. Seeing the announcement for the second match, the audience immediately stood up. North American team, damn. We were just enjoying the show, why is it suddenly our turn? It's over, the African team had such a brutal counterattack and only took down less than 20 from Europe, we have only 3 teams in Asia. How do we fight against 11 from North America? The North American team won't cheat like Europe, right? Will we also be forced to use such mutual destruction tactics? No way. Dragon Country team. Bear Country team. Morning Country team. Hold on. Don't let it come to that. Oh no. We're already starting to tremble. Dragon Country Big Brother. Bear Country Big Brother. Let us. Yura. What are we afraid of? Isn't it just 11 teams? When the narrow road meets, the brave wins. Let's do it. 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes. It's so tense we can't breathe. Chapter 97 Comparison. The live broadcast camera suddenly switched, focusing on the preparation area of the North American Union. 11 teams, about 50 people, most teams had mixed equipment, mainly in blue and purple. It looked a bit like the chaotic army of the African Union before, but overall it had a slightly better spirit. Just as the bullet comments began to rise with a hint of North America doesn't seem that great either, the camera suddenly zoomed in. It locked onto the 2 front teams, the Beautiful Country team and the Maple Leaf Country team. Beautiful Country's captain war god John Bradley was clad in a set of dark red shining golden heavy armor. He wielded a massive warhammer forged from thunder, the hammerhead jumping with azure lightning. His teammates were equally heavily armed. Golden shields, red giant axes, staffs burning with flames. Each person's energy fluctuation far surpassed that of ordinary people, their eyes cold and confident. The nearby Maple Leaf Country team was no different. Although the style leaned more towards nature and frost, their resplendent gold and deep red shimmered together, similarly conveying unmatched power and luxury. The godly gear display, more extreme than that of the European Union, left all the viewers stunned. A suffocating sense of oppression spread through the screen. Hiss. The global live streaming room was instantly overwhelmed by gasps of cold air and explosive bullet comments. North American barrage. WTF? Holy shit. Is that our Beautiful Country's team? God. What am I seeing? All in golden light. Red light. This is even more outrageous than the Europeans. Maple Leaf Team 2. Fuck. Where did they get these artifacts? Ha ha ha. God bless North America. God bless beautiful country. This gear. This brilliance. The European Union is nothing. We are the true God-equipped legion. The Asian team is doomed. Absolutely doomed. Look at this gap. How can they fight? Victory belongs to North America. Glory belongs to Anglo-Saxon. Asian monkeys, get ready to tremble under absolute power. Other regions barrage. What the hell? Here again? Another fully equipped team? Beautiful country and Maple Leaf country, they are golden from head to toe, even their damn boots are golden? How is this possible? The European team at least has a bunch in red gear, North America has pure gold with red. The visual effect is even more explosive. This is creepy. Too creepy. What kind of luck did Europe and North America have? Did they create this system? We're done for, done for. There are already so few people, what can we do now? At system at referees strictly investigate. Must strictly investigate. This score source has to be questionable. The camera shifts back to the last three teams in the Asian Alliance. The Korean team, although they have 5 members, the newly added players can't hide their fear, their bodies are slightly trembling. Tightly gripping their only blue-quality bone spear, they gulp nervously, looking towards North America with eyes full of despair. Captain Jin Hongshi's face is ashen, he is trying hard to straighten his back. The bear team, Ivanov stands at the front, like 2 thick walls. The new members are strong and fierce, carrying the unique toughness of the fighting nation. But the best equipment on them is only a couple of purple quality axes and armor. Compared to the shiny gold across from them, it's pitifully sad. They are not afraid of death, but looking at the opponent's gear, their faces are filled with frustration. Ah, damn it. Are we really going to go up? Whoa, the new brothers are trembling, so pitiful. Hooray! The bear has no cowards. But this equipment gap is just too big. My heart aches for Korea and the bear, this is simply peasants challenging the pay-to-win giants. Where's the Dragon Country Big Brother? Quickly look at the Dragon Country Big Brother. Finally, the camera arrives at the Dragon Country representative team. 5 figures stand quietly there. 4 elderly men with gray hair and sharp eyes, plus a calm-looking young man with black hair standing among them. The young man just quietly looks towards North America, his gaze deep, showing no emotion. The 5 of them seem out of place in the heavy atmosphere around them. In stark contrast to the soaring brilliance of the North American team. North America/Europe barrage. Puhaha. This is killing me. This is the team that took down the Neon and Ant teams? 4 old men with a kid? Where's the passion from earlier? Where's the momentum? Is Asia's trump card just selling old? Looks like we don't even need to lift a finger, they'll collapse on their own. Is this all the strength of the Dragon Country? Looks like they just had the worst luck plus the Neon's stupidity. Dragon Country/Asia barrage. Although I know the hope is slim, but, come on, gentlemen. Do your best. Believe in them. We must believe in them. They have always been miracle workers. Tears are about to come out, this comparison is too brutal, but damn it. Even if we have to fight with our fists, we will take at least one tooth from them. Dragon Country team. Go for it. Asia. Go for it. The 10-second countdown begins, the golden light of the North American team becomes increasingly dazzling, overflowing with killing intent. On the Asian team side, the new members from Korea and the bear are trembling even more. While the 5 from the Dragon Country remain calm, making their final preparations. As if facing not a battle with a huge gap in equipment, but just a regular daily activity. Preparation time, 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Chapter 98, Warm-up ends. Battle begins. At the moment the system's prompt sounded, within the North American Alliance, the armored warriors led by Beautiful Country and Maple Leaf Country launched a fierce offensive. For the glory of North America. Crush them. The captain of Beautiful Country, God of War John Bradley, roared like thunder as he raised high his golden warhammer, entwined with raging arcs of electricity, wrath of the thunder god, summoning storm clouds in the sky. Boom! A thick lightning bolt tore through the sky above the arena, transforming into a thunderstorm that covered a large part of the battlefield. Countless electric snakes danced wildly, crashing down towards the Asian Alliance's position. Be careful! Scatter quickly! Captain Jin Hongshi of the North Korean team, eyes wide with horror, shouted hoarsely. However, the terrifying pressure of the thunder and the blinding electric light caused the newly joined members of the North Korean team to blank out instantly, their movements delayed. Ah! Screams erupted instantly as two North Korean team members failed to dodge and were engulfed directly by the raging electric snakes. Their pitiful blue bone armor and weak energy shields shattered like paper, their bodies convulsing violently and charred from the high voltage, instantly losing all signs of life. North Korean team member Lee Chang has been killed. North Korean team member Jin Shangyang has been killed. Almost simultaneously, within Maple Leaf Country's team, a female mage holding a gorgeous staff inlaid with ice crystals elegy of the deep winter finished her incantation. With a swing of her staff, a piercing cold wave erupted around her. A vast ice-blue frigid domain rapidly spread out, covering the areas where the Bear Country team and part of the North Korean team were located. Crack, crack, crack. The ground instantly froze into a thick layer of ice, the temperature of the air plummeting. Frost rapidly climbed up the leg armor of the Bear Country members, attempting to freeze them in place. I can't move. My speed is slowing. A Bear Country member roared angrily, trying to break free, but his movements became extremely slow. Yura! Hold on! Ivanov shouted, swinging his purple shattering rock giant axe down to sever the ice layer beneath him. But the attacks from the North American team followed consecutively. Several players dressed in red heavy armor, wielding massive red swords from beautiful country, rushed up, unleashing a frantic barrage of firepower at the immobilized Bear Country team. Clang! Put! Ivanov parried a chainsaw sword, sparks flying, but another searing breath of flame struck hard against his side. Though his purple plate armor absorbed most of the damage, the horrifying heat still made him grunt in pain, his skin burning, and his movements stalled once again. The equipment gap became undeniably evident at this moment. The combat power, control, and self-resilience of the North American armored warriors completely overpowered the under-equipped North Korean and Bear Country teams. The North Korean team's formation was in disarray, barely holding up under Jin Hongchi's desperate command, but casualties continued to rise. The Bear Country team endured bravely with their strong physiques, like a rock in a storm, but they were already battered, and defeat seemed just a matter of time. The global comments were in an uproar. It's over. It collapsed right at the start. North America's firepower is too fierce. This thunder and frost have too large an area. There's no way to dodge. The North Korean rookies can't hold on. Two have vanished in an instant. The Bear Country tough guys can't hold on either. Purple equipment can't stand against red attacks. How can we fight now? After one wave of offense, Asia is about to be gone. Prioritize eliminating the Dragon Country team. They are the core. John pointed his warhammer at the 5 Dragon Country players, his tactical intent crystal clear. In an instant, over 10 North American players, more than half in red armor and even 2 glimmering golden core members, pounced towards the area where the Dragon Country team was located like sharks smelling blood. Come on! Grandpa Zhang Jianguo, instead of feeling surprised, was overjoyed, his fighting spirit surging. The boots of the swift wind glowed green, actively meeting the John charging with the golden warhammer. Take a punch from Grandpa Zhang. Explosive flame thunder. Grandpa Zhang's right fist, wearing the shattering star fist gauntlet, blazed with red flames, while the left fist crackled with ice-blue electricity, both fists coming out. The powers of ice, fire, and thunder elemental forces collided fiercely, smashing towards the descending wrath of the thunder god. Boom! Fist and hammer collided, erupting with a deafening roar. Red, blue, and purple elemental lights crazily clashed with pure golden thunder, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread outwards. Even the ground was shaken, cracking like a spider web. Old Zhang's figure swayed, stepping back thud 3 steps. Each step left deep footprints on the stone ground, blood and energy surging like waves. Yet John merely leaned back slightly, steadying himself, his eyes flashing with surprise. Oh? You can actually take my hammer head on? Old man, you've got something. But it's still not enough. John bared his teeth, raising the warhammer again, gathering thunder once more. On the other side, Grandpa Lee's bug race sniper gun let out a low roar, high explosive armor-piercing rounds tearing through the air, precisely aiming at the frost-keeping female mage of the Maple Leaf Nation. However, just as the bullet was about to hit, the female mage's golden robe, flowing with ice-vine runes, Winter's Veil, automatically lit up. A thick, crystal-clear ice shield instantly formed. Bang! The explosive round struck the ice shield, exploding in a burst of flames, but only left a few cracks and burn marks on the shield, failing to penetrate. The female mage didn't even turn around, simply tapping her staff lightly. The ice shield instantly repaired itself, and she continued to chant, a stronger blizzard beginning to brew. TSK. That golden shield is damn hard. Old Lee spat, brow furrowed, quickly switching ammunition. Professor Sun's staff slammed down, activating the SS-level root abyss, as countless thick, bloodthirsty dark green vines burst from the ground, entangling the charging North American team members. However, the armored warriors, equipped with resistance auras and purification enchantments, greatly diminished the vines' entangling and piercing attack effects. The control time was greatly shortened. They only needed to exert a little strength or let the light flash on their bodies to quickly break free and continue charging. The control effect has been severely weakened. Professor Sun's face turned grave. Grandpa Wang commanded Little Black and the two Mountain Pig Kings to charge back, trying to disrupt the enemy formation. Within the North American ranks, a team member sneered, pulling out a red collar-like item radiating a strange wave, Beast Tamer. An invisible interference wave spread out, causing Little Black and the Mountain Pig Kings to immediately let out anxious and furious roars. The charge was hindered, as if trapped in a quagmire, their movements became stiff and slow, even starting to collide with each other. Not good. There's something that restrains battle beasts. Grandpa Wang's heart tightened. Worse still, his just summoned trump card, the sea-level golden ground dragon beast, immediately became a target of concentrated fire. First, kill that big one. At least 3 North American team members unleashed their control skills and burst attacks towards the ground dragon beast. Holy light shackles, ice prison, gravity suppression. Multiple control chains instantly ensnared it, eliciting a painful roar from the ground dragon beast, nearly immobilizing it. Then, the aftershock of the wrath of the thunder god, a wild slash from a red giant axe, and a fiery explosion struck it hard. Even the ground dragon beast, known for its defense, sustained heavy damage under such concentrated assaults. Its scales shattered, blood pouring out, letting out a mournful cry. Damn! Grandpa Wang felt both heartache and fury, yet found himself powerless. In just the first 2 to 3 minutes, the Asian alliance had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. The Chaogua team had lost nearly half its members, and every survivor was injured. Mao Xiong Team Ivanov was covered in blood, barely holding on with strong will and a reckless fighting style. As for the heavily targeted Longhua team, though they withstood the first wave of concentrated attacks. Old Zhang even clashed head-on with the opponent's golden-armored captain, but everyone felt immense pressure. Conventional methods seemed ineffective against these divine armored enemies, battle beasts were constrained, control was weakened, and the situation was extremely passive. The gap brought by the equipment is even greater than imagined. The global comments have been drowned in the frenzy of North American supporters. It's over. Completely over. Asia is finished. North America is invincible. Divine equipment crushes all. Skills? Experience? In the face of absolute equipment disparity, they're all jokes. The Dragon Country team is just like this. They were boasting so fiercely just now, but weren't they completely dominated? Sigh. Although I knew it was difficult, I didn't expect the gap to be this enormous. Even breaking through their defense is hard. The Bear of the Morning Country can barely hold on. The Dragon Country team is being completely suppressed. There's no hope. Surrender. Keep some dignity. In the arena, the North American alliance's offense became more and more rampant. The armored warriors showed cruel smiles, confident of their victory. The Asian alliance seemed to have reached a dead end. However, amidst the chorus of despair, the 5 members of the Dragon Country team, while looking serious, still displayed calm eyes, not showing the slightest hint of panic. Lin Tao blocked an attack, his gaze sweeping across the arena. Gentlemen, the warm-up is over. It seems the power of the full red equipment is just SOSO. Chapter 99, let's see if you can block this one attack. In the Dragon Country's highest command center. A huge 3-dimensional holographic projection displayed the battle situation in the God of War arena in real time. When they saw the North American representative team, especially the dazzling golden and red divine armor of the Beautiful Country and the Maple Frost Country, a collective gasp echoed in the command center. How is this possible? A young officer responsible for intelligence analysis exclaimed, their equipment level, this has completely exceeded the maximum points that could be accumulated in the first stage. This doesn't make sense. Another divine armor. After Europe, North America also has large-scale super specifications. Chen Zheng's fist slammed heavily on the console, his face pale. There is definitely a system flaw we can't understand. Or, there is external interference. Old Lu's gaze was sharp as an eagle, closely watching the team of shimmering gold in the projection. His voice was calm but carried an icy chill. I fear, someone does not want the game to maintain balance. Someone is handing knives to our opponents. When they saw the new players from the Morning Country being instantly consumed by lightning, the Bear team fighting with blood under the frost and heavy hits, while the 4 old gentlemen of the Dragon Country team and Lin Tao were heavily targeted by the North American elite. With regular attacks proving ineffective and their formidable beasts restrained, the atmosphere in the center became extremely tense. Every general, every staff officer, had beads of sweat in their palms. They are being suppressed, an old general said anxiously, the other side's equipment advantage is too great. Old Li's sniper can't break through the defense. Professor Sun's control has been weakened. Old Wang's beast is being targeted. Another general spoke rapidly, analyzing the unfavorable situation. If this goes on, the consumption will be too high, sooner or later. But old Lu slowly raised his hand, stopping his subordinate's increasingly pessimistic analysis. His gaze did not leave the 5 figures in the projection that seemed suppressed but remained orderly and calm. Calm down. Look closely at their eyes. When has Comrade Jianqua ever shown fear? Even that little Lin Tao has a hint of mockery on his lips? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and immediately looked closely. Indeed, although Grandfather Zhang was pushed back, the fire of battle in his eyes burned even brighter. As Lin Tao blocked and dodged, there was not the slightest hint of panic in his gaze. They're not just holding on. Old Lu said slowly, a glimmer of understanding and anticipation in his eyes. Instead, it seems they're testing. Testing the quality of these so-called divine armors, looking for their limits and weaknesses. Trust them, the trump cards have yet to be revealed. In the underground strategic command room of the White House in the beautiful country. Unlike the seriousness in the Dragon Country Command Center, the atmosphere here was filled with laughter and joy from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the advantage of absolute power. President Byron watched the projection where the North American armored warriors launched a thunderous blow, instantly destroying the players from the morning country. Unable to contain myself, I waved my fist. Although I don't know where our young man got this equipment, the glory of victory will surely belong to us. The CIA director wore a smug smile on his face. The Asian team looked so primitive and weak before them. The defense minister nodded with a smile. Captain John did well. Prioritizing to focus fire on the Dragon Country team was absolutely correct. Suppressing their core, the other 2 weak teams are no match. As they saw the Dragon Country team's counterattack easily blocked, and the battle beasts restrained by special items, the situation turned overwhelmingly one-sided. The cheers almost blew the roof off. Gentlemen. Ladies. The president raised his glass. Let us celebrate the North American Alliance's victory, huh? Before he could finish, the intelligence officer suddenly exclaimed, wait, look at their expressions, I feel something isn't right. The screen zoomed in, focusing on the 5 members of the Dragon Country team. After Jianqua took a blow, he shook his wrist, and his face showed not fear, but rather excitement and eagerness. Lin Tao dodged a fierce flame slash, his gaze cold. The 4 old men and that young man, their calmness had a deep and unfathomable feel to it. F***K. The defense minister suddenly leaned closer to the screen, his face changed. Why aren't they afraid? How can they be so calm? A wave of inexplicable unease replaced the earlier festive atmosphere. Suddenly, in the footage, a dramatic change occurred. Warm-up is over. Lin Tao launched an attack. It seems the full Red Gear's power is just SOSO. The moment he finished speaking, the previously suppressed, seemingly only able to barely defend, Jianqua suddenly let out a thunderous laugh. Ha! So satisfying. This shell is tough enough, hitting it feels great. But this is where it stops. His arm suddenly shook, a repressed aura erupted like a dormant volcano. Red, blue, and purple elemental light surged, unleashing an energy wave far more powerful than before, reaching for the sky. The true power of the SS-level elemental fist was fully unleashed for the first time, supported by the E-level internal power foundation. Shaolin, watch closely. This is how elemental power is used. Grandpa Zhang roared, and instead of attacking anyone directly, he smashed both fists into the ground. Boom! The entire arena seemed to shake violently. Centered on the point where Grandpa Zhang's fists landed, 3 radically different energy torrents, searing lava, extreme cold ice veins, and raging lightning, instantaneously tore through the ground, spreading in a fan shape towards the North American team and their special gear. This was not a simple energy impact, but a controlling area that changed the terrain. The formation of the North American team was instantly disrupted, and their proud special gear could not completely immunize against this environmentally based continuous interference and damage. Almost simultaneously, Professor Sun's gaze behind his glasses sharpened, fully unleashing the SS-level root deep abyss. But this time, it was no longer a simple bind and strike. The vines breaking through the soil were instantly black as ink, and their tips became hard and sharp like diamonds. They no longer tried to bind, instead, they acted like countless black spears from hell, precisely and ruthlessly targeting the connection points of the special gear armor for a terrifying piercing attack. Put! That previously impenetrable golden ice shield suddenly had a hole appear. The female mage screamed in fright, interrupted her spell, and awkwardly dodged. Grandpa Wang Chunsheng pressed his hands against the ground, and the SSS-level beast swarm domination mental power surged like a tsunami, forcefully scattering the interference wave of the beast tamer. Little Black, King Boar, especially the injured and furious golden earth dragon beast, instantly regained clarity in their eyes, and then received a surge of wild beast frenzy power. The earth dragon beast let out an earth-shattering roar, its injuries seemingly temporarily suppressed under the frenzy. In the gaps of the dark golden scales, blood-red light burst forth, like an out-of-control interstellar tank, ruthlessly crashing into the North American team members who were frantically dealing with the elemental catastrophe on the ground. And Lin Tao. Amidst the chaos created by his teammates, his figure vanished like a ghost. In the next second, he appeared as if by teleportation behind the handsome country's captain, John Bradley, who was barely jumping out of the lava zone while holding God of Thunder's fury. The holy blade of purification in his hand was raised high, radiating destructive energy that slightly twisted the surrounding space. God gear? Lin Tao's voice was icy. Let's see if you can block this slash. The blade light slashed towards the wrist where the golden warhammer and armor connected. All viewers of the live broadcast had their hearts leap into their throats. Chapter 100, alright, head on. God gear? Let's see if you can block this slash. Before his words faded, the holy blade of purification transformed into a dark red flash, slashing toward John Bradley's right wrist, which tightly gripped God of Thunder's fury. As the captain of the handsome country, John Bradley, who had experienced countless battles, had a sense of danger that was already ingrained in his instincts. In the moment Lin Tao's figure vanished, every hair on his body stood up. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He had no time to think about how Lin Tao broke through the chaotic battlefield and got close in an instant. At the critical moment, he unleashed all his potential. With a roar, he attempted to pull back his war hammer to block. At the same time, the golden armor on his arm shone brightly, trying to withstand the blow. Clang! Sparks flew. The destructive energy contained in the holy blade of purification frantically eroded the armor. John Bradley felt an irresistible immense force and a tearing pain at his wrist. The golden armor he was proud of groaned under the overwhelming pressure and was actually cut open with a deep crack. Although it was not completely severed, the overwhelming impact and the accompanying elemental erosion still caused his entire right arm to become numb in an instant, his fingers loosening. Ugh! John grunted, stumbling backward, his face turning pale instantly. The God of Thunder's fury warhammer slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground nearby with a loud bang. Even the lightning on the hammer dimmed somewhat. One blow. In just one blow, the golden armored captain of the North American Alliance was actually disarmed? In the global live broadcast room, all the comments instantly vanished. Whether it was the ecstatic North American supporters, the despairing Asian viewers, or the onlookers from other continents, they all stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. After a full 2 seconds, the comments exploded like a nuclear bomb, completely drowning the screen. What the hell? What just happened? What did I see? A blade-splitting golden gear? It fell. The warhammer fell. The North American captain's weapon was knocked away? Lin Tao. My God. How could this be possible? That's golden weapon. How could it be knocked away with a single slash? Broken defense. It really broke defense. The Dragon Country team can break through golden defense. Ha ha ha. North America is dumbfounded, right? Your god gear is not invincible. Who just said gear crushes? Come out and take a few steps? Technical crush. This is absolute technical crush. Seizing the fleeting opening, attacking the weakest point. So cool. That slash. Timing, angle, power, perfect. The North American captain turned pale. Ha 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 ha. In the underground strategic command room of the White House in the handsome country. The room that was just filled with laughter was now silent. President Byron's wineglass fell to the ground with a loud bang. He stared at the projection of John Bradley losing his weapon, his facial muscles twitching violently, his lips quivering, but could not make a sound. Fuck. No. This is impossible. The Secretary of Defense suddenly jumped up from his seat, both hands pressed on the control console. The eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. John's armor is golden gear. How could it be sliced apart with a single strike? The CIA director's face turned pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt's back. Sir, the knife in Lin Tao's hand, it should be of red quality. Although it isn't as good as golden gear quality, that strike just now perfectly hit the energy node where the armor connects to the hammer. President Byron finally regained his voice, filled with unbelievable panic. What kind of terrifying insight and precision does this require? And that old guy. What was that move just now? Changing the terrain? Is this power even possible for a human? The defense minister slammed his fist on the table in anger. We underestimated them. Seriously underestimated. Their strength does not come from the equipment, but from themselves. A wave of panic began to spread among the senior officials of beautiful country. They originally thought they could easily crush everything with their divine gear. But now, the Dragon Country team bluntly told them with bare reality. In the face of absolute power and skill, so-called divine gear is not indestructible. In the highest command center of Dragon Country. In stark contrast to the panic in beautiful country's command room, explosive cheers erupted after a brief silence. Good. An old general with gray hair patted his thigh suddenly, his face flushed with excitement. Well done. That kid Lin Tao. His timing was spot on. Brother Zhang's ground-splitting attack was a stroke of genius. He perfectly created the opportunity. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew these old fellows had a trick up their sleeves. Another general laughed loudly. Who cares about divine gear? In front of real skill, it's all a paper tiger. Old Lu also showed a smile of relief and pride, gently exhaling a breath. The Dragon Country team's performance not only shattered the myth of invincible divine gear but also greatly boosted everyone's morale. It seems we were right to trust the kids. Old Lu smiled, his gaze once again fixed on the 5 figures on the projection that stood like stabilizing anchors. They are creating a miracle belonging to our Dragon Country. In the arena, the battle did not stop due to this earth-shattering strike but instead entered an even more intense phase. Captain? John. The North American team members were horrified, completely unprepared for their invincible captain to suffer such a huge loss in a single encounter. A few nearby team members immediately rushed frantically toward the fallen Thunder God's fury, wanting to snatch it back. Others, with red eyes, threw all their skills at Lin Tao as if they were free. Want to steal? Did you ask me first? Uncle Zhang Jianguo laughed wildly, his fist slamming down hard again. Erupting fire. Frost Nova. Thunder River Walk. An even more violent tri-elemental power erupted around him again, forcing the North American team members who tried to snatch the hammer and attack Lin Tao into chaos, disrupting their formation again. Bastard! John Bradley, under the cover of his teammates, finally awkwardly picked up Thunder God's fury with his left hand. But the numbness in his right arm and the tearing pain from the armor greatly reduced his strength. His face turned ashen, both shocked and furious. He stared fiercely at Lin Tao, who had once again blended into the shadows like a ghost, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. Kid! What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Come at me head-on if you dare. John Bradley gritted his teeth against the intense pain and numbness in his right arm, gripping Thunder God's fury tightly with his left hand, his eyes burning with humiliation and mad fury. The golden lightning surrounding him surged again, even more dazzling than before. Receive my ultimate blow. Torrential thunder. He raised the hammer high, drawing on all the remaining thunder power above the arena. A tremendously thick golden lightning pillar, like a spear of heavenly punishment, tore through the sky. With the violent will to destroy everything, it crashed down towards the area where Lin Tao was located. Before the lightning arrived, the terrifying pressure had already caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Even the air was ionized, making cracking sounds like explosions. This strike gathered all of John's power and anger, vowing to turn Lin Tao and everything around him into dust. Facing this world-destroying blow, Lin Tao's eyes remained calm. He slightly raised the pure evil holy blade in his hand. On the blade, a dark red glow seemed to come alive. The space where his blade pointed began to slightly twist and fold. Alright, a hard clash. This is what you said. Dimensional slash. He swung the blade at the huge lightning pillar and John Bradley behind it. An almost invisible black thread extended from the tip of the blade. The black thread silently cut into the raging golden lightning pillar. That power capable of annihilating everything actually began to fracture from the moment it touched the tiny black line. No explosions, no massive collisions. The world-destroying thunderstorm was like being split open by an invisible divine sword. The golden lightning pillar was neatly divided in two, crashing down on either side of Lin Tao's body. It kicked up a storm of lightning and debris, yet it couldn't harm him in the slightest. The black line retained its momentum, flashing past in John Bradley's suddenly contracted pupils. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The madness and anger on John Bradley's face instantly froze. He looked down at his chest. That black spatial crack had already penetrated his golden armor. It pierced through his body, disappearing into the void behind him. His golden armor first displayed an extremely thin bright line. Then, the bright line rapidly expanded. Crack whoosh. The golden armor, called divine armor, along with the body it protected, was neatly sliced in half along a smooth cutting surface. John Bradley, the captain of the North American Alliance. The top-tier powerhouse dressed in golden divine armor. He was cut in half by Lin Tao's dimensional slash right down the middle. His body fell to the sides, kicking up some dust. The wrath of the Thunder God Warhammer fell with a clang, its lightning extinguished, becoming dull and lifeless. Ding! Successfully plundered the source lifespan. Remaining lifespan, plus 50 years. Chapter 101, The Angel Descends. The sight of Captain being cut down by Lin Tao sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. In the arena, the remaining North American team members, as if struck by an invisible thunder, instantly froze in place. The grim smiles on their faces completely froze. A trace of fear began to spread quickly. See, Captain? John. No. This is impossible. His golden armor, how can it? The North American players, originally fierce in their attack on the Dragon Kingdom team, now showed clear hesitation and stiffness in their movements. On the contrary, the Asian alliance's side erupted with morale like ignited explosives. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Well done. Elder Zhang Jianguo laughed out loud, his fists becoming even fiercer, forcing the North American player in front of him to retreat continuously. Yura. Follow the brothers of Dragon Country. Kill them all. Ivanov, covered in blood, seemed to be infused with new strength, swinging his battle axe with roaring vigor. Brothers of Dragon Country. So awesome. Hold on. We're coming. Jin Hongxi and the remaining Zhaoguo players were also greatly energized, battling fiercely to regroup with the Dragon Country team. For revenge for our captain. Kill them. Attack with all our might. At any cost. A vice-captain from the beautiful country shouted hoarsely, forcibly suppressing his inner fear, trying to reorganize the formation. The North American players also knew what scene they were facing now. After the initial chaos, their survival instinct overcame their fear. Their eyes bloodshot, they went completely berserk. All their skills and items poured down on the Dragon Country team like a torrential rain. The intensity of firepower and brilliance of energy were almost enough to completely engulf the Dragon Country team of 5. However, at this moment, the Dragon Country team already different. Come on. Let me see what tricks you still have. Old Zhang advanced instead of retreating, SS-level, elemental fist, and E-level internal power driven to the extreme. With both fists swinging, an energy storm interwoven with ice, fire, and thunder raged, like a meat grinder, shattering and annihilating the incoming attacks. By himself, he seemed to embody a moving artillery and fortress. Professor Sun's eyes sparkled behind his glasses, fully unleashing SS-level, root abyss. This time, breaking through the ground was no longer vines, but countless black ironwood spikes glistening with metallic luster. They accurately locked down the movements of the North American team members, disrupting their spellcasting actions. At the same time, with a wave of his staff, a gentle emerald green halo enveloped his teammates, continuously restoring their stamina and injuries. Old Wang opened his mental link fully. Under the boost of Beast Swarm Frenzy, Little Black, the Wild Boar King, and that severely injured Liuli Golden Earth Dragon Beast charged like 3 heavy tanks through the North American formation. Especially the Liuli Golden Earth Dragon Beast, its terrifying power at the peak sea level coupled with frenzy, caused chaos and destruction with every pounce and tail swing. Lin Tao was like a ghost, with wide area insight, allowing him to always predict the most dangerous focus points and the perfect moments to strike. He specifically hunted down those North American team members attempting to cast large control or destruction spells. With every appearance, a North American team member was guaranteed to be seriously injured or fall. The 5 of them coordinated flawlessly, attacking and defending as one. They actually held up against the crazy counterattack of over 40 remaining North Americans and began to push back. The North American team's numerical and equipment advantages seemed pale and powerless against the suddenly enhanced cohesive tactics of the Dragon Country team. One after another, North American team members were consumed by elemental storms, pierced by ironwood spikes, crushed by war beasts, and sliced apart by blades amidst their desperate screams. The barrage of messages went wild again. As team members fell like cut wheat, the formation was on the verge of complete collapse. The beautiful country's vice-captain's eyes turned red, revealing an extreme madness. You forced my hand. You forced my hand. Let's die together. He suddenly pulled out a dark golden rune scroll from his bosom, radiating a heart-stopping aura. The moment the scroll appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A breath of destruction spread outward. With my soul. Honor the God Emperor. Arise, Archangel. He roared in a hoarse voice, tearing the scroll without hesitation. The scroll transformed into countless dark golden light particles, wrapping around the vice-captain's body. He let out a scream that sounded inhumanly tragic. His body visibly withered, all life essence along with his soul greedily consumed by the dark golden light particles. In the next moment, the light particles that devoured the sacrificer soared into the sky, gathering and taking shape. A divine, cold pressure enveloped the entire arena. The sky seemed to tear apart. A beam of sacred light thundered down, injecting itself into the dark golden outline taking shape. After a long time, the light gradually subsided, revealing a massive figure hovering in mid-air. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a long and perfect physique. Its entire body was covered in silver-white armor flowing with dark golden runes, and 3 pairs of giant light wings slowly unfurled behind it, radiating an overwhelming pressure in specks of light particles. Its face was blurred, with only a pair of emotionless pupils coldly gazing down at the beings below. In its hand, it held a gigantic sword burning with sacred flames. The sword's tip pointed, and the space slightly twisted. Chapter 102, Life and Death Competition. The Archangel hovered in the sky, its 3 pairs of light wings gently flapping. The falling light particles carried a sacred pressure, weighing down on everyone's hearts. The morale, just lifted by Lin Tao's slaying of John, instantly shattered. The remaining few members of the country's team were the first to be hit. Their knees buckled, and they uncontrollably sank to the ground. The face was pale, the eyes filled with desperate awe. Even the brave team member, Ma Xion, felt a difficulty in breathing, and his movements slowed down. Ivanov roared, wanting to straighten his back, but it seemed as if an invisible giant mountain was pressing down on him. "You trickster birdman! Take this, from your grandpa Zhang." 3-element obliteration fist. Uncle Zhang Jianguo had the worst temper and was the least superstitious. Faced with this suffocating pressure, not only did he feel unafraid, but his fighting spirit surged to its peak. He shouted in rage, and his whole person transformed into a meteoric flash of red, blue, and purple, blasting upward to the sky. On his fists, the 3 elemental forces of ice, fire, and thunder emitted destructive waves capable of obliterating everything, ruthlessly smashing toward the sacred figure in the sky. Foolish mortal, defiling the majesty of the divine. The archangel coldly raised the giant's sword burning with holy flames, lightly slicing at Uncle Zhang as he charged. A concentrated sword light arrived ahead of the attack, cleaving onto the 3-colored fist force. Crack, boom. Uncle Zhang's punch, which contained his life's energy, was effortlessly torn apart like paper before the seemingly casual holy sword light. The sword light, without losing momentum, instantly broke through Zhang's protective elemental energy and brutally struck his chest. The red light of the dragon scale armor flashed violently, then let out a mournful cry, quickly dimming. Put! Uncle Zhang was hit hard, spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The elemental radiance swirling around him instantly collapsed. The whole person fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing down hard from the sky, plowing a deep trench in the ground. After struggling a few times, he found he could not rise for a moment. The barrage erupted, and the previous excitement plunged into an icy abyss. Uncle Zhang! Lin Tao's eyes were bloodshot, but the extreme sense of crisis forced him to calm down instantly. No! We absolutely cannot meet force with force. Even though that birdman is powerful, it is ultimately a summoned creature and does not exist independently. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Tao's mind, and he immediately understood the key. Everyone, listen up. I will hold off that birdman. You all attack with full force to clear out all the remaining small fries in North America. Leave no one behind. As long as they are all dead, that birdman will naturally fall. Shaolin. You're too dangerous to go alone. Professor Sun hurriedly said, immediately casting healing light toward Uncle Zhang. Follow the orders. This is our only chance. Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, Professor Sun, clear the area. Quick! Lin Tao roared, no longer hesitating. The sacred blade of purification emitted a high-pitched hum, and he transformed into a flowing light, actively charging towards the archangel in the sky. Your opponent is me. Uncle Li Weigua did not hesitate for a moment, instantly putting away his sniper rifle. The bloodline power of the Titan descendants erupted, his muscles bulging, veins throbbing, his figure expanding by a circle. He roared like an enraged ancient giant, directly charging into the chaotic North American formation. Get out of my way. He ignored the incoming red swords and directly launched a punch. The terrifying brute force sent a North American team member, armor and all, flying. The red plate armor on the member's chest visibly caved in, and blood gushed from his mouth. With a backhand punch, he knocked another mage attempting to cast magic down to the ground. Simple. Brutal. Efficient. Relying entirely on the Titan's brute strength, he executed the most primitive crushing. Uncle Wang Chunqing issued mental commands wildly. Little Black, Mountain Boar King, especially the recovering ferocious Golden Earth Dragon Beast, completely went insane under the influence of beast frenzy. The dragon beast bit down on a North American heavy armored soldier, violently shaking its head and tearing. The Mountain Boar King rammed wildly, specifically disrupting the formation. Little Black moved like a ghost, with his scythe-like arms specially harvesting panicking team members. Professor Sun was doing his utmost to maintain emergency treatment for Uncle Zhan while controlling the roots abyss. The dark ironwood spikes no longer pursued killing but instead interfered with and tripped the North American team members. The other two teams of the Asian Alliance were also filled with rage. Ivanov saw the Dragon Country team fighting with their lives. The ferocity of the bear was completely unleashed. Yura! Kill all these North Americans! He led the remaining bear team members, like a wounded tiger, pouncing on the nearest enemies, fully exchanging lives for lives. The Korean team, led by Kim Hong-hee, also let out desperate cries, launching their final charge. The North American players completely collapsed. Above them was a terrifying duel between angels and demons. Beside them were crazed, reckless members of the Dragon Kingdom team and the Bear and Korean team's desperate counterattack. The formation already no longer existed. Each fought for themselves, screams echoed, and numbers dwindled. In the air, the battle between Lin Tao and the Archangel was entirely a life-risking competition. Dimensional slash. Lin Tao once more forcibly urged the power of space, a black line slashing towards the Archangel. The Archangel's holy sword blocked, holy light clashed with the space rift. Lin Tao let out a muffled grunt, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The Archangel waved its wings, countless light feathers shot forth like missiles. Lin Tao's figure flashed wildly in the air to evade, and when he couldn't avoid it, he blocked with the pure evil holy blade. Each collision shook his blood and chi, and his tiger's mouth cracked. He dared not take it head-on, he can only rely on speed and wide insight for predictions, performing extreme control. He was using his life to buy every second for his teammates. Every time a North American player fell below, the light on the Archangel seemed to dim slightly, its movement slowing for a moment. Faster. Just a little faster. Lin Tao screamed in his heart. This was a race against time, a competition with lives as the stakes. It was a question of whether his lifespan and body would collapse under the Archangel first, or if his teammates below would kill all the North American players first. The barrage had completely gone wild. Exclamations, prayers, and cries in various languages mixed into one. Everyone held their breath, watching this fierce and magnificent ultimate showdown. Life on the line. Lin Tao is risking it all. Come on. Grandpa Li. Grandpa Wang. Faster. The North Americans can't hold on any longer. Kill. The Angel's light seems to have dimmed a bit. It's working. Lin Tao's strategy is working. Go. Go. Dragon Kingdom team. Asian team.